Scratching
surface.
the surface.
Yeah, Fade Beyond, his hero pool untouched in the first 4 bans, so he has a couple of
Yeah.
those heroes that he's exceptional
Don't
on.
put him on this like Plan D Sand King business. First phase the man.
IG is taking away Monkey King and Death Prophet from PSG LGD.
Yeah.
PSG LGD going with some fairly standard bans with Phoenix and Io saying goodbye.
Phoenix and Io, and if you... what did we talk about PSG LGD? If there's Monkey Band and Troll in the pool, they most likely go with the Troll, right? They open up with the Shadow Shaman. They answer the puck first, but we'll see. Seb was talking to me. He's like, should they take the Troll? Maybe they will, but they still have that PA option as well.
If PSG LGD were to take that Troll, how likely would it be for Invictus Gaming to respond with something like Winter Wyvern that we've seen work out very, very well?
That's right.
That's the thing, right? Tsunami, finding the solutions for these heroes that are constantly picked.
Wyvern was my favorite answer to the Troll. I don't like any of the core answers that people are trying to go for, like Wraith King we saw on occasion. I think the matchup is pretty even. Most of the matchups are even between all the carries, honestly. I don't think that there's... You have some lane advantages between like Monkey and Ursa versus other melees, but like come mid-game, late-game, they are pretty neck and neck. It all comes down to like the supporting cast and the side cores.
IG securing position 4, stealing it away a little bit from Zinq as well. Can be a fight. And who could have guessed?
Who could have guessed?
That is just shocked.
Appalled.
So since Tusk has been picked up, that's position 4. It's more likely that Puck will be in position 2 in the mid lane instead of being a support. Does that mean that they could pick up that Winter Wyvern?
Yeah,
Yep.
they definitely could.
At what point would they want to do that, though?
Whenever. I don't think that I don't think it'll be banned out. I think third pick would be fine, honestly. I mean, we may be overrating it. I saw it do really good in one game, and it was against like others. It was against a Marana, and so I was just like, oh no, you cold embrace someone and maybe you set them up into an arrow.
I wouldn't mind Winter Wyvern at all, but there are some things that I disagree with Invictus Gaming's draft, perhaps. You know that they're going to pick the Troll on PSG LGD. Tusk is a little bit difficult on position 4 on that lane. Tag team does not do as much versus the Ruling Axis, but overall Tusk is just an amazing hero, and you can't blame them at all for picking it. As well, the Winter Wyvern that you're talking about, I'm not sure if they're going to go in that direction, especially because they also banned out the Magnus, because usually it's considered one of those heroes that deals with Magnus, but you have to ban it because of Puck. You can't lane there, you just get demolished.
With the Void Spirit being banned for IG, that further secures Puck in the mid lane, right?
Yeah, it's not like that was a bad matchup though.
Man, Emo, if he has Wind Ranger in his pool, that could be pretty great.
I'm pretty sure he does. Like, whatever hero you want to be played on mid, he can play it.
Like, I think that they may be pulling the same curveball that they did in game 1, where they picked this Puck, or in the last game they picked the Marana, and it's like, oh, you probably think you know where this is going. You probably think you know where the Marana is going to be a support, and then boom, they hit it with a core, and then here, Puck, first pick.
It could be even 4. Like, it could be 4 Puck, 5 Tusk. The possibilities are endless. It could be offlane as well. But you can see the bans from PSG LGD completely securing the Troll. Timber is one of the offlaners that can win against Troll. Razor, one of the cores that just makes him useless. And AA also one of the supports that makes him have a hard game. So I believe they secured the Troll really, really well. Invictus Gaming, like I said earlier, they can sometimes find solutions that are out of the meta. Maybe we see some different style of a carry coming out for them, maybe even that Weaver for Fly.
Weaver, Morphling, I think, is good again.
Yeah, pretty solid. Shadow Shaman obviously is a problem for anything that counts on mobility and elusiveness.
Wasn't a problem last game.
Yeah, that's true.
Invictus Gaming really eating into their reserve time for this.
Yep, they have to decide whether to pick a hero for JT and show their hand completely or continue with position 5. Some Abaddon perhaps that we have seen work really, really well versus Shadow Shamans and Lions and all these heroes. Suddenly you don't have to buy Aeon Disc if you pick him. Okay, a different approach.
Gyrocopter. I know that we've had a lot of opinions about Gyrocopter throughout the week, mainly that it wasn't as good as a carry, but played a lot as position 5. But the one Gyrocopter that carried pretty hard.
Correct. Neon's carry Gyrocopter didn't have any real support pairing. It was just a straight up Gyrocopter, and it came online extremely quickly.
Yeah, and I even like it that way more if you don't pair him with the Wisp.
Yes.
That combination.
Please.
The problem is that combination has been bad for a really long time. All the way back to when they nerfed IO and
Giving the Scepter talent.
Taking the Scepter talent away. The lane was never too strong, and PSG LGD with the Alchemist.
Nice.
Why is this nice for you?
Because I think that the offlane Alchemist has not been figured out for China quite yet. I think these Alchemists who run into the jungle at like 7 minutes, if it's an offlane, which I'm pretty sure it should be offlane.
Yeah, because they have Mars.
Troll.
Yeah, they have Mars, but I think they'll do like a Nisha type thing where they send in Mars. But yeah, it won't be carry because they have Troll. So it definitely is not a one-position Alchemist.
What are the odds that they'll put the position 5 Troll that I've heard so much about?
Nah, very unlikely. That's a
Hanwell.
Yeah.
That's a Hanwell strat.
Yeah, that's not happening. What's happening here is they figured that this Mars versus Puck matchup is really good for Mars. They're gonna send him mid. He should have a good time. Alchemist should. I mean, we don't know how Alchemist will do on the offlane because we don't know what he's laning into.
Doesn't matter. He only needs to be there for like 6 minutes, and then he's like, all right, I'm good.
But,
whoa,
and this is a big but. Once he buys that eggs, who do you give it to?
Troll.
Troll?
Although there's not really anything worth dispelling.
Yeah. I'm not really sold on the full Troll eggs idea. It's not Jug eggs, it's not Gyro eggs,
it's not Monkey King eggs.
It's not Monkey King eggs, exactly.
It's not Void Spirit eggs.
It's nothing really. I mean, it's a good eggs in some games. Like yesterday, we had a very solid Troll eggs game.
Did it get nerfed at all, or did people just stop building it?
They just stopped building it.
So now people look at it as like, okay, I'm building the Scepter because I want the Dispel, but it also lowers the cooldown substantially, and you can farm pretty fast on Troll.
My problem is, I honestly don't like PSG LGD's draft at all now with the Alchemist pick. I feel like they lack a hero that's going to do stuff on the map with this Mars. You have Shadow Shaman and Mars. You have Catch. Not necessarily enough damage to ever take down. No, you can take the Jug down if you manage to hex him and shackle and whatnot, but just looks rough.
You want that. Oh wait, they need a 5, don't they?
Yeah, I feel like IG's draft is way more easier to execute at the moment.
IG banning out position 5 with that Oracle ban. That means that no IO, no Oracle.
We have also seen Troll mid, by the way. Maybe this is an idea that I'm throwing out there. Troll mid, Alchemist safe lane, Mars off lane. That's also it also doesn't look great, but it's a possibility. Let's just leave it there like that.
No, I think that's pretty reasonable because the only thing is, so you'll probably have much better carry potential with the Alchemist.
Yep.
But then it's Mars laning up against a Juggernaut and I guess a support Gyrocopter at
yeah,
this
it's
point?
a support Gyro.
Yeah, so a Gyro Juggernaut lane will eat a Mars alive.
Mm-hmm.
So what PSG LGD is looking for is really that hero that can take that Axe, but the only position left is
5.
Position 5. So who would that be? Would it be Lion?
Look,
Aghanims?
I like to experiment with some Elder Titan 5 that rushes Aghanims, and actually I pretend that I'm a 5. I don't buy a single sentry, so here maybe that's an option for it, but it's I might be proven wrong, but it's looking rough for PSG LGD to close out this draft with an offlane Alchemist.
I like the concept of the Alch, but the more I look at what you said, the shortcomings where they don't have anyone who can do anything early. I'm totally with you that, and there's no way that they can really no matter what, the 3 middle heroes are probably the 3 cores.
Yep.
No matter how you set them up, none of them want to do anything early. And if they do want to do anything early like the Mars, they need someone to play with. Shaman's not going to get enough farm to play with them.
You know how we usually talk about the color schematics? Yeah. I like the height schematic on PSG LGD.
Like that bell curve.
Yeah.
We need a really
need a
small
meeple.
hero. Yeah, we need a tiny hero to match up with Shaman.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming closing it out with Nature's Prophet, something that's going to be very active. Not necessarily the best Nature's
Yeah,
Prophet
they can
game.
deal with it easily.
Yeah.
They got Acid Spray, they got God's Rebuke, they got Whirling Axes.
Yeah, but that
Why would they pick Nature's Prophet into this team?
offlane itself with this Nature's Prophet with the Tusk should be fine even versus the Whirling Axes because the amount of damage that you deal.
Oh.
And you will be able to move across the map very easily and pressure the Alchemist while he's farming.
I kind of feel like it's a mid Nature's Prophet then. Because if Puck is in the offlane, then you'll lane up against Troll.
I'm
and
not
then
sure.
You have a
Yep, Mars was picked into the Puck, right? And they will put Mars mid for the Puck. I'm not sure that Nature's Prophet fares way better against him.
yeah, probably not.
We'll see. I've seen definitely Nature's Prophet on safe lane own a Mars, but that's a 2-on-2 scenario in which he has the long lane as well, and it's easier to play with the treants. I mean, you just chase him out of the lane. On the mid lane, it's a bit more difficult.
Yeah, you can get to your tower much
What
quicker.
options does LGD have left? Wisp banned, Oracle banned, Abaddon banned, Lion available, Phoenix banned, and those are Oli's. Sorry, wrong team.
Yeah, no, in
Elder
a sense,
Titan
yeah.
is in the pool.
Look,
Phoenix banned.
Sumi, they're very similar fives. You weren't wrong by saying Oli because they both play these Phoenixes, Oracles, Abaddons, Ancient Apparitions, Elder Titan. Called it.
Oh, it was.
Because we're
It
getting
was
that,
obvious,
getting
right?
that BK,
Nah, it's-
BKB Aghanim Scepter.
Look, I was memeing when I said it. I hope they're not serious.
Nah, I mean, it's still perfectly good. So Faith Beyond is the Alchemist, so it's offlane Alchemist, nothing to say on the Mars, mid lane Mars.
We were right with the
And
calls. Everything
JT
is
offlane, Nature's Prophet, and Puck is emo on the mid lane.
pretty much everything is as we called it. And for Invictus Gaming, I'm satisfied with that. For PSG I'm afraid that everything is as we called it because I'm not sure. I'm not sold on this draft. Like in the first one, I was 50-50 and I just swung in Invictus Gaming's favor because I like the team maybe a little bit better at the moment. But
I think they ended up picking the Prophet. I'm assuming Beastmaster was banned.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, because they want to end the game early. Yeah, any time you let Alchemist have like more than 30 minutes, the game gets very, very complicated, even if you have a good team comp. And so they needed someone who could push from the offlane. Prophet was probably their best option.
not sold on the Prophet as well. Like you're saying
Yeah.
right now, it's looking like a rough Prophet game too, even though it's last pick. But it will
It fulfills
step
the
up the
strategy.
tempo. Yeah, it will step up the tempo for
Not so
them.
much the lane, but the game.
They had a very similar draft that I loved so much with Jug and Nature's Prophet Gyro. They just rotate on that mid lane, and they're so fast. The way they move across the map, you'll see. This game reminds me of one from the regional matches, and I really believe in Invictus Gaming's draft.
All right, so throw it up for Lizard Invictus.
Yeah,
Gaming.
production knows what to do. Like, I don't have to say much.
I like the book ending. We started this whole tournament talking about support Gyro, support Luna. It kind of disappeared in the middle.
Yeah.
Of course, China versus China, it re-emerges. I'm going to go IG as well.
We really can't have the panel all agreeing, so put me in for PSG LGD because guess what?
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
see a game 3.
Yeah.
Let's find out if we will have that game 3. PSG LGD versus Invictus Gaming. Black and B-Cop, take it away.
Thank you very much. I too hope we get to see a game 3, but any outcome will be a nice one. I was looking at the stats before we really got started for me and Black. It's a JT Nature's Prophet that only has a 45% win rate all time for him in pro games, and then you've got there's 3 games played on Alchemist for Faith Beyond, 100% win rate. Must mean something, right, Black?
I'm not the biggest fan of statistics. In fact, I quite like to defy statistics and just break it, you know? Like,
Okay.
if you just break the 100% win rate now, you're gonna go to the grand final feeling really damn good. But yeah, personally, not the biggest fan of the Nature Prophet last pick. We have seen it in some other series as well, where they just last pick the Prophet. And it just doesn't seem to be super effective if you're already countered like he is. Like, they have so many good heroes against him. It will be a tough Nature's Prophet game for JT here. And it's not a hero that really fits him either, I think. Like, he always plays these Marses, Timber Saws, tanky frontliners. Prophet's not one of them.
They're going to try and go in onto the Alchemist already here. They've got the homing missile coming through. Kaka moving forward with the help of Fly, and they are right on top of the Alchemist. Blade Fury doing a lot of damage. Can he back away? They've got the tag team slowing him up. They'll get the first blood. Ollie gets credit for that, but they lose Fly. That is not the trade you want to be making, and Kaka will deny himself to Roche. Oh dear, that is not how you want to start it. Yes, you get a kill onto the Alchemist, but you lose that Jug, and that doesn't feel nearly as good.
I mean, it was 4 heroes affected by the Titan Spirit, getting a total of like plus 80 damage, and just absolutely whacked them in the back of the heads.
So we'll see how Fly does with the Jug. It's one of his comfort heroes, definitely one of the best. I think it's probably his highest percentage. It was like 68.5%, and Emo was just about the same with his Puck. So, I mean, for them, these are comfort heroes. We've seen them on these heroes a lot before, and I'm excited to see them here now. And you've got some interesting matchups for him with the Mars over mid. Normally a hero you see offlane does make its move over to mid here and there. And actually over top again, Alchemist, Blade Fury right on top of him. Faith Beyond moving back, right clicks in from Ollie. Won't be enough. So Faith Beyond survives for now.
Yeah, you have to be really careful here when you fight into that acid spray. Shadow Shaman hitting for 77 damage. Under that acid spray, of course, it gets amplified even more. It's a pretty strong combination.
That second highest base damage really popping it in, and we'll see if they can get something going in this top lane for LGD.
Yeah, I quite love this mid matchup here from LGD. Only sitting at 2 CS on Emo, already 11 on Nothing to Say. It's so hard to last hit as Puck against Mars. Every time a creep is low, you toggle the bulwark, the attack has a 70% chance to hit you instead of the creep. You just don't get the last hit that you need.
So right now just sitting 4-0, really struggling to find CS, and there's another deny from Nothing to Say. And I know I brought it up in the first game, but these are a lot of the top 10 players in China, and it's always interesting to see them in matchups that maybe they're not supposed to do well in, and how they overcome that, if they can overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still RNG based, you know. 7 out of 10 hits will hit the Mars, but if you're lucky, you get more last hits. If you're unlucky, you get less last hits. It's all up to chance.
Top lane, Fly. He's doing an alright job here, 11-2, but top 3 on the CS, all on the side of LGD.
The Shackle.
And they've got the Shackle out onto this Gyro, who will survive, throw a Rocket Barrage back at Faith Beyond. Fly. He's still standing in this acid spray, and you talked about it. It's just, you can feel those right clicks just chunking this Jug when he's standing in the acid spray.
Yeah, he's sitting at 6 base armor, but it's -4 from the acid spray. So that puts it down to 2. Gyrocopter getting put down to 3. So it's a huge amplification, and you have to respect that for sure. You gotta be absolutely careful how you approach these fights there.
JT getting hit up pretty hard. Got to worry about that Elder Titan early on. All of a sudden, you just don't expect it.
The briefcase on Kaka?
200. Yeah,
one more hit.
Damage. He needs one more shot, but doesn't want to go under the tower.
So much damage.
Briefcases and documents hurt, man. They're going to charge up the stun. They've got the Shackle in the acid spray, and they should have this kill onto Fly, and they will. JQ gets credit for that one, and you know, they take the early point and stun. They've gone 1-1-1 on the Alchemist, and it's the control that they need to take out this Jug, especially when Gyro's over towards mid.
At least he gets the rune on Emo top. 50-50 that. Still not a big
Grabbing that invis.
fan of the mechanic. Like, I feel like there should always be another, at least dummy rune to refill the other bottle. But that's how it is right now. Just gotta deal with it.
So like a blank rune.
Yeah, like something that just does nothing other than refill your bottle, something like that. But Nothing to Say, still sitting very comfortably in the mid lane here.
So a lot going on here for LGD at the moment. So I'm trying to think what the deal will be with this Alchemist, but as I think about that over bottom, they're going on to JT. They should have the damage to get this kill. If the body blocks are enough, though, he won't have the range, and that's exactly what the Tusk does in blocking Ame.
Yeah, well played there. He also had a fairy fire still on the Nature's Prophet, so he wasn't really in danger. And it's a 2-2. No, it's not. 3 bounties actually in favor of LGD. With that Alchemist, well done. All 3 cores of LGD now sitting at the top 3 of the net worth. Early game going a lot better than last ones.
Oh, for sure. You've got Ame, who's having a lot better of a lane right now. He was 1-4 pretty quickly on in that first game on that Monkey King. And so now the question is, can he do much better than he did in that first one? And you know, there's a low bar for him to raise at the moment, and they'll get the kill on the JT. Innocence gets credit for that. They've used the Dream Coil over mid, but they've got the Shackle as well as the Spear. That comes out onto the puck. Nothing to say coming over, and we'll get the kill onto Emo. And now they're looking for more. GQ surviving. Can he get out of this one? He goes onto the high ground, and they're going to run away. They can't go after the Shadow Shaman.
Spear in 1.
Oh, dear. Spear, he just wants to land it on something. He might even chase until he can find a spot. Spear won't be enough, and Gyro survives, but that is a good turnaround again for LGD. Nature's Prophet looking to trade Kaka over again, but he's rotated, and now he's got nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it's a massive early game here for LGD. They were up by 2k gold there for a split second. And the lanes are just going too well. Like this Nature's Prophet, as we predicted, is not doing very well at all. Like his lane was already tough from the draft. And he's really struggling against this troll here. Only sitting at level 4.
That is just so low, and not only is the gold going to get out of control, but the experience will as well. Already a 2k lead here for LGD. So what's the game plan for the Alchemist? Because we see these Alchemists go with like a Void Spirit where they're giving up, you know, Ags early on at about the 11-minute mark when they give it over to the Void Spirit, and they'll give it over to like a Troll or something like that. What's the build as he's building an Ags? Like, what's the game plan? Is it just the same thing? Ags for my mid, Ags for my safe lane, and then utility items?
I gotta admit, Troll Axe this game is not very good. Doesn't do anything at all, pretty much. This Mars Aghanims, I've never seen it being gifted by an Alchemist. Like, I've seen it can deal a lot of damage once you get like this Desolator up and everything, but you need these items for it to be effective, you know? It's like not a game-breaking Aghanims in that early game. So I'm not sure how impactful this Scepter will be on him.
We'll have to see as he's working on going into the Ags, but he's gotten 3-1-1 for the moment, and now picks up that ult at level 6. So the gold not going up as quickly as, you know, maybe say the 1 position Alc or something like that. Will go more into the Grievel's Greed, but we'll see how quickly he can get these Ags out.
Yep, seeing Q in position here to try to defend the top tower. Then Bien also rotating in.
Dream Coil used over mid, but they've also got the Hex towards top. They're going to try and follow this up with a stun. Ali coming over. They've got 3 heroes here with a homing missile going after the Alchemist. They don't get the kill over mid while this is happening over towards top, and Fly will Blade Fury away. But bottom, Ame's got the kill on a JT, so fights happening in all 3 areas of the map, and they've got a kill onto the Nature's Prophet. And the other 2 battles end without a victim.
I mean, JT is just absolutely getting taken down here. He's going into an Orchid, but he doesn't even have a single component yet, minute 8 into the game. Usually, Prophets will finish their Orchid at like minute 10, 11. This one is looking more like a minute 14, 15 Orchid at the pace he's farming.
And that's not going to feel that great. With the later the Orchid gets, there's more to really have its power spike feel just more like an okay power movement. It's really not a lot more than when you've got that early Orchid and you can TP around the map and take out these supports and really snowball. The later it comes, the less likely it's going to feel like one of those big items that you need to get off the ground.
Yeah, and JT blessed by Gaben, the first shovel resulting in a bounty rune, but big rotation bottom here from IG. No coil for 5 seconds yet.
They have found themselves the Elder Titan, 4 heroes around him, so Innocence will fall to Emo.
Not really worth it though, unless they get this tower here as well. Q.
Alex putting up a fight on Fly in the top lane. He's really making him uncomfortable, and the farm is starting to accelerate as they just don't feel like they can fight this out 1v1.
Coil?
They're going to bring over another one. They've got the Dream Coil down from Emo. He's still
Where's the
surviving. They're
damage,
going to need
though?
rotations, and that's exactly what they're going to get. Now they'll look for the sweep, which won't land on either of these heroes, but they brought Ame up towards the top lane, and they're going to go after this Puck. They'll use
No
the Battle
mana.
Trance, the silence a little bit too late. Not a lot of mana to work with. Kaka drops to nothing to say. They've got the stun charge up, which will be avoided. However, Emo's still dead. 2 kills there for LGD, and they continue to roll.
Yeah, IG is just looking really flustered. Like, Alchemist has 1600 health. He had ult online. Puck just TPs in at level 7. Coils him. Nobody have enough damage. Alchemist, though. Ult up in 3.
Into this. This is
2.
not where he wants to be. Can he survive it? They've got the Sprout. He'll use that ult. He'll try to run, but he's blocked in via the treants, and that is a big giveaway from Faith Beyond.
Yeah, if he waited like a couple more seconds with Chemical Rage online, he will not die there. Got a little bit greedy. Gonna lose the bot tower and his life as a result, but they should be getting the mid tower very easily.
Yeah, they got this with the double damage. The Serpent Wards. Ame's here to show moral support as he stands to the side, never gets a hit on it, but, you know, he's happy to pump up his team. Nothing to say. Having a really good game at the moment, and Ame, it's a complete turnaround from game 1.
I'm taking predictions, B-Cup. Who's gonna get the X? Is it just gonna be the Troll for the stats boost? That's the
It's
most
the Shaman.
probable one.
There's
I
the
mean, I would
curveball,
love to
it's
see it on the Shaman. It's just not gonna happen. Yeah, I think it's just gonna go to the Troll for the
It
stats
could be
boost.
the Mars. I really think the Mars Ags could be a big boost for Nothing to Say.
It could be, but you need damage items first for it to be worth it. And he doesn't have any. He's going to the Yules first, so it doesn't really make much sense.
All right, so my vote's staying with Shaman then.
Okay. Well, you're wrong, but that's fine. Makes me look smart. Feels good, man.
That's what I'm here for.
Nature's Prophet, now 1,000 gold away from its Orchid.
Starting
They're
to
not-
get there, but not
Yeah,
fast.
they have no way to dispel it yet, so it's still going to be effective on the Troll. Mars will have his Yules up in time. But the biggest problem here for JT is that even after he finishes Orchid, he'll be sitting at a good 1200 health only. Like, he'll be taken down so easily by so many of those heroes on the Radiant side.
Ame going Sanjin Yasha. So have that Battle Fury shipped out. All right,
Max
come on,
completed.
Faithion. He's right over mid.
You know it's not going to
He's
happen.
right there.
P-Cup.
He's going. Tell me.
He's going to the left.
Hands up, chat.
Oh, maybe Elder Titan with that inbuilt BKB for free? Dude, he could be popping off on Y. Now he's going to the Troll. Go away from the Troll. Man.
All right.
I mean,
You
Troll
voted
is
troll
pretty
in the
strong now.
chat. You were correct.
Yeah, sitting at 1900 health now. And as I said, the Whirling Axes aren't super effective because there's not much to dispel. And of course, you can't dispel your own silences, so... Yeah, just a stats boost. Making Ame feel a little bit more comfortable after the last game. Maybe he needed some, you know, pats on the back. He's like, Ame, you got this, come on. Woo!
We're here to support you. It's like when everybody gives their energy away for the Spirit Bomb for Goku.
Yeah, except
basically
energy,
the
this time it's
equivalent.
money.
Yeah. They're going to go bottom with this smoke.
Bye-bye,
Maybe catch
Fabian.
themselves out.
F in chat.
Snowball coming through, and they're going to use the Omni Slash, go on Faith Beyond, getting the kill with the turnaround. Does Ame have anything to show for this? They'll at least get the gyro. One more shot needed, and he'll finish him off. Ali dead, Kaka with the TP out, Dream Coil committed. It's only a 1-for-1. However, 5k lead still sitting pretty for LGD.
Yeah, good rotation. They lose the Alchemist. Traded for a Gyrocopter. Not the best trade, of course, for IG, but there was still a lot of wasted time for the Dire side because Juggernaut was part of the fight. Finished this Battle Fury now, so his farm is going to skyrocket. But of course, Troll doubling the net worth because Alchemist. The net worth
It's
graphs
just a
always
good
look so
farmer.
dumb when there's an Alchemist. It's kind of ridiculous.
Especially when you see the Alk who's now behind the Shadow Shaman. Man, Faith Beyond just not farming.
Yeah, Faith Beyond just like having a horrendous game. I don't know what he's doing.
Now he's got that level 4 Grievous Greed though. And do you like this? Because sometimes you'll see Alk, Ags, mid, safe lane, there you go, there are your presents. But instead, it's just the axe to the troll and going right into the Solar Crest.
No, I like it a lot because, as I said, this Mars Aghanim's doesn't feel very strong at all until he has like 2 or 3 items. So it makes a lot of sense. Just itemize Solar Crest and to Blink Dagger after.
Ooh, Blade Fury on the
up.
high ground. Needs to be careful, and they wanted the bounty rune for a second. That's the only way he's able to check it. So if he just didn't get away in time, that could have been a problem.
3 bounty runes for Radiant. JT has Orchid. Has to be a bit careful though.
So 15 minutes on that Orchid. Not the best timing, and now you wonder, are you going to even feel that Orchid for the most part on LGD? They're going to go to the Snowball. They've got the call down used. Snowball lands. Walrus punches there. GQ not dead yet. Homing missile coming in. He's dropped the Serpent Ward. The Dream Coil now gets committed. So Ame's going to turn this, go after Kaka. Has the damage to get the kill. He's dominating. It ends up being a 1-for-1, but a lot dropped there for IG.
I mean, this Troll Warlord is, once again, just like in last game, absolutely obese. Like, what do you do about him? Sitting at 14k net worth at minute 16. That's almost 1000 GPM. I mean, of course, it's a little bit inflated, you know, inflated stonks, but what do you do? Like, he's gonna have a St. Joshua soon. He's gonna be sitting at 2.3k health. Where's the damage gonna come from to kill him?
They don't really have it right now, and the stonks are rising for the Troll. He likes the stonk, and we'll see if he can maintain this lead. It shouldn't be too difficult right now, given the space that he's been given. Interested to see when they're really looking to just go off the rails here. I could sense it being like the Solar Crest, a big marker for them, because that will certainly help LGD just take out these heroes quickly, or even just go for like Roche.
Yeah, I mean, LGD is definitely in the driver's seat right now. Puck has Blink Dagger going in bottom.
They've got the silence out onto the Shadow Shaman. Is it enough, though? He's not dead just yet. They've got the arena as well as the spear that's going to land on Ali. They get the kill on the GQ. The shards, though, it's not enough. It does put them away from this puck. They'll get the kill on Ali. They'll look over at Kaka, trying to get a second with the Dream Coil placed down, and they should get 2, as it's the God's Rebuke from Nothing to Say that finishes off the Tusk.
Yeah, and that was without Ame. He has just been continuing to farm, get the top tower. Now tipping middle to defend his own. Filthy rich.
Yeah.
Going for his BKB next. Fly. Has to be careful. Troll can output a lot of damage here.
Wave Fury.
No basher.
Still a decent chunk of damage, but yeah, no basher, no way to stop that. I'll just continue to
efficiency.
farm what is his
Ame
triangle.
digging. Wow, he got an item. Wow, I'm laughing at him, but he gets a Ring of Aquila from the little kobold.
That's efficiency.
What are the chances? Dude, that is so lucky. Wow. Okay. All right, but buy a lottery ticket right after this final, Ame.
He's got the efficiency, he's got the luck. And now the question is, can they secure the win? 18 minutes in, 6k lead for LGD. And things going all Millhouse for them at the moment. Got Alf, who's really close to the Solar Crest, so LGD, I would expect they're looking to roll.
You mean looking to roll the Roshan, right?
Yeah. I mean, that could be the push of the snowball that goes down the cliff. So we'll see.
They do have a courier in there, though. That could be the melting sunshine for that snowball, but probably not. They're not even looking to go into the Roche pit at all. At least they get the mid tower, you know, the consolation prize. But this Troll, 16k net worth, ages to boot. Let's go. 2.5k health. What more do you need? It's the ping in the front line, and they're all like, okay, Ame, sorry, dude. I know we made you angry last game.
They don't
Relax.
even want to deal with him. They're looking over to try and kill the Shadow Shaman. Orchid burn should be enough. Jinkyu drops. They continue to make Shadow Shaman's life a little difficult as they drop down the arena, but they don't catch the jug. And with the Shadow Amulet,
They didn't see Ollie.
is avoiding them.
Yeah, we all know what kind of shoes ninjas wear.
I'm not sure.
No. We don't have to do that again. Everybody knows at this point. That's what I'm here for. I'm educating people. Troll sitting at 36 armor, by the way, at minute 19. Pretty intense. Kaka, if there's a root, he's dead.
Chased.
No root.
No root, but gets the snowball out. So really going to enjoy using that Solar Crest. What do you think is next here for Faith Beyond?
Just Blink Dagger and Shard probably. Yep, he has both queued up. Shard is just a massive support.
Oh, Hex coming out, and they're going to look to get the stun to follow this up. They'll hold it as long as they can. Earth Splitter not even going to be needed, or well, actually it gets the kill. Never mind. It's perfect time, right on the edge.
To say, gets picked off on the other side. So both mid laners going down. Yeah,
that was a really well done kill for LGD. And
this
honestly,
action for the
perfect
Elk
length
is really good.
Earth Splitter.
The Earth Splitter did a ton of damage. Yeah. I don't know. This Alchemist is just gonna be giving steroids to this troll even more with that axe shot. How much health region is it? 40, 50 attack speed. He's gonna be an absolute monster. BKB now also completed on him. Once he gets up his basher, there's gonna be no stopping him.
So it looks like he's going to try and finish the Blink Dagger first and then go to the Shard as he's holding that gold.
Yeah, he just wants to be able to initiate. His Shadow Shaman is still quite far away from a Blink Dagger. And at least his Mars has one, so he can follow up on that. This Alchemist is suddenly pretty damn rich once more. And Puck fell off pretty damn hard. He's going into the Dagon, but he has no defensive item whatsoever. Blink into Dagon, very squishy Puck.
Faith Beyond gave up in Ags and was sitting low on the net worth, but now he's ahead of the Puck once again.
Yeah, that's the power of Alchemist.
His farm is on
Make
fire.
gold out of nothing. How does it even happen? I still don't understand. Oh, long range. Oh, he gets it.
Looking for Fly, but he'll Blade Fury and oh! The Blade Fury, I don't know if they were expecting it not to last long enough.
Oh! He gets out. Oh, Ollie again. Under the shadow of the Shadow Amulet.
They've got themselves
Nice
the arena
spear.
as well as the spear that lands onto the Puck. So they've got the Hex to follow it up. Emo dead again. And another kill here for the side of LGD, up 8k.
That is not the easiest to set up a spear on a Yule's target. Well done. And should be resulting in a free mid tower. Armor 8,000 net worth ahead of the Juggernaut. It's getting kind of silly at this point.
Disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to kill this troll. 2.6k health, like 37 armor or something silly like that. Like, absolutely ridiculous.
It really is. And they've got the Hex this time onto the Gyro. Can't get that Shadow Amulet off this time, but the Snowball will help him for a second. Call down used, and Jinkyu, he's bitten off more than he can chew. They get the kill onto the Shadow Shaman, they'll chase after the Gyrocopter, Acid Spray down, and they end up trading 1-for-1. I don't know if Jinkyu was expecting the help there from Kaka, but it does result in a trade, and JT slowed up, but Ame not putting the pressure onto this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Almost basher completed. Needs 800 gold for that. Once that's up, this Nature's Prophet is food. Coil.
Well, use Snowball in with the Walrus Punch. Fuels into the air, TP's coming in, Ame coming over, gets the slow, they hit the spear that's on Akaka, they'll get the kill onto the Tusk, they'll look over, Emo, phase shift with the Illusory Orb out, as well as the Blink to get far away from the side of LGD and make sure that he doesn't get caught once again.
They don't even have damage to kill the Mars. Like, how are they ever going to touch the Stroll if they can't even kill the Mars, who's only sitting at 1900? Nature's Prophet picks up, he gets hexed immediately, wow!
He's caught. They've got the Serpent Wards down. They've got the Shackle, and they should be able to get the damage, but he pops the BKB. Do they have it? One more shot. Oh, he just TP's out, and Jinkyu again pays for it with his life. He can't catch a break.
And just sprint TP out. Both are just TPing out. It was so close. 30 health on the Nature's Prophet.
God.
One more snake hit, he would have been dead, but it's just not enough for Xingqiu. Can't catch a break, as you said. But still, Alchemist and Troll and Mars also are farming up a storm.
Fuels into the air, Gyro caught again, God's Rebuke hits, and he's right on the wall. The Snowball not in time for
Oh,
Kaka. Now
Kaka!
he's put himself in the arena. So he's locked down as a contender in the arena, and he will lose his bout to Ame.
Agent K here. That snowball was never gonna save your gyro, and you just forfeited your own life for nothing, pretty much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That is
attack.
giving up a second when you don't need to. A little bit of save your friend syndrome going on right there.
Yeah, and you can't really be giving away these kills when you're already so far behind. 12k behind now. And this troll is just getting more and more ridiculous.
So Mars is going for the Deso, and I think that we see that Faith Beyond's also holding his gold. He's got the Shard queued up, but he's got 3k. So if Mars goes for the Deso, I could see Alk just giving over the Axe.
Definitely. But Alk will probably farm 2 Aghanim Scepters until he farms his Desolator on that Mars. So maybe we still see the Shard come out. Maybe he'll just go into the Aghanims right away. And all IG can do now is cut waves. Emo is doing it bottom. Prophet is doing it top. I don't know how IG is ever gonna take a team fight here. Tusk, Gyrocopter, they offer nothing in a team fight pretty much.
They haven't really wanted to fight 5v5 yet. They're just looking for pickoffs, and we've seen that a couple times from IG. There hasn't really been the full skirmish yet from them. Hoping that Jug can maybe get something together to fight with them, or, well, really the team. And it's not been too great for them thus far, behind by so much. But they're going to try this time. They've gotten themselves the Dream Coil and the Walrus Punch to finish off Innocence. And again, it's just a 1-for. That's all they'll get. They'll back away. But when you're getting these supports and you're letting out continue to farm, well, really, you're letting all 3 cores from LGD farm, you're falling further and further behind very quickly.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect for sure. Only 900 gold away from this Abyssal Blade on the Troll. Anybody he jumps on is going to be at his mercy, and he's going to chew through them so quickly. This is one hungry Troll, and he's going to be eating them all up soon. Attack on Troll, my friend.
I got you.
It's going
I'm
to be
making a...
one hell of a show. What
yeah,
Titan
when it
is
finishes.
he? Colossal
Ooh,
Titan?
he's-
Nah, he's the Attack Titan.
Yeah, yeah. AC,
attack
okay,
armor
AC
Titan.
for Alchemist.
Well, he already has it? No, he's queuing it up, but he almost has it.
Yeah. Basically, he's got it. He's really just being a friend for his team. A friend for his troll. Once he gets that shard, too. They're going to blink it. They've got the Walrus Punch as well as the Dream Coil. They should be able to get the kill on a Faith Beyond. Orchid there, nothing he can do, but the Serpent Wards to turn this around. He's in the Acid Spray. They've got the Spear. They'll get the kill onto JT. They'll look over as the Sloop lands on Takaka. They'll hit him with the God's Rebuke. The Essence Ring, he's trying to survive, but he's got nowhere to go, and a double kill for nothing to say, as Ame focuses his attention onto Ali, and will take out a third.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you the rundown of the rest of this game real quick. 90 seconds until Roche spawns. LGD takes the Roshan. They're going to have AC up on Alchemist. Then they're going to go high ground. IG will try to fight back, but they won't be able to. Omni Slash? Oh, no, what's this? Swift Slash.
Just the Swift Slash for now. BKB pop by nothing to say. Yule's into the air. Can he get it? Ooh, Hex, this should lead to a sleep. They might be able to land more and lock him down with the Spear. Earth Splitter comes in. Illusory Orb over the bow. Is he going to jump to it? No, he won't, though. Just back off. They've got the Healing Ward, so not much Elder Titan can do. He'll look for the sleep. Oh, oy, man. It's close to catching these heroes. Innocence doing so much right now.
Boy. Roshan up in 50. Troll going into the Blink Dagger. Oh, it's coming close. Because the climax is close, my friend. This is
Just
like
needs the,
episode
Swift
12 of 13, you know? Like they're setting up the final fight right now.
They're open to. Well, thankfully, it's not filler.
Yeah, I hate fillers.
Dream Coil
Forward
used. That's going to
coil?
land on 2 of these heroes. It hits the Troll as well as the Alchemist. They're going to use the call down on top of it with the homing missile going after Ame. But they're not following this up. They've got the Shackle. Look at the Abyssal and the damage from Ame on the Emo. They will take out the puck again. Gone for 50.
Can I ask you a question, Bcop? Coil for what? They were both full health the entire time.
Yeah. There was nothing to follow that up.
Yeah, I mean, IG can't follow that up. Troll is standing there. He's like, come at me, bro. Come at me, Jug. Omni Slash me. Please do it.
Oh, no,
JT. Oh, if you get bashed up, it's gone.
Orchid.
Gone.
Oh, first hit. There it is. JT, he's gone. They've also maybe caught Kaka. Instead, they've caught themselves Fly. Never mind. They've got the Jug, they've got the Shackle as well as the Hex. They'll get that kill on a Fly. They've also slept Kaka. They'll chase, he'll try to TP, but the Abyssal's there.
Outplayed.
The kills come in, and LGD now lead 18K over IG. 24-12, 30 minutes in.
I mean, they're just outplaying them at every turn. Jack, like, this is just the power of Shaman. Jack can't spin, Prophet can't BKB, Puck just gets caught by him. Q on this hero is such an absolute monster. Why are people still giving it to him?
He really is a monster with this hero, and we've seen it from the Chinese teams. The Shadow Shamans and the Lions just be prioritized by both teams, and the lockdown, the instant lockdown from the Shadow Shaman has proven to be too much time and time again.
Yeah. So, what now? Level 25 on Troll. F in chat for IG, thank you. Now they can't even stun him anymore. You get stunned by the Dream Coil, press R. You get stunned by the Rocket, press R. It's gonna be really easy for him.
Just press R.
Yep, that's all you gotta do. Just don't press it before you get stunned, because that's not how it works.
So going for the Swift Blink. That'd be nice to have. 30,000 net worth. God, he's still keeping up with the 1K. 1K GPM.
Yeah, unfortunately
Obviously, you
it
got
won't
help
show
from
up
the
like that
others.
in the end screen. Because of course, he got 4K of that gold gifted. You know, like he's taken Alchemist's hard work and making it look like he did it all himself. But that's not the true story, B-Cop. The investor is Alchemist. Okay, without him,
Okay.
Troll would never be this farmed.
The returns must be good for Alchemist. I mean, he invested low. 14 people were shorting Troll, and well, now look at where the price is, and Troll really trying to just finish this one off.
Now he built an entire empire based on that early investment. Thank you, Faithbian, for making it happen. This Troll wall of damage up with this Swift Blink is absolutely ridiculous. Swift Blink plus Abyssal. I just want to see him blow someone up.
Radiant are scanning.
Q looking for the profit here. And Kaka's getting blown up.
gone. Dream Coil, that's thrown down, but he can still take the tower. Meanwhile, bottom, ooh, they've got the
Solo
catch.
kill.
They should be able to get the kill. It's a solo kill on a JT. This Troll is stunned up for a moment, and well, Faith Beyond, he'll stand in front, take the aggression off of Ame as they'll look to get the bottom set of racks, and through this back door, can he get it? It looks like he should be likely to do so. Back door doesn't even mean anything. The door is kicked wide open. He's gonna blink forward, looking over for the gyrocopter. Emo trying to stop them in their tracks. They've got the arena down, but they're gonna go back to base.
GG.
Call GG, and LGD will even the series up at 1. A very easy, straightforward game for LGD.
Yeah, just from start to finish, IG, the draft looked very wonky, that last pick Prophet. I was not convinced. He didn't really get the chance to do anything this game. Draft win by PSG, and they also just massively outplayed IG at every turn of this game, making it look really easy. Like, arguably, even the harder stomp than level 1 game 1 was.
Yeah, and look at IG. They just look depleted after that
They look
game.
defeated,
It was such
yeah.
a good one. Yeah. It was very simple from LGD. Really just start to finish, everything went well for them, especially Faith Beyond's start. I mean, Faith Beyond, he read the Helping Friendly book. He helped out his team, and that led them to a victory. And, you know, the stocks pay out for this Alchemist. So they even it up at 1. And again, we go to a lower bracket game 3, which is always exciting. Winner goes to the grand finals. To break down game number 2, we throw it back over to the panel.
Thank you very much, Black and B-Cop. Wish granted for me, we get a game 3 between IG and PSG LGD.
Against all odds, because I look at that draft and I'm like, don't really know how this happened.
Where was the GG?
GG!
GG!
Black, we're gonna have some stern words with you. We didn't know that the game ended.
Yeah, we had to hear the GG so that we knew it was time for us to come back.
I saw them writing the GG, but without hearing Black screaming in my ear. I don't know what's happening.
Did the
I was
game
confused.
really end?
I was confused. Okay, so I have to say one thing. It looks like every time I'm 100% confident that one team is going to win, I turn into Kyle, and I'm always wrong.
I don't know why they did the lanes the way that they did. The Nature's Prophet was like not an issue for the Troll Warlord in the bot lane. In the middle lane, it was
Okay, you can lose 2 lane. You can even out 1 lane, lose 1, and win 1. Safe lane should have been decent for them, but Gyrocopter starts with a homing missile.
Yeah,
it's literally. I don't think you ever take that level 1. You need to,
unless if you're going for first blood with like a Mirana arrow stun or something.
I
But
don't-
even then,
I think
it's like taking Inkswell on Grimstroke at 1.
Yep.
Like you may be able to get the kill, but then your journey to level 2 is like brutal.
I mean, yeah, I think this is much worse. Honestly. I think level 1.
It's like
install-
taking upheaval on Warlock at
Yeah,
1. How
okay.
about that?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Very sad that the laning stage did not go the way IG would want it to go, because then we would see a normal game of Dota. This wasn't truly a normal game. This was a stomp coming from IG, in which it wasn't very eventful. You just saw Alchemist farming up. He was feeding on the Treants, he was feeding on the Ancient Creeps, he was feeding on creeps, on heroes. He had Aghanim, Solar Crest, Shard, Blink Dagger, AC. It's not even about the troll. It's just how much this Fate Beyond Alchemist was given.
Yep.
He remains 100% win rate.
And also, I continue to gain confidence in the Mars versus Puck matchup. I think that I didn't expect it to be that one-sided, but it was pretty one-sided, and it can't be based off skill because Emo and Nothing to Say have been neck and neck throughout the rest of the series. So this seemed like a matchup type situation.
And it's a really good answer to Puck, right? Because you can pick Mars early on, versus the Puck, and
flex
then
it up.
flex it up, yeah.
Well, for this match, we had a little bit less tactical feeding from our MVP this time, Ame.
Good job,
on
Ame.
the troll.
What did I say at the beginning? I mean, this man will carry you, but this man will also throw you into a cliff. He is hot and cold, but when he's hot, he's hot.
Okay, so if we could guess the troll was going to pick, if the production crew could guess troll was going to be picked, why didn't IG steal it? They had that. So both of these teams opened with their first picks, and then the second pick was for IG.
Yeah.
They decided not to take it. I think that was maybe a mistake.
I think that they could have answered it, but as we've mentioned multiple times, when it's an Alchemist game, it becomes an Alchemist game. And so as much as I was reluctant that they gave away the troll, I think that they could have eventually addressed it were it not for the Alchemist.
Possible. Very possible.
We'll see.
If you skill homing missile, though, you couldn't address anything.
It's pretty grief.
I remember you guys were talking about that in the green room. You're like, why missile?
Yeah, well, there was that big fight at over at the
Sometimes you get baited.
bounty rune.
Yeah,
and
sometimes
Jug died, and then I was just like, okay, interesting. And then I saw a Gyrocopter had a homing missile skilled, and I was like,
You get baited sometimes to skill a spell that will land you first blood, but then you lose the lane because of that. It happens. Like,
And that's what happened here?
That's what happened. There's just a lot of situations in which players... you just don't expect it on this level. Maybe Oli doesn't play it as much as we thought so yeah, just goes for the missile instead of the barrage, and because of that you're fighting into Shadow Shaman and Alchemist with Acid Spray. You absolutely cannot do anything in that lane. Like, you cannot approach the creeps, you cannot approach the heroes. All range creeps got denied early on. Not all, but a lot of them. A lot of them, yeah.
All right, well, we have a lot of games still coming up. We are going to a Game 3, and we're able to have these Game 3s thanks to some great sponsors like JBL. Gear up your gaming experience with the all-new JBL Quantum Series gaming headsets and PC speakers. You can find out more on jbl.com or follow at JBL_SG on Instagram. We will have Game 3 of Invictus Gaming versus PSG LGD after a short break.
That's RTC, Upper Dandy, Toenail, and Doggo, and
Kayasen!
What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans!
Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Okay, all right.
Pressure, frothing on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Invictus Gaming and Paris Saint-Germain LGD are in it for a Game 3. The loser will go home in third place, winning $75,000 and 400 DPC points, while the winner will head to the grand finals to compete against Evil Geniuses for first place for the major. Gentlemen, this is a very exciting series, very back and forth. We have 1-1. What is going to happen here?
Yeah, you say that they're going to compete with Evil Geniuses, but the way that these two teams are looking, I don't think they're going to be much competition for EG right now, because things are underwhelming. I don't know if it's just because it's China versus China, and that they do their own thing, and it doesn't really follow the beat of what happens when they do strategize against international opponents. But for top three, this has not felt like top three games from either team.
Yep, like you can say that. They definitely that first game was perhaps a little bit more competitive.
Yeah.
The second one definitely had a completely one-sided affair because Invictus Gaming, they just didn't show up. I expected them to have something in store and prepared for both the Troll and the Monkey King picks, and it didn't look that way. It didn't look like they were really prepared for the Monkey, for the Troll in the second game. It just looked like they played their own style, their own game, which isn't usually what I see from IG. Usually they answer what you're picking together with having their full comfort zone. So.
Is it really common for teams to pick both Alchemist and Troll? Because I know that you've mentioned Troll is frequently picked in the Chinese DPC, but what about Troll and Alchemist together?
There are some picks here and there in the Chinese region, but it's not the favored, fabled Alchemist combination of Monkey plus Alchemist, in which Monkey just destroys you, or even the Jug. Yeah, it still looked really solid, but even in a game such as that one, you can't really say, look, we can predict as much as we want, we can learn this game and draft as much as we want to. If you lose all 3 lanes, you lose the game. It's as simple as that. There is no comeback. on a level that's as high as this one.
Yeah.
Losing 3 lanes equals losing the game.
Yeah, I've been taught multiple aphorisms like that. I think Black also mentioned that if you have no stuns, you are very likely to lose the game as well. These are things that should be solved in your drafts early on, and I feel like the way that they drafted in the previous game, LGD could have won the lanes.
Just like everyone else, I jumped the chess wagon recently from all the hype and whatnot. Losing all 3 lanes is equivalent to playing without the queen from the get-go, or playing without any of the pawns from the start.
Well, that's, I mean, if LGD was going for a scholar's mate or something like that.
Yeah, if you're a god player, you're definitely going to win versus some pleb. But if the level is similar, that kind of a disadvantage means pretty much, yeah, that's it.
So Paris Saint-Germain, per the One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems, had 67%. Do you think in the last game that they really showed that they're deserving of that 67%?
Not that last game, but throughout the tournament, I do think that they are the favorites. They're coming from the upper bracket later, or rather they got dropped down to the lower bracket later than IG, and so that makes sense. They played more games throughout this entire tournament, so they have more experience. The gap that IG potentially had by topping the Chinese DPC doesn't seem like that big of a deal because there were so many Chinese teams here in the playoffs for this tournament, so even that doesn't matter that much for them. So I would have also favored LGD coming into this game, but
yep. And everyone says the story begins in the wildcards for PSG LGD, but you need to remember that they were actually in the tiebreaker as well. So they were the tiebreaker regional team that went into the wildcard, then into the groups, then into the upper bracket, then into the lower bracket. They've had a long and possibly exhausting run to be where they are at the moment, but they also look like the team that learned the most coming from the Chinese region. I don't feel like Invictus Gaming have changed.
So what are we teaching them after this game? You think Troll's the problem? I think Alchemist was the problem. I think I would not be surprised if LGD let the Troll go through again.
I think Mars was the problem, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm on board with that.
I think that probably and possibly was the biggest issue for Invictus Gaming, not only because they were playing against it with the puck that got pretty much handled on the mid lane, but because they couldn't find the right offlaner for themselves too.
Yeah.
Like I believe Bcop said, Alchemist Fate Beyond 100% win rate, JT Nature's Prophet 44-45% win rate. Now it went down obviously after the loss.
So Invictus Gaming has had their roster has been together since late 2019, right? So they've had a lot of time to be familiar with each other. Paris Saint-Germain, LGD on the other side have
newer.
They replaced their entire roster in September 2020. Do you think that provides Invictus Gaming with kind of an advantage because they're comfortable with each other, or have PSG LGD really shown that
PSG LGD also played
great?
under different names, different team names, that is. So it's not like everyone there is completely new and unfamiliar with one another.
What do you think their biggest strength is as a team?
This
for
man
PSG
right
LGD?
here.
This man?
Zinq.
Why do you say that?
Because he was on the camera. No, I think that he's been pretty important, but this series maybe not so much. I think Ame is the most important thing for me. Both the carries. We're seeing the Monkey King in game 1, the Troll in the game 2. I think that these are going to be the focus of
Are
this
they going
series.
to focus them out in the first 2 bans? That's my question. Monkey King 100% without looking at the draft. There you go, even though I was actually looking at the draft. Will be banned out.
So let me give you another one. 100% IO? Yeah.
Okay. No, my question now is it Troll? Is it Dead Prophet?
Is it Puck?
Or is it Timber or something different?
Is it Mars?
Yeah. So far it's been Dead Prophet. Let's see if they switched up. No, they don't. Okay, it's respectable. I think PSG LGD look their best when they have that Dead Prophet and they flex it from offlane to mid. And now as you have the first pick from Invictus Gaming, you can decide to scratch that Shadow Shaman idea or Lion idea and go for the Mars. It's an option, or even scratch the Puck and go for the Mars.
How impactful are these first picks for the team? Because a lot of times these players can flex the positions, but when a Puck comes out,
Mars will come out too from PSG LGD. I really believe that. Okay, Shadow Shaman first. They
What
get a chance.
They get a chance. They can take the Mars away.
Troll, exactly. Troll or Mars.
Troll,
They get a chance here. If they, because one of these two will be picked by PSG LGD for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What if they let both go through? Then they could ban it out. They could
Yeah,
ban
one
out
will
of
be
them.
banned out. Yeah, maybe they have their own idea. Maybe they want Tusk once again, like in that first game. It's an option. Puck Tusk, Puck or something that breaks the Dream Coil, also decent. Haven't seen them.
The
Haven't
Earth
seen.
Spirits.
Yeah, haven't seen them play too much Earth Spirit. It's Kaka Lion, Kaka Phoenix.
Oracle. He used to play a lot of Oracle at the beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, Oli plays a ton of Oracle. Usually
Yeah.
you leave it for the second phase or even last if you need a 5. Okay, Timbersaw for JT. Yeah, I thought that it will be banned out a little bit earlier. I like the approach because you're securing JT's hero early.
How will that change up PSG LGD's draft? You said Mars and Troll. Will this affect that at all?
Let's.
No. They will still go with the Troll. This is definitely what we expect from PSG LGD. However, let's think about it a little bit. Timber into Troll isn't that bad for Timber in the lane.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those lanes that you can win. Obviously, if you mess up heavily, anything can happen. We've seen that in game 2, but on paper, you should have an advantage there. Secure this Timber with a couple of bans, and I think you're good to go if you're IG. They ban out the Mars, securing the Puck, which is weird. This is...
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, the way the meta has developed and the amount of change that we have witnessed in the last week and in the last few months just proves how versatile this game is. You don't need to patch it all the time. Teams will find different solutions to different heroes, and you'll see different picks being first pick material.
Yeah.
Every week.
Even depending on what region, you'll see the weirdest things.
Razor, Morphling.
Can you explain this ban from IG that just came out?
Magnus?
Magnus, yes.
It's nothing to say.
Specialty?
Comfort. Yeah, it's his
okay.
specialty. It's comfort pick. It's also one of those heroes that's good versus Puck on the mid lane and also good with Troll. So just a lot of good things, a lot of positives coming from him. Not really something that you see played by anyone else.
Right.
But if it truly is their comfort zone, you want to steer away from it.
I'm surprised they didn't ban the Alchemist.
They have Timber this time around, so maybe that's one of the reasons. Alchemist versus Timber can be really rough. It's not even about the lane itself. The lane itself is terrible, but later on you can just chase him with Timber. You have this hero that can stay on the lane on his own, so if Timber isn't chasing him, the supports can do the same thing.
So it seems like IG was banning mainly to secure their Puck, right? Especially with the Void Spirit. I know that you've mentioned that it Puck is fine in that lane, but why would they try so hard to focus on protecting Puck?
No, they're not. They're not truly. They're banning out heroes that are good for PSG LGD and also might do well versus Puck in the mid lane. Void Spirit is not one of those.
Yeah, but the Mars and the Mag definitely
For sure, yeah.
add up. So, how heavy do you want to go on magic damage if you're LGD just to punish this first phase Timbersaw? Because Timbersaw is moving up the ranks. We used to see it be exclusively like a last pick, then it got bumped up to second phase, and now here we have it in first phase.
Yep. Haven't seen the teams from SCA that like the Timbersaw way too much, but there were a few. Masaros with Fnatic T1, they would both pick that Timber very early on, and okay.
That's a very targeted anti-Timber hero right there.
And not necessarily that much if he gets the stacks already. Right? So
yeah,
it's
but
good.
It's more of this like the Timbers who are like, okay, cool, I did well in the lane. I'm just gonna stand between your tier 1 and tier 2 now.
Yeah.
Viper's like, no.
Yeah.
You go back to the lane like a normal person.
Like a normal player, get out of my lane.
Get out of the lane.
Yeah, I think what Viper really does more is punishes Puck in the mid lane. Right? That can be a very one-sided affair as well. It can be pretty dominant for the Viper.
What makes Viper so dominant versus Puck in middle?
Did you play against Viper?
That was
Yes.
ye old Viper. Viper these days is surprisingly skill dependent. It's not as just like keep Q on autocast, spit constantly,
Okay,
win lane
now
automatically.
it's not on autocast. Now you actually have to press it. you move on the high ground and you just spam it. Viper and skill dependent heroes.
Still,
that's like the
no,
furthest apart.
The matchup is skill
Okay,
dependent.
okay.
Viper is a face roll hero. You just literally just mash on the keyboard and you'll probably do something useful.
Because Puck is a little bit stronger right now, but it's still, I think, heavily
it's Viper
favored.
Yeah.
What's also nice about Viper is it prevents IG from picking some other heroes that also suffer from break mechanics. And there's a lot of cores that usually do suffer because why are you a core? You have a pretty sick passive, right? Like your stats gain is nice and you have a sick passive, and that's what Viper deals well against.
Jug, I think, is okay, even though technically you can't crit, but you're not going to be in the Nether Toxin because you're going to be Swift Slashing and Omni Slashing and Blade Furying around.
Okay, not a bad choice for IG. They go with the Phantom line. Okay, a different approach. I'm not sure I like this way too much. You're picking PL not only into Viper but into Troll Warlord as well. Troll matchup is pretty fine for Troll. Viper matchup is like I really think you can itemize properly versus PL.
Yeah, but not. I mean, like PL can't really kill the Viper, but Viper also can't really kill the PL. You're both just kind of hitting each other, and like eventually someone else is gonna show up to the fight.
So what roles are missing from this last pick?
IG5, PSGL, GD, most likely off lane if we consider that Viper is mid. So you can see Lash banned out by IG. They're pretty much just protecting the PL. That's gonna be Lash, and that's going to be maybe Underlord, maybe.
Yeah.
What else is there that really deals well with PL?
The Void Spirit's already banned out. That would have been another choice.
It depends if they want to ban out off lanes or mids, right?
Right. Or they could do one of each. If they're looking at off lanes, yeah, I think an Underlord ban would be pretty value.
Do you think that them taking so long to decide is from not figuring it out?
Alchemist again. It's not truly that. They're trying to figure it out on the go. Drafts. Very rarely do you. Not very rarely. You do have drafts prepared, but sometimes in a game such as this one, you're thinking on the go. And
so who is remaining for IG? Wisp out, Oracle out, Abaddon? Abaddon out.
They have that gyro option once again if they wanna.
They have a Wyvern.
If they wanna try it, there's a
Wyvern. That is true.
Sure, I wouldn't mind that too much. Haven't seen it played by Oli, but versus the Troll Warlord, it could be decent. Right now, if you're looking at IG, they could use a position 5 that's actually strong in the lane as well. Something that can, not necessarily what I thought, but actually very good. It's a good pickup.
What makes it a good pickup?
It's just the anti-Troll Warlord hero. Make sure you can shatter him when he gets into battle trance and make him a lot more, especially with a Lion also. You have so much burst damage, you can quickly bring this troll to critical HP. And IG have shown that they're surprisingly good at coordinating with the Ice Blast, even though they don't have... I guess in that Mirana game they had like a ton of stun setup. They had the Mirana, they had the Lion, they had the Mars. This one, it's mainly going to be the Puck and the Lion who can set up for Ice Blasts.
Actually, if you guys remember 7 days ago when we started the Major, I was saying that this Phantom Lancer is looking extremely...
we bookended the tournament.
Yeah, extremely strong in the Chinese region. However, we haven't seen it too many times. It's been picked like 3-4 times.
It's very, very situational.
Yeah, in the playoffs, at least.
It's been making a resurgence.
Last night, it was picked, obviously, but... yep, we'll see what IG can do on it. How Fly is going to fare with it.
Faith Beyond hero. He has a...
Is Beastmaster banned? We've seen like
it's not, but PL is... Ooh.
Okay, Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger is surprisingly good against Phantom Lancer because you can't get rid of the focus fire.
It's mid lane Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah, nothing to say, and it's going to be Faith Beyond Viper.
Fate Beyond Viper. Oh, I'm so actually... what was wrong with me on this panel? Because Fate Beyond's two favorite heroes in the regionals were Viper and Prophet. So, not only in the regionals, in the FDC League too, and other tournaments that have been played. So, yeah, I can definitely see this.
How is this looking for you now that you know Viper's going to be in that third position by Faith Beyond?
I'm not sold on the Wind Ranger versus Puck. Not completely, at least. Wind Ranger versus Puck. Also, there is a Lion to burst you down, Ancient the Persian as well. But it is their last pick, so they must have planned this. They planned a pick versus the Puck that works well.
I don't think it's for the Puck. I think it's for the PL. I think this is not for the lane, but for the game type pick.
Just focus him and follow him about.
Because they didn't have an answer for Phantom Lancer otherwise, and that's why IG picked it so late in the draft. Because they're like, I think we have you cornered. And Wind Ranger's a good answer. I don't think she'll get too owned by Puck. But these are the most even drafts I've felt throughout all three games. Although last game I thought the team that had the advantage in the draft ended up losing, so I don't know.
All right, gentlemen, it's prediction time.
Yep. I'll take the first one. I'll go with I'll actually go with IG. I think the drafts are very close. The PL versus Troll, I actually value Troll there more, but overall I feel like IG have got what it takes.
I'm going to split it and go PSG LGD. The drafts are very, very close, but I feel like the momentum swing is in their favor right now.
The fantasy was 61 LGD?
67 LGD,
67
33
LGD?
IG.
I'll go LGD. Give me the 67%.
Nice.
I'll add 2 more percent to that.
He's taking the odds.
You and I add a percent.
Who will take it? Invictus Gaming versus Paris Saint-Germain LGD. This is a battle for third place or to move on to fight Evil Geniuses in the grand finals. Let's take it to Black and B-Cop to help us figure that out.
Thank you very much. Game number 3 between IG and LGD for a ticket to go to the grand final, go to the best of 5 against EG. We'll see who punches their ticket.
Or a ticket home.
This dance, yeah, a ticket home or a ticket to the grand finals.
Nobody wants to go home, of course. And yeah, it's an interesting last pickup here from LGD with that Wind Ranger, who generally suffers quite a bit from Phantom Lancer in the mid-late game portions of the game, unless you can really, start the fight with a shackle shot on him and focus fire. Because if you can't, how are you ever going to figure out who's the right one? That being said, though, Troll is quite good against PL. So yeah, it's all going to come down to how well this Troll and PL can farm, I think.
The battle begins.
Yeah, we'll see if Ame can have another successful game on that Troll. It's crazy how often the rule from Slacks always appears. Elimination games and win runners. How many times are we going to see the two just be intertwined together?
I love myself some Wind Ranger. Slacks is a Wind Ranger hater, I think. Or is he a lover? I never really followed the...
Hater?
He's a hater, okay. Wind Runner hater. I'm a big Wind Ranger fan. I think the hero offers quite a lot. It's a hard hero to pull off and play well, but when players do it, it just looks so damn good.
Yeah, we saw a good Wind Ranger the other day, and it just wasn't enough. It ends up coming up short, and it feels like the Wind Ranger has a kind of history of coming up a little bit short.
Yeah, it's always this hero that owns really hard in the mid-early game, and then sometimes in the late game still, but you just die so easily if you get caught out just a single time.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that does up against the Puck. We take a look here over bottom. We've got Faith Beyond on this Viper, just trying to shut down Fly over in the top lane with JT on the Timber. We'll see how these lanes go. Is there any one lane that's really popping out at you? Something that you think that will really pop off? Like last game, it was the Alchemist lane up against the Jug. Like, which lane really looks like it could get out of control?
I mean, top lane, as soon as this Timbersaw gets level 3, it should be getting quite difficult for the Troll and Clock to handle him. But yeah, mid lane shouldn't be a whole lot of action. Neither can really kill each other. Bottom. Nope, he's gonna be fine on the Shaman. Yeah, I don't think these lanes are the most eventful, to be honest. Like, even bot lane, the Viper is going to pressure the PL a little bit, but there shouldn't be any kills coming out of there. And the early game doesn't look to be very kill-heavy.
So it might be a quiet game with a lot of farm to be had. We'll have to see. JT on this Timber, we've seen him successful. We've seen some Timbers that really get out of control, but up against this Viper, I'm not sure it'll continue to find that success as Kaka does spot Ame's Courier and get that last shot in. Will take out the Troll's Courier, maybe pay for it with his life, but only Battery Assault, so there's no Battery Assault in Cogs. Kaka should be fine.
Yeah, he also has no backup from the Troll, so he's going to do just fine for himself. Timbersaw, though, level 3 already. This is really when the lane becomes more difficult for the Troll. And level 5 is when the lane becomes almost unplayable for the Troll.
So right now leading the CS again is LGD. This is similar to game number 2 when all 3 lanes were going well for them. You've got Nothing to Say holding his own up against Emo on this puck, who's looking for redemption with this hero. That last game just did not go well for him.
Yeah, but they had really good answers last game. This game, they still have answers, but not nearly as good as last game. So he should be having a better time for himself. Laning phase should also be easier because he's not countered. And Emo on that hero can do a lot. Bottom, a lot of stacks.
Shackle. And the stacks are really starting to become a problem. They'll get first blood, they'll take out Ali, but the return kill is there. Earth Spike for Kaka to finish off Faith Beyond. It's first blood, but a trade you're not really happy in making. And they'll put some damage out onto the Shadow Shaman. They did get the rotation as JT. And you say he's got that point where he could really feel comfortable and comfortable by himself.
Yeah, that's the power of Timbersaw. Your pulse 4 is free to do whatever he wants. Can gank middle, can gank top, bottom. And it's just really easy with this Timbersaw. There's no danger at all of dying ever to this Clock and Troll. So, yeah, no problem for Kaka to find good rotations.
Would there be a point where maybe Faith Beyond shows up towards top? Or as I say that, Shackle again now onto the Phantom Lancer. They had the break on him with another Toxin down Fly into the trees and will escape the grasp of Faith Beyond and Jinkyu.
Yeah, PL just one of the best heroes against Viper. If you doppelganger, all the stacks of the poison attack are gone. And in the mid game, of course, you don't really have good answers either against the PL. Bottom, Kaka, not in range.
Yeah, trying to come over with this Lion once again. He is really just spamming this hero, showing the impact.
Yeah, you thought you could tame the Lion.
To hell and back again. He has continued to show up in just about every game.
Yeah, he is not going to leave our sides anytime soon. Because one of these teams is going to make it to the grand finals, and they both love Shadow Shaman and Lion. So, get used to it, guys. Get used to it.
Yeah, I might see it in every game of the final.
LGD, why now pulling the creep wave here away? Just telling you how uncomfortable he is on the top lane. On the Troll, another courier kill from Kaka.
Yeah, and the Earth Spike, so this is not going to be easy here for Innocence to get away because they've got Dream Coil available, and that's exactly what they'll use to lock down Innocence and get that kill onto the Clockwork. He's gone and taken out again. This is just not the spot you want to be in. Shackle through onto Fly. They've got the Hex, the damage in.
No
Is it enough to kill off Fly? He doesn't have the Doppelganger at the moment. Under the tower, getting run down. Fairy Fire burning away. And the toxicity from Faith Beyond will take out Fly. The PL does go down, and Faith Beyond can take over in this lane.
Toxicity feels bad, man. But yeah, that's a very important kill on that PL. He was getting quite a lot of farm, but now he's in Struggle City, only sitting at 2.3k net worth. Not where you want to be as PL in this lane. And he'll have to take a lot of space come mid-game here. Emo will have to make all that space happen, as well as JT. They have the perfect heroes to do it, however, so I'm sure they'll be able to, no problem.
Our Spike lands on the Clockwork again, but he's not really going in. Faith Beyond has made that swap into the top lane. A big bunch of creeps to go and take here for him. He's got to make sure that he doesn't allow the creep wave to really get denied out, but they've got 3 heroes up top. JT going in, looking over at the Clockwork, who got the cogs around him. They've got the Hex onto JT. This is a problem now. Uzuri Orb over. They've got the Dream Coil onto 3. Well placed, but not in time to save JT. Emo's over. The Earth Spike misses. Nothing to say. He's also made the rotation. It's a 1-for-1 that benefits LGD.
Yeah, Wind Ranger, one of the best heroes against Timbersaw in the game. They're still not done yet, though. Emo still lurking around. Good tower deny.
Fate Beyond, hit by the Earth Spike. Cold Feet. He's gonna walk out. Just in time, actually.
I'm not sure what Clockwork did there previously. We saw him die there in the river. He pulled the creep wave away, allowing 3 creep waves to stack up, and the top tower is just gone from full health. There was kind of like an Agent Y play there. helping out IG quite a bit here, because you should not be losing this tower this early.
That tower is gone. Now they're going to come over, find themselves. Kaka, though, they're right on top. Power shot. Earth Spike onto 2, and he'll get the kill on the Kaka.
Yep, Kaka gone. Rune bottom will be secured by the puck. Ame once again sitting at the top of the net worth. Very comfortably. Building into that Battle Fury once more. And we'll have to see when the PL is really going to be starting to become a factor here. Maybe he'll go Diffusal Blade first, but probably going to go into his Manta style that we see many times. Or Yasha into Diffusal, also very popular. Many item builds for this hero.
And we'll see what he ends up choosing for his Battle Furies being built for Ame once again. He's not going to have the luxury of that Ag's delivery coming in. No Alchemist on his team, so it's not the jump from like 5k net worth to 10k. As it's a 3-man smoke, but they don't find Ame in the jungle. They do place down vision, so they can maybe invade this triangle a little bit later down the line, especially if they're putting the pressure on bottom.
Goodbye.
Found the Shadow Shaman, and they will get the kill here on a Jinkyu.
Very easy kill. Viper, it's going to be alright. Wind Ranger picked up the Javelin. That means Timbersaw is a realistic kill. Who doesn't have a hood yet? Going to be a lot of magic damage coming out from him.
They're taking another tier 1. The mid tier 1 still stands, but top and bottom looking like they're going to both fall.
It's a lot of poison damage.
Though, JT, a lot of damage being taken. They've got the Waning Rift. They'll hit the 2-man stun from Kaka with the Dream Coil coming down. They get the Covenant Innocence. They look over at Fate Beyond. Should be a second with the Cold Feet going over and freezing over this Viper. They get the kill, though, onto Ali in return. It's a 2-for-1, but nothing to say. He's out of mana, trying to wind run out of harm's way. And he's okay to do so.
You see that power shot? Took off half health from the A.
Trade. And not really able to survive under the bow of this Windrunner.
Yeah, strong arms, of course. Q, Shekel. Power shot.
Oh, power shot doing so much damage. Look at that. Kaka dropping. They've got the Chakra thrown over, trying to catch the Shadow Shot with the Waning Rift. They've got the silence. They'll get the kill. They'll end up trading. Nothing to say, still standing nearby, and actually stays with Emo, who jaunts over to the Illusory Orb. The Shackle doesn't attach to JT, but they've got the Viper Strike onto the Timbersaw. They get the kill on Emo. Now they're going to be able to chase JT because he's so slowed up. They'll move forward. If they can catch him from
he's stuck on the high ground?
He's probably dead, but the Timber Chain doesn't bring him onto the low ground, so he's stuck on the high ground, pushed to the low ground via the cogs, and JT, he'll get run down. LGD, and they get a lot out of this, and they will continue to put up a lead.
Yeah, big misplay here from Emo and JT. Emo orbing in, trying to get the rune, putting himself in a position to just die freely. And then JT with the missed, what's the name? Timber Chain, getting stuck onto the high ground. Like LGD was already ready to give up and run away, and then they noticed that he got stuck there.
And once they noticed, they turned around. Maybe still a little bit flustered from game 2. I mean, this is, like you said, a ticket home or a ticket to the finals. Either way, we'll see them with a ticket stub in their hand.
Clockwork got hook shot. On the line.
Lion in trouble. Earth Spike lands on 2, but the battery assault and the damage, even though he's hexed, is enough. They'll get the kill on Akaka once again. They've dropped down the Serpent Wards, and they should be able to take a tier 1 over mid. And they still have their mid-tier 1 standing, so this is big for LGD to open up the map a little bit more for them.
Yeah, at least they do have the top tower in IG, and they still have their own bottom tower, so it's good for them. But I'm sure with the next Shaman Ward set is going to be looking to take down that bottom tower as well.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's actually a deadly combination. You get hook shotted.
Dream Coil.
Coil.
Picks up a regeneration rune. Ice Blast coming through, and that'll fly over the clockwork. They get the kill there on Innocence.
Nice
now
check
coming around the back. Look at that again. Nothing to say. Just has big damage out to kill off Ollie. Ollie can't survive against the Windrunner.
What's up with all these Wind Rangers at this tournament? They're all popping off every time.
Yeah. It's a hero that's doing quite well.
Maybe Slex was wrong after all.
We'll have to see. We're yet to find our answer on whether or not Wind Ranger can save this elimination game.
Troll, battlefield completed now. He's going into that raid boss mode again. He's gonna farm up a storm, going straight into the BKB next. Diffuser blade.
Looking over mid.
Oh,
They've got the rod, and they have thrown the hook shot over onto
Oh, the
JT.
damage.
He'll timber chain away, but the damage coming in is just too much for him to handle. Faith Beyond gets the kill, and they are now up 3,000 net worth already for the side of LGD.
Yeah, that's just the power of Viper. You get 5 stacks on with the poison attack. Your magic resistance is reduced by about 45%, and even a hero like Timber just gets absolutely taken down. Why? A blast miss.
Nice blast in.
Big stick.
Ooh. Cogs, all right. But the Dream Coil is there, so that'll lock him up.
Yeah. Stick, not enough to save him there. And Troll still uncontested. That Diffuser Blade will really have to do a lot of work here for this PL and IG.
Yeah, not sure it'll be enough.
Kaka going into the 4-staff as well. They're just kind of lacking initiation until Puck gets his Blink Dagger, which will be in 800 gold. Nothing to say. Almost has his BKB. It's going to be a very strong power spike for him. 400 gold away from that.
Out of Atos on to Emo. The thing that I'm noticing, if they're going to go to the 4-staff on to Kaka, I mean, we usually expect him to have like an Aether Lens or a Blink Dagger where he feels like the initiator, the playmaker, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that with a 4-staff, which I expect him to use more defensively.
Definitely. It's just against the Clockwork, because if you get hooked, put into the Cox, and the Viper throws his Nether Toxin on top of you, it's basically just a poison pit, and you just take way too much damage. So they need a tool against it. 4-staff makes a lot of sense, but as you said, it will be a big problem for his playmaking ability. Like, it will be a lot lower than the last game. And then the game before that as well.
So it's not really where he'd certainly like to be. Oh, the Sentry Ward down that can immediately de-ward that OBS, but now that they know that they have vision, you can expect that they're trying to make an aggressive play. You see LGD, we're kind of setting up for that. Hook shot in, Ice Blast out, that's on Innocence. They've got the finger as well as the kill. They get the kill on Innocence and now turn this around onto Kaka. It's a 1-for-1 trade. They do get a stack on the finger. They will trade those supports, and this is again just leaving Ame to do whatever he wants in terms of farming.
Yeah, but the Peel as well, completely free farming now. Diffuser Blade only 100 gold away. And we have seen yesterday against Secret, Fly became an absolute beast after the Diffuser was completed.
So is that marker the marker we're looking at for Fly on this Phantom Lancer again, like the Diffusal, the heart timing, which it was mentioned as in the last game that he played this Phantom Lancer. Is it heart timing again for LGD, or do they have answers to that?
It always is hard timing for IG, but this time LGD has a Troll who's one of the best heroes against Phantom Lancer. Once he has his BKB and he gets the perma route going on this PL, he's gonna be in big trouble.
So there's the Diffusal Blade. Bounties being picked up by IG. Hook shot. That'll be thrown forward, and they've got the Dream Coil down. Nothing to say, in a lot of trouble. Pops the BKB. He is so quickly dispatched, and now they're going to go after Faith Beyond. You see that Fly gets involved. The second he's got the Diffusal Blade, he'll get the kill on a Faith Beyond, and they'll look over to take the Tier 1 over mid. A big victory for IG on that.
Yep, Phantom Lancer gets his Diffusal. A little bit of a mistake here by Nothing to Say. He has his BKB, but he has no Wind Run. A lot of physical damage coming out here from the IG side. Ame has to be careful.
He gets a kill on Ollie, though. The turnaround will be one for IG taking out Jinkyu.
1800 gold away from his BKB. That's really when he has a power spike, but they do have AA Blast this game against the Troll Life Leech, so that's why they picked it. We'll have to see if they can make the combo work though. It's not the easiest spell to hit on a hero with BKB.
No, not at all.
As you well know.
I do. I very much do. So we'll see now. It's Javelin BKB now going back into the Maelstrom. We'll see how Nothing to Say kind of goes on from this, because he's kind of falling behind Emo on this puck, who hasn't been explosive in this game, but he's certainly performing way better than the game 2 when he was on this puck. I think he ended the game with like 8k, 9k net worth.
Yeah, it's really just the lane. Like, if Puck has a decent lane, he usually dominates games. And when Puck gets shut down in the lane, like he did last game, he had absolutely nothing going for him. That's usually when they struggle quite a bit. Why? Cock push away. Easy as
Chakram a little short.
Faith Being. Now you can see they just have no ways to deal with this Phantom Lancer. Like, sure, Troll is good against him, but what if he just runs past the Troll into the backline? How do they deal with him? That is exactly why they picked this Phantom Lancer, and he's gonna be such a thorn in their eyes. Side.
Eyes too. I mean, that would be really bad to deal with thorns in your
That
eyes.
would be very painful, yeah.
Thorns anywhere are really a pain.
Hook.
Hook shot. And they're going to set up the cogs with the Hex. Ice Blast coming in, but they've got the Shackle with the Serpent Wards. It's locked down enough to get the kill here on Emo. Ollie in an interesting spot as the Earth Spike is thrown over onto Innocence. They lock up that Clockwork for a second. They've got the Hex onto the Shadow Shaman. Jinkyu again found in a pretty poor spot as Innocence falls to Fly Finger used. Jinkyu gone. 2 heroes dead on the side of LGD. So 2 kills there for IG, but they do lose Emo. And, well, the trade, I would say, definitely benefits IG a little bit with the another stack in the finger, but you're losing your mid.
Yeah, never feels good to lose your mid, but at the same time, PL still uncontested. And it just feels like LGD, even though they're getting kills, they're never getting the better ends of the trades just yet. And I'm getting a little bit afraid. Manta style completed on the PL. Probably gonna go into this heart next, that we always see. But this time around, he doesn't have to Saint Jasha for the 30% amplified HP region. So the heart won't be as effective as it was yesterday.
At least not yet, that's for sure. Troll with the Battle Fury into the BKB going Sanj and Yasha next. Wind Ranger going Ags. Lotus Orb has been completed for JT. His farm has been stymied a little bit, slowed down, but so has Faith Beyond's, as they're about equivalent in terms of gold.
Yeah, Wind Ranger went into the Maelstrom.
Oh no, Innocence. Spotted in the cogs, Chakram on him. Can he get away from this? Emo right on top of this Clockwork, trying to run away, but the Waning Rift from Emo will finish him off. Not what you were hoping for if you're Clockwork walking up those steps.
You can see LGD's up 2k gold, but it doesn't really feel that way. Like, they're playing very scared. And overall, the map control is going to IG.
Yeah, they're putting the pressure on. These Serpent Wards haven't really locked down as much in terms of pushing in these towers. They've got the Dream Coil down on Ame. He's silenced with the Waning Rift. Nether Toxin right on top of this Troll to try and defend Ame as much as they can.
Oh,
Ooh, Chain actually misses, and they could have gone on that. He's got the Lotus Orb. They'll go to the Focus Fire. They'll throw the Shackle. That connects to the tree. They should have the control to get this kill, but the Ice Blast is coming over, so it looks like IG want to fight this, or maybe push LGD away for a moment. I definitely think IG were thinking about it as they converged around LGD, but thought better of it as they back away after the Ice Blast did in fact land.
You can definitely tell nerfs are part of this game. Like JT, that's the second time a Timber Chain killed him. Very uncharacteristic. Usually he's spot on with those. But of course, high stakes. You know, it's natural to make more mistakes.
$1K lead for LGD still holding, but it has been going down consistently through the last few minutes or so.
Yeah, so the good thing LGD has going for them at least is that PL will still need another item after that. MKB, Abyssal Blade we'll have to see, because these blinding axes from the Troll are very effective against Phantom Lens and his illusions. Usually you need an MKB to really be able to fight. So they still have quite a bit of time here on LGD.
Smoke used. Doesn't land on Faith Beyond, but they're going to head towards top. For a second, they looked like they wanted to go top. They'll go through mid. Let's see if they can catch anybody over. Maybe looking at the triangle. It's Ollie in a good position to break the smoke, and they have no idea where that smoke was broken from.
I'm so confused. Like, they saw the AA in vision. They just kind of looked at him, and they were unsmoked for a good 2 seconds. And then Armor was like pinging himself out. Oh, guys, I got unsmoked. And they did not go on the AA.
Slow reaction.
Yeah.
And
They
then
were
they
probably just
reacted
focused
up
on the
the
triangle.
steps. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, smoke leading to nothing. Unfortunate.
Illusion Rune for the Windrunner. Oh, Windranger going Boots of Travel. So we had the Ags queued up, now going Boots of Travel. Do you like this pickup more? Obviously, they bring different things to the table, but he's close to the Boots of Travel and probably going to commit to it. Is that where you'd like to see the gold be invested?
I personally like the Axe more, which makes him virtually unkillable. In combination with the BKB, I feel like it would make probably more sense because right now you need all the fighting power you can get. Boosts of travel are good if you just want to control the map and pressure the map, but they're being the ones that are being pressured, right? So boosts of travel don't make a whole lot of sense, I think. Gotta upgrade your fighting power a bit.
BKB being built here for Faith Beyond. Let's see if he commits to the Boots Travel. I'd be interested to see if maybe he switches at the last second if he's got the gold and they're not really clashing.
Well, we'll see it now. He got the gold, and he's going to commit to them.
All right. I mean, you got Kaka going back for that Blink Dagger. So, yeah, he picks up the Force Staff, going to the Blink Dagger. He's got a lot of space to work with, getting a lot of gold. He's actually the top farm support at the moment. So we'll see Kaka pick up that Blink and be able to be that initiator, be that playmaker that we've seen him on this hero as so many times before. Dream Coil used, but the Illusion Rune gets popped. Not going to help you out. Windrunner trying to land the Shackle. Emo, though, on the run. Not a lot of mana to work with. He does have help from JT and Fly over to the sides, waiting in the wing to jump. So, well done by Nothing to Say not to really commit for that, because that could have been trouble.
Yep. Recognizing the situation very well. Knows he can't get the kill, and disengages appropriately. Looks like they're just going to be trading tier 2 towers here. Bottom for top. And there's both teams are quite timid. You know, just fine sitting back, farming up their carries, farming up their mid laners.
Who does that benefit the most?
It's always tough to say. Like Phantom Lancer Troll is a matchup where if Troll can find the right PL, you can easily take him down in the late game. But it's going to be so hard to find that right PL. But if he kills your backline, then the Troll can't win this game alone, obviously. Like he's going to get kited quite a bit. PL now finish the hard. And this is where you go to Struggle City as PSG LGD here.
So they need to be careful. Clockwork going for the shard, trying to use that jetpack.
You mean the meme pack?
I don't know if it's a meme as much anymore. It feels like Clockworks love this item.
Yeah, they do. It still just doesn't look like it belongs on Dota, the way like he moves and everything, you know what I mean?
Or
like a flight
swimming
simulator.
in the air.
Yeah.
It's like those people who use those water jetpacks and they don't know really how to control it.
Yeah, exactly. You go, whoa, whoa, and somehow he ends up not dying from it or exploding, but yeah, it looks really uncomfortable for him.
We'll see if jetpack works out for him once he gets it. You got Daedalus being built next for the Wind Ranger, have Nothing to Say. Soon to that shard, so items, if they've got enough time, they can make it happen here for LGD, but you could sense the presence for IG at the moment. Oh, hook shot missing, and now INVICTUS Rune picked up by Emo.
Yeah, no power hook this time. Basher picked up by Troll, and yeah, they're still just fine. Farming.
But this is what
initiation
happens in elimination games, right?
Sure.
You
Both
find
teams,
yourself being a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're afraid of committing a big mistake. Like, if you lose your Phantom Lancer or a Troll in a, you know, questionable way, this game can just turn on its head. Puck also itemizing into a Lincoln Sphere. You see Emo, usually he would go like Dagon 5 E-Blade, but It's 1-1. Elimination on the line. He goes for a Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, doesn't want
Love
to
to
take
see
any
the change in
chances.
mindset. Yeah. 5-man smoke. On the high ground.
On the high ground, Innocence will be the one who breaks the smoke, uses that rocket flare, scouts him out. Well done there by this Clockwork, who throws down the cogs. That's actually going to push over Emo, who's going to have his Lincolns broken. The Serpent Warriors are on the funnel spot of these stairs. They'll use the finger. They'll look over to get the kill on Innocence. They'll take out one. He's going to buy back immediately. They're looking over his Faith Beyond, trying to run with the Ice Blast coming in. And
huge
that
Ice
will
Blast.
land. Shackle, I think, bounced back and hit nothing to say and attached him to a tree, but they've got themselves the Shackle, the commitment onto the Phantom Lancer. Will they get the kill with the Battle Trance being used here by Ame? They've got the Lotus Orb on him, but it's not going to help him. Fly is gone. They'll look over at JT. They have locked up his Timber. He's got nothing to do here except rattle around as the Battery Assault hits him, rattles the cage, and will take out JT.
And that breaks Roshan wide open. I told you this matchup can go very one-sided. PL gets caught up without Manta Cell, gets rooted, gets bashed, he commits BKB ult on Troll, and there's just no getting out of there. Once you're just permanently rooted, you're done as PL. You're absolutely done.
So let's watch. Emo initially gets that Lincoln's broken, and Faith Beyond moves in. There's a Shackle for a second, but let's see, nothing to say. Yeah, Shackles himself to the tree
close
as it
attention
bounced
to
off
the
the
PL here.
Lotus Orb on the last second. Well, hold on.
Kaka
Kaka
getting
getting
picked off
killed.
by
Got
the
the Aegis
neutrals.
2 into the hands of Ame.
Yeah. And now, 3k gold lead
Tower is under attack.
for PSG LGD.
Radiant's top tower is
Really, you know, holding on with a victory there in that fight over mid. The game was starting to slip, and Fly just finds himself getting perma-locked down, and he was unable to do anything.
They did have to buyback on the 2 supports though. So those are now prime targets. You kill the Clock, you kill the Shaman, they're gonna be out of the fight for 70, and it gives IG really a very good chance of just fighting without them. Because without the Shaman and Clockwork, there's no one to really lock targets down.
Yeah, you just have to rely on a Shackle connecting, and I mean, that is not something that you want to have your only hopes of lockdown be on.
Yeah. I mean, Troll will have his Abyssal Blade soon, which is the next power spike for him.
And they've caught the Clockwork, finger
Gone.
used, down goes Innocence, dead for 70.
Very aggressive posture here for Clockwork. Maybe he just was like, yeah, kill me now, so next time I respawn, I'm not going to be dead for 70 at least. You know, kind of like a 5-head Galaxy Brain kind of play. Troll Warlord.
So
Abyssal Blade completed.
now has
But
that extra
Puck-
bit of lockdown.
Puck already has a counter tool though. He does have the Lincoln Sphere.
What can I say? Nature
Phantom Lancer actually went to a Ghost Scepter after that last engage. Oh, Kama. Yeah, they're lagging, apparently.
So we'll see who can fight through it.
Ah, they both can.
There's the
You
Abyssal
know,
Blade.
Troll Warlord is a right clicker. Phantom Lancer is a right clicker. They're both gonna be just fine. A-clicking into the team fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The game moves in slow-mo. You can pull off your abilities better.
If both teams were not allowed to use spells, okay, like all 5 heroes just A-click down the mid lane, who would win?
I don't know. I don't want to guess. Oh, I'm gonna
Tough
be wrong.
call, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it might be the Troll.
Well, if it's only just the PL and the Troll.
No, all 5 heroes.
Oh,
And I'm saying Troll because he has the Abyssal Blade, which blocks 100 physical damage from all the PL illusions, basically, practically making him invulnerable. Because those illusions won't even tickle him, they will do nothing.
4-man smoke from LGD. Not too close to IG at the moment, who are pretty deep on their own side of the map. And
Yeah,
Emo
Troll.
LTP back to base. So he is going for that Dagon 5 now.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. Needs more
Operation,
damage output.
yeah, Operation Blap Blap with the Lion, Finger Dagon, boom boom. See you later.
Finger Dagon plus Ice Vortex. It's a lot of potential magic burst coming out. But Troll Warlord now has level 25 strong battle trance strong dispels, meaning he can dispel stuns. Not hexes though. So if he gets hexed, he's still in trouble.
Going Mjolnir next for Troll. Got that level 20 talent there for the Windrunner. So he's picked up the Maelstrom on the Troll. They've got the Psychic Headband on the Timber. Taking a look is, I mean, he's up 4k over this Phantom Lancer. Ame just out farming Fly massively.
Yeah, but they're not really using the Aegis to fight. Like, the game, there was one fight in the last 6 minutes. Now it's back to just farming again. Although they have an Aegis and a very strong Troll. I think LGD is being a little bit too timid here. And this Aegis is gonna run out without usage.
Unfortunate, but it still gets them towards their next items. We'll see, though, if that ends up being enough, because while, yeah, it does get LGD to their next items, the open space for IG, it does the same for them. And coming into these next items, that fight is that was very close over near the tier 2 tower mid on the LGD side, but this could be a tough one coming out without an Aegis now in 20 seconds.
Yeah, if they catch the Troll here, it could just work out perfectly for them, but they're going the other way. Aegis runs out in 10. Oh!
They're going to look over. They've got the finger, and there's the kill on the Innocence immediately. He's dead for 43 seconds. They found their attention on Ame.
5 seconds.
The Chakram lands, and Aegis will expire without it being used in a fight.
Yeah, clock just the sacrificial lamb once more. Another finger stack. And now, where does that leave us? Both teams back to farming? You can just really see how different they are in this game 3 compared to the other 2 games.
Yeah, very timid. Very timid.
Yeah. Troll on a good pace of picking up his Mjolnir. As to see if he goes all in or will be keeping the buyback.
I would expect him to go all in. I think that's Ame's style.
Yeah, always has been. But it also backfired quite a bit in the past. So.
That is true.
Abyssal almost finished here for the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Abyssal necessarily, because that still means you can't kill the Wind Ranger, you can't kill the Troll. They will have to just cut the backline, kill the Viper, Shaman, as well as Clockwork. Going in, blinking out.
And Diffusal used just as he blinks away, so he'll walk away from a distance, but still pretty slow. Not going to matter. They can't catch up to him. They are going to look for the fight, though. They are smoked up. They'll look over mid. They'll use that Dream Coil. They've got the Ice Blast coming over, and that should hit onto the Shadow Shaman. He just sidesteps it. They find themselves a stun out onto the Windrunner. The Phantom Lancer trying to fight and fight over onto Ame. They've got the BKB Popeye, nothing to say. They go after Kaka. He's going to chase this line, get the kill. He's now dominating. They finished off a trade, though, on Jinkyu, who is low to start the fight. Flamethrower. Is it enough here from JT? He's all by himself. He'll Timber Chain into some distance, trying to TP out, and will be successful. It's a 2-for-1 as they lose both their supports on IG. That was a fight that they took. Ooh, nothing to say. Spots Emo.
He canceled the blink?
Yeah, he did cancel the blink, but they don't follow it up.
Not been happening. Man, he has to be so careful on this Troll. I've just seen him fight the Phantom Lancer, and he ran out of mana in like 2 seconds. He doesn't have mana for Battle Trance if he gets burned too much, which could really turn this fight around to the favor of IG.
He needs to be very careful about how he approaches these fights.
Definitely. Like, he's not the smartest hero. Troll, only sitting at 1 int per level. Right-click people, but yeah, 500 max mana at level 26. That's kind of ridiculous.
It's nothing. It really is nothing. He's going Ags now. Ooh, Innocence caught again. And almost shackling himself once more. Nothing to say. Needs to really be careful with that Lotus Orb. Throwing the shackle shot out, and then it bounces. Luckily, he didn't attach himself to a tree, because he would have been dead.
Yeah, it happened a couple of times already. You're definitely right on that one. And even though they had this Aegis fight, or not Aegis fight, they had this Aegis, you know, the gold lead is dwindling more and more, going to IG's favor, who are now kind of swallowing up the map.
Phantom Lancer forward on this, right near the tier 2 tower. They are looking to jump again in the same spot for IG. The game ticking even, 37 minutes in. This one hanging on an edge.
Roshan will respawn in 1 minute 40 seconds.
Dire's middle tower
LGD should be very aware of that because they do have a clock on their team, of course. No?
Dagon just getting upgraded, and Hawk gonna feel really strong.
Oh man. That was such a good setup for you, B-Cup. I'm disappointed.
Sometimes I just can't knock him down, dude.
You know they have a clock on their team, B-Cup.
Broken clock is right twice a day, though. Earth Spike comes in, Rod of Atos, as well as the Shackle being used. The Ice Blast is going to come over to the clock, but they've got the damage coming in from Nothing to Say to rip up Kaka and Ollie immediately. Hook shot
Both
was
supports
used with
gone
the
again.
jetpack away, and both supports are gone. However, 50 seconds until Roche is up.
Feels like every fight is the same way. Both supports die, IG runs out with all 3 cores, and LGD is just happy sitting back and farming up some more. You can't farm that much more anymore though. Troll is 6 slotted pretty much.
Yeah, we'd have to think about what he can exchange, right? If he's going Ags, probably turn it into a Blessing and then go Swift Link, but that's like a long ways out. Dream Coil is going to give enough time for IG to potentially close the gap, but they don't want to go for it.
Nah, they just wanted to bait potentially BKB here, but Armin keeping his cool, not falling for the bait. And who needs boots when you have spider legs?
True.
One of the best neutral items in the game at the tier 3. But now the tier 4 items are online. We'll have to see if this Puck finds a Spell Prism. Would be the best pickup for him. Potentially, a Timeless Relic would be very good too.
I think Timeless Relic would probably be one of the best ones there for IG.
Yeah. I mean, if IG gets both, then Lion and the Puck are going to be very happy.
Is he going to buy out on that X?
It is so risky. If he does.
Yeah, he did.
He has no buyback now. This might be the game-deciding fight. Why?
Yeah.
Breaking the smoke.
This could be a big fight for IG on the fact that they're on the opposite side of the map. They're near the objective, but they've got the Hex to look over. They're going to catch Fly. They've got the Shackle. The Lotus Orb is on him. They've stunned out the Windrunner, though. They get the kill over on a Jinkyu. They've taken out one. He doesn't have buyback. He's there for 62 seconds with the Ear Spike hitting onto the Clockwork. Now they're starting to put the pressure on the side of LGD. They've got the Viper Strike thrown over on a JT with a Waning Rift that's going to silence up this Troll. Troll trying to do all he can. He goes into the Battle Trance, and now he's going to fight this Phantom Lancer. They've got the Shackle. Isn't enough. The damage coming in. He's got the Lotus Orb. Will he survive? He goes into the Doppelganger trying to run away. The illusions is going to be enough for him. It's looking likely that he can turn this around because Ame's going to fall. Nothing to Say trying to salvage the fight. He looks over as the Shackle doesn't connect anything, but he's got the damage to take out Fly. Jetpack into the air. They don't have buyback on Ame. He's going to be dead for 95 seconds. They'll take out Kaka. That's going to be another one dead on the side of IG. Both these heroes have buyback on the side of IG, so let's see if they use it as they'll chase JT. Nothing to Say salvages the fight, and they will commit the buyback. Phantom Lancer, he'll buy back. I think they're recognizing the fact that Troll doesn't have his own buyback. They'll use the hook shot. They're right on top of JT, and they'll get the kill onto this Timber. But right on in is Emo. He's going to boots travel in, look over at Innocence, whose jetpack runs out of fuel. Emo, Waning Rift, don't think he saw him. Silenced, hiding? No way.
He's standing there in the
jetpack
trees. Yeah, it's not a meme
runs
any
out
longer.
of fuel and saves him.
They need to get this Roshan though. They have 50 seconds to get this Roshan. They committed the buyback for it. And this fight was just so unfortunate for the Troll. His own Shadow Shaman trapped him inside the wards. He was stuck there for a good 12 seconds. He needed to wait for Spider Legs to come off cooldown. His entire BKB duration wasted. And they can't get the Roshan. There was a buyback committed.
No, they can't even get Roche. Oh dear, that's real bad for IG. They committed the buyback, which... Why? What's going through their mind that they use that buyback on Fly?
I am not entirely sure. He bought back. He was kind of chasing a Clockwork together with his Puck, but nothing really came of it. They tested Roshan a little bit here, gave him a right-left jab combination, but not enough damage to take him down at all. Now he's not working with buyback anymore. And Troll still has his. Granted, he doesn't have the money. He can farm that up real quick.
So let's see. 7K lead. Who will get the next Aegis?
The next Aegis is so game deciding here. And you just see how fast this PL can drop once this focus fire is really onto the real PL. It's very scary.
And it looked like they had the opportunity to take that fight. They took the troll, but nothing to say. He kind of goes off, and we saw the power of this Wind Ranger not only in that fight, but we've seen it before in other matchups. You know, specifically the Neon matchup where Yopaj was doing so much damage, just got a little unlucky in the bash, and then the Hex that came through onto the Spirit Breaker. Ooh, immediately into the finger with the Waiting Rift hitting onto the troll as well as the Viper. They've got the dagger, they'll have the Ice Blast. They get the Cone of Faith Beyond. He's got buyback dead for 85 seconds. They're not clashing it, so he won't use it immediately. He does have a tier 2 to TP to, but let's see. This might be the opportunity that IG need to go after Roche.
Symphony of skills there. They're just blasting him from long distance, nobody really committing, and I'm surprised they had this much damage. I guess Puck now, E-Blade, Dagon 5 completed. He's gonna be an absolute monster in those team fights. They don't have the means to lock him down. They can kill PL maybe, but his Puck is gonna be a huge problem as well.
They're looking for more. They're trying to wrap, and they won't find anybody. Ame, those spider legs definitely help in eluding the other team as well. Like, yeah, you could replace your boots, but just being able to go over the cliff and get out of the harm's way very quickly like that feels quite nice. They pop the Lincolns. They've got the Hex. Do they have the control? They'll use the hook shot. Now they've got the Serpent Wards around him. They'll get the kill on the Kaka. They've taken out the Lion really quickly with the Waning Rift hitting onto the Shadow Shaman as well as the Troll. They're silenced up for a moment. He's starting to retreat on GQ. They did use the buyback. They get the kill on Ali. He's going to be dead for 53. He's got buyback as well. And these heroes on IG retreat as it doesn't go right for them. OGD, they put the pressure on and they push them away.
Yeah, Viper had with the buyback though, but so did Kaka. If Kaka goes down once more, he is the main lockdown for this IG side here. If they can rid themselves of that pest, it's going to be very hard to lock down that troll.
Firefly going Butterfly next.
It's this game is so intense for both sides. LGD now running into the pit. Troll, no buyback, needs 1,000 gold. Running into the pit. He's gonna die real fast, but Puck is strong here.
Waning Rift, Dream Coil, that lands on a 2. The Air Spike that followed it up did not land on either of those heroes. The BKB's already been committed from Ame, so he's gonna need to retreat. That's leaving Roche at half health.
Oh no, this might be a huge mistake here by LG that just made. How are they gonna fight now without the BKB on Troll?
They might have to just take a gamble. They've got the Rocket Flare that's getting some vision. They need the timing. They need the lineup for him to go in with a hook shot when the timing's right. And he's thrown the hook shot. He's used the jetpack. He's caught out. Finger
no
again.
buyback.
Kaka with another kill. Does not have buyback. He's gone for 100. And it's looking like OGD just need to give up this Roche. Something that we're going to take it.
Oh man. It was a questionable decision to begin with. Q still ready here to jump in, perhaps.
Oh, nothing to say. He wants to go for it. They're going to try and get Roche. The Roche is down. He just picked up my Fly. They're going to go around to JT. They've got the Ice Blast coming out of the Troll. He's here with the Ice Blast. He's going to be dead. Ame's gone for 99 seconds without buyback. IG might have just taken this game away from the hands of LGD. And they've got nothing to say. They'll get the kill. Down he goes. 4 heroes down on the side of LGD. IG lose nothing. Oh my, nothing to say, took a gamble, and he will lose it all to the house.
Man, LGD just completely losing their cool over that Roshan. First, they bring it to half health, have to commit all their BKBs to run out, then Clockwork dies without buyback, and then they all run into the pit to steal the Aegis. It would have been a much better call to just sit back, wait for your BKBs, and just defend your high ground. Sure, it sucks that the enemy got Roshan, but you might have potentially just lost this game.
A full minute without this Troll. He's 780 gold short of buyback. This is at least a Rax. We'll see how much IG are willing to go for. They have been playing conservative, so you gotta wonder how much they're willing to try and take.
I think at least one side, possibly 1.5.
Possibly
we'll
2.
have to see here, but their building damage is not the highest, to be honest. And Phantom Lancer doesn't have the most amount of damage here.
Melee Rax
straight
gone.
at the top.
Range Rax to follow. A 10k shift in gold lead as it goes 3k over to IG.
Yeah. Now Melee Rax in trouble.
Wow.
2,000 health.
What a
1,500.
big turnaround.
They're not gonna make it in time.
Another Toxin down. Not sure they're going to be willing to fight, but they've got the Hex coming through as well as the Dream Core that's going to be used onto the Shadow Charmer. They've got the Silence onto the Clockwork. They're going to bring Ame in to try and make something happen, but they've already lost Jinkyu. Jinkyu gone for a long time as they'll go out on Kaka. Kaka will fall, but he gets a finger out before he dies as well as an Earth Spike. Hook shot comes in. Innocent's gone. 2 heroes down on the side of LGD. They're trying to defend, but it's not defending well. They'll have to back up, and this Rax is gone.
Ame, no BKB now. And we said it, like the real problem now might just be the puck. Defense Mensa definitely is a problem, but how do you deal with this puck? You just can't kill him. You don't have the spells to kill him. You don't have the disables to lock him down.
Looking like a big challenge now for LGD. IG have done it right, and they have come back in this game, holding a massive advantage 47 minutes in.
Oh man, and it just shows again why Puck is one of the most contested hero in the game. He deals so much damage while just being elusive as... What's really elusive in real life, Biko?
Octopus.
Tiger. Octopus, sure. As elusive as an octopus. And with that Spell Prism, he's eventually gonna go into the Octarine Core, I'm sure. Then his phase shift will have like a 0.2 seconds downtime. It will be an incredibly hard task to kill him. Emo popping off that hero in Game 3.
He really is, and we haven't really felt that presence in Game 2, but now here in Game 3, it is time for him to shine. I don't want to count LGD out of it just yet. They do have an opportunity to still make this work out. They're almost level 30 on the Troll. They've got 25 on the Windrunner and almost 25 on the Viper. The same could be said for IG, but they've got 28, 27, and 24. Wow. Timber's about to hit 25 as well.
Timber 25 won't be the most impactful this game. His Hex pickup is very big for them.
Massive.
Like the Troll, it just feels like Troll can never really find his footing in the fight. Like he's just getting disabled from range, has to use BKB very early into the fight. And post BKB, how do you fight? Sure, you have Battle Trance, they have A ult, they have lots of stuns, lots of ways to lock you down. And that's just a problem with Troll late game.
Can they defend?
Aegis still up there.
Diffusal used as well as the Abyssal Blade. That comes out into Ame. They've got the Silence as well as the Hex. They'll use the Finger. They've got the Dream Core. They're going to drop down all this damage. The Ice Blast lands. He's going to be dead. He'll have buyback, so they have a second chance here with Ame. Lotus Orb on the Timber. JT trying to get out, but the hook shot as he tries the Timber Chain away. Well timed by Innocence. JT falls. Kaka's dead without buyback. They did use the Troll buyback. That's not awful for LGD, all things considered.
It's pretty awful because the winning condition doesn't have buyback. Did you see how he died there? Puck blinked in, E-Blade, Dagon, A-Blast, gone. It's just so easy for them. They can just do it again. Like, how really can Ame comfortably stay in the front lines now after experiencing that? Must be like a nightmare come true.
And he's not really even standing in the front. He was behind his own racks. I mean, he's getting blown up from a distance.
I mean, these Radiant heroes are so good at that. Ice Blast, E-Blade, Hex, Lion Finger. There's just so much damage potential. It's insane. And as you said, it's all from a mega long range.
Must have like 10 stacks at this point on that finger.
No, only 6.
Feels like 10.
Yeah, well. Lion Finger plus E-Blade is a pretty silly combination.
Yeah. And they're timing that right. It seems like every time that he does throw that finger out, the E-Blade timing with it has been on point.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know what the Troll can really itemize for to mitigate that. Sure, you can go Aeon Disc, but then you're taking up a very precious slot, and it's on like a 2-minute cooldown, whereas E-Blade Dagon, what's the cooldown on that? 16.4 seconds and 12 seconds, respectively. Like, it just makes no sense to buy Aeon Disc.
Would it have to be you relying on maybe somebody else to pick up like a Lotus Orb or a Linken's to place on you?
Linken's for sure. Lotus Orb isn't going to help that much, but his teammates will definitely need Linken's for him. Possibly even a Pipe or something, or maybe Glimmer Cape him much faster, because they do have a couple of Glimmers. But I think nothing to say. We'll have to focus his Linken's Sphere here on the Troll every time. Think you? He's running out of the base! Why?
That's way far out. He's already caught so far away from the base, and he is gone. He does have buyback. Man, I don't know what he's doing there, but he gets killed. Dream Coil used. They've got the Waiting Rift. They're going to go after this Viper. Viper in some trouble. The Dream Coil will not be enough lockdown to get the kill here. 2 catapults. They'll invade the base. They've got creeps coming through mid. LGD need to clean up, and they did commit the buyback on just the poke and prod from LGD.
He's now smoked up with the help of the Ninja Gear. Syncue trying to look for a kill here. They do have a very good observer what's scouting out the Radiant side here. Everyone's smoked up. It's go time.
They're going to try and go. They might be able to find Fly. They're right on him.
On the
They've got the Hex. Do they have it? Phantom Lancer. He's out. He's too far. He's gone. Oh no. Fly. 2 minutes. He's got buyback, but that is a big kill. If they can force his buyback, that is a win condition for LGD. They'll look over at the Ancient Apparition while they'll also find the Lion. Can they get the kill here? He's used that Ghost Scepter. Ali dies. Kaka falls. They all have buyback. JT trying to TP out. LGD have found a way to get 4 kills and clean up the side of IG. Oh my.
Fortunately for IG though, Roshan not respawning for another 2 minutes, so LGD won't be able to pick that up, and they should all be able to respawn here on the IG side. We'll see if Ame can potentially take down a Rex here before they respawn. It's a very long timer.
Buybacks aren't getting forced, which is something that would really help them out and really alleviate
They
this
have
pressure.
to force it. They know Roche is not up, they need to force the buybacks, but Puck is pushing in all the lanes. He's so obnoxious. What do you do about him?
They can't just let this base get pushed in. They need to find a way to get a buyback force. They still have 50 seconds without the Phantom Lancer. They have time to do this. They have time to push through mid, but they need to be careful. They've got the tier 2. That's going to go down relatively quick. Just nothing to say working on it right now. Let's see. Lincoln's popped. He's disarmed for a moment with that E-Blade, but they've got the tower gone. 40 seconds without the Phantom Lancer. Will he hold buyback? They've got a 2 racks advantage. I'm not sure he's going to even use buyback if they go after the set of racks on mid.
Troll does not have buyback. If they surprise buyback here and kill the Troll, the game is all over for LGD, and they know that. They're getting bullied out by a single Puck because of the fear of buybacks, man. Oh, that feels so bad. Puck sitting at 10,000 gold, by the way. Wow. It's like an investment banker at this point.
Going Ag's Blessing.
Yeah. So good. They didn't even have the best tool yet against all the BKBs coming out from the Dire. Now they do. Now the fight is just gonna get just that much harder. Troll buyback up in 2 minutes. That's what they're waiting for.
That's a hex. That's big.
It is. Glepnir, though, cannot trigger the Lincoln Sphere anymore, so they will have to find another way to do that.
Right into the triangle, they're smoked up. They're nearby. They're into Roche. Oh, Emo spots him. Dream Coil used, and that's with the Ags, but this is an early Dream Coil. Now they're going to go right into since they've got the finger as well as the Air Spike coming in, and the Ice Blast lands under the Viper as well as the Troll. They're going to try and run away. The Viper, the Dream Coil, finally not there on him, but with the BKBB popping, nothing to say. They need to find their attention onto the right heroes. The Phantom Lancers into the back line.
Yes,
they but they've got the Shackle as well as the Surfer Wards. The Silence is going to stop these Shackles from holding down Fly, but the damage coming in, they've got enough to get the kill. He's got buyback, but 3 heroes already dead on the side of OGD, and I'm not sure Ame can continue to withstand the onslaught that's coming in from IG. They look over, they've got the tag, and they'll get the kill. He's gone for 2 minutes. They'll take out the Ancient Apparition. It's just nothing to say here up against the world. IG are chasing. They're looking to get the kill. They've silenced him up, but they can't control him enough. Oh, wow. A big fight for IG. A long time without Ame, and the creeps are pushing in through mid. This should be Roche, Aegis, everything there for IG, and another chance to finish off this series and go to the grand final.
Fly soloing the Roshan here while the rest of the team smoked up, potentially looking for a couple more pickups here. This Roshan will at least allow Ame to come back into this game with a buyback. We'll be off cooldown in 1 minute. But yes, a massive win, and this PL is just so survivable. They have to throw their entire load on him. He has to pop BKB, he has to pop Battle Trance, and he just has nothing left after that. Kaka potentially looking for the clockwork here. clock dies. He has no buyback.
Nullifier for Phantom Lancer. And they're already pushing the creeps in. They're letting Phantom Lancer take the Roche by himself.
He's not hitting it anymore. Hey, fly! Okay. He just stood there for 5 seconds not hitting it.
So now they've got the creeps pushed in. Oh, the courier!
Oh, Phantom Lancer Axe. Oh, he took it himself. We have never seen a Phantom Lancer Axe yet. Let's see if we can put in some work. For those people that don't know what it does, it gives your ultimate an active that just spawns as many illusions as possible with an increased duration on all of them, which could be pretty effective because they don't have good illusion clear at all. Armor up in 20, buyback available as well.
If he could hold the buyback, that would probably be best for OGD.
Can he though?
Are they willing to go up against Megas?
Looks like they are. He's not buying back. 10 seconds left.
Glyph, all right, that's going to be enough time. So now they'll have 2 lives on the Troll. The question is it going to matter? Only down 7K, all things considered, but the net worth doesn't matter at this point. It's all just chaos, and we're soon into the tier 5s.
Yeah, we're now back into enemy territory with the Phantom Lancer Axe. Kagebuni Shuyutsu.
Trying to come through with the Jutsu and win this game, but they've got the Serpent Wards down. They're going to go and get the Hex. Lotus Orb on him, 4 staffed away. All right, that works out for IG. Hex on cooldown, going back, looking for the racks once again. Rest, reset, and poke once more.
Tier 5 items in 2 minutes.
Oh, look at the damage come out immediately onto the Troll. Looking with that Dagon as well as the Waning Rift. These silences, this damage from the Puck has just been too much for them to handle. They go to the Glyph near the Manta, gets popped. He's broken on the Nether Toxin. Innocent's looking for his opportunity to jump in, but they've got the Hex. They'll have the Ice Blast coming through, and it looks like they're going to get the kill to the Clockwork with a finger. Can he get away on this one? They'll get their attention on the Emo! They got the kill onto the Puck! They've taken him out. He's going to buy back immediately. Now they'll look over at JT. He's going to man the front lines, trying to do something here as he looks over at Ame. He's got him under the flamethrower, and Emo's back into the fight. He's right back here, but they get the Battle Trance off. They've got the stun with the BKB being popped. Looking over at the Windrunner. He throws the Shackle Shot with the Lotus Orb. It bounces off back over onto the Windrunner, so nothing to say. Needs to back off for a second with Troll trying to survive this, but he's getting low. He's going to freeze over to the Cold Feet. He'll end up dying. He does have buyback as well, so he's buyback. But you've got yourself Innocence, who's out of the fight, 95 seconds without buyback. They'll look over as JT will Timber Chain away, and I think this gives them the opportunity to go towards tier 5s.
Still cheese on Phantom Lancer, now used, back to full health. Age is still online. Emo has to be a little bit careful here. But as you said, it's going to be a 4v5 fight if they choose to fight this. Tier 5 items in 30 seconds. They want to go Mega Creeps.
They want to go Megas. They want to at least have that locked down. They've got Fly manning the front lines. We've seen how quickly they can blow up these heroes with the Ice Blast as well as the Dagon, the finger combinations coming through. This is tough.
Notice off.
Reflected. Earth Spike coming in. There's the finger. There's the kill. Faith Beyond is gone, but so is Kaka. They both have buyback. They're going to be back into the fight immediately. JT's going to be able with that Ghost Scepter, and now he needs to worry about how far he's going in. He's going to Timber Chain all the way to the back of this base, and he's in too far. He's Timber Chain too deep. He's going to be dead again. They've got themselves Megas, so all that sacrifice just to get Megas. They look over, and nothing to say. Who's taking a lot of damage. The Nullifier comes in. Is it going to be enough to get the kill on another to say? They've got the Hex coming out of the Phantom Lancer. They've got the fucking fire used out of the Phantom Lancer as well. Fly, trying to turn this around. They'll go after him with the Abyssal Blade. They've got the Earth Spike getting out of the Shadow Shopper, but they've got the damage coming out of the Fly with the Nullifier on him. He gets the Doppelganger out of the high ground. They look to the back lines. They've got themselves a Pirate Hat all of a sudden. He's going to wear that cap and try to turn this around on the side of LGD. They get the kill on the GQ. They look over and nothing to say. They've got the figure that hits it. Kaka gets the kill and nothing to say. He'll buy back. Oh, Kaka, he's gone. Oh, the base is out of here. I get the team. They get the steals. GG is there. They're going to the grand final. Oh my god! They forgot about the base. The Mega Creeps were enough.
I forgot about it too. I didn't even pay attention to it at all. IG going to the grand final, rematch against EG. Last time they
Man, there was a lot going on in that game. Panel, I need you guys, please break it down for me. We'll send it back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Black and B-Cop. A fantastic game that started off with a little bit of passive Dota that evolved into a bunch of team fighting. So much that the Ancient was just left completely unprotected.
This
Gentlemen.
this is the game 3 that we expected coming from the region. PSG LGD versus Invictus Gaming. You can't really say which team is much better, and when the heroes can decide it, the creeps have to take matters in to their own hands and take the throne.
It was, there were so many moments where I was just like, oh, the game's over. Oh, the game's over for the other team. Oh, the game's over for the first team that got it back from the other team. And I was wondering, I was like, man, they've been hitting this Rax for a really long time, and no one has gone to a different lane yet. And eventually the camera just pans over Invictus Gaming victory. Yeah.
They get those megas, and megas make sure that the game finishes, because PL is an abysmal pusher overall. I liked still very much the itemization coming from him. I liked the E-Blade as well, that was not care at all.
Yeah, so I see 3 grayed out portraits up top with no gold borders, and I'm like, oh, okay, this must be game. But like you said, Phantom Lanes are not great at taking structures, so eventually they make their way down to this bot tier 3, and another extended fight ensues.
And you can never really say that one team has it 100%, because if that PL died, he had Aegis but no buyback as well at the end. So it was very, very close, very intense. IG proving once again that they are the best in the Chinese region.
They are #1 in the DPC,
in
and
the
now
DPC league.
they've proved through this international tournament that they really do deserve to represent their region.
Yeah, and now I look at teams like eHome or Magma, maybe not Magma, but at least like eHome and Elephant, and I'm like, what are they capable of? If they were able to show up to this tournament, how far would they have gone? Because if 4th place tiebreaker wildcard PSG LGD push it to a nail-biter game 3 against the top seed, then the depth of that region is just immense.
Okay, so the first...
Like, they didn't even realize that the game was over. He was taken by... So he was like, oh, wait, we won.
That fight at bottom was intense. It was very, very, very long. So I'm not surprised that they're surprised. Even the casters were surprised. Black and B-Cop were like, oh, wait, the game's over.
Yeah, I was watching the minimap and I see the creeps hitting, but I was like, okay, it's still fine, it's still fine, it's still fine. And then you just forget about it because PL is dying.
Well, in the back of my mind, I saw Wind Ranger buy back, and I was like, okay, she's going to handle the creeps. And then, like, a millisecond later, I totally forgot about it because I was so busy watching, like, oh my god, PL just lost the Aegis. If he dies now, then he's going to be gone for like 2 minutes.
And you can't really blame them because their win condition truly is kill the PL, he has no buyback, and straight down the Ancient with the Troll. Troll is one of those heroes that can push everything in one go, from the Raxes to the Throne to the tier 4s, whatever. Sadly, for PSG LGD, it did not work out that way this time around, but...
PSG LGD will be taking 3rd place, which grants them $75,000 and 400 DPC points. What do you guys think about that? 400 points.
400, I think 1st place in the regions is 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is like winning another DPC league.
It's really great for PSG LGD, but I'm not sure what the math is, if they can relax or not, because there are so many good teams
in China.
And now with ROTK coming back as a coach to Elephant, you might not even qualify for the next major.
Very real possibility.
Dude, that's one of the phrases that I learned over the course of this week. The math has not been done yet.
It has not been done yet. It's impossible to do.
It's our way of saying we suck at math.
No. It's our way of saying that Dota is a very complicated and equal-footed region. Like, you know, if Europe ended up stomping top 3, all the teams, you know, Alliance, Liquid, Nigma, and Secret all take the top 4 slots, and maybe the math would be much simpler.
I don't know, it's still very suspicious to me that no one here does math really well.
Well, right here it says that EG has 950 points right now. EG and IG now have 950 points.
Yeah, both of those,
right.
IG and EG have to be guaranteed for TI at this point. You won your league, your top 2 at the major. That surely has to lock you in.
Team Secret with 850, followed by Virtus Pro with 700. So there's a lot at stake for this tournament. You know, a lot of points. Evil Genius is already sitting pretty at the top, tied with IG for 950, and now they're both going to battle it out for some extra points.
Yeah, and even VP being that high, it shows the importance of the leagues. Everyone was like, oh, you know, 9th through 16th don't get any points here at the major, but you have your leagues to compete in. We want the top of all the regions in the top 8, but you can compete in your own regions to figure out how you get your league points.
Yeah. If you're PSG LGD, you finished 3rd on the major. It's not the end of the world, but this isn't truly what they were hoping for. They're a really strong team that did show promise. However, IG just looked way stronger because they let them have their own thing, and they didn't necessarily show too much of their own hand.
No, you
in
were
this
saying
series,
the Troll Warlord was going to be your biggest issue. They finally found an answer for it.
They found an answer to it and to the Monkey King, and they didn't really show their hand. They just played their own game.
What do you expect going into the next series for IG? Do you think that the same strats that they used in the series versus PSG LGD will transfer over to their battle with Evil Geniuses for first place?
I think it'll be minimal. I think preparing for a Chinese team as a Chinese team and preparing for a North American team, specifically Evil Geniuses that specializes in defeating Chinese teams, I think you're going to have 2 different books that
they already played against them.
Yeah, you had to test all of your decision making, all of your micro movements to make sure that you don't throw it away in the 11th hour. So they'll be coming into this upcoming series warm.
And what about EG? Do you think that they are warmed up and ready to go, or do you think that they might have a little bit more of a struggle, or do they have something hiding in their back pocket?
EG is a team for me right now that might not even be that warmed up overall because they didn't play too many games of Dota.
Through the upper bracket.
They just ran straight to it. It was a sprint for them, not a marathon like for PSG LGD. However, they looked very, very prepared for every single series. The drafts made so much sense, so I expect nothing different from them.
All right, well, we have an interview coming up with Emo from the winners, and we are very thankful to have his translator Matt to help us out. Hello, congratulations.
Hello.
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 How does it feel to win that game 3? Were you aware of what happened at all?
就是他们想问一下你对第3局赢了什么样的感受，或者说你当时是怎么反应的？
比较惊喜吧，因为都没有看到对面基地没血。
Oh, Emo says he is very surprised because he didn't notice their throne is dead.
How do you feel relief knowing that you'll be going to the grand finals, or are you nervous to be going up against Evil Geniuses?
你们接下来去打一级的话，你觉得会紧张吗？或者说你们感觉怎么样？
我觉得我们已经完全放开了，就尽力打吧。
So Emo says they're like widely open. They're not afraid of anything. So EG, they're coming.
Nice. I like that. I like that a lot.
Hi Emo, congrats on the win. I want to know, is that Mirana pick something that you planned for on the mid lane, or did you flex pick it afterwards? Because I've only seen it once from you before in the DPC regional league.
So which hero? Pardon me?
Mirana.
Mirana. Okay.
Mirana.
So 主持人说你是就是因为你之前只用过一次中单白虎嘛，是你在中单英雄的挑选上会更固定一点，还是说更灵活一点？
灵活了。
So Emo says, yeah, he's reflex about any hero.
He definitely performed really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, even his IO, I was curious, the IO that they gave him, was that anything that he had practiced before this tournament, or was it something that he saw at this tournament and was like, I need to learn core IO?
因为就是你这个中单精灵啊，就是你之前练过的东西呢，还是说就是临时拿出来让你打的？
我就觉得精灵无敌啊，我就说这把就给我玩，让我打一就能赢。
Emo says he feels mid IO is invisible this game, so he just said, "Let me play this IO." So he just did it.
Yeah. Just one more question from me. You guys obviously had to prepare for PSG LGD. Did you prepare for EG?
Oh, sorry, pardon me, because just his mic.
Yeah, sorry. They had not a lot of time to prepare for EG because they had a game versus PSG LGD. How was that like? Did they get time actually to prepare for EG as well?
哦，因为你们之前在跟老干爹打这个 BO3，所以应该没有太多时间去准备跟 EG 的这个比赛，所以你们有所准备吗？还是说就是直接上了？
没有准备。
Emo says they have no preparation for EG at all.
Well, then I'll let him go now. Then that dude's gotta study some replays right now.
Well, do you have anything to say to all of your fans who are cheering for you in the grand finals?
Emo，你有什么想对你们的粉丝说？在这个决赛之前，就先可以跟屏幕前的这个粉丝观众说一下。
就尽量打赢EG吧，然后拿下中国的 Major 冠军。
Okay. So Emo says he's gonna or IG's gonna try their best to beat EG and get China a major champion.
We hope that you're able to do that too and represent China. Thank you so much for a fantastic interview.
Thanks, Talent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Seems to be a common trend. I'm hearing a lot of these teams are like, we didn't get any time to prepare.
But at the same time, he was like, EG, we're coming for you.
It's true.
Yep.
I like that.
That's one of the big benefits that you have from plowing through the upper bracket the way EG did, the way EG have. They have time to prepare. They're just hands behind the neck. Watch some game. Cool.
Guys, this is it. This is the end of our series.
It's been a long journey. I remember wildcards day one. I was like, oh, Liquid, Europe. I knew it. I knew Europe had this all along. And
how wrong?
How
were
wrong?
You with the power
how
rankings?
Wrong was I? I definitely did not rank South America this high. I did not think America this high. I did not think Thunder Predator would be able to get remotely as far as they did. Did not rank Neon this high. I thought
obviously you put NA high because
of course
out of love.
NA EG Grand Finals 3-0. It's already been predetermined. I didn't need to do any analysis for that. But Southeast Asia, I thought Fnatic would be
much higher,
and that they would be the chief Southeast Asian representative. I didn't have a read on VP. Eastern Europe, I didn't really know how they do. I think I probably had them. I had them top 6, but I don't think I expected them anything further than that. Secret, I expected top 3, and I guess for China, I had IG being the furthest, but I didn't think that they would get to grand finals.
Okay, fair enough. Not too bad. You predicted the.
Yeah, it's just the underdogs. I've been.
SA and SEA caught us all, like, off guard.
Completely
really.
off guard. They did great.
They just. They're still the real story of this tournament. Obviously, if EG finishes first and finally breaks the second or third curse.
Give Arteezy a Valve major for once.
Arteezy finally winning the major, that would be hype too. But again, Thunder Predator and Neon MVPs of the tournament.
Right. Well, we still have one more series left. We have the grand finals, and Shiver and the panel will be back for that. But I really wanted, before we get into our next thing, I wanted to say thank you so much to our panelists for being super patient, and I feel like I've learned a lot of Dota from you guys. So
we're thanking you,
thank you, Sumi.
Thank you for adopting our game that we are kind of famously a little bit difficult to get into, a little bit unwelcoming at times.
Not at all.
I hope you enjoyed talking about all the obvious stuff that we were predicting all the time, and the Wisp and why he was banned IO every single game.
If there's one lesson that you think you took away from this event, one of the things that we kept repeating to you, one of the heroes, the strategies, the items, what's something that you're going to walk away with?
Okay, so play Core IO, except not because Tsunami says you can't play if you're going to be playing in pubs, you should not play Core IO. Playing IO as support is the ideal.
Okay.
But anyway, we have a lot of stuff coming up next. We don't only have the grand finals. We have a special treat for Dota fans. Netflix and One Esports want to show that Dota fandom knows no bounds by proudly presenting a special treat for you on this Easter Sunday here in Singapore. For those of you who have seen Dota Dragon's Blood Lizard, the anime on Netflix, you'll recognize some of the anime's heroes featured in the majors this past week with Terrorblade, Mirana, Luna, Invoker, Luna and Invoker, and DK, Davian, finding themselves in some serious situations. But what you're about to see here is a fun look back on some great scenes in the anime series with a special twist from some great voices in the Dota 2 community. Let's take a look.
Oh, God, my head hurts. What the? Where am I? Who are you people?
You're in the hero pick screen. This is what it looks like before someone picks their hero. You picked first, so you didn't lose gold. Gold?
First pick DK? Why? Pick your heroes.
I will pick my hero as soon as White takes his marker off the mid lane. I won the roll, and he won't move his icon. What do you have to say for yourself, White?
Чего, блядь? Да пошел нахуй, сука! Well, this game looks boned. Why did I double down? What should I pick?
I don't care. Pick anything.
This is my first game in 3 years. What does Monkey King do?
Are you serious? What the hell? Can you just play a support hero?
I want to try Invoker!
No!
Oh, good. You're still alive. Hey, mid-DK, quick question. Are you insane?
Oh, I'm alive, friend. For some reason. Did I look cool?
Did you look cool doing what?
You know what. No wards out here.
Wards? You drove to tier 3 towers, and you want wards.
It wasn't a dive.
Hello?
A kill. He's there. In his fountain.
Christ, what is wrong with mid lane players?
Carry, player. Wait a minute. It's you. We lane together. It's been so long. You supported me too. How's your game?
Ah, it's been fine. I got a killing spree. You didn't notice?
Yeah, okay, look. Buy smoke so we can smoke back into the enemy fountain and we can get our hands on that damn...
meat nuts!
Monster kill!
What are you doing?
Nothing.
What up, is it's Marcia talking this shit? Woo! I've done your bidding.
Oh, is that what you were doing? My bidding? Well, I guess you're insane. You asked me to coach you, and I've tried. You have failed. What were those items?
I watched the anime. Stay true to the lore.
The lore? Are you crazy? Damn Crusaders.
But I played perfectly.
You last picked Luna support in a ranked game.
Support Luna is good right now. I watched Febe do it the other day on stream.
Febby buys support items. You bought 4 Lotus Orbs. Don't worry, Luna. You're getting out of Crusader. After your Overwatch case, you'll be leaving to low priority.
If you thought that was great, be sure to catch the rest of Dota Dragon's Blood, now streaming on Netflix. We also have the winners for the hunt for the 8 dragons. 8 dragons were terrorizing Netflix and One Esports social channels across Southeast Asia. Clues pointing to where dragons could be hiding were announced throughout the week. Here are your first place winners for the Dragon Hunt competition, and you can check out the full list of winners at oneesports.gg. Congratulations to these guys down here.
I think we're the real winners.
We're the real winners?
I gotta say. Purge Celemania is making me feel some type of way.
What about Slacks Nova?
Nova?
I mean, that's an old hat.
That's his own point.
That was in his archives. He's had that one. Wait until Gyrocopter Season 2. Spoilers. But I think Troy Baker, Yuri Lowenthal, Laura Pulver.
They need to be worried right now.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think gotta hit up the SAG or Voice Actor Union because boy, we got some real talent in this SAN.
Same way Natsumi is shaking in the neon chair.
The stand-ins. The voice actor stand-ins.
We don't only have that fantastic video. We also have some incredible. We also have incredible matches coming up in the grand finals of the Dota 2, the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. We also have another treat from Netflix and One Esports. One more special presentation. For the grand finals of the Singapore Major, we're proud to present the Dragon's Blood All-Star match pitting Team Netflix against Team One Esports. With the release of Dota Dragon's Blood on Netflix last month, we thought this might also be a great opportunity to put our players to the test in what we're calling the Dragon's Blood Mutation Mode. Throughout the course of the game, players from both teams will be served a series of multiple choice questions related to the anime, with teams answering via chat. The first team to answer correctly will receive a mutation for their entire team. Suffice to say, hilarity ensues. Let's take a look.
And welcome to the Dragon's Blood All-Star match brought to you by Netflix and One Esports. Suns fan here with my very good friend Jenkins. Greetings.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great, Suns fan. Thank you so much for asking. We do actually have a lot of the Netflix heroes coming out already on both sides.
This is Team Netflix versus Team One Esports. So on Netflix's side, you can see Snake King, Cinderin, Shad, Seb, and Honey Badger is the only unnamed person. That is Dendi himself, Jenkins. Dendi himself, that's right. He's graced us with his presence. On the other side, we have Waga, Boom, Fear, No Tail, and Bulldog. So the thing I want to talk to you about is this game mode. So this was a custom-built game mode for this All-Star match, literally for one game. It was created for one specific game, and you know nothing about it.
I do
not. Is that correct?
This is correct.
Okay, well, I'm excited to hear your reactions. Don't be afraid to scream when things may or may not happen. I'm not going to spoil anything until we actually get started here.
Okay.
Looks like for the Radiant, Seb is going to be playing the Sand King, Snake King on Shadow Shaman, which, you know, pretty common stuff for him at least.
Okay.
Cinderin on Luna, what is this? Of course, skill might not be that important, depending on what actually happens in these quote-unquote events that will occur. Jenkins, again, keeping you in the dark as much as possible. But like I was alluding to, Cinderin is playing the position 5 Luna that we've been seeing so often in pubs. Oh, looks like we have a first question coming up from Mr. Firetoad.
What is this? Which of
Does anyone know?
I think it's
D or
D.
C, guys. It's D or C. C or D.
I was watching anime on Russian. What's going on?
Slark is a dragon. A and B are definitely in, right? So it's between C and D. Which one is not?
Yeah.
What drug? All right.
I think it's D. Oh, I didn't click.
Looks like Snake King put in the answer of C, and the other team did not even choose to answer. So we'll see what ends up coming from that.
Very good.
And by not guessing, it means you're incorrect.
Penalty.
So the great Sundering Jenkins!
What? Why?
What is this?
Oh, dear.
Oh my god. What?
Okay.
Maybe almost died.
I'm the greatest.
Nice armor, Shad. Good job.
How did you live?
What is why? Okay, so explain. Okay, who came up with this idea? What if it's 60 minutes into the game and we just have to sit here and watch for 2 minutes while everyone's dead?
That's right, and you know,
what's the plan,
Firetoad,
then?
he has control of everything. So if one team is winning and he just misclicks, you know, he could bring it back. Huge rubber band effects in this mode. We're actually testing things out for the 7.29 patch. IceFrog is watching in anticipation to see how balanced some of these. That one wasn't too balanced though. That was a very powerful effect, let's say, because let's put it this way: there are effects that can affect both teams, both positively and negatively. and there are effects that can just be for one team or the other. As the second question apparently is coming up, is Seb attempting to run away. Remember, it's going to take some great micro to answer these questions, but luckily for him, he's dead, so he can type in the fountain. What is the name of the elf which Invoker protects?
It's A, it's A, it's A.
Okay. Is under attack.
So do we click it or do we like
It's
write?
A. Say it on the last second, maybe?
His daughter, right?
It's the other one. It's the
Fimmer?
Fimmer that helped.
Yeah,
Fimmer is the Fimmer then.
How do I click it?
Fimmer.
Type
Hey,
A.
right, type
Oh,
A.
yeah, right.
Type A.
A is the answer from everyone. That. Oh, actually, that might be correct. Okay, that was correct. I was thinking. I looked at the word protect, and I jumped to conclusions. So both are correct. All right, well done.
Dire is affected by Elder Dragon Flight. Oh, they all get it.
That's right.
Oh,
Everyone
I
is
mean-
an elder dragon. Very fitting.
Everyone's just slow.
As Snake King is going to get dropped after the arrow connected from the Marana/Dragon, which is not part of the anime, by the way. Spoiler alert. As Seb looks like he's going to be able to help finish off one more player, so it's a 1-for-2, turning into a 2-for-1 in favor of Dire. And with
Everybody's
all the
just
effects
battling.
going on, yeah, it's still very even in terms of net worth, as Dendi in the mid lane getting hit by Waga, playing his patented TA that we haven't even mentioned yet. And it looks like Bulldog fed in the bot lane, but Shad's going to end up trading to the right click of Fear.
Well, they get tower damage with this, right? With this is just like Elder Dragon for
Oh, yeah.
level 3. Waka can hit tower here.
Okay,
He
indeed.
gets splash and side blades. Okay.
Yeah,
I see
he
how
is.
kills Dendi.
He is level 6 versus Dendi's level 5 right now. So
Yeah, I mean,
Waga, he's playing very seriously as well. Jenkins. He picked his one hero that he spams in every pub. Is he gonna get Shackle to start things off into the cold snap from the Invoker Dendi? All right, the MP will connect, but not a whole lot of damage done because the mana has been depleted already. There. Shad getting chased in the bot lane as the Terrorblade at half HP right now. Bulldog. And they don't have that much damage to speak of, but Breathe Fire really good in terms of mitigating the damage of the Terrorblade because of the stats-based hero that he is. It looks like TA ends up dying in the mid lane, but Shad gets an early level of Sunder onto Bulldog. Cinderin with that position 5 Luna. Useless as always, Cinderin. Thank you for joining us.
I mean,
Okay,
to be
guys.
fair, he did just kill Waga mid. I mean that.
No, useless.
Okay,
Third question
sorry about
coming
that,
up.
Cinderin, embarrassing.
As Bulldog is
pathetic.
getting chased. What do the exiled elves that worship the goddess Mene call themselves? All right, this is your turn, Jenkins. We're both 0-1, actually.
Of course, as this team fight is going on, we will say this is the this would be the Dark Moon Order.
Okay,
Coming
I
in
actually.
hot here.
All right, we'll see if you're correct, Jenkins. I have no idea. I'm gonna say A just for fun. It looks like
I
the
mean, that-
teams will agree.
Really?
Well, let's see if it's correct or not. Shadow Shaman takes a tumble along with the Marana from each respective side. Both teams correct. So what buff shall they receive this time around? They've
Primal
received
Gift.
a primal. Ooh, so everybody gets a little random Bruling. Now, would you say that there is a good Bruling to have at this stage of the game? A lot of them were the Storm Pandas. Unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, the Fire Panda does 180 damage. I mean, that's a lot. The Storm Panda does like half of that, less than half. So
Yeah.
that's quite nice.
You can
the
see
Purple Panda,
No-Tail-
pathetic. I mean, look at this.
No-Tail's Fire Panda is going back to Fountain for some reason. Not sure what the deal with that is. I think he
He's-
forgot that
Oh, he's healing it.
that was there. It's going to run out soon, young man. I think that might be the only Fire Panda in this game. So a little
Yeah,
bit
it looks
unlucky there. Yeah, Waga getting lifted repeatedly in the mid lane.
Seb is
with his
really-
actual hero. Shad gonna lift him again. As a lot of this damage being applied to this tier 1 tower because these Earth Pandas do a lot of damage to that.
I see. That's what they're going for. They're trying to siege with these. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
They're
that's actually a
attacking
pretty
with
good
the
strat.
purple one.
And it looks like they're going to finally disappear as Waka has spent the last 30 seconds in the air, essentially. But Bulldog in the bot lane now is a dragon, officially, for fair this time. He's going to get cold snapped, so Dendi trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Shad going to continue on. Doesn't look like they'll find Bulldog, though. He'll walk away safely.
Radiant's middle tower
Did require a couple TPs, though, for the Radiant.
Oh,
they're gonna see
Dendi.
Dendi gets breathed
He's going
fire by
down.
Bulldog. Wow.
Just like
So
that. He walked
10
into his
to
entry.
4. Only a 1k advantage, though, Cenk. If you'll find in this game mode that, like I said, rubber band effects, I would be surprised if any team runs away with this. As
Ooh,
Arrow's
nice
going to
arrow.
connect to Seb, and No-Tail should be able to finish him off, although the Burrow Strike does come. Waga, a little bit too late there. but they'll focus their efforts on Snake King instead. He's going to get shackled, is Waga. No-Tail leaps into the Mud Golems, will get denied. Beautifully done. Big Wyvern ult, though. Looks like Cinderen's going to take a tumble in all likelihood, and Shad might be next. No Sunder available. So great turnaround, 1 for 3. All it cost was No-Tail, who denied himself to neutrals. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, nice little start there from Seb with the bait. You see him do this often in his pubs on SK, but follow-up was not there.
All right, as we see some action, Knickers, it is you. Which god of the Dota universe is missing from the sentence?
Let's see if answering instantly throws the other team off and they pick another one.
Was that a guess, or do you actually know?
I know this.
Okay.
The barkeep says that.
What?
What?
I know. It's B.
Oh yeah,
that
that rings a bell when I say it.
That's
I think only No-Tail answered here, so. I know,
Yeah, we're
Cinder
gonna see a
answered as
Sundering?
well.
Okay.
Both teams correct. All right, looks like I was correct as well, Jenkins. So if anybody's keeping score at home, Jenkins is losing horribly. Everyone has received Nature's Help. 3 waves of tree ants spawn in each lane and rush the enemy ancient. Wow. This is your kind of buff, my friend. Look
Oh
at
wait.
this.
Oh, just 3 trees. Oh no, 3 waves of trees. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. But I guess since they
Dendy
both got
mid.
it.
He's gonna sidestep the arrow, but Fear's gonna continue on with that bounty hunter. Ends up destroying him. And will attempt to get away, but he might be the sacrifice made. Oh, almost disjoints that, but sadly in his case dies. So 1 for 1. And yeah, the trance against like a TA, not super helpful, I will say. And bot lane Bulldog's going to pop his dragon form and apply a little bit of pressure to that tier 2 tower.
Yeah, same thing there, right? Trance just tanking.
Oh, arrow
Nice
connects onto Dandy. Bulldog still with the dragon tail into the breathed fire, and it looks like they will find another kill on Dendy. That is the 5th of the... Wow, I did not think he had died 5 times already.
Ooh, Cinderin.
As No-Tail giving the answer for a future question in the form of Selemene, but incorrectly spelled. So we'll see if that ends up being correct for any future question. Shad's getting tracked here by Fear. We didn't really talk about the lineups, Jenkins. I know you don't care, but do you like a particular lineup if this was a normal game of Dota? Oh,
If
Bulldog.
this was a normal game of Dota.
Cinderen's dying, so this is a regular game of Dota. So continue on.
You know, I would probably say the Radiant, looking at this fight here, we got a bounty hunter going down.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade in terms of supports. Boom. Applying a little bit of pressure to Shad, but he'll be able to walk away with that really high armor. But TA, Waga, destroying. 6K net worth lead. As the 5th question, I mean, the Radiant really need to get a question correctly. What is the name of Dragon Knight Squire? This one's really easy. You know this one, right?
Bram.
He's called Bram, right?
Yeah. Easy one.
It's Stoic, isn't it? It's not Mars or Caden, for sure. It's 2 other characters.
Bram, I think?
I think it's Bram too.
Oh, I think it's
Yeah,
Bram.
Bram or... Yeah, it has to be that.
I'll be it in the last second.
Bram is definitely the answer. And both teams get it correct, so both teams shall get a buff. I'm hoping that Mr. Firetoad will end up punishing the Dire here, just for existing. As... Oh, this one is awesome. All right, let's watch this first duel.
Well, you can duel buildings? What do you mean
Yes.
you can duel buildings?
You can duel buildings, as we're going to see the first duel on bot, but Snake King is going to take a tumble, and Bulldog will get 10 damage. Seb, getting off his ult, needs to right-click. There's the duel. Bulldog.
Oh,
Yep.
yes.
Unfortunate for Bulldog, as Seb will continue to stack up damage here.
Oh,
And more damage going on. That's a double duel there for Waga.
Yeah, he got 40 damage. He's
That
going to
was
get
nice. Yep. That is 50 damage in the... That's 5 duel victories?
more.
Wow.
That is indeed 5. Yeah, he
So,
killed 5
extending the
people.
lead. Goodness.
We got 1 double
Yeah,
duel, I think.
It is so funny when you attack barracks and duel them, I have to say. As Shad, he might be next on the list, but it looks like he's going to be the beneficiary of this time around. We'll finally fall towards the end as Snake King gets off the shackle a little bit too late. I believe the buff has ended, and here comes Cinder's enormous ultimate as the position 5 Luna will not get a kill. We'll have to scurry back to base. Very sad, just like all our pub games where Luna is support. Seb
Usually how it goes.
initiates in, gets the burrow strike off, but he's basically alone right now. He's going to get blown up. And now Dendy's going to be next. Goes invisible, but not going to save you when there's a sentry right next to you. 7K net worth lead, Jenkins.
Fire Toad, there's got to be some, like, god...
There we go.
Oh.
There it is.
I see.
All right. Radiant, get Moonlight Shadow and Track, essentially. And the Dire are all ruptured. But half their team is dead, so it doesn't really benefit them very much.
They are indeed just standing still right now.
Very poor timing. Very poor timing. In fact, they've gained net worth leads since that buff.
They have. They have. It's not so good. It's
And
not
Bulldog's
going
to try to turn this around. He's going to get that Dragon Form off, but will they be able to get this kill? He's still tracked. All right. All right. Radiant gets something out of that.
A little bit of gold. A little bit of track gold. Okay. Not so bad.
Now, the real track from Fear comes out, though, so keep that in mind. I wonder if that stacks if they have that buff.
Ooh, Seb.
He
sees
at
him
the
at the
center.
top. Oh.
And, yeah, he's just going to use it to farm the jungle here. Understandable.
Oh, that's not so good. Oh, Bulldog.
Very sad indeed. There's actually a smoke here from the Dire. Doesn't look like they're going to find anybody off the bat. They're going to pop the Moonlight Shadow. And they're going to wrap around to try to squeeze in this push coming in from the Radiant.
Radiant's middle tower
This could spell trouble for Cinderin. I'm just going to call it out now that he will die here. Dire has been very nice. So Rupture and Track coming out. But the Wolves as well in favor of the Radiant. They're going to find Fear to start things out. He has to stand still because of that Rupture. So a huge rubber band comeback mechanic here, Jenkins. This is what you were asking for.
Great. This makes a lot of sense that they got the benefit of this.
I mean, they need a lot of help, buddy. They need a lot of help. Wyvern comes out. Everybody's a wolf, though. Actually cannot wait to... Shad as a wolf is pretty freaking scary. Cinder's going to pop that ult finally, but dies shortly after. So it's a 2-for-1. Despite the buff, still losing this engagement. Shad? I believe he's not metamorphed as a wolf. I would like to see what that looks like.
Is a bit of a troublemaker.
He's
We'll
dead.
just say that. There he goes.
He has died again. After arriving at the inn in Hauptstadt and getting drunk, what object did Davian throw up? Is this my turn, Jenkins?
Well, I mean, this is an easy one.
Yeah, this is easy. It's B.
It's a ring, of course.
Yeah, of course.
It is. For fair play, I mean, Denny, you okay? To be fair, you did just get Lycan ult. Entire enemy team ruptured, so...
Yeah, they're both going to copy each other now, so both get it correct. So both shall receive a buff. Both teams correct, but Radiant has Cinder, so they need all the help they can get as we're going to see the cookies. This is the best effect in the game by far.
Whoa.
What the f cookie cataclysm?
I believe in you. Oh, whoa.
I'm going for a kill in this cookie madness. What the sh?
Keep your illusion on. Keep your illusion on.
Guys, come on. This is so hard to master, actually.
I can't move.
Oh, I got Syndrome. It's cool. I got Syndrome.
Get it.
Run, Fear.
Wait,
I'm telling you,
the help button didn't work. What the hell is going on?
The Illus are so broken, actually.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. More.
The playmaking TV.
How did you get every kill during this shit?
What? Why are there ranged creeps getting cookies?
There's
Those aren't heroes.
There's no rhyme or reason, Jenkins. Just accept it as it is. You're a Dota player. You don't ask questions. You just accept things.
This is true.
The way
it's
they
still
are.
Going.
Oh, they're going to get the bounties, too, so this should help their net worth. The tier 1's going to go down as well. Shad is going to get orchided by Boom. Don't think he can find the kill, although there's the Wyvern ult.
Oh,
that's have to actually kill him. Yeah, he might actually get this kill. Sunder on cooldown, but the Arctic burn ends up not being enough here as Snaking comes to the rescue.
Ooh, there's a trap. Waga didn't use the trap.
Not paying attention. He needs to play TA a little bit more, I think. As Dendy's going to get a kill, but he gets tracked and brought down immediately. I mean, this is a 4K net worth lead only now for the Dire, and this is with a bounty hunter in your team, so not too shabby. Cinderin getting tracked now. Chased. as the Veil of Discord. Here comes the Epicenter, but Synderen dies immediately. Seb will get at least a trade of sorts, but Waga now going to be focused by the fully healed Shad. Cold Embrace going to keep Waga alive for just a little bit longer. Sunder's still on cooldown. He's in a lot of trouble here. This is a right-clicking boom, keep in mind. So Terrorblade ends up dropping, and Seb looks like he will survive. As apparently NoTail thinks this is rigged.
The epi was great, and I think it is rigged. I mean, it's obviously rigged. You could see Synderen intentionally, clearly using the ult early, not comboing it with Seb. Clearly, once again, resentful towards his teammates.
To be fair, there he died after like one proc of the ult. It wouldn't have mattered, my friend. I know you really hate Synderen.
But you know Synderen, he's meticulous in his griefing ability. He knows what he's doing.
Luna was once known as...
Let's see.
Yeah.
Easy.
She said she was known as the Plague, the Scourge.
Yeah, the Scourge. Yeah. That, but isn't that what the others called him?
I'm going to go with C on this one. I actually don't 100% know. I don't know why I don't know. Should watch it with subtitles next time, maybe. That'll probably help. Both are going to go with C, which I believe is what I went with.
Subtitles?
So both are correct.
Why? Why subtitles? Isn't it
I actually watch
in
most
English?
things in subtitles. Yeah, but it helps with dialogue. Just remembering it and appreciating it. All right, Guardian Angel buff for the creeps and summons, it looks like. Invoker, Mr. Dendi. Looks like this will be his 10th death of the game, and Synderen's going to follow suit as well. The Synderen death count, just for those that are wondering, is now at 10 as well. So just trying to make sure that Dendi keeps it even.
He's going to try to be out doing that soon, though. I can imagine.
Snake King disconnects as he's on the cliff. Will they bad manners kill him? Looks like that will be the case. Oh, wait, that was Seb.
Yeah.
Looks like Snake King's back.
He's
Never
back.
mind.
He's back. Yeah.
All right, good.
Bottom tower is under
That would have been the first rage quit in All-Star match history, so glad to not see it.
Yeah. You know, I can understand why he's been disoriented. Needs a minute to clear his head there.
I think we need a massive sundering again, just to bring things back into the fold.
Yeah. Okay. How long does this Guardian Angel last? Because I do believe there are creep waves with about 50 creeps right now on both sides.
It's gone. It has ended. Yeah, it takes a while. Of course, Guardian Angel, any magic damage will still be able to kill them. Very helpful late game. I will say this from personal experience playing this. As, oh, Dendi's dead again. Oh, dear. They're just picking on the poor guy. He probably just woke up to play this match. Just crawled out of bed. Very sad. And he's going to actually buy back into the game. Snake King. Not able to do much with that. Lotus Orb applied to Boom. He's going to take the Burrow Strike. It's going to be the double Burrow Strike, in fact. They will find the 1 kill on Boom, which is very helpful because he is a core. And Bulldog looks to be next, so likely a 2-for-1, and all it cost him was a support. Although Bulldog staying alive thanks to that Dragon Blood passive. Brought to you by Netflix. Oh, he's going to blink and TP, and he actually gets away after all said and done.
Here on Waga for ignoring team fights.
Personal Sunder, as the 8th question is coming up, apparently Seb popped the Ghost Scepter, missed the Burrow Strike initiation. So I'm sure they're going to be able to find him. Marcy is... Oh, this one's super easy. How are they going to get this one wrong?
Paralyzed here. I believe all the pictures I've seen of her, she is standing still. So we'll go ahead and go with C here.
All right. I'm going to go with D, just in case you're wrong there, Jenkins, just in case.
Okay.
I would be surprised if anybody gets this one wrong. As they're going to wait for the last second to type, and yeah, both will go with D.
Okay.
Yes, it was too easy, Fire Toe. We need to punish it. Oh my goodness.
Black hole. Spamming.
It's a huge team fight. Start off with the Burrow Strike. Invoker combinations as well. The Dire are being decimated. Bulldog's going to be next on the list. TA, the last remaining member of the Dire. A huge comeback. All skill for the Radiant. As the Shackle will be used to finish off TA, but that's just the Aegis. Buyback onto NoTail. He's going to try to get the arrow off here, but here comes Seb with the Epicenter. Waga able to blink out. Thanks to that refraction. Burrow Strike will disconnect again. That's the opposite of connect, in case you were wondering. Waga, the Lotus is applied. They do see him, though, so another kill for Radiant. What a comeback. That was a huge black hole, Jenkins.
Great comeback. Amazing play from Fire Toad there. Really bringing it back here in this game. Seb actually goes in and he gets a burst right onto Nota. They're gonna get him. Almost
They're going deep. That is more than a team wipe. That is 6 dead with 0 lost.
That's his
for
dive
Radiant into the tier 2 tower. And the net worth lead's starting to swing in their, well, not in their favor, but they're not losing by quite as much anymore. As the Rosso War's going to go down, so this is a potential tier 3 tower. As No-Tail begging for a question.
It does look like we're going to need a personal sundering here on the Radiant squad to even this out.
What is the name of the dragon which Dragonite transforms into? This is really easy as well. Come on. Come on, Jenkins. You got this, buddy. Just pick and choose.
I will go ahead and say Divine. This will be the Davian Dragonite that he turns into.
So Davian turns into a dragon named Davian. That's quite the coincidence, I have to say. I'm going to go with B.
To me, it doesn't matter what you change into. Your name is just your name. It just represents you as a person. And so as a dragon, he's still a person to me.
Oh,
Jenkins got...
That's really nice. Oh! Sacred arrows from all over the place. Getting perma-stunned. This might be the death of everyone. Looks like... Oh, actually, Shad will survive thanks to all those stats from Scotty. So it's a 2-for-1. Very nice.
My B, boys.
Good try, Jenkins. Good try.
Not going for BKB and getting the Sags. That's the way to go.
Shadow Bulldog initiates onto Dendi. We're going to follow it up with potentially the initiation from Boom, but he gets hexed on the sideline. Invoker does die at the beginning. Epicenter onto 3 heroes. Boom. He's going to cold embrace himself, though, as it's a 1-for-1. How many Eldworms are still sleeping by the end of the show? I believe that's... Is that spelled correctly?
Eldurms is...
Eldurms?
Is okay. That's the trick. That's the trick question. If you don't answer, it's 0. You don't answer. No answer.
Yeah, I would accept 0, and I'm gonna say 6. I have no idea though. I have absolutely no clue. All right, looks like somebody's gonna get it wrong, if not everyone. I'm gonna finish off one more here in the meantime. So it ends up being a 1-for-3. Radiant bringing this back very nicely. Radiant is correct. So they get the shrink ray. So they're smaller now. Their HP is not reduced, so it's not like the actual shrink ray from Tinker. So now, keep in mind, this is a buff because it's harder to click them. Like, tracking them is going to be very annoying for Fear.
Seb still has the really expensive item, though. He's got the aura thing. So, pay to lose in this situation. It's very easy
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, they can see them, but it's just still hard to click them, you know?
So their actual model size is smaller.
Yes, correct.
And
His
hitbox
Bulldog
for arrow and
gonna
stuff.
have no trouble with that single target stun onto Cinder and into the arrow. All right, so much for the buff. No buff can save Cinder at this point.
How can you target me?
He's wondering himself. Goodness gracious.
The thing is, I think people feel so much visceral hatred for Cinderin that it's like an aura that's larger than any, like, you know, the aura just brings you to him. All people in the pubs know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Snake King gets brought to half HP with 1 click from Waga, but we'll be able to get out just fine.
Dude, Snake King's cute. Look at him.
He's very cuddly.
He's adorable.
Until you look at his portraits, then not so much.
Yeah, that's
All right.
stuff.
The net worth advantage is basically even. Caden makes his home in.
Is that just Dragon's Keep or is that a bait?
Hauptstadt? No?
I got it look for you now.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Hauptstadt. Yeah. I remember that word. I was like, okay, I think it's A.
I could be wrong, but...
Is it just baiting with Dragon's Keep? Hopefully they're pig.
It's B.
Yeah, it's possible. All right, Cinderin, I believe, has the correct answer. We'll see. I don't actually know the answers to these questions, if you haven't noticed.
I definitely
like ahead of time, that is.
I have noticed. Just it's even though you binge watched the show and wouldn't stop spoiling me.
Yeah, sorry, Jenkins.
You still don't know.
Radiant is correct.
Okay.
Wait, who? Radiant answered B. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the rupture comes out, and the dragon form for each respective member of the Radiant. So this should get an easy kill onto Boom at the very least. Okay. Cinder Salamania is disgusting. Cinder's
okay. To be fair though, that was ruptured and wolf buffed. not so good. Not so great.
Yeah, this is a difficult one for sure. No, he's a very fast chicken, is Waga. He's gonna get shackled though. They don't have a whole lot of damage to speak of, but there comes the epicenter into the Sunstrike, and that is more than enough to basically even this game up in terms of net worth. Appreciate that. Looks like Shad's gonna get the Aegis for himself and the cheese for a future time. Good thing they didn't give that to Cinder. And it's Boom. Looks like he's gonna get Sunstruck. It's not enough for the kill quite yet, but it looks like he'll just get Burrow Struck right after and into the Tornado. More than enough again, as still 10 seconds for TA to come back. No Tail. Has the Lotus Orb, so keeping true to the anime, but now the Radiant are just dumpstering the Dire. Looks like we might need some comeback mechanics for the Dire once they're up, as they're gonna get a tier 2 tower and they're gonna look for more in all likelihood.
Yeah, at this point, I think the momentum is heavily in the favor of the Radiant squad. Of course, we see Shad still has his little mini-me buff.
Yep, this is true. The buybacks will come. The Dire have asked for help. They get to ask for that one time. So we'll see what ends up coming to fruition here. They get a random Bruling, and the duels will come out as well. And they're in the midst of the enemy base, so this could be advantageous for the Dire, but we'll see. Into the cookies, it's mayhem! Jenkins, mayhem! But the Dire are being decimated again. 3 dead in the blink of an eye, as this is going to be a lot of dual damage for somebody on Shad. That is just the Aegis, however, as Cinderin dies as per norm. Looks like TA, Waga, trying to focus on people on the outskirts of the fight here. They're able to use their Brewmaster Brewlings in the meantime. The Burrow Strike, I can't even tell what's going on. There's just too many cookies to consume, and the Dire will completely be team wiped as Wyvern finally back from the dead, but I don't believe he can hold this, as only Cinderin has perished for the Radiant. I don't think he can defend this at all.
Breaking down this team fight, if you could be quiet for a second here, I'm going to do my professional analysis.
Please take it.
What's still going? Continue play by.
No, you interrupted me for a reason, Jenkins.
Okay.
The cookies, they actually help out the Dire a little bit there. Is it going to buy back into the game now? All right, now would you like to give analysis?
Yeah, I think the reason the Dire squad is actually coming back here as Boom buys back and is going to probably be able to take down Shad here, does not have the mini-me buff, is because they focused Cinderin at the start of the fight.
Yeah, of course.
That would be my professional analytical breakdown of that. When literally everybody is dying, having a bounty hunter on your team is quite nice, because you very literally get more gold for everybody dying.
Yeah, and so Fear has had a lot of experience in all-star matches, so he's actually very meta right now. Oh my. Is that a Luna Aghanim Scepter? He actually was able to get an Ags this game, despite the 13 Cinderin. Such a pro gamer. This is why I'm such good friends with Cinder, because no matter how far behind he is, he'll always find a way back. As help is asked for again, although they already asked for help, I'm sure they'll get it regardless.
This is not how the show is.
That's true.
I mean, I don't think Dragon Knight's dead at the end of the first season, if I do recall myself.
Spoiler! Yeah, they're going to take Cinder down yet again. All right, Fear. Continuing to get these track kills, so that's going to be helpful for them, but they're still 10k net worth behind. They have the advantage in terms of numbers right now. See if they can actually use this to get a kill. Orchid doesn't look like, yeah, Dendy doesn't have a BKB or anything, so he will just stand here and die.
Yeah.
Back to square one. Oh, which of Davian's family members were killed before he decided to become a dragon? This one's easy. Too easy.
I think it's his dog, right? Isn't it? Like,
if somebody says D, please let them be double correct. That's a double correct answer.
He goes on like a killing spree after his dog dies.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if it's C or B. That's actually a tough one. I couldn't remember if they mentioned him having siblings or not. Okay, I retract my original statement. That was a little harder than I thought. Thank you, Firefly. Appreciate that. Oh, the treepocalypse! All the trees are dead, and the tidal waves. Cinderin doesn't even understand what to do right now. Can't fathom what is going on. He's being right-clicked by Bulldog. The arrow is coming. Ooh, just misses there. Yeah, but he is mega dead. Very good.
That's good. Did they get a track on him there for that? No, they didn't. He was Fear was defending base.
Very sad indeed. Oh, Waga does have a leveler. This could come in handy later with the buildings. And No Tail. Dendy. You know, Dendy's died a bunch, but he's actually gotten a bunch of kills now. He's gotten up to a little bit better continuation from the beginning of the game. Oh, looks like he did have the cheese, so he's going to pop that and stay alive. Waga, though, stuck inside the Rasta wards. Right-click to that. Double kill for Shad. And both of those cores are dead for a very long time. Looks like Bulldog's going to be next, and all Fear can do is track from a distance. Still not done with his Aghanim Scepter yet. Relatively close, but the game might just end here without some potential interference from Fire Toad.
This should be it.
In theory, the game should be over right now.
Yeah, they could just throne, I believe.
Yes,
Shad,
they could.
Though, Shad is actually being good-mannered. He's going for the barracks first. Oh, there he goes. Straight for the throne.
There's the initiation onto No Tail. The buyback onto T. He just got buyback right now. Looks like a bunch of duels coming out. That has been activated yet again.
He's dueling Bulldog's finger in the ace pedestal. Very good Bulldog. Great stuff from him.
That's not safe for Netflix, I don't believe. Oh, the hooks!
Oh,
the hooks from every which way!
Fountain!
Will they get hooked to Fountain? Shad is in there for just a moment. And the duel's going to force the illusion back in, but unfortunately it's not the real Shad. And it looks like the game may end here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Radiant, a.k.a. Team Netflix, despite Synderin died 15 times, as well as Synderin, or as well as Dendy and Snake King, but they will win the game somehow, Jenkins. What is going on?
Embarrassing. Pathetic. I don't know how Synderin's going to sleep tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one.
Probably won't. I don't think he does. I really don't think he does. I see he's on your podcast. Next day, he's streaming opposite hours. How can you do that unless you're
I don't know.
Undead, not dead, undead.
That's a great point. That's a very good point, Jenkins. Thank you for joining us again. So the throne is at 71 health. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the game is over now, as the Great Sundering is upon us, but it's too late. Nothing can stop the Radiant. So congratulations to Team Netflix. Thank you so much. Netflix and One Esports, the major, good stuff. This was a very enjoyable all-star match. Thank you to Firetoad, Slacks, everybody for putting this together. Suns fan and Jenkins signing out for now. Goodbye.
Coming up next, Evil Geniuses versus Invictus Gaming.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed.
I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have full stop available to... Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. all you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
It is grand finals time here for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major, and we are going to dive straight into our pre-match. We have Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming. They're going to go head-to-head in the best of 5, and I am joined by Lizard and Gods. And Gods, there is so much to talk about with these two teams, but I want to set the scene a little bit first for IG. This tournament's... let's start with that. You know, there is obviously a whole run that the team has made over the last, like, what, 1.5 years since they were with this roster. But this tournament as a whole, how would you describe IG's run?
We've only seen IG for, I guess 3 or 4 days. I think for IG, it's been very solid, playing around Emo especially. Emo's been their big superstar. I would kind of just describe it as clinical at times. They came in as the best team of China. I think, you know, LGD... put their name up saying, hey, maybe we can beat you, but IG, continued to maintain their dominance over the Chinese teams.
Yep, in the region as well. You could see in the regional league that they were always the dominant ones from the beginning of the league up to the end. PSG LGD definitely made a push towards top 3, top 4 at the end of the league, which resulted them being in the tiebreaker in the wild card, in the group stages, and now here, sadly, IG are the stronger ones, sadly for PSG LGD, but for IG, they've just proven their dominance in the Chinese region and very deserving of this grand finals.
Absolutely. Both EG and IG actually also coming from tiebreakers in this case, specifically to be playing in this upper bracket, straight up seeded into that upper bracket, meaning that on the other side of IG, there's EG. They've only played 3 series so far, Lizard.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of them, right? Like, because they came so well prepared. Every single series that they've taken it very seriously, and you can see the way that they drafted. I would like to note the drafts versus PSG LGD versus the Monkey King drafts with the Viper Razor combination, of course, plus Puck, something that we don't necessarily see very often from EG, and Parker would agree. Not only because of the heroes, but the playstyle they adapted.
Yeah, it feels like, EG's like playing this game of preparation. It's almost like this game of chess where they didn't play many scrims coming in. They didn't get to play the group stage, the wild card. So instead, they're just playing against their opponents in their heads. They're watching the other teams, what they're doing. They're figuring out how they're going to draft, how they're going to play, because they haven't had the same match experience as many other teams. But, IG themselves also not playing that group stage.
So is Arteezy, when he goes to bed, he sees Dota heroes on the ceiling, moving around?
Bulba, maybe.
I think yeah, that would be the better guess, and Fly probably as well. Both of these teams also having quite the history with each other. Now, both organizations go way, 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 way back, and we'll save you all the details of that. But with these rosters, slight tweaks here and there, but IG last year in the first major of the year, the Chengdu major, they came 4th. If I remember correctly. 4th or 3rd? Oh, no, they came 3rd,
right?
They came 3rd, indeed. And they actually were the team to knock out EG in that major. They were able to do so after EG knocked them to the lower bracket in the first round. Sound familiar? Happened here as well. And then there was another major, the Leipzig major. Both teams were playing there as well. And this time, EG knocked IG out of the tournament, where EG moved all the way to the grand finals, but were not able to take it. For EG, this is a big one. This is a big title to get. If they get it, it will be the first major taken by an NA team ever.
And
that's mad.
That's crazy.
Especially with how good EG has been for the last 7 years, basically. You know, they're always in the top like 3 to 6 in
They're
TI.
consistent,
Yeah.
solid, standard, but never really breaking it through. Not in the last, 4 years or so.
And you can't even say, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because that would mean that they were second all the time, and that's also not true.
The last time they were, though, right?
Last time they were second.
Yeah.
That's the only time they've been in a major finals.
The kind of ongoing meme was they'd always get third, like Arteezy third place curse, and I think, you know, they had a lot of third places where, you know, it'd be like Secret, VP, or PSG LGD finishing in that top 2, or Vici Gaming if you go back a few seasons, and, you know, it feels like EG here have finally made that breakthrough.
And considering the last major, we haven't seen a lot of international Dotes, right? Since then, they looked very strong. They really did.
They
they don't look any weaker at the moment.
Yeah, EG look incredible. They come here also with the easy road. Quote unquote easy. I don't know if you can call it easy. It is upper bracket. It is the toughest Dota, the best Dota being played, and EG has made it look easy. Let's put it that way. They have played, gods, you say it time and time again, they have played the cleanest Dota here.
They really have. Like, it looks very clinical draft-wise and just play-wise. They're playing aggressive when they're stronger, but they're playing very conservatively when they need to. They understand when their item timings are, whether it's the Alchemist games, even though that was their one loss. Like, they know when to fight. They are really good at controlling Roshan when they're playing that Radiant side. Like, they use the Beastmaster really well, these Vision heroes, and they're just picking and choosing their battles, not worried about playing this, you know, super fast pace. We got to run at them, and, you know, we're going to play our game, is what EG say.
Yeah.
Speaking of the team on the other side, they obviously did lose to Evil Geniuses already once in the tournament, but history repeats itself, has that tendency, and we interviewed them. They said, yeah, we didn't really prepare, we had no time. I sincerely find that very hard to believe. As they probably expected themselves to be in the grand finals. So we'll see if they have maybe a different set of bans for the opening or a different approach to the game, because IG, they're extremely versatile team.
Yeah. They are, and I can't wait to see their opening as well of the drafts. Of course, that's what we're talking about. To be able to have a draft, though, we need to have those players on stage. So it is time to give a warm welcome to our grand finalists.
Welcome on stage, Evil Geniuses. Welcome on stage, Invictus Gaming.
Invictus Gaming and Evil Geniuses both looking to solidify themselves as the best team in the world currently, because obviously TI is the goal also for these two teams. And I think it is very important for this series particular that we focus away from TI, because both teams kind of already secured TI mostly for themselves with the points that they're getting from being in the finals and of course securing the top seed from their region. It is about the title. There is so much pressure on it. We know EG, they've never won a title on the major stage before. The region hasn't. On the other side, IG, they come from a region where, yes, we've seen Chinese teams take major titles before, but it's been a little while. The last time was at the end of the 2019 DPC season, 2018-2019, and that was the Vici Gaming that everybody had super high hopes with, and then they ended 6th at TI, which, yes, good, not good enough for them. But I think the region is looking for a new king. We heard Emo say they're hoping to take down EG not for themselves, not to get the title to IG, no, to get the title
to the region.
for the region.
Yeah.
Very big.
It's been, 3 years in a row where a European team has won TI. And I think for China especially, they're used to being the region that's either on top or at least on the same level as the European region. So a lot of fans there have higher expectations to win those titles. So, yeah, I think it's a really good point for IG. They're doing it for their region. They're competing. And I think NA, same thing, but also for themselves because they need to prove they can win titles.
Yes.
EG, despite how amazingly consistent and dominant they've been, particularly in the NA region, I think just for their mentality, their psyche going to a tournament like TI, they need to remind themselves, hey, we can win tournaments because they haven't done that really. They've won minors, they've won smaller tournaments, they haven't won a major ever.
One minor and one summit, that's it. And yes, they have won other things, but different rosters and all that.
And much like the expectations were different for Thunder Predator, let's say, or SCA Neon coming into this tournament, same goes for IG coming into the regionals. Maybe not necessarily to the same extent. Everyone expected this powerhouse of Elephant to come in, sweep everything away, and be the team that comes out on top, and perhaps the team that gets here to the finals because of all the superstars. However, IG said no, we have something different planned out, and they're here in the finals. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us in this game one.
So let's start talking some Dota. One of the things that I want to point out is, yes, we've seen EG only 3 series so far, 7 games in total. Both Arteezy and Fly have played 6 different heroes in those 7 games. Gods, that is very diverse.
Makes it hard to prepare for them, and I think what EG have shown is they're generally going to save that Arteezy pick for the end of the draft, with the exception of like one game where they first 2 picked an Alchemist. They're a team that have a lot of faith in Arteezy's ability to win the game based on having the last pick of the draft and having that flex opportunity.
We'll see now if they go for the same bans like in the first series. I believe Invictus Gaming went with IO Phoenix, meanwhile Evil Geniuses with Earth Spirit plus, sorry, the other way around, Earth Spirit plus Dead Prophet from Invictus Gaming because of crit, obviously, right? So, yeah, and the IO Phoenix from Evil Geniuses. We'll see if they go in a similar direction.
It feels like that first pick advantage gets stronger and stronger as we go in the tournament because of some of those key heroes like the Puck, both Abed as well as Emo play an amazing Puck. So I think, it's earlier on some teams valued having last pick of the draft, getting to counter everything, or maybe playing on their preferred side, Radiant Dire. But this is where having first pick, controlling what the bans are. If you have first pick, your opponents have to ban IO, for example.
Exactly.
And maybe as Puck
maybe
as well.
Exactly. Yeah, so when you don't have first pick, it feels like you just don't have any bans because you're just forced to ban certain heroes.
So I have to just put this one thing out there. Mars seems to be the way to go versus the Puck, and because of that, I still think Puck will be one of the top 4 bans or picks in the first stage. However, Mars looked extremely strong in the Secret Series and today in the PSG LGD versus IG Series. Meta is still evolving. We're at the grand finals of the major. Teams are still finding ways of flexing different heroes that are still in the meta to different positions to counterattack these Pucks and Dead Prophets and whatnot.
Yeah, and while I think the 2 mid laners maybe play like similar hero pools at times and have a similar way they fit into their teams, the 2 4 positions couldn't be more different. On one side, IG, you have the the range supports, the Shamans, the Lions, and then for EG, it's all about those active 4s, the Tusk, the Earth Spirit, the Tiny we've seen from Crit. So
the in-your-face heroes.
Yes, Crit is looking to make plays. He wants to win Abed his lane. Often ISS maybe gets left on his own, but I mean, Crit's just looking to make plays. That's his way of playing Dota right now, and I think it's very different when it comes to what IG are doing.
Exactly, and when you think about what IG is doing with these Shadow Shamans and Lions, they don't necessarily fare too well against these Tusks and Crit Earth Spirits and whatnot. However, we've seen yesterday as well with Secret, it starts in a snowball and ends up on an impale from Lions.
It can work in your favor.
It can work. It can work in your favor. If you have IO as well, anything can work in your favor.
The big if is if you can survive the lanes, because EG are the best laning stage team in the world right now. That is how they win a lot of their games. That is really what they prioritize with their picks, their play. They're picking these heroes that can just win their lanes, and then they go from there.
In the upper bracket so far, we've seen very few comebacks. It has been whoever wins the lanes kind of wins the game, because at this level, teams are not making mistakes to throw away their leads, or at least they normally don't. We definitely had a little moment where a lot of IG fans against PSG LGD were maybe a little sweating
in
the lower bracket finals.
What you just said was proven very much in that second game, in which the lanes were lost and you just can't win the game afterwards. All 3 lanes went in the favor of PSG LGD, so it was just a GG afterwards. GG. But yeah, we'll see. I believe that Invictus Gaming and Evil Geniuses are very solid in their laning stage, and it should be in the most common way. You win one lane, you lose one lane, and one evens out.
Yeah. We've seen not too much of either teams this tournament. IG obviously a little bit more because they got dropped to the lower bracket in round 2 of the uppers. How would you describe the growth that these two teams have had during this tournament? Would you even consider, for example, EG to have had any growth? Because they came in super hot, still looking super hot. I don't know if there has been a big growth.
It's hard to say with EG. I think they did show in that last best of 3 a new look. They had Arteezy win games on both Razor and Bloodseeker, 2 new carries, and carries he wasn't playing during the NADPC League. He played Razor, you know, if you go back 5 or 6 years, was one of his signature picks, but it wasn't the greedy, I'm going to farm my lane, then farm the jungle kind of carry. So whether that's growth or just EG adapting.
Oh, that's definitely growth, because if you look at that was also versus the Monkey King, and if you look at the way SA and SCA teams that are usually playing like that with a position 1 that's just crazy and fighting all the time, Nature's Prophet and whatnot, I believe they might have copied or they've been inspired by these different teams, maybe even inspired by IG, because even though they won against them, IG is a team that likes to flex the win condition on the mid lane because they have emo. And when you look at Evil Geniuses, Arteezy definitely is a formidable player, but Abed is
we
quite...
saw what he can do,
Yeah,
especially on puck, you know, it's like...
And that Storm Spirit performance was pretty solid.
That's another hero which I feel like has been underpicked this tournament. When we've seen Storm picked in that, you know, second phase, it is the spirit that bullies the other one, that can win the matchups against the Void Spirit, against the Ember Spirit, and can just take over and carry games and allow you to pick a less greedy safe laner.
Okay, actually a different ban instantly coming from IG, so that's we haven't seen this. Usually they would ban out the Earth Spirit, right, versus the crit. This time Tusk. But do you ban out both of those, because one of them is going to be taken, right?
We'll have to wait and see. I'm curious, because I think for this first game, it looks like IG are going to have first pick, so the pressure is going to be on, you know, EG as far as banning those, you know, signature big meta picks. So we'll have to see what EG look to take out here in game number 1.
Yeah, another hero we should be wary of, or at least IG should be wary of it, is the Alchemist. EG is not afraid to first phase it, and it's definitely something to keep in the back of your mind. Curious how this is going to go down. We do have the IO ban, as said, EG. They kind of have to. Alchemist will then also be banned out by IG, and let's see if EG, without having first pick, remove the puck, because if they leave it in, IG will pick it up.
And the Tusk as well. It's like we saw the future. It's incredible. Yeah, let's see. The puck, a probable ban by Evil Geniuses. That Prophet perhaps as well, even though IG were usually the team that does ban out that Prophet. So, or Evil Geniuses can go in a different direction. And, okay, puck, never mind. Everything else. I thought that they might ban out JT, because it looks like IG has started picking his heroes earlier and earlier because they want to secure his Mars or his Timbersaw, these kind of heroes.
Yeah, we've seen that banned out against them quite a bit, the Timbersaw especially. They go for the Phoenix here, first round. They have played it on both Kaka and Ollie, so having a little bit of a flex with a 4 and 5. Mostly it's been played as their 5. And I have I have to think about a series that was earlier today, and I believe, Lizard, you do not like Mirana first pick.
Not a personal favorite, but in the series before, it was flexed to the mid position, in which Emo just dominated super hard. And yeah, when you're IG and you pick that Mirana, you can flex the hero from 4 to offlane to mid lane, and because of that, it's a really good pick. And for EG right now, they needed a hero that deals with Yegg. They pick it up, but because of that, they give away the Mars. And
I think they had no plans to pick the Mars themselves. So that's where I'm totally okay with this. I think their plan is to go for more their style of offlaners, the Beastmaster, the Timbersaw for themselves for Ice Ice Ice. I don't think they just, once they saw that Phoenix pick, they're like, okay, they're going to get Mars Phoenix. What are we going to play?
And there you go, the Beastmaster.
We're going to play the Ice 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 Beastmaster. They're on the dire side this time. Usually they're picking this on Radiant, but either way, it's this hero that pushes lanes, gives them that map control, and a very strong pairing with the Mirana, which typically is played in the 4th position when EG are running this. Very kind of NA DPC meta, Mirana was one of the most picked fours because Earth Spirit was just getting banned every game. Four position players love to play this greedy for Mirana.
And on the other side, we have the Phoenix-Mars combination. We see that it is still strong. However, it is not the end-all be-all that it used to be. Now you just have to buy BKB and you're fine.
Yeah, and
free.
you can see that Invictus Gaming, they realize exactly that. Because of that, Jug is going out. You don't want to be playing versus these heroes that already have a BKB with them. So Jug, possibly one of the better bans. Maybe they can look towards the Troll as well, heroes. The other cores that just do well versus Mars and Phoenix.
And it's very much EG in comfort zone because they played against this exact Mars Phoenix before. They had the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster went for a BKB hero that doesn't normally get it. They had BKB on their other cores. Like, this is not something new for them or any team at this point, but EG just considering how few games they've played, it's almost to me an advantage they're playing against something for a second time now.
My biggest question is which one of the cores on the side of Invictus Gaming will be playing that true win condition, because they can flex things up. We've talked about this. Emo with some Morphlings or something similar that in the past have been banned out against them.
His TA has been amazing.
The Storm Spirit as well, pretty formidable.
And I gotta say, Storm Spirit, one of those heroes I think both teams have to be worried about. That's what Abed did. You've got Beastmaster, that hero that can give you all that vision, and you want to jump that backline. Jump a hero like Phoenix before he can get his spells off. So I like Storm a lot against this Phoenix Mars because they don't bring that reliable lockdown or disable to kind of deal with it.
Yeah, and talking about growth, there are two heroes that have grown pretty much on every single team in the last couple of days. That's Phantom Lancer, that I expected way more at the early stages of this tournament, and the second one is Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
So maybe one of these two will go out through.
And if you're speaking about two cores there, let me throw two supports in the mix. Shadow Shaman and Lion, both still available for picking.
Ooh. Both of them very much available. Lion, if he's picked into Invictus Gaming, I don't necessarily like him way too much into Beastmaster. Boars are hitting you, Necros are hitting you, you're scouted by the Hawk and whatnot. But if you are Invictus Gaming, you have Kaka, and we've seen what he can do on the hero.
Yeah.
There we go, with the Phantom Lancer banned out by Evil Geniuses.
It's going to be interesting to see what Fly and RTZ get to play this game. We got a bit of a heavy focus on getting cores out of the way.
Yeah, with the Phantom Lancer banned out, maybe Evil Geniuses are looking towards that Morphling. Haven't seen it, but it's possible. Terrorblade as well, that's in the pool that they've played. They actually played in this matchup on the side of EG, right, and won with the TB.
And the other carry that I think I maybe prefer is something EG succeed with, which is fast-paced Dota, is Weaver. We've seen Weaver look really good. Just not against the games where it's looked bad is when it's against a hero, a carry match like a PL, where it doesn't have an answer for all the illusions.
And don't be fooled, even though IG banned out the Tide Hunter, it's mostly because they play it on 5 on EG. Right?
Yes.
They flex it completely on Fly. And I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of teams ban out, like Enchantress versus EG, ban out the Tide, and I'm not quite certain if the value of those bans.
It's hard because we haven't seen Fly dominate on Enchantress here at the Major. It's been banned against him, but it was his go-to if you go back to the leagues. And I think that's where it's really hard to draft and prepare for these teams that started in the playoffs, because you have to look at the leagues. Yeah, you have to look at the leagues and be like, this was one of their best heroes. Like, it doesn't matter if they haven't picked it yet. We just kind of got to ban it probably. But it looks like, that nice thing with the best of 5 is you do have that wiggle room. So maybe IG's saying, look, they haven't really proven they can dominate lanes with Enchantress yet. Let's give it to them game 1 and just see how good it is, because we don't rate this hero as highly as they do.
Yeah, one of the strangest things for me here is that Prophet, Void Spirit, all of these heroes completely untouched, and Evil Geniuses actually still ban out the Timber.
They're worried about some kind of flex.
They're worried about Mars mid, because we have seen it. Even though I think it's exclusive versus the Puck Pick, which has already been banned, it still can be drafted in the mid lane versus other heroes.
Yeah, and we've not seen Emo play it either, but yeah, it's a threat. You want to make sure that Timber Saw is not going to come out.
When you have two superstar players, Emo and Abed, I just don't want to see Mars mid. I don't want to even see Dead Prophet mid, nothing like that. I want to see Pucks, Storms, Void Spirits, Ember Spirits. For fun.
Death Prophet ignored, by the way, so
far.
Yeah,
completely.
It's crazy to think that this has been like a first pick, first ban hero, but these two teams decide, actually, maybe not so much. And EG get an Abaddon, a hero, you're against this big team fight, well, Abaddon doesn't die in it. He can just go in, run in first, tank some spells, and generally, if you're IG, you don't want to throw spells at an Abaddon because it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, and they banned out the Oracle, so that's the only, let's say, big saver remaining from the position 5 that Evil Geniuses have snatched for themselves. Plus, if Phoenix is 4, you could have taken the Abaddon on IG. You would be playing versus Mirana and Beastmaster. It's a pretty solid pickup.
And now the Timber ban makes sense. I feel like EG knew they were going to be picking heroes that don't address Timbersaw, like a 5-position Abba, maybe even Arteezy's carry of choice is just not going to have any way of dealing with a Timbersaw. So they're just like, if they pick Timber off lane and Flexus Mars mid, we can't beat it. So.
Yep. By the way, the TB that we mentioned earlier, Phoenix and Mars already are a bit difficult to play into. It's still possible, but not quite confident with that pick, let's put it that way.
And of course, we can't forget with EG, this first pick Mirana, we expect it to be a 4, but just last series, it was Flexus in the mid lane. So potential for it to go there, but you really do need to see your matchup before you can choose to send Mirana mid.
Yeah. I would still give it to Crit, right? He's just such a strong Mirana player. And you want to have this position 4 that can jump on top of the egg and kill it.
Well, we're switching it up. The Disruptor coming out. It will be IG's first Disruptor of the tournament.
Kind of funny to see it picked into an Abaddon. Sometimes, if you never lane against each other because both are 5, but...
Here's the Storm pick. We were talking about how this could be so good for both teams. They have mid players who can be the win condition that can win the game. You don't need to rely on just Arteezy becoming that super late game carry when you can have Abed playing the Storm Spirit. And a hero that synergizes so well with what Beastmaster brings to the table.
If you're IG, do you want to pick up your counter to that Storm right now? Because you know that there's going to be 2 bans coming out to focus.
Two bans coming out to focus the mid lane or the safe lane. So you're kind of looking at the drafts, looking at the bans. How many more heroes do we have left in the pool, and what do we do with that right now?
Let's see. It's the Naga Siren coming out.
Oh, damn.
So far, I think it's only Arteezy that's played a game of Naga Siren.
Yeah, versus Techies.
Yeah, a bit of a weird game we saw. It was picked once or twice in the group stage. I know Quincy played in one of their games, so...
The team fight from IG is ridiculous. And now one thing, though. If this Naga plays the way Arteezy played it, I'm loving it. The Orchid, the SNY, I believe, Manta early on, and then you just fight. If you go for this AFK style Naga that just roams around the triangle and
jungles, takes all the farm on the map.
It was so bad during the leagues. This was the one hero that would lose for anyone if played like that.
And I think that's also just the carry in general right now is like you cannot afford to be playing this passive farm your jungle style. You have to be linking up with your team early to mid-game, even before you get your farming items.
So why is it picked up here? Why 4th pick Naga Siren?
Your team fight is ridiculously strong. You have set up for Disruptor, and also it's one of those heroes that has very high armor versus the Beastmaster, plus you don't really care about the boars. You can just send the illusions on him, so overall the laning stage itself should be pretty solid for the Naga.
I don't love it against the Storm, but I don't think there are carries that match up well against the Storm. There's not many that have that insta-catch or kill potential other than the obvious anti-mage, but this is not an anti-mage game. You're playing against Beastmaster. Anti-mage is completely fallen off, so they're probably just looking at this like, okay, what hero is going to work without draft? Storm doesn't like destroy Naga. Naga doesn't destroy Storm. You do have the ensnare if you ever catch the Storm, which is kind of hard to do.
You get that upgraded ensnare as well through Pierce's spell immunity. Could come in handy.
But IG still right now they're all in that team fight, and I feel like Storm in general is a hero. His playstyle does well against these heavy team fight lineups because you can just kind of play the outside of the fight. You can hit and run. You can cut waves. You can do a lot of annoying things, which Abed is so good at. And none of these heroes, I would say, are great against Storm Spirit.
It's IG actually that ban out the anti-mage versus Evil Geniuses. They do need that one hard carry that matches up against Naga. My question is, will they go for that route, or will they put Abed on that big winning condition of Storm and then give something that just fights early on for Arteezy, like that Bloodseeker that we've seen yesterday?
Could be they're taking their time here. They still have a lot of their bonus time left compared to IG. IG only has 5 seconds remaining in their bonus time. They used most of it to think about their Disruptor pick. And they find Disruptor right now. I'd be quite worried about Abed Storm jumping me because he's going to be first focused, most likely.
You can see that they banned out the Queen of Pain, and even though that's a matchup that can really go out of control for Quap. But same goes for Storm. If you do well enough in the laning stage, you get that Orchid before Queen of Pain gets Yules or the Orchid, you're just hunting her throughout the whole matchup. So let's see what the other ban is. Most likely another mid laner, right?
So Void Spirit is still in the pool, Death Prophet's still in the pool. And to be fair, all spirits are still in the pool.
Yeah, I kind of like the. I mean, Co-op brings the Orchid, but having a hero like one of those spirits that maybe doesn't lane amazing against Storm, but gives you a way to catch and kill Storm later on, like the Ember particularly for me.
The ban that they did was my favorite. I think that Prophet would have been the best for Invictus Gaming because you don't necessarily have to think about the laning itself, but your objective taking capabilities. And if Naga will be the AFK farmer, who's gonna do anything on the map for you? You need.
That's so true. And even when Naga joins up, that's not a hero that particularly takes Roche or pushes towers that fast or effectively. So Death Prophet would have kind of filled that gap.
Let's see what they go for.
Ooh.
That's some next level greed coming from IG. Now they have done it before, but it's usually Bloodseeker safe lane, Weaver safe lane, something similar. And
all
then
the things we said before, in terms of lanes and how well the lanes do normally sets you up for a win or a loss, how would you rate that, the laning stage for IG Lizard?
At the laning stage for me necessarily isn't the problem. The problem is when this Storm pops off and just starts hunting the Morphling and the Naga. Disruptor is difficult for him, but the laning stage should be fine for them. And
Carry
they go with
Lesh. I love it. I was thinking, okay, who's the heroes that deal with illusion? And you mentioned fast pace.
Yeah.
Leshrac for Arteezy. This is something I don't think IG's ready for. It takes objectives, it pushes the tempo, it deals with those Naga illusions.
Completely different playstyle. This is... You made this, I made this. Saying to South America and SCA.
Yeah, this is the Neon safe lane carry that we saw Skem play time and time again.
And I really like this approach because when you look at IG, they're full greed. You have Morphling on the mid lane. Obviously, he's not going to go for the standard route. He will be more active early on.
He will have to.
But he is still a Morphling on the mid lane, plus Naga safe lane. I really think that evil geniuses have them a little bit outdrafted here.
I tend to agree. I think for IG, it's going to be really hard to get to that stage where they can capitalize on having this Naga and Morphling farm. The way they do it, though, is going to be that big team fight. I think Naga needs to be active early on, needs to join the fights. You've got this crazy team fight around the sleep with Disruptor follow-up, Mars Phoenix. EG can't really team fight into that unless they kind of start snowballing ahead with their draft.
Do you then feel like IG has the edge here, or would you still go for EG?
I would still go for EG. I think the way I've seen Abed play this
You would go with them anyway.
Look, I see Abed Puck, I see Abed Storm, you know. That's enough for me.
Easy choice. I think there's a lot with you. I mean, I go for EG. You're also going for EG. So how can you judge gods for going for EG?
I have a feeling that we might see some history being made here with the amount of teamfight possibility coming from IG. If they turn it, they will turn it with Naga into the Disruptor royalty, into the egg and everything.
There's a lot of pressure on IG to get their team fight going. I'm curious to hear from Lacoste and ODPixel if they feel like that amount of team fight from IG will come in time.
Could be, you know, but the EG, they ran something similar with the Razor draft where they didn't really have the super late game, because right now they're playing against two Agi cores and both of their cores are intelligent, so they need to have a good advantage, you know, coming after the laning stage, 10-15 minutes in, they need to have an advantage. Leshrac is a good pick, you know, to deal with the Naga Siren. OD, you got anything to add, anything smart?
I mean, I'm just sort of blown away by how greedy IG's gone. I mean, Morphling and Naga, I've got to be honest, I'll be completely surprised if EG aren't able to punish this. I think EG's going to be able to run them over. I just don't see this level of greed, you know, teams getting away with it in the grand finals of a major.
Well, let's find out if IG can get away with this greed or if EG will take the first game of this best-of-5 grand finals. ODPixel and Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much. But yeah, Lacoste, I mean, obviously a lot of greed with the final two cores of IG. They do have that phenomenal setup and team fight around it.
Yeah, I remember the old cheats, you know, greed is good. You know, sometimes I think in this game it could be punished. Like, EG, they have a fast lineup, they have a maneuverable lineup with the Storm Spirit, Beastmaster. I want to see if Arteezy once again gets like an earlier bot so that he can be moving around the map, something that he did on Razor, just to put some more pressure, like you're going to bring that one extra hero.
Yeah, and you like the way that EG ended up, you know, going for the Arteezy Lesh when you consider what was in the pool. This was pretty much the best thing to pick the pace.
A lot of the carries were banned out, like those Radiance type of carries, also like you had a really good point, you know, maybe it would be a good lifestealer game because they had really nothing, but then they picked Morphling and they're like, maybe they did not want to go for it. So they decided to go for Leshrac, something that deals well with the illusions. Right now, Leshrac, just jungling. Just jungle Lesh.
He's checking out the lanes, making sure that they get the matchups that they want. Arteezy will continue to head down bottom.
Something that they've done before, multiple times already throughout this major. Just leave Ice on the safe lane, especially when they were playing Alchemist with the Acid Spray. And the Tusk, this time around, they don't have that strong of a tri-lane, but it's still super strong. I remember historically, you know, Disruptor, he was not considered, like every single time, when, like the tri-lanes were a thing, everyone was playing it. You see a Disruptor, you want an aggressive tri-lane, because what he brings is pretty much just a Thunderstrike.
We'll see. Top lane with this setup now. Ice. Have to deal with Fly and Kaka putting the pressure on. Should be able to find some decent CS underneath the tower. And this mid lane matchup. Definitely eyes on how well Emo is going to be able to do against Arbed, how much he's going to be able to get up lane. Bottom lane, Ollie. Oh, going to be just slightly off the mark with the stun, but it doesn't matter. EG will be the ones to claim first blood with the tri-lane.
Right now, they're thinking, do we help Kaka on the top lane? Made the big pull, will deny some of the creeps, will get level 2 by that. But the way EG is playing, like they're sacrificing Ice farm, he's one of the craziest players out there. You know, he will eventually do something that might sound or look stupid, and like EG will get the advantage from it. Like remember the Pango leader when he was playing Pango, just rolling inside the base, going near the tier 4 towers, and then you see like 1 or 2 people rotating, trying to punish that, which opens up more space for EG.
See mid lane Emo. Try and get up aggressive onto Arbed. Both heroes just baiting each other. Arbed still with Fairy Fires to play with.
Using the healing salve, has a bottle coming up to him, so that's going to be good. Emo, ooh, that arrow.
Nah, Emo's got to be careful. These movements over from Crit, and we're seeing already in the mid matchup, Arbed is just having a phenomenal time against Emo in the 1v1. 11 for 6 against the 6 for 4. Arbed, if there's no rotations or any input from the rest of the members of IG around this mid lane, we're going to see Arbed get some very quick item timings.
He will be. Also, Mirana without Marcy doesn't seem that strong. She does not have anyone to guide the arrows. Arbed just playing very aggressive on a mid lane with 1-1-1 build. You know, it's a Morphling, very hard to kill, but Arbed so far doing a really, really good job. 15
nice crushing.
CS, 8 denies. He has more denies than Morphling has CS, which is pretty impressive.
Top lane, they do get the kill onto Ice. See if Crit can get the return kill onto Kaka. He's got the stick charges. And Crit running him down. Let's see if Kaka can get away from this. He can. He's into these trees. Crit won't be able to follow. So able to get something done up top. Of course, this is the lane where we do imagine EG are going to have the tougher time with the way it's been set up. We'll see how much Crit sticks around to make it a little safer for Ice.
When you have offlaner on the safe lane and he gets a bottle, like I want to see if they will be able to like contest the 5-minute bounty rune. If you don't get it, like there should be Crit also pressuring the bottom lane 5 minutes in, just securing the bounties, especially since JT picked up that bottle, you know, so that they don't get any value from the bounties.
See, Arbed did try and go for the rune, but with a quick waveform, Emo is in. We'll be able to stop Arbed from getting the refill on his bottom, but still this mid lane, 21 and 11 against the 8 for 4. Emo pretty much having just no game at all so far in this laning stage, as Arbed has completely demolished him.
He still needs 50 gold to finish off his bottle. Level 4, Storm 5.25. Looks really good for Arbed.
So now bottom flight. It's going to be all right here with Arteezy by his side. JT and Ollie not going to try and dive anymore. CS at the moment down on the bottom lane. JT 24-1 against Arteezy's 18-1. Arteezy try and turn, but as soon as the spells come out, JT's able to push him away. Make sure that he's not able to get too much damage done with the Edict. It's up top, Kaka. Trying to prepare the jungle.
Oh, the glimpse. He does not want him to refill the bottle.
He might get the kill here, Fly. He's got the shield, but JT's going to have another God's Rebuke in a couple of seconds. And Fly, oh, he's gone.
He got him. That was such nicely done by Oli. using Glimpse just to secure that Arteezy is not going to pick up the bounty, refill his bottle, then the spear, they get the rune. Meanwhile, Arteezy is getting some free CS on the bottom lane, uncontested.
Once this goes on up top, Ice, he's back to getting quite a bit out of this lane. Well, we're seeing, of course, still the edge for Fly at the moment. He's the top farmer on the board, Fly. As there's no pressure onto the Naga Siren with this lane setup. Fly getting all the space in the world. And EG's lineup. I mean, is it going to be up to EG to make any sort of rotation up towards the Naga Siren? I mean, when are we going to see EG start to group together and go? Is it? How early is that going to happen this game?
Once Beastmaster hits level 6 and gets Book 1, they could potentially threaten a kill on Naga with just one hero rotating. Kaka will still be invis. Like mid laners, they like when there's a lot of action happening on the side lanes as well, where like people die and then they get their bottle refilled, especially if they're not controlling the runes, like if they're not using it 2 times. We've seen like both supports coming in, taking the runes instead of being it bottled. Emo playing a bit aggressive on the mid lane.
Yeah, they're really pushing the limits here, the two of them. Arbed and Emo really testing each other's capabilities to keep themselves alive. We are going to see Arbed go for the reset. TP's back to base. Emo is also going to have to back up, and the refill does at the bot. The bounty rune still preserved for him. He'll be able to stay out and on the map. Ice about a creep wave away from hitting the 6. Over on the side of JT. He's also just about to reach that level 6. And at that point, Arteezy's going to have to be very careful down here. Look, this move from Arbed sort of knows that JT's about to the 6. He knows that JT's going to look for an aggressive play, so he's going to be here ready and prepared to back Arteezy up.
He's having a really nice read of what's happening. Arteezy.
JT lead in, but now Arbed is going to zip in onto JT. He's going to put the stick charges. The glimpse does separate Arbed for now, but Arbed's ready to come back in, closes the gap, gets the kill done, and now Arteezy's going to dive in onto Ollie as well.
They might even get the courier. Yeah, that's such a big move. Like, they didn't get too much out of XP while all this was happening. Like, there was no one on the mid lane. Crit kind of connected, lost one full creep wave. He was pulling the top lane, but nice move from Arbed. You know, he TP's back to base, refills his bottle, comes back to the bottom, secures 2 kills, a courier, and some damage on the tower.
Yeah, doesn't get much better than that from Arbed's early rotations. So make his way back over to the mid. Crit able to pick up some XP whilst this was happening. So the 8-minute rune come into play. Emo and Ollie looking to protect it. Ollie's actually going to take the arrow. Here is Crit's able to find the connection. Arbed, does he want to commit for this? He does. Pulls in with the Vortex. Will be able to get the kill. Emo's trying to find Arbed. In return, Arbed, he's out to the side. Now with the regen being pumped, he's going to be able to get back in. If he wants to, as Arteezy and Fly, they're running down Emo. Emo's away, and Arbed, he'll use the regen to continue farming. Doesn't want to zip in too aggressively whilst they don't have vision over there.
Sometimes stars just align, you know. He picked up that regen. He finds the jelly straight away. He still has that regen up and running. So wants to make a move on JT.
I mean, if JT shows, it'll be a little spooky for him, JT. Knows something up. Arbed won't quite be able to find him. JT plays it safe. We'll also have Emo coming down here. Emo making his way over. See if the two of them can get some sort of a play going. JT does have the arena, but EG, they've got 3 here. With the backup of Fly, Arbed, an incredibly tricky hero to set up on at this moment.
IG has 2 farming cores. Like, Morphling can't make those aggressive moves. Both supports kind of need level to be able to rotate, so it's going to be a lot on JT's shoulders to make the moves. Arena is online. He's level 7, but so is Beastmaster. Necrobook 1 done, Roar available. Like, they could just set things up. There's still no Song. He didn't even save a point on Naga Siren, so very killable, but there is a rotation. JT plus the Phoenix making a move.
Yeah, sitting Ice. Definitely the easier of the cores to take down right now. They'll drop the arena, and there's no chance for Ice. Easy rotation onto the Beastmaster. Same time around mid, though. Arbed able to get the jump in onto Ollie.
Like, this is going to be such a good timing on Orchid from Storm Spirit. Something that the Storm does not like to play, Morphling does not like to play into, where, like, that Manta style is a very costly item, and they don't have, like, a real save. There is Song of the Siren, but most of the time Naga and Morphling will not be in the same spot on the map.
See some focus around the mid lane. Ice. Available with the Roar if anyone steps up too far. Space is made for EG to take the bottom tier 1 tower. Push of Arteezy, of course, now with the maxed out Diabolic Edict. They can take these objectives very fast. He's head up top, Fly being left alone. That's the tier 1. Get taken in return. Crit's heading up it, scouting out some action with the Invis. Not going to look to initiate or anything though, as he is purely on his own. Mid lane, Arbed, Ice, and Fly trying to set up from the side. Ice, see if he wants to try and go for the Roar opportunity. Thinks about it there, but Emo is able to zip out with the waveform, and he's got Ollie right behind him. A bit tricky of a move to be made. Up top, Crit continuing to get more information with the remainder of that Invis room. Will now come to a finish, and Arbed is TP'd up here, maybe to see if they can start something off. But it's hard. They fly around, and as you say, they don't know if he's got the song or not, so they are going to respect the Naga Siren.
Smoke from IG. Disruptor's still level 5, Phoenix is 6. They might, I mean, they have enough damage. If they go with Arena, once again, Ice needs to be careful. Let's see what his raid is. Radiant using the scan, they know someone is in triangle. Yeah, Ice, he looks pretty dead.
Oh! I mean...
A bit of Kale.
I mean, let's see. It was at this moment he realized. No, I mean, Ice.
They're also laughing. Yeah, they're tipping Ice. You know, just giving that money so he can retire earlier. Just keep collecting it. What I like about EG is like warding. Like these 2 wards that they have on the bottom part of the map are pretty much the exact same wards that they had when they played Alchemist offlane when he had the 9-minute Battle Fury.
Yes.
And those 2 wards did not get devoted. Like you can scout the rotations, possibly like also smoke rotations when people are coming to tier 2 tower, any rotations in the lane, TP rotations, and the deep ward inside like this area, but still did not get devoted. So probably expecting the same thing to happen here. Ice. You know, we already said he looks pretty dead.
He's going to throw out the Roar there as well. Be able to achieve anything with it, or maybe he will actually, because Ollie is set up very low. Crit and Arteezy able to come in and get Ollie in return. Won't be able to chase for more though. Karka and JT a bit too speedy of a target, as they're out there.
I talked about the itemization on Arteezy, like the earlier Boots of Travel. You can kind of see the patterns in what EG is doing, pretty much the similar style of playing. Picks up the Boots of Travel when he was playing the Razor. Like, he needs to be greeted this time around, because he is the core. Like, he needs to be able to scale. Morana ulti. JT, no dust.
Oh! He spears him there. Arteezy actually not going to latch on to anything as he goes straight through the trees. Meanwhile, in the mid, Arbed very close to the Orchid. As we'll see, Emo responding to that build. He's going to be getting the Yules first.
Okay, because like, it's a cheaper way of dispelling things, and they have no save whatsoever, so he needs to be able to remove those silences. I've seen it a couple of times. It can work.
Yeah, an interesting direction, but definitely a necessary one. Over in the jungle, Crit. He's trying to get in on this. He's going to leap straight in the middle of them and leap into his death. And obviously, no real chance of getting away with the 3 points on Glimpse. Ollie would always be able to bring him back, so Crit just trying to get in and do as much damage as he could before he goes down. Arbed with this stack.
Beastmaster, he's really struggling this time. Like, he got caught 3 times. The start of his early game wasn't really good because he was playing into dual lane against the Beastmaster.
He's going to go for JT, but JT did get the arena down. What's over from Arteezy, and the arena wall still holding back EG. So not able to set up anything off the back of that Roar attempt. Of course, likewise for JT, his ult also on cooldown.
He has enough money to buy a Blink Dagger. Should just go to base, pick up that Blink Dagger. No arena, but he can always make those spear plays into the towers, into any buildings or cliffs. Storm just finished off the Orchid. 13 minutes in. Does anyone have a smoke? There is one smoke on Crit, but oh, Emo. Like, he's super close. Like, he just needs 1 CS to be able to actually get that Yule Scepter, and then he will have a way of dispelling this silence coming out from the Storm.
EG definitely needs to keep the pressure up, though. At this moment in time, IG with the greedy lineup, with a Morphling and a Naga Siren, they are 2,000, 3,000 gold ahead.
They feel, you know, much safer going into the late game. Their team fight is much stronger. EG, they are the ones who need to be making stuff on the map with the Orchid on a Storm Spirit. Like, they should try to look for a pick-off. But IG seems like they're having a really good read what's going on. Just going together, also smoking up. Arteezy just showed on top.
See if they're able to close in on him on time. Going straight towards him over in the mid lane. Jump's going to be made onto Emo first, though, by EG. As EG, they'll take down the Morph. Arteezy in trouble. The Spear actually missing. They drop the Static Storm. Time's being bought for the rest of EG to TP over. Arteezy will still go down. Fly unable to help him from the high ground. Glimpse back onto Arbet. As Arbet will be taken straight back to the mid.
Yeah, Fly used a Photic Shield on himself. I don't think it would matter. I believe he was already dead. But nice move rotation. They still lose one. IG should be careful when the rest of the team is using a smoke like that. You need to be very careful, like what you're doing with the hero, especially as a Morphling. We said that Ice is kind of struggling this time around. Has a book 15 minutes in, but he also has boots.
Trying to get the grab onto Ice still going to lay down the roar. The arrow follow-up. Crit jumps in with the burst. If they got enough, they do. JT taken down.
And now they can start putting pressure on this tower. This tower's actually dead. They have 4 points in Edict, but Arteezy, like, he needs to be a bit more careful. Yes, you have a Baton behind yourself. You're still very burstable. The only item you have pretty much is Kaya, so you don't have that much HP.
See, Arbet was looking for a chance to get in on this, but just want to risk it up to the high ground of IG's triangle. So EG back on track. We're taking these towers. Still yet to slow down the farm, really, of Fly. 9k net worth coming in.
Fly has been having an amazing time most of the time on just on the top lane. Has that Manta style, which will increase his farming capabilities. Going into Scotty next. Just wants to be able to tank up. He understands most of the damage comes from the last rack. Song.
He's got the Song set up. Ollie has got Static Storm. They could look to drop everything on Arteezy, and they will. Static Storm, Supernova's out. Fly and Arteezy are going to try and take down the egg. Can they do so in time? They can't. A Supernova successful. Arteezy goes down. Fly, buy himself a bit of time with the borrowed time. See if they can chase him down and bring him back. They can. Ollie with the glimpse gets Fly back in the reaches of JT and Kaka as Fly will slowly be burnt down.
Now, that was such a clutch Yule Scepter coming out from the Morphling there. Yes, you heard that correctly. Yule Scepter from the Morphling, who wanted to have something to dispel that silence coming out from the Storm, and he uses it just so that he secures Egg, manages to get off in a team fight. Philosopher's Stone, found by EG. Every single time I see that item, I'm like, yeah, this is good, you know, because your position 4, your position 5 will always want to hold that item.
Top lane Arteezy. He's here alone at the moment. He's going to try and open up on Emo here. Moves in with a stun. He's going to be able to find him. Emo was not ready for that one bit. As Arteezy strikes from the shadows and gets the solo kill onto the Morph. Meanwhile, over in the triangle, Arbet leading in with the backup of Ice. They drop the roar down onto JT. JT will fall. Fly trying to go for Arbet, but Arbet still with mana to play with as he's out of there.
Now you can see the damage coming up from the Naga Siren. Good 2 pickoffs, especially the one from Arteezy, pretty much the solo kill. Now he starts to put some pressure on the top tower. Edict, such a powerful ability against the towers.
Yep. Just taking these buildings just as fast as they need to, really. You know, coming up to 18 minutes in. They've already taken 4 towers away. EG, whilst they themselves, they've only lost the one tier 1 top. Fly. Protecting Arteezy here with his aggressive positioning. Emo. Try and lead in onto Fly. I'll get the glimpse back onto Crit. Static Storm dropped as well. Fly trying to do his best to keep Crit alive from outside of the Storm. A Crit will still fall. Emo moving in onto Arteezy.
Arteezy out of
mana.
mana.
Set up. JT's got the blink. Arena down. He'll look for the angle onto Arteezy, but he's not able to find it because Arbet in with the silence stops this combo from JT. Arbet, the savior, coming in to turn it around as Fly, he'll also fall. As EG, they're able to take down 4 of IG. They're going to go straight for the pit.
Yeah, try to get that Aegis. Arteezy was running low on mana, manages to get the Arcane Ring, just a bit more damage. And you said it, Arbet just stops the combo. He understands where the most of the damage is going to come from. They have Fly on a Baton, keeping them alive. Arrow inside the pit. Scan connects. They can't respond to this. They did not have Naga Siren for 20 seconds. Song will be available, but this is exactly how EG needs to play. Like, they need to be aggressive, they need to make stuff happen right now, get some advantage with their lineup.
IG definitely going to be a little shaken up after that last move. 1K lead at the moment for EG. Still in a very close position here between these two teams where EG are getting these objectives, but it's not like IG's cores are falling behind in farm. Both Emo, especially Fly, getting a lot out of the game right now. And already halfway pretty much towards the Skadi Fly. We see that fight, that turnaround again, as it really did look like it absolutely could have gone IG's way. If JT was able to get in and get that combo down onto Arteezy, taking the Lesh out, things would have looked a whole lot different.
Arrow. Ooh.
So they do have the ults up, IG. IG could look to set something up. See a lot harder now that there is that Aegis on Arteezy.
He got him again!
He's ulted into Emo. Boys, he's got to be careful, Emo. JT, Arteezy's also got to be careful. JT's able to get in, spear Arteezy over towards the trees. That's the Aegis done, but now Arbed, he's zipping into the backline. Supernova out. We'll see Emo disabling for now with the Yules. Arbed still zipping off to the side, but the Supernova's going to be successful to stun. Catching the three of them. Arteezy falling low. Arbed jumps back in over towards Ollie, brings down the Disruptor. Song set up from Fly, being used here to actually allow IG to back away.
Oh man, this was such a big move. Like, he caught Morphling, but there was no real follow-up. They just needed one extra stun, either an arrow or Storm Spirit jumping in. Then Storm jumps on the Phoenix, who manages to get the Supernova off. And once again, those Yule Scepters, just keeping them in the air so the egg can go off. Like a bit of a throw there. Arteezy, like, he lost the Bloodstone charges as well. On top of that, he thought he was tanky, but the team was not there.
No, not at all. Just a little too far forward away from the rest of the squad, and not the usage out of the Aegis that EG kind of need to get when they're running a lineup like this. These sort of deaths and slowdowns in the process that they're going for with their draft, it's gonna hurt.
That was kind of like a shocked Pikachu face, where like, what's going on? Where's the rest of the team? And this will slow them down. Like, still, Morphling doesn't deal that much damage. He didn't get the Manta style, you know, so you don't get the stats. Yule Scepter is a cheaper way of dispelling things. Now going into E-Blade, so that's going to help out quite a lot with just dealing the damage. But still needs some more time. You know, he's not a real carry in this game. It's the Naga Siren.
Gonna go for Emo, follow up here with the Roar and the Arrow. Everything being laid down onto Emo, and with the stuns, they've got him. Not enough strength being built up as Emo will fall. Ollie will as well, as EG make moves here with the four of them. Arteezy will also come over to start bringing in this top lane. So they can start pressuring the tier 2s again. I'll see EG just continue to make these moves, enable Arbed. Arbed very close to the BKB, just a recipe away. And still having a flawless game. 6-0-5 on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Arbed this time around, like, he does not want to go for any greedy items. He needs that BKB. He wants to be able to jump the back lines, does not care about Sog. They have literally no abilities that go through Magic Community other than Supernova, but Arbed's job is just going to be, like, I'll try to go get a jump on Phoenix. It's not going to be that easy because Phoenix has Yules right now, so they need some follow-up.
We'll see progress-wise for IG Fly. Skadi is going to be done for the next fight, so this Naga Siren he's going to be huge. EG, they're going to have to be really prepared to deal with and keep their distance from Fly. If they get any sort of lockdown onto the cores, Fly will tear them apart.
Fly also going for a color-coordinated build. Like, everything is kind of greenish, bluish. I really like that. Like, even the neutral item is also greenish.
All about the fashion, Fly. Making sure that he looks good.
Yeah, after seeing Arteezy, you know, bringing out the fashion, he's like, maybe I can't do it in real life, but I'll do it in game, which matters more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Talking about fashion on Naga Siren, here's one for you, Lacoste. What did Naga Siren wear to the maths test?
I don't know.
An algae bra.
All right. So, Morphling, you know, still put some pressure. He's not that easy to kill, but if they try to surprise him one more time, there is always going to be this Sunray right now. Also, Phoenix is getting a ton of farm. Yule Scepter going for that Hex.
So they should be able to get this tier 2 mid. Fly. Oh, he's got the song set up. Oh, they're a little too close to each other. Ice and Crit are looking pretty tasty here. Ollie, he lays down the Storm combo. They're caught in it. They'll try and do their best to split, but the arena's down. Evo comes in, blows up Crit, takes down Ice.
Oh yeah, that was such a beautiful song on Mirana. The first thing that comes to my mind is, you know, praise the moon of May. They actually got Mirana there, and beautiful song, nice setup. JT getting closer to the BKB. Like once he gets that, there's still like Edict, there's a Beastmaster Roar. I still feel they will need to like, they have a lot of problems right now in EG because they feel like they're under pressure. They need to be doing stuff. You're playing into two agi carry heroes. You have like your Leshrac, your Storm, their intelligence. So IG's lineup is much better in the late game.
IG ready to keep these aggressive moves going. Let's fly. It's kind of chilling here around the bounty rune spot. We'll be able to get the pickup on it. IG actually, they don't really want to commit on him because they know there's backup coming in as Arbed zips straight over, looking towards the Mars. Mars will be healed up by the Sunray. Over to the side, Arteezy looking towards Flyfly. Arbed's in, he's a little low on mana, Arbed. See if they can continue to chase down Flyfly, they can't. Flyfly will be fine, JT comes in with the spear to push Fly back.
Yeah, Flyfly just a bit too speedy. Fly has one Fly, you know, so it makes a lot of sense.
That's true. Fly equals...
Yeah, it's
Fly
like having, you know,
Fly.
2 horsepower and the other guy has 1 horsepower. It's has double the amount, so it's got to be more speedy, which makes a lot of sense. Arrow does not connect.
We have it. Drag back onto Arteezy. Arteezy needs help, and he needs it now. He's going to put the Bloodstone heal. BKB popped by Arbed. Arbed trying to push back JT. He's low on mana. The Supernova comes out. EG, they've got to back off. There's Emo. Turn into the Lesh Shade, have some extra damage over to the side. They've got the Roar, the arrow. Actually connects on the Flyfly. A beautiful hit there from Crit coming in for the side. Flyfly, he's got to turn, he's got to run. He gets the song off in time. Flyfly, he will live, but he has to run.
So unfortunate. Like they just got BKB delivered on the Leshrac. If he had that like 2 seconds earlier, he would probably be able to chase down Naga Siren. All they needed was like maybe 2 hits from the Pulse Nova. But what an arrow from Crit. Like Crit just
that
like...
was pretty much max arrow, yeah. And oh, Ollie needs to change his underwear after that one. that was a little too close.
One for sure. Yeah. So next Roshan may respawn in 20 seconds. We'll see. It's going to be a longer respawn. If it's like an early respawn, EG should just try to go inside. They know that the song is on cooldown. They also want to have that level 18 on Naga Siren. It's a big difference. 40-second difference between level 2 and level 3 ulti.
Now we'll check this fight again, as you say, just getting on Arteezy. Didn't quite have the BKB delivered yet, so EG struggled to really take that fight to its full potential.
Here comes Sniper. Look at this.
I mean, it was the combo as well. The Roar from Ice actually pushing the Naga Siren into the arrow. So a real combo play there between the two of them.
Yeah, the real combo was actually overlapping stuns. And unfortunately, you know, it was a sick arrow, but they needed just a little bit more damage, like 200 damage. JT.
And JT's getting gone on here, already back in the action on the backlines. Arbed's jumping over towards Kaka. Kaka's not able to dive out in time, and Emo, he's been caught on the front. Emo's down. EG with those 2 kills, they can look to continue to push on, take this tier 2 tower.
Man, Emo, he does not get the shift off. This is like 3rd or 4th time already that he was not able to get it off. E-Blade is done, but the tier 2 tower also gone. Roshan, long respawn time. It was like full duration respawn, 3 minutes. Crit has also a Spirit Vessel, so that's going to help quite a lot against those heals, the overtime damage. EG 5k gold lead for now.
Unlikely to get a lot of value out of the Vessel this game. Of course, always good against the Morse. Sure, he's got a way to dispel it, but as we're seeing most of the time, Emo, he has to use that to sort of remove the silence if he gets jumped upon by Arbed. So there's always
it's also, you know, you need to be careful about that Yule Scepter. It's a great setup for Mirana's arrow. They have 2 Yule Scepter. It's a good item. Kaka this time around just changing things a bit. You know, he wanted to get the Hex against the Storm Spirit. Decides to go for the full pipe. He was extremely farmed. I think it's a correct choice. You know, playing into Leshrac, playing into Storm Spirit, there's going to be a ton of magical damage. You just want to be able to tank up yourself and your own team.
There we go, looking to wait around the Roshan timer. So still a minute until it's up. Ice. He's heading in. He's found Ollie here with the army. Flyfly trying to hold him back, but the BKB's out from Ice. He's going to turn over towards Flyfly as they jump in. Roars down. Arbed, Crit, and Ice surrounding him. He's tanky, but he is not tanky enough there to withstand the damage here from 4 members of EG. The rest of IG just nowhere close enough to help out.
Yeah, and Beastmaster this time around also has a BKB ready just to be able to go in. Like, they don't have abilities that go through match immunity. JT?
Arteezy's found him here with the help of Fly. He's going to drop the arena, but there's nowhere for JT to run. He's going to try and TP, but with a BKB up on Arteezy, just walks straight through the wall and takes him down. As that was a bit of an unnecessary loss there for IG after they'd already lost 2 out on the map.
JT stands for just TP, but this time around did not really work out. It was, you know, that most of the time that's not going to work out. Damage coming out from Lash is just a bit too high. They're also controlling the outpost pre-30-minute mark.
Yeah, that hurts for sure now. As he's going to get some space. I mean, back in my day, JT was bringing Sexy back, and nowadays he doesn't even know how to get back.
He needs that BKB. He's also a bit, like, under-leveled. Like, he's level 14, 30 minutes in, while Beastmaster's almost level 20.
Obviously, Arteezy there having a bit of a giggle. 7-3-7 hit. Tome. I think Arteezy... I think he's taken all the tomes this game, Arteezy.
I see no difference. Like, I played Dota for 15 years. You know, tomes were not that long in Dota, but every single time it happens, like someone just steals my tome.
Yeah, no, there is. You know, Arteezy's...
If this was a pub game, you know, Arteezy's getting reported. This is an Overwatch case for sure.
If Arteezy was in my pub, I think you let him get the tomes, you know. And here we go down mid. Arbed. He's going to look to lead in onto Karkat. The arrow actually going to hit onto JT. They might be able to do something with this. They do. Arbed commits with a BKB, gets straight in onto JT. JT in trouble. Trying to back off, but JT's down. Arbed now to the high ground. He's also going to get the catch on the Fly. They're dropping the Supernova, but Fly just gets taken out. There's no help for him. And the Supernova, it will go off. JT's come back in with a buyback, but there's no Fly for 50 seconds. Emo
Arteezy
getting low. Arteezy and Arbed just running them down. Arteezy into the base on top of Emo. Emo's dead. No buyback on him. JT in trouble. This is going to be a dieback on the Mars. They'll call it GG. As EG will take game 1.
Man, this was their timing. Like, they grouped around, they got a couple of pickoffs, even without going for the second Roche, they were feeling themselves. You know, the damage coming out from the Lash rack, he was super farmed. JT, he caught the arrow. Like, that arrow was pretty much straightforward. He catches it, and just it feels like the game's over after he catches that arrow.
Yeah, a bit of sort of, for IG at least, a bit of an anticlimactic end for them. You know, they're having this whole time farming very well against EG. You know, Fly having some excellent gains in terms of the items. And then those last few moves, getting caught out with the 2 of them over on EG's half of the map. And then in the mid, JT going down. And then it just all crumbled from there. And against the lineup that EG had, you just could not allow that to happen, because exactly what we saw end up occurring here. It was going to happen every single time. EG was just going to be able to close it out completely.
You also need to be careful about vision coming up from the Beastmaster. That was Necro 3 units. They will be able to devour most of the stuff. There is a Hawk. Like, it allows you to get some really good pickoffs. Like, Ice did not have a really good laning stage, but man, he landed some really nice, you know, just controlling the Hawk. Like, that's pretty much the most important part of the Beastmaster. So some crisp stuff coming out from EG in game number 1.
Absolutely, excellent draft, and I would be surprised if we see IG try as greedy of a route as they did this game with the Morphling and the Naga Siren, as it was, as we saw, just very susceptible to a few mistakes, and then boom, EG is going to be able to close the game up. As EG, they'll take game 1 here at the Grand Finals.
A very dominant start for Evil Geniuses here in the first game of a best-of-5 Grand Finals. And they looked so good. We were going to start with the laning stage here with Gods and Lizard Gods. Laning stage, I think we should talk a little bit about Abed versus Emo in the mid lane.
Yeah, Abed, the first like 5 minutes was like doubling his CS, having a great time. And that allowed Abed to just kind of transition into this really fast Orchid and make lots of move around the map. Morphling caught up and was kind of similar net worth to Abed for a lot of the mid game, but because of the good start, Abed was able to make so many plays around the map.
It looked really good for me, for IG at the beginning. Even though, that lane didn't go too well, I felt like they had this game because of the lack of action coming from EG. Let's put it that way, maybe significant action. They took tier 1 on bottom lane and mid. However, every time cooldowns were off for IG, they would get multiple kills. They would really utilize them properly, and seemingly every teamfight they had every ulti. However,
this is the fight.
Yeah.
That turns it all.
It felt like Emo was not on point with the Morphling. His build is fine, by the way, don't get me wrong. The Yules is also completely normal in this situation. But a couple of times they just catch him off guard, or they force him into shifting Agi with the stun. Crit landed so many arrows. I think he turned their PCs off with them at some point. It's not the stun any longer. It's a logout from the game. Just very solid from EG, punishing completely the greed that came from
You could see
IG.
the strength and why they picked the Naga, because it was so good against the Beastmaster in the lane, and it was like they were trying to keep these lanes pushed out. But I think for me, one of the key things was EG. You look at the last 20 minutes of the game, there was a lot of big team fights. You saw moments of, you know, brilliance from IG where they're winning those fights. Every single team fight was on IG side of the map.
Yep.
A big part of that is Beastmaster, Lacoste highlight, the vision it gives you, but it pushes out these lanes. So even when EG were trading, not winning a fight because of the big ultis, they would just come right back and they don't lose any towers because they're on IG side of the map.
It was quite surprising to see the big team fights. EG was just allowed to back off a lot of the times. You know, you got the Mars arena and the big Phoenix egg, and then it's like, okay, we'll just wait a second and then we'll come back, and then all your ultimates are going to be on cooldown, and then we'll win the fight because you threw everything already.
Yep, that's one of the best
Crit
things.
enjoying that one.
Yeah, especially, that was the arrow that misses one hero and hits JT in the back. Just,
I think we're about to see it here.
JT. Yep.
Yeah, that was fun.
Unfortunate for him a little bit. Overall, IG definitely did look solid at different parts of the game. Early on, Naga and Morphling were staying as top 2 cores in the game. Beastmaster had a ridiculously hard, difficult laning versus the Naga, which is one of the reasons why they picked it. We weren't really certain about the Morphling completion of this draft. I'm still not certain about it. I still think it's extremely greedy. But you have to also notice that, I don't know what this was, but this wasn't the normal emo Morphling.
You know, we're in the grand finals. We're very far into this tournament. There are only so many excuses we can make for people underperforming. We have high expectations for Emo. Let me set that out straight first, because we have seen what he can do. Last season, he was on top, the star player to watch. This tournament, IG has looked good. I mean, they're in the grand finals. They're doing something right. But it is not the same star power feel from Emo that I think a lot of us were expecting coming into this.
Yeah, I think coming into most IG series, look at Emo as like he's their best player, he's their star, and definitely didn't feel it watching this game from the outside. I think there's perhaps a lot of pressure on him, and I think he just tried to do too much. Usually the idea is when you're playing Morphling, it's like, okay, I'm a Morphling, my team picked me this hero to win us this game. They didn't need Morphling to just solo carry this game. They had this crazy team fight. They had a Naga, which was going to cause a lot of problems for EG. They didn't have the best answer to, and I think Emo just overplayed his hand a bit this game.
Now, on the side of EG, we had a lot of comfort coming out in the drafts. Of course, the Abed Storm has to be mentioned, and I know it might start getting old, but I do want to give him the MVP. The other one would be the Ice Beastmaster. I'm torn. If I could give 2, I would.
You can. You've proven that you have that power.
I would say it's more Abed. I think, you know, we've given him a ton of MVPs, but right now he is not just the best mid player in this tournament, he is the best Dota player in this tournament. He has been. He's delivered time and time again. His play has just been phenomenal.
And coming into this series, we did take Abed versus Emo matchup for a reason. This is the lane to look out for. Who wins the matchup might just win the game, and Abed definitely handled him in those first couple of minutes on the first couple of CSs. And there we go with the Ice as well.
The positioning of the Hawk is as pointed out, and overall, just solid performance all around. I mean, they won. They looked very solid, and this game was the game that IG was able to prepare for most. Right, you come into the first game of a best-of-5 grand finals. First game is what you are able to write out on paper basically the majority of the draft, and I'm a little worried that this is what they came up with, Lizard.
For EG, possibilities are endless at the moment. It looks like they can pretty much play anything that's played by the rest of the pack, and they can perform just as well, if not even better. For IG, Morphling and Naga, this is... Yeah, I'm worried as well.
Yeah, their own draft, I think, needs some tweaks, some improvements. But I think also looking at EG, we saw that Abed Storm coming. The puck wasn't going to be there. I think they had to be either more ready for it or ban it out in that second phase. And I think I like the idea of letting the Beastmaster through, but we may even see that being a first ban-worthy hero because EG will first to Beastmaster almost every single game if they feel like it's going to be a good Beastmaster game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what we're going to have in the second game around. Second game of this best of 5 grand finals is, of course, right around the corner. Before we head to a break, though, let's do a quick shout out for one of our sponsors. Tumi has been amazing. And if you want to elevate your life on the go, make sure to follow at Tumi Travel on Instagram and everywhere. Actually, it's the same tag, Tumi Travel. I know there might not be a lot traveling right now for you, but I also know you want to start traveling again when you can. So best be prepared to start doing that the moment we can, and hopefully that is soon. But soon is Game 2 of the Grand Finals. We'll be right back after a break.
There's RTC, Abu Dhabi, Tornil, and Doggo, and
Kayasen!
What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
ช่วงนี้คุณกำลังเหงาขอแนะนำให้คุณเปิด Tinder Swipe Match Chat แล้วไปมีเพื่อนสัมพันธ์เอาเลยไหมอ่ะเอาสิคะคิวไป1คิวไป2 Tinder แอปหาเพื่อนสัมพันธ์
Pressure, frothing on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Game 2 of the Grand Finals for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major coming your way right now. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and we're here to talk about what changes mostly IG needs to make here in their series against Evil Geniuses, because IG is one game down. Invictus Gaming lost that first game. They came in with a little bit of a greedy plan, and they paid for it with the game. But they can do it. We know this is not their normal style. We know that they can play different styles of Dota, Gods.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. They'll happily pick a wide array of heroes for Emo in the mid lane, We've seen Flyfly on a number of heroes. They can play a less greedy style. I think they just went a bit too all in on this long cooldown team fight plus greed, and I think they just need to pull it back a bit and give EG a bit less of what they're comfortable on.
I think they caught themselves in their own net in a way that they were trying to counter a little bit too hard with the Naga.
Yeah.
The PL was banned out. Maybe that's what they were planning, and then because of Beastmaster, right? And then you pick another high armor illusion-based hero, a Naga, and you do dominate the lane. However, you end up with Naga plus Morphling at the end of the drafting stage, and you find yourself unable to do a whole lot. I think if they adjust the drafts a little bit, they can definitely play a bit better at least.
Yeah, because we're mentioning a lot of the Naga and Morphling, and they didn't work out. But I want to talk openings, because in this first game that we just had, we talk a lot about bans. IO and Puck need to be banned mostly by the team that has not got first pick. In this case, in the first game, EG was a team that did not have first pick, so they were forced to ban both the IO and the Puck, leaving EG, or IG, wow, confusing, and leaving Invictus Gaming with the freedom, I guess, to ban 2 actual heroes and to open with their comfort. And they went for the Phoenix Mars gods. I feel like that fell flat.
And it has fallen flat before. It's not a bad combo by any means, but you know what you're getting into. May put EG in a pretty comfortable position to play a game where instead of trying to match the team fight of Mars Phoenix, they said we're going to play a vision map control game. We're going to keep all these lanes pushed. We're going to have Beastmaster, and we're going to just Storm, Lesh. They had 2 intelligence cores. They didn't have an agi carry you typically see, but these are heroes that can just kind of play the outskirts of fights, pick off the back lines.
Agi carry was on the Mirana, right? On crit.
He was the agi carry. He was the guy to hit the egg.
The main fact I feel like from EG's draft is that they're always online. They literally don't even need that much gold coming from the laning stage from the Lash Rack and Beastmaster. They're just pushing with levels.
Their
right?
longest cooldown is Beastmaster Roar.
And exactly, the cooldowns are the most important thing, because you lose a fight, but you're ready to go and engage again the moment you respawn, which
That's
is
exactly what they did.
And which is a tempo that Naga cannot handle. Like, he was fighting way too much on the side of Flyfly. Plus, he went for a Skadi Basher kind of a build, which I don't mind. It's just still too slow versus Storm Lash Beast.
Yeah, I feel like if we saw Ortiz on the Naga, he went for that Orchid build. If you want to be more active and fight more, you need to go for something that can maybe come online a bit faster, particularly when you had that morph. But it's hard to fault him. I don't think his itemization loses in the game by anything. It's like a lot of factors that didn't go IG's way.
Just feeling out the bans and thinking, will it be the Tusk once again from Invictus Gaming? Will they maybe go with the Nurse Spirit once?
I don't think
like
they
before.
have the choice. This first game, they had the choice. They banned out Tusk Alchemist. I agree with those bans. I can see that. I was hoping that they would pick up the Timber Saw for themselves, because we know JT can handle that very well. But this time, very likely, unless something miraculous happens that a team does not want first pick, this time I'm thinking they need to ban IO and Puck. You do not want to give EG IO. We know we haven't seen them play it, but we heard Emo say it himself. He's like, yeah, let's give me a go, and he crushed with it with very little preparation. And you definitely don't want to give Evil Geniuses the Abed Puck, because that's just, you might as well just straight up call GG, go game 3.
I don't think necessarily that second pick is that bad, considering that you can kind of control the way the draft goes. You have the last pick as well, so...
It just means that you don't have the luxury of banning out some of the heroes
That's
you might not
100%
be
true,
wanting to face.
You have to figure out what the trade is going to be. Like, okay, we're going to give them a Tusk, and we're going to get this hero. That's usually what it is.
Speaking of trades, would you ever consider leaving both IO and Puck in, because then you can get one of the two? And if so, would EG go for the IO or for the Puck? Because I think that's a tricky one too.
We've seen too many teams burn themselves on this fire.
I think you have the same response as me.
Yeah.
EG's going to first pick IO, and
then you can pick whatever the hell you want to.
Yeah. I mean, Puck is good, but it's not IO good, I think, is at least how Liz and I feel about it.
100%. I even feel like Puck has a couple of different answers that you can go for.
I thought a team like EG may let it in, because they play a lot of the Earth Spirit. We saw Thunder Predator early on in the tournament. They were giving teams Puck and just going all in on the Earth Spirit, the Lions, the Shamans, these heroes with hexes that can make Puck's life a little bit more difficult.
The one reason why maybe they get rid of the Puck in the previous game was also the Storm, right? Like, if you're playing the Storm, it can be a bit difficult later on with that dealing with the Dream Coil. But here we go with a completely different ban from Evil Geniuses, a troll, very early on.
They actually get bans this time, you know? They don't just get forced to ban the Iopuck, as we keep saying, so they're going to target some of these carries. And I would expect EG, they ban Troll Timber. To me, this just says they're going to first heal Beastmaster again. Like that's
possible,
what I, when I see these bans, that's what I read from this at least.
Very possible, considering how much they like the Beast as well. And this Timber, I think you ban it out versus IG regardless. It's just one of those heroes that JT is too strong on. And Tusk is in the pool, Earth Spirit is in the pool. Why not pick one of those?
Yep. They go for the Earth Spirit this time around. I know if you compare the two gods, you prefer this in the hands of Crit over the Tusk.
Yeah, I think Earth Spirit's like, he's better on it than his Tusk, but I think for a lot of teams, like they value the Tusk because of what it brings to the team as a whole. Tag team has so many great synergies. It just feels like more of the team hero, has a save as well. Earth Spirit just feels like if you've got a super skilled 4 and he can play Earth Spirit like Crit can.
Yep, not necessarily a hero that we see too many times in IG's hands, and this is exactly why. They like to go towards these ranged position 4s, the ones that are usually on the outskirts of the fights, or the ones that are initiating with... Okay, it is fine for IG with the Lion versus the Storm. You get a lot of catch potential, but...
It works the other way around as well.
It works the other way around.
And this is EG making a statement, because in my head I'm like, okay, the two best out here is Puck Storm. If they, for IG, 100% they were going to ban Storm in the second phase of bans. That goes without saying. So, and I think EG knowing that, that's why they just elevated Storm from a second phase hero to a first phase hero this game, because they know they're not going to get their hands on an Abed Storm again unless it's first phase.
Okay, this is something that hasn't been banned out before. I mean, it has been banned out, sorry, in the all the games previously.
But normally, I mean, we have seen JT play the Alchemist. It was actually against their series against EG. It didn't work out.
Yeah, it was the Void Spirit and Weaver one, if I'm correct, right?
You are correct.
It didn't really work out that great. Void Spirit is an amazing Aghanim carrier. Weaver, however, I remember... I think still if they adjusted the build on JT's Alchemist that game, it would have been better, because you don't necessarily need to give it to Weaver. Just give it to Void Spirit and then go into Solar Crest, Blink, whatnot. And Alchemist really suffered that whole game, so...
we know EG plays it as the Artesia hero, the carry hero, and so far we've seen that be more successful than the offlane Factory Alchemist.
Definitely a possibility here for IG as well.
With that said, most of the teams from the Chinese DPC have been running it offlane.
Yes.
You know, we've seen LGD, we've seen IG, we've seen Vici. All these teams are 90% of the time running it offlane. So that would be my expectation right now. And I imagine for EG, you're thinking, let's ban out some of those Ags heroes that Alchemist is going to be looking to buff up.
And if you're IG, you're looking at the offlaners right now. To ban out the Mars, the Beastmaster that you mentioned earlier perhaps also comes to mind. Timbersaw already banned out, so Alchemist feels just so much safer in the game.
It's going to be very interesting to find out what Ice is going to play this game. I would imagine there's going to be a lot of offlane bans coming out.
There is a bird still left in the pool.
There is.
The shiny one?
That's one of the ones that I'm expecting. Oh, you mean the shiny one?
The Phoenix?
The shiny one,
Phoenix.
yeah.
Is that the shiny one?
I thought you meant the hawk from the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's another,
get banned
there's another bird.
Wyvern? Fly plays Wyvern?
Sure. He was really good on that one game of Wyvern. But I think both of these teams value Phoenix quite a bit.
Yes.
I don't see the reason why not to pick it up on that position 5 for one of these. Or ban it out. Maybe some higher value bans coming from EG.
Yeah, thinking about it quite a bit.
It's a very open draft from IG, that's the problem. They played Lion on 5 and 4, Alchemist on... obviously they played it on offlane, but I'm sure they could flex it anywhere.
So far this tournament, this major, only Kaka has played Lion for IG.
Yep. I believe in the regionals they've had Lion on 5 too, but I don't like it at all on 5. It's just it's not that much of a strong laner on position 5 on the safe lane, and he needs farm. He needs one of these items. Aether Lance, Blink does not necessarily do nearly as much without farm. Gyrocopter banned out by EG. Okay, they're aiming at not only the potential of a carry gyro that benefits from the Aghanims, but also that position 5.
It's Ollie himself who's played it numerous times in that 5 role in.
Is it the Jug next? What do you think?
For a ban?
Yeah.
Unless EG themselves want to play it. They don't have that last pick of the draft, so they could be taking it for themselves.
Yep. There's Ursa in the pool as well, but I'm thinking about these heroes that are good with the Aghanims. Wait, Monkey King is still in the pool, but these two teams don't necessarily value it that much, it looks like.
That we've not seen Monkey played by either of these teams the entire major, which is unusual.
Yeah, I'm sure Invictus Gaming, if they wanted to, they could. There you go. Yeah, I'm sure that they won't be able to pick it because it's been banned out.
And this is where, yeah, some of those, you know, what are often considered those Phase 1 heroes still in the pool. The Phoenix, the Death Prophet, both still lurking around, although we saw last game 1 draft, Death Prophet no longer that high-value pick as it was for many other teams.
I still don't mind the Void Spirit plus Alchemist, by the way, as well. Even versus the Storm Spirit. I know that the Storm Spirit is difficult for Void Spirit to deal with, but when you get that early Aghanims, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. And they go with an Abaddon instead first.
Yeah, so IG banned Death Prophet. That I think that would have been a nice hero to really push the tempo, take objectives, because Ice can play it, Fly can play it in the 5 position. It kind of fits both roles, and it's a nice pick just because it's going to keep IG guessing a little bit about exactly what's coming their way.
And we see another Abaddon pickup. A little bit of secure. It just feels like Oracle and Abaddon feel... they don't feel they are extremely popular in the Chinese region, even if you don't have a necessarily great target to false promise or to shield all the time. It's just the playstyle fits them.
And I think the Abaddon, its plays is very much like I can run anywhere I want to get vision for my team, be quote unquote out of position, but you're an Abaddon, so you just don't die. You can always run in, try to save your carry.
The only problem is when I see Landon playing that Abaddon, I'm in love, man. Like what he does, it's some Slav spirit infused. He dives tier 2s very early on, but Oli, in his own right, plays a mean Abaddon too.
He does for sure. EG. At this stage of the game, it was the same point for Invictus Gaming previously. This 3rd pick is where most of the time has been spent because you define the rest of your draft. Beastmaster will be the pickup. We talked about it. It worked out so well in game 1, and Ice will have a field day with it. And the Void Spirit, as you mentioned, Lizard coming out still for IG.
Looking way more and more like, I mean, Offlane Alchemist. I feel like even from the start, it was kind of headed that direction just because that's been the meta coming out from IG and the teams they compete against. Now you've got that mid laner that you can pull an Ag Scepter to. Not the best lane versus the Storm, but as far as the game as a whole, especially if you're getting pulled an early Ag Scepter, that can cause Storm a lot of problems. He's going to have to go for that safe build. Orchid, then BKB right away afterwards.
Yeah, you get that Aghanim, suddenly you have the stacks on your spell, plus you have the silence. It's just very strong versus Storm Spirit. EG now have to decide whether to pick the position 5 or the carry, and they go with an Ancient Apparition.
Traditional counter to the Alchemist, and great against Abaddon.
Yes and no, because this is an Alchemist on the offlane, right?
Sure.
And because of that, it doesn't really...
He's not going to fight.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother him that much that you're going to ulti him. He's still going to give away his Aghanims, Scepters.
But he can't farm when he's dead.
That's true. Hopefully, what they're thinking is we have Roar, we have Storm Spirit.
It's the pick-off game.
Yeah, so much magic damage, the pick-off game.
I think it's very much a playstyle thing where they feel like they see how this game is going to go and they're not going to want to fight IG and like head on 5v5s, and they're like, okay, basically what Storm, AA I think in Storm is one of the best 2 hero synergies, like one of the best hero synergies for an AA because Storm is so good at finding those pickoffs around the map.
And I'm sorry, look at the bans. Evil Genius is actually with a Tide Hunter.
Wow.
With your AA pick, I believe that you are forcing IG into the offlane role Alchemist. However, there's a mind game happening now between the coaches, between the drafters, and you know that IG already played that Alchemist on the offlane, didn't work out for them really well. Won't they try and you know, mind game, you pick the same draft but then switch it on the safe lane? They probably would, right?
And part of it, I think, is also, I feel like almost every time I've seen EG go for this Beastmaster pick, they protect it with a Tide ban. Because when teams have picked Beastmaster into them, they pick Tide every time. For Ice and EG as a team, they just see Tide as like the best hero in the game against Beastmaster.
Yeah, we've talked about this on previous panels as well. Anchor Smash just makes life so much easier versus all the summons, also your passive versus the roar. But they already have Abaddon on the side of Invictus Gaming for the Beastmaster roar. He can be able to...
Last ban Lycan coming out for EG.
I like it. I can definitely see that being a hero that would cause a lot of problems. It would allow IG to just play much faster tempo, not give EG time to come online. There, it really does feel like a game of item timings where Storm's BKB timing needs to come out quickly.
And what's the timing on Alchemist and Lycan? Brotherly love. You give him Aghanims so he can bite you.
Is that the combo now?
Then you run around.
Seems like some anti-synergy almost.
100%. 100%. Like don't do this.
If you're turning the Alchemist into carry by biting him, Alchemist may as well just buy some, Battle Fury BKB himself.
No, I'm still not sold that this is... okay, my problem with this is Jug would be pretty solid for IG. Not great versus Beastmaster, but one of the last remaining good Aghanims heroes, right? And they ban it out.
Yeah, because we are also still looking for an Arteezy hero for Evil Geniuses. And in terms of bans, we obviously had a couple, but the Jug is one of the most common ones still in the pool. PA now also removed.
We've seen how well PA does versus Alchemist. TB, Morphling are still left in the pool. That
no,
are
TB banned.
TB
Morphling's still in though.
He's so dark, I can only see his eyes.
Yeah.
Morphling possibly an option, one of the best heroes versus Alchemist.
I'm not loving Morphling just because I feel like EG as a team in their playstyle hasn't looked as good with those greedier carries, but they may just be at a point where they're
There's
looking
Ursa
like,
as well,
what's
right?
left? And Ursa AA just sounds like a stronger lane. Like typically AA is a hero that you want to have a good lane partner with. The Wraith King comes to mind, but you don't want to pick Wraith King usually into the Alchemist.
And we've seen this story before.
Here we go.
We have. And it was a very similar draft they played against PSG LGD. They did have the Bloodseeker, the Storm, the Beastmaster, and the Earth Spirit. The only difference is an AA instead of the Phoenix. Four heroes of the same in the same draft when they played their third game in the upper bracket finals against PSG LGD.
Feels maybe even better with the AA. You have that possibility of sniping
Get everyone
heroes.
low, get Bloodseeker some movement speed.
Oh, yeah.
And again, it's EG not getting too greedy. When they have this Storm mid for Abed, they're not picking that hard carry because they just want to play this tempo game on the other side of the map, and they just know there's less farm to go around. You don't need to win the game from the carry role when you have a Storm Spirit mid.
IG have to dig deep now to figure out how to deal with this very, very early aggression, let's put it that way, oriented Evil Geniuses draft. But they've seen them play something similar, so...
Do they have to switch it up and go for the Alchemist and the carry role? Because I feel like he's not going to have time to get his Ag or a Ags complete. Maybe he's going to get one Ags for Void Spirit, but then they have to fight. So I don't know if that's...
And there's no obvious safe laner that benefits from the Ags, I feel.
2 seconds.
Yeah. They are...
Wow.
I believe that might be our first Faceless Void.
Out of left field.
That's a grand finals right there. That's a grand finals pick.
Hey, his Axe is all right, It's better than like the Weaver Axe, It's a hero that as a carry can have an impact with his Axe Scepter.
Yeah, it's a catch for the Storm Spirit as well.
The Axe for the Void, Faceless Void, what is it, Lizard?
Is it still
the Time Walk kit, right?
Time Walk kit, exactly.
I assume it's changed.
I'm sorry. I mean, for people at home, there's a lot of people watching, and hopefully there's a lot of people watching also that have just, figured out what is this Dota 2 game.
What is this hero,
What is this hero? I've not seen this before.
I thought the only Void in the game was Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Is it? It's still the same. You jump in, you hit everyone around you.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then you can go for early Battle Fury plus the Aghanims from Alchemist for that AOE hits or Maelstrom maybe.
You can farm really fast with it. It doesn't sound terrible to me, but it's still a Faceless Void, and that kind of doesn't sound the best at times.
I feel like the trifecta of Crits, Earth Spirit, Abed, Storm, and the Beastmaster of Ice, they played this multiple times already. This major. How can you go against that? I think they're going to take this one, Lizard.
Then again, this must be some cheese pick that they have prepared. We haven't seen Void at all. I'm willing to, mix things up a little. Let's go crazy a little bit.
Yeah, is a golden Faceless Void.
I was so tempted to go IG2 this game. I just feel like playing Void into Bloodseeker is pretty rough, actually.
Yeah, but he has a lot of very rough matchups too.
All right, let's hear from Lacoste and Owen. I know, Owen, you have played a lot of Faceless Void. Please shine some light on this pick.
I mean, well, this hero, yeah, so I'm a level 25 Void at a terrible MMR, but I can confirm this hero is legitimately one of the worst carries in the game. This hero is absolutely terrible. I don't know what they're doing.
We don't want to hear it, Owen.
I'm ready to be blown away, but I have no idea how they're going to make a Faceless Void work in 2021.
All right, Lacoste.
Yeah, this, you know, they have Void Spirit, they have Faceless Avoid, which people didn't tend to pick it at all. I believe this is the first showing of the hero, and might be the last one, considering what they have. They have 0 damage inside the Chronosphere as well.
Maybe just trying to put a bid in to try and get the hero buff for the next patch, so I can appreciate that from IG.
That's a smart way of thinking.
All right, guys, let's see who's going to take this second game of this grand finals. Take it away.
Thank you very much. But of course, very excited to see this. As the panel touched upon, if you're picking Faceless Void in this position, you must have something phenomenal in mind.
Either that or you're running out of options. Like, maybe just fall back. But as you said, you know, he's a golden tier, Faceless Void, so maybe he wants him, like, I invested so much time in grinding, I want this hero to have a buff in the next patch. That's how you do it.
Yep. Pull it out in the grand finals. I mean, it's, as I say, incredibly hyped to see. Is, of course, going to have the potential to get an Ice Axe down the line from JT. And the Void Axe, it's definitely good. It's definitely worth it. Probably not going to necessarily be higher up the list than Emos, though. Of course, the Void Spirit Axe, definitely the usual reason why you're drafting an Alk and a Void Spirit in the same lineup. But we'll see. You know, for Faceless Void, one of the things that kind of can make him work is if you have that insane combo with the Chronosphere. The problem is this game, IG, they just don't really have that, right?
Yeah, they have Acid Spray, Chrono into like Finger, Earth Spike. That's it. The good thing is they don't have any like real counterplay to the Chrono. There is a Roar, but you don't have that like Wyvern, you don't have Shadow Demon, you don't have a Oracle, any kind of saves coming inside the Chronosphere. So every single time the Chrono is up, they should be able to get a kill. Even though, as you said, like they have 1, 2, 3, 4 melee heroes.
And sort of overall, looking at EG's lineup, what do you like so much about what EG's bringing here?
Because they have such a great setup for Ancient Apparition. They have heroes that can invade the enemy jungle, something that, you know, Alchemist wants to be, let's say, 7 to 11 minutes where he's farming the Alch. They have pretty much the best heroes. You have Hawk scouting things out. You have Earth Spirit, who's one of the best heroes to just rotate over the map. Storm Spirit on top of that. Like, such a good setup for Ancient Apparition. I don't think Fly should be able to miss a single Ice Blast this time around.
Yeah, definitely no excuses for missing that this game. And some heroes that aren't going to really have the greatest of times if they get hit by that blast. Alchemist in particular. And with the lane setups here, I mean, who's getting the edge with these lanes?
Yeah, this Faceless Void, he's not going to get too much out of the bottom lane. He might be dead if he does not body block him.
The Blood Right's down. Fly. Ooh. It's going to be okay. It does have a salve ready in the lane.
This is a bit problematic. You know, they hit level 2 before you. They are using the healing salve. Oli sitting at half HP, so Bloodseeker will be very speedy. He can easily trade with the Faceless Void. Faceless Void gets close, needs to be wary of that silence coming out, a good zoning tool, and yeah, this on top of that. So whenever you have Bloodseeker in your team, you want to be able to. You also want to play aggressive on all your other lanes. Not sure why they decided to just lane Faceless Void on the bottom instead of the top.
I guess maybe just wanting to avoid the Beastmaster lane. Of course, that's not a huge amount of fun for Void to lane into.
Void has 4 CS right now.
I mean, it's not like he's doing any better down bottom. This is a pretty miserable start here for Fly. Really struggling to do anything against the Bloodseeker AA combo of Artesian Fly.
He's just being completely zoned out. Look at the aggression from Arteezy. He's like, I don't give a damn about CS.
See top lane, Crit coming in with a nice kick there, getting Ice back to safety. And with the ball, Crit, he's able to turn and get first blood. Some smooth moves already here from Crit on his Earth Spirit.
This game already looking really, really good for EG. Mid lane, pretty even. Abed, you know, it's Abed Storm Spirit. Like, you need to be very careful about it. Emo has a bottle, but let's see if they decide to TP to the mid lane. Yeah, there it is. Kaka just gonna TP, refill the bottle.
Bottom lane. Fly.
Zoning Blood Right.
I'm just consistently getting zoned. They've already been through at least 2 salves here on the bottom lane to keep Fly on the map. And he's getting nothing at all from down here. A 7 CS against the 14 and 6 of Arteezy. So it's going to be a slow start for the Void. A hero that, as we've been talking about before, you need a lot. If you're going to make the Faceless Void work, you need a lot of items. This hero does not do much with one or two.
Yeah, compared to
items.
other carries, one of the reasons why he's not picked is like even in this heavy like farm meta where every carry pretty much wants to get a Battle Fury, Faceless Void still can't really just fight with Battle Fury like a BKB. Still needs like an extra item to be able to deal the damage. 4-minute rune.
It's going to be down at the bottom. Arbed, he's not going to be able to grab this emo. Able to head down in time with the backup of volley. So IG will maintain the rune control.
They need to swap things around. Like Faceless Void, he is, I'm not going to say win condition, because first Axel probably going to go to Void Spirit. It just sounds much better, you know, having that stats. Void Spirit can go in. Having AoE silence is just going to be great against some of these heroes, especially the Storm Spirit. But they need to either bring up one hero to the bottom or just swap a lane. Because right now he has 8 CS, 9, while Arteezy has 19, 20.
Well, you just feel that there's no way that you can make this work if you're sacking the Void in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's just going to be so hard. He might get that, you know, Aghanim Scepter, second act should belong to Faceless Void to have that AoE bash with the Time Walk. Bounty runes. Ollie, also stacking.
See up top. Crit, still able to pick it up despite IG's attempts to stop it with the stuns. Now with the silence into the slow onto the two of them. Crit and Ice. They're just going to battle down the two of them. If they bring down Kaka, they're going to be able to get JT as well as EG. Take down both. I mean, top lane, getting kills like this, going perfectly for EG. Bottom lane, just completely slowing down Void's start to the match. And in the mid lane, I mean, that's the only lane really where IG, they're able to get something here. Zemo's keeping up with Arbed.
Exactly, they're doing at least something in this lane. Both side lanes not doing that well. Earth Spirit, like this is something that you don't expect. Earth Spirit going for 1-1-1 build, so you have this silence. It's a 2-second silence duration. He might even try to go on a mid lane. There's also 2 urn charges, so he can TP to the mid lane. Let's see where they decide to make a move, because both of them are in the base right now.
Bottom lane, Fly. He's got to be very careful if that is going to be the lane that they choose to make moves on towards. Maybe for now, Arbed just returning towards the mid lane. 6-minute rune is up. It's going to be down bottom. Arbed, he's hit 6 himself, so he's able to go and grab that. Kaka will stop him from being able to turn and get aggressive onto Emo.
They don't have enough damage.
He wants to go for Kaka. He knows that Kaka's spells are on cooldown. See if he can punish him, as there's very little that Emo can do to keep Arbed off, as Arbed reads the situation perfectly. Knows that he can't get punished for getting in aggressively. He's been able to turn towards Emo. Emo, he may be able to take him down. He does have 8 stick charges. That should be enough to zip away. Emo already using the Remnant. Nothing else to grab
Astral
Arbed.
Step in a second. It's like he knows. It's like he's actually counting. Emo's underneath the tower.
I mean, Arbed's still got a Fairy Fire. He's still got a Fairy Fire to play with. Plus the Fairy Fire and the stick charges, Emo's got to get out of here.
Crit rotating, but a bit too late. I think he had enough time if he hit himself to actually TP to the mid lane, try to help Arbed, but maybe Arbed was just saying, I don't need the help. I got this.
I mean, just a textbook showing of Arbed knowing his limits perfectly on this hero. On top lane, JT. He's got to be a bit careful now. Ice, he's hit the 6, he's got the Roar. Crit's ever in position, they can make a go onto JT. Especially before he hits level 6.
They just brought a Lion on the bottom. I don't think they cared too much about him. Like, Bloodseeker's very tanky. His armor is super high, especially when sitting near the tower. It's 12, so you don't really feel those right-click damage. Faceless Void will need some more XP to hit level 5. We can see the rotation.
Arbed's ready to come in. Looking for Fly. They're able to get the Vortex straight down into the blow. Right, Fly will get the jump off to the side, but Arbed's still with mana to go. The Aphotic Shield comes out and Fly. It's not enough to save him. As the Void gets taken down, Arbed once again, game 2, coming in with the perfect moves to the side lanes.
Arbed, very active. He understands now. I can TP to the side lane. I'm not going to lose too much out of the mid lane. I'm also the one who's, you know, getting those kills. He killed the Kaka, and they don't have enough tower damage. Like, if that was a DP on a mid lane instead of Void Spirit, that's, like, very punishable. You're probably going to lose the tower top lane Roar.
JT, he's popped the Chemical Rage, but the damage from these summons is bringing him very, very low. Emo will TP over. JT still just dying here to the Necro Book, as JT's going to end up walking back in range of Ice. A few more hits. JT, can they save him? Jump over with the Renner. Ice is able to get over, but Kaka's turned up as well. if they will manage to keep JT safe. Crit tries to roll in, gets the combo off onto the two of them. Kaka still getting beaten down by the ball. Crit will be able to find a kill in return.
Boris, he gets the last hit. So Ice, nothing too value lost there. They also force a rotation. Abed just playing between tier 1 and tier 2 tower right now. He knows like the biggest threat is pretty much Lion. So if Lion is off the map, he can feel pretty safe.
Bottom lane, Arteezy's now got the 6, so Flyfly has to be careful of any moves they make with backup. Top lane Emo. It's okay. No Raw still for 30 seconds. JT now sticking away from the lane completely. Abed still aggressive here, looking for moves in the mid lane. Bottom, Crit comes in with a rotation, and just a +1, that's all that's needed there for Arteezy to be able to take down Flyfly.
Flyfly, man, he's struggling. For people who are just tuning in, this is not a position 5. You know, Faceless Void, he's just struggling. Like, they completely dominated that lane. Arteezy, like, he's staying almost double the net worth at the moment. Going into Maelstrom.
Look at him over here. He's taking some stacks and he's taking some kills. As Emo will jump over Abed, immediately TPing out, but the Remnant is there. Abed will get punished.
That's a big kill. You know, he tried to go for a very greedy play. He gets a kill, tries to take the stack. But pretty much Storm Spirit is the best one. So I expect them to try to invade this stack. They see it's pretty big. This is where Alchemist is going to farm his Aghanim Scepter.
That's Crit. Tries to get over here around the 10-minute rune spawn. Kaka's able to turn. They've got the setup. They've got the lockdown. Crit won't be able to interrupt the bounty rune being taken. And IG will punish him for that.
Ice having a much better game than in the previous one. Like, he's super farm, staying near the top of the net worth. Has a book, so speed, getting closer to book 2. Like, he's just gonna be the one dominating the top part of the map. But I also want to see him, like, possibly rotate and invade that triangle. Try to steal some stacks from the Alchemist.
I want to do some in mid. Flyfly does have the 6. He's gonna open up with the Chrono onto Abed. Do they have the damage with the finger? They bring him low, they've got it. Now Arteezy looking for the counterplay though. Bloodbright's down there. Take down Flyfly in return. Arteezy trying to charge over towards Kaka. Emo jumps in as well over from the side. Ice bringing the boards in. Kaka getting slowed. Crit catching them there with the rocks. Silence and slowed as they bring down Kaka. Raw sets up onto Ollie as they may have lost Abed, but EG hit back and take way more from IG.
EG, they just bring the numbers. JT is not the one who wants to join the fight. He wants to be able to farm that Aghanim Scepter, but EG, they're making all the right moves. Abed getting the tips. You know, he took the finger, he took one for the team. That's their damage. Like, this is their damage inside the Chronosphere. It was very close.
Flyfly, he stepped up to the lane. Chris is going to be able to jump on him. He's gone. As soon as he's back in the game, he's out of it.
Oh, he's level 6. As a carry, 11 minutes in. They were giving tomes to Arteezy in the previous game. Maybe they need to start doing the same thing for Faceless Void, because he's seriously underleveled.
He's going to have such a tough game. Top lane Abed, he's found JT. He's buying time here for Ice to bring the army over. As JT looking pretty dead here. No escape for the Alchemist. Another kill for EG. 13-4 now. Crit was getting gone on, but he's able to make it away. Kaka not able to get the grab in time.
So a lot of time wasted, and they managed to kill Alchemist twice. He's not involved in any of the kills. Sometimes we see Alchemist being aggressive early on because there's a ton of damage. You know, Acid Spray combined with something. Most of the time it's like Tusk, a lot of right clicks, unstable concoction. Like, you get a kill, you get 2 kills, then you clear the stacks. You have that Aghanim Scepter on time. He still needs to farm 1,600 gold to actually be able to farm the first Ags.
It's not going to be one of those record-breaking times that we've seen from some of these solo lane alks with the way that EG has dealt with him a couple of times. Abed getting very close to the Orchid. Robo Magi and the recipe at Souls that's needed. Arteezy, the Maelstrom done. His farm now going to continue at a pace that's going to be very hard for Flyfly to keep up with. As Arteezy currently doubling the net worth of Flyfly.
He does not have a farming item on Faceless Void, while Arteezy has Maelstrom, so it's just going to keep getting worse for him.
They will have Chrono again in 20 seconds. I feel like if you are trying to make it, you've got to use Chrono off cooldown.
Check this triangle.
To get back in.
He's inside the triangles. Not going to say stealing, but taking away some CS from JT as well, because he needs to recover as well. But this also means that Aghanim Scepter will be delayed.
I'm trying to get some pressure onto the bottom tier 1. EG, with the strength that they have, they will not be afraid of defending. RTZ very strong right now.
They also have very limited tower damage. These heroes inside of IG, they can't really siege. Ice Blast
is coming in. The setups there, straight over they go towards Emo. Silence down as Ollie. He's not quite 6 yet. As Ollie will fall. Emo off to the side trying to escape, but they got any more damage to get him. He's going to fall underneath the threshold as Ice gets the last bit of damage, takes him out. I mean, EG just letting nothing get past them here in game 2.
They're just in full control of this game. Like when they take a fight near like Roche Pit, they could easily transition that into Roche Kill with the Beastmaster, or as maxed out the Boar Necro units. It's just more than enough to take you down. So next time they probably take a fight, it's just going to be a Roche. They're also devording with the Necro units. Like Necro is just such a busted and a strong item overall. One of the strongest one in this patch for sure. Abed has Orchid coming to him, plus a Haste Rune in the bottle.
Now, once that Orchid's done, this game is... I mean, it's already, of course, been incredibly hard for Flyfly. 0, 4, and 1 with the Orchid in play. He's got to pretty much hope that Ollie's always by his side. Otherwise, Abed will have no trouble pretty much taking down Flyfly solo.
Lion still holding a tome. He just gave it to Abaddon. Abaddon is also level 5. 15 minutes in, they smoke. They have the Aghanim Scepter complete. He gives it to Void Spirit, of course. The AoE Silence, 2 charges. They need to make stuff happen right now. Like, they need to get some kind of a kill, like multiple kills. Crit. Yeah, he'll gladly take that one. Oh, he stopped the finger. He was like trying to, you know, cast it, but was afraid that he might get out actually with the Rolling Boulder.
Yeah, they don't leave anything to chance. That's Flyfly. Still about 700 off the Maelstrom. As meanwhile, TZ, BKB is going to be pretty much done on top of his Maelstrom at the same time that Flyfly finishes his Maelstrom. So RTZ close to a full item ahead of Flyfly.
This time around, he's also going for BKB. Beastmaster, after finishing the Necro 3, doesn't care too much about any of the spells other than the Chronosphere. They have nothing else and wants to be able to, you know, deal with the silence.
Look at this smoke. Ollie does have 6, so he'll have some time to buy himself with borrowed time. But of course the rest of IG, they'll let him go. Unless they see an opportunity for a Chronosphere, Flyfly is around. But with Ollie gone, IG will retreat.
JT going for second Aghanim Scepter. He was thinking, do I need a Blink Dagger? Do I get the Axe here?
Got the blast. There with the combo crit.
Good
He's
silence.
In on the Flyfly again. The setup's there. Flyfly falls in an instant. As EG, they'll clean up Kaka. Emo's trying to bring down Arbed with him. A concoction flies over. Arbed does get stunned up. They'll get the trade onto the Storm Spirit crit. Also having to be a bit careful, but Ice he's coming in with the backup, and he's got a Roar at the ready. Roars JT. The Necro books out as they bring down the Alchemist. They'll take down 3.
It's just so much. Abaddon already used his Aphotic Shield. Ice sees that it came out, goes in, uses the Roar on Alchemist to shut him down. Once again, this is the 3rd death for JT. Man, Farmless Void, he's not really having a good time. Like, he's level 8, does not have a single item pretty much. 17 minutes in. This is a good kill, you know. They rely so much on Void Spirit to actually be able to do stuff. They gave Tome of Knowledge to Void Spirit, because first it was Lion holding it, then he gave it to Abba. Abba's like, I'm fine, you know, I just got level 6.
At least for IG, able to take down Arbed in that fight, but other than that, the game just not getting any easier for Flyfly. His Maelstrom is done. There's still so much catching up to do. There's all their value and net worth, of course, with the Ags going over as well. Really resting on Emo. Emo, he has to have a perfect game really to hold them in on this one, IG.
It's just going to get worse for them. Like, Faceless Void is not going to feel comfortable going in. He needs a BKB. Even when he gets a BKB, I just want to see if that's going to be his next item, because he needs to be able to protect them against the silences. They still have AA Blast. They still have Roar. Dire using a scan inside the pit. They know something is up. Chronosphere is up. We've seen one Chrono, right?
Just the one. Just the one so far in the mid lane. not being able to find a chance to use it again. They are coming over, and Roshan not quite taken out. And EG, they're prepared for this. They're backing off, smoking up themselves to prepare for the attempt here from IG. It's JT. Finding a target here. Hawks are out. So setting up the vision. Emo moving over to the backlines. Crit's going to roll over towards Ollie. Does get blocked off. Blood Bright's down. BKB popped by Arteezy. Commits over towards Ollie. Emo
they need to stun
keeping
Emo
out immediately, but Arbed's in. Grabs him with the Vortex. Stops the escape from the Void Spirit. Ollie falls as the borrowed time comes to an end. You see Crit and ISIS, they even see if they can chase down for more. They know that JT still around it. Crit, he's in. He knows exactly where JT is. It's the slow. ISIS has the roar at the ready as there's no escape for JT. As EG, they'll take the 3 of them down.
Yeah, that was such a good, rotation. They use the smoke, they get out of the pit, they understand, they are coming. They also use the scan, so they probably know something is up. Crit, they're sitting behind the trees, breaking also the smoke going in. Like, Abed is so careful. Like, you could see that he did not want to go in until Rupture was used, and then like, yeah, we'll just pull the Void Spirit, we'll kill him. There's not going to be enough damage. If we take down Void Spirit, this is where most of the damage just comes from. Faceless Void, after getting the Maelstrom, going for a BKB. I can understand that. Let's see if he can, get that Aghanim Scepter on time. But still, he's never going to feel comfortable playing into Rupture, into Roar, into AA Blast. It's just not good of a Faceless Void game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And then the wards are up there, quickly pinged out. As EG see IG preparing around the area. DD room ready for the next fight on Abed.
You have the best Aegis carrier in the game. Stormstrike. Abed pretty much always gets the same item build. Orchid Rush, then he gets Arcane Boots to have a bit more mana into BKB. AA Blast misses.
A little too low mana to keep going here, Abed. Forces back a couple of TPs. ZG bringing in the mid lane. TP's down towards the bottom. They want to try and get Flies. They show like a couple of heroes mid, Crit and Arteezy. They'll start setting up for bottom. Fly. He's been ruptured. He's going to go for the TP out. Crit, he's in. He's got the Yules, puts a stop to the escape. Fly will go down yet again.
He was thinking about using that Chronosphere. Like, Crit missed the Roar, but has a Yule Scepter to cancel the TP. Such a nice move from EG. EG, they're just completely dominating this game. Moving around the map, they have a BKB on a Beastmaster. AA, he was saving some money, bought a shard. A good shard. Like, this allows Ancient Apparition to possibly like even farm and push the creep waves. 40 DPS and attack speed reduced by 20.
IG having to back right up. I mean, down 7 to 23, down 7k. They've really had to look for some sort of big, crazy smoke-up play around a Chronosphere. But as we said at the start, it's just, even if they do land that Chrono,
where's the follow-up?
I mean, they have a finger, that's it, right?
Finger.
That's one hero gone, maybe, at best.
Radiant, they're using a scan. Abed does not feel comfortable. He thought maybe Lion is hiding in the trees. Lion has a Blink Dagger, so it's going to be much easier for him to get the good initiation.
There we go. On the side, they do get the jump onto Arteezy. Arteezy getting low. They've got the follow-up. Fly comes in. He's able to catch Arteezy. Does he have the damage? He's trying to beat into him. Arteezy is still alive.
He's still alive.
He's able to walk it off. Fly goes down. That was it. That was the Chrono. Nothing happens. Arteezy finally falls, but it's going to be EG with the cleanup as Emo's going to go down. They'll lose 3 on IG.
They used everything. Like, they used everything. There's Chronosphere. We talked about how they don't have enough damage inside of it, and we can see why. Like, Faceless Void just does not deal enough damage at the moment. There's no real follow-up. They try to burst him down. Arteezy super tanky, ton of armor, 21, has some status resistance with that casual Sange, which he will turn into SNY. Rest of the team just comes in and cleans them up.
And, well, it's tough. It's a very tough game here for IG. They'll have that Chrono ready to go again in just a short time of 2 minutes.
Yep. Aghanim Scepter now completed on Faceless Void. He didn't farm the gold. It was Alchemist who actually gave it to him.
Dire are scanning.
As we see again, I mean, Arteezy, of course, does eventually go down, but so much having to be used to kill Arteezy at this point. And that was even catching him in the chrono when he was as low as he was.
This is just the fastest way. Does not have attack speed. There's no Mask of Madness on anything. He's really struggling. You can feel that he's a bit more tanky right now because of that Axe. The stats are really good.
I mean, and the Axe, because it will speed up his farm. Fly able to hop around the map, clean up the waves, the camps as he jumps into them with the AoE bashes. But he needs a lot of time, and there's still many, many items until he's going to be any sort of considerable threat on his own when he comes in with the Chronosphere. That's Abed coming in with a huge zip hit, and he's on the hunt, and he's actually found him. Abed hunting through the tree line, catches Emo, as there's just no hiding. There is no hiding from Abed.
Straight into silence. They're not overlapping any of their abilities. Pretty much, man, Crit has been amazing this game. He's been involved in 21 out of 27 kills, all over the place. You know, like, either player is super bad when he has more than 3 earned charges, or the game is going so well that he does not even need to use it. He has 9 earned charges. You know, that's how dominant they are.
Yeah, 6-2 and 15. I mean, this is what happens when EG's able to get their hands on that crit spirit in the first few picks. I'm pretty sure we've just seen him have perfect games every time. Every time he's got his spirit this tournament.
There's a TP on the ground in the river near the mid. No one wants to touch that. After seeing what happened to Puppey, after picking up the bottle, they're like, nah, we're good.
Crit. Starting things off here onto Ollie. I think JT and Flyfly will look to get out of it. They're on the run, JT, Kaka, and Flyfly. They don't want to take any sort of fight here. Kaka, his TP's still on cooldown, so he won't make it away.
Crit, chasing Abaddon.
Ollie is going to go for the TP out. They've got ways to cancel it, though, as Crit. The Rolling Boulder back up and available. There's 2 more kills for EG, just 29-8. The killing just never stopping this game.
Alchemist now needs to farm an item for himself. Abed jumps
He's just going
in.
straight in onto Flyfly. He's going to zip him. We'll get caught out by the concoction. Back up there from Arteezy. Flyfly is dead. JT as well. Ice Blast coming in. It's not even needed. Arteezy taking them both down.
After seeing them GG out a bit like early in the previous game, I would not be surprised if they like take one more fight, especially if EG takes the Roche before that, where they understand like we can't do anything in this game because it looks pretty over. You know, 15k gold lead is just EG who's all over the map, making the right moves, maneuverable heroes. The space where IG can farm is just non-existent. Like they can farm pretty much whatever comes to their towers right now. They're gonna go in. They're gonna get those barracks. 6 seconds until Faceless Void respawns.
They will have Chronosphere when he's back up. And with the racks gone, nothing IG can do to push back EG. 17k lead. Arteezy well on the way to his Abyssal. Flyfly still struggling to get the BKB finished. Should be able to have it for the next fight.
Probably. Well, still needs to farm quite a lot of gold. Next Roche may respawn in 2 seconds. Let's see if it's going to be a longer respawn timer. EG should have the Roche. But, you know, IG does not want to give them that. It's going to be a minute and 20 seconds. If they give them Roche, Cheese, and Aegis on both cores, they're just not going to have enough damage because they need to play around the cooldown. The Chronosphere, 160 seconds is just a bit too high and very punishable.
IG just keeping themselves completely surrounding Flyfly, making sure that Flyfly is able to farm. There it is. BKB's done. So Flyfly will have now a bit of a better chance of jumping in, getting the chrono off. Whether that's going to make much of a difference, though.
Okay, Alchemist. He bought Shard, Berserker Potion, so they have a Dispel mechanic, which is okay. It can't dispel Roar. It's a soft Dispel. But they can Dispel Silences, which is really nice. Also Lincoln Sphere on Void Spirit.
On Abed.
Zip it.
He's just going to go straight in. It comes with the BKBs over towards Kaka. The Ice Blast will land onto Flyflies. Kaka goes down, buys back immediately. They're chasing over to Flyflies. Pop the BKB. The Chrono onto nothing.
He got
nothing.
the boars.
The Raw's there. Flyflies dead.
They
He's
might
out
call
of the
it.
game. I think they will.
Oh man, Chronosphere on 2 boars in the end. Like, man, Abed, he understands. I jump Lion. They don't have enough damage. Like, I go on top of him. Even if I get caught by the Chronosphere, they will not have enough damage to kill me. Earth Spirit is the one who's controlling a Baton. Just some really, really good showing from EG. This game was so one-sided.
I mean, as a Void player, I appreciate Flyfly's bid at trying to get Void buffed, but doing it in a grand finals, this is a bit of a risky game to do in it. I don't think we're going to be seeing Void again in this grand final series.
Oh, for sure not. Like, I think they kind of ran out of options. You know, they were like, what do we do? Ran out of time. Maybe it's time to bring out some big guns. And it was a water gun in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, EG, thanks to that, and thanks to, of course, as you said, EG's just perfect play and a brilliant draft. Once again, EG coming in with 5 heroes that they have no struggle playing this game from the lanes onwards. They just crush it on all fronts. They're up 2-0 now, and I don't know what IG's got to do, but they've got to come in with something completely different Lacoste in
Yeah,
this
they need to do 180, or what some people call 360, which is not correct, you know, but if they do 360, it might be 3-0, but they definitely need to bounce back. They need to make something different, because EG, they got their number.
They absolutely do, especially in a game like this. EG now up 2-0 against IG in this best of 5.
And with EG on most of their comfort heroes, it looked so easy for them, especially up against the Faceless Void of IG. It was a little bit of a questionable last pick coming out from Invictus Gaming here to talk about Game 2 and preparing for Game 3, I mean with Gods and Lizard.
A little bit.
And I want to start with the Faceless Void, because we were very harsh on the hero when he got picked. We heard our commentators being very harsh on the hero as well. But we are that for a reason, and I want to just, you know, there's a lot of people who's like, oh, I haven't seen it. Why is it bad, Gods?
It's really bad in lane. We saw that here. It got crushed. I don't know why they sent the off lane. The Hero's Toolkit just doesn't do a whole lot at many stages of the game. You're built around a Chronosphere, which is this like team fight spell, but you need heroes that synergize with the Chronosphere, which they didn't have. And even if they do, I think it's a carry that just doesn't feel like you carry the game. You're relying on your teammates to do damage in your Chronosphere.
Yeah, 2 patches ago he was pretty strong, pretty broken, picked in almost every single game. So I'm not really sad that we haven't seen him. I felt like, okay, if they're picking Faceless Void on Flyfly, he was like throughout history really strong on the hero. Maybe they have something planned. And they said before this match that they haven't prepared at all for EG, and I'm like, okay, maybe they lie, they're messing with us, mind games. No, I think they were honest.
Yeah.
They just didn't prepare, and now Faceless Void comes out in that last pick when you don't know what else to do. Aghanims on him, like he couldn't even kill a creep wave. You noticed that, right?
In my head, I'm like, oh, I remember the carry Void. You go Battle Fury on Maelstrom into Ags. It's a pretty good farming item. One, I mean, it came way too late because IG were getting wrecked this game. So that Axe was not at a good timing. But even so, he time walks a creep wave and it's half health. It's like not even half health. And I'm just like, oh, this Axe is just bad. Like, what?
And the other thing that if you want to make a Faceless Void work, I guess you have to have a lot of follow-up damage in the Chronosphere. We didn't see that either. It was a little bit of a, I don't know, almost like a mismatch, perhaps, a little bit coming out for Invictus Gaming, and it makes you wonder. This was their last pick. We know that they only had 2 seconds to pick their last hero.
Yep.
And it almost felt like, you know, they had a strategy somewhere. It probably wasn't what they had in mind, but they decided to do it anyway because it was the only option left available. Frustration coming out from Invictus Gaming here because they are now 1 game away from not being the champion at this major.
Yep.
On the side of Invictus Gaming, nobody has ever won a major. Yeah.
Just tells the story of the whole game. It was a missed attempt at the draft.
Yeah,
and
that's the thing. A lot of people be laughing at the chrono there, and maybe like thinking this Void played terribly. But I think draft-wise, the game-wise, everything was lost and fallen apart at this point. Maybe the players were a little tilted. but there's nothing you can do when EG is outmaneuvering you. With heroes like Storm, that can just always jump you, catch the backlines, Beastmaster, they always see you as well. It's impossible to land spells against this EG draft.
They were everywhere. They played very fast on the side of EG, and they're making a great case for themselves for taking the series 3-0, which, once again, for people wondering, Evil Geniuses has never won a major. I know Fly and Crit have won a major. Ice has won a major as well. Abed and Arteezy, never. The team, the region, never. So it would mean a lot to EG to be able to take that third game. And I can't see, at the moment, I can't see IG winning a game here because they've not shown to us that they can go toe-to-toe with EG.
Yeah, full 180 or, as Lacoste said, 360 is necessary from them.
No, not a 360 in there for them.
Yeah, I just don't, maybe go... Don't try to counterpick. Go back to your own stuff. Go back to your own drafts. I feel like in that first game, they really found themselves in a position in which IG usually is, and that is they let you have your own game, and then they pick some heroes that really work against that are out of the meta. Throughout the regionals, throughout the major, they have been picking heroes that are out of the meta. Maybe not out of the meta, but let's say Mirana mid. Naga last game as well. This time it's the Void. Really, they reach. They find different solutions. Those solutions so far have not worked versus EG.
Maybe not try them in the grand
finals. And they're the team who has second pick, which the strengths of second pick is having the last pick in the draft, and it felt like it was more a curse than the blessing. And so that's what we've seen a bit, where you get to this last pick, there's nothing amazing. The other strength is that last pick in the first phase going into the bans. They pick an Alchemist there, and I feel like they didn't end up with a good Alchemist draft at all, so they did not use the strengths of being second pick at all this game.
And
I agree. It's hard. It's a hard choice, but we have to choose an MVP. I feel like, is it Abed? Storm again?
Can I take this one? It's Crit 100% on the Earth Spirit. This guy, not only did he win the top lane, most of these fights that looked so easy for EG were won because of him. He jumps in, he silences every single time. The Abaddon +1. Abaddon plus Lion is probably the best, maybe Abaddon plus Void Spirit too, but he would be the first one that silences Oli, and then Oli cannot save anyone.
Yeah.
They win the games off of that, plus the top lane went so incredibly well for EG.
He just single-handedly makes Earth Spirit look broken. Like, it's unfortunate because they're in the grand finals and he's doing this, but you know, other teams can't do what he does on Earth Spirit, at least not many of those other teams, and he's just dominated that game.
Yeah, he has played fantastic. I'm curious. I mean, Earth Spirit is not on the first ban list for any of these teams. There's so many other heroes that everybody has to ban. So what is going to be let through in Game 3? We're going to have to wait and find out. Before we head to a break, though, I got some homework for you. We have, if you buy any of the Logitech G Pro gaming gear, that's the QR code. Scan that, and with any purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. Nice effort, Lizard. Appreciate that. But with every purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. So every purchase of the Logitech G Pro Series gaming gear. So make sure to check that out while we take a break. We'll be right back with Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed.
I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is for yours. Yeah. This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star for Valve. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG is gone!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
Pressure, frothing on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win and see me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Game 3 of the grand finals here at the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. Coming your way, it's a best of 5, but Evil Geniuses is 2 games up against Invictus Gaming right now. And on the side of Evil Geniuses, there's this one guy, Arteezy. He has played in 26 DPC leagues, or majors, minors, whatever you call them. He's been top 4 13 times. He's been doing really well, but he's never won. And I know that there's a lot of people that really want to see him win. Abed on the side of Evil Geniuses never won a major either. The team itself, Evil Geniuses, never won a major. The region, North America, never won a major. That could all change after the game we are about to witness here with Gods and Lizard. And I am loving what Evil Geniuses is doing in this final so far. Who couldn't? Because they are on fire. But I want to focus a little bit on IG. I want to know how we can, I don't know, maybe muddy the clean Dota that EG is playing. How can they make EG be out of their comfort, Gods?
Yeah, I feel like we come into these drafts and we're always talking about, like, okay, are they going to ban certain XYZ here, or are they going to change the ban list? I think we need to start talking less about the bans and more about what IG, what are they picking for themselves?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there's EG play too many things at this top level. They have this, defined hero pool that they play amazingly well, and you can't ban everything. IG, figure out what you're going to play. Obviously you're going to ban some stuff that EG plays, but worry about yourselves.
Yeah, I'm completely with him on this, because this is, the problem is IG's style is to let you have your stuff, let you have what you think is strong, and then they're going to work around that.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't even know what EG is going to pick. Evil Geniuses, so far, they've hit us with so many different drafts, and only recently have they started repeating with the Storm Spirit and Bloodseeker, right? We've seen a couple of those, in which they switched the winning condition, let's say, from Bloodseeker into the Storm. But IG, if your solution so far has worked, but it doesn't work anymore, I think you need to go find something else.
So who do you think they need to focus on? Because we've been saying that Emo is not really playing to his full potential. So that means that we want the win condition to be on Fly, and so we want their draft to be built around that.
So far, they've been building it around JT, right? They picked his hero very early on, and this is something that they needed to do in previous series, because they struggle when JT's heroes are banned out, and they have to pick something a little bit wonky on that offlane. However, that's not working in this series. They need to perhaps put a little bit higher priority on protecting Fly's hero pool.
And I think that's where, I think you just have to kind of say, like, JT, you're just going to have to maybe have less support. Maybe some of your heroes get banned up, because last game they were so concerned about him having a good game. They put him safe lane. They sent the Void to the offlane where he got completely crushed. Like, you pick a Faceless Void, that is a hero you're picking to carry the game, and you want to do everything you can to secure his farm. You don't care how your offlane goes. You shouldn't even care how your mid goes. Your Void has to have a good game. And IG didn't seem like they cared at all. They were playing the Void like it was a support.
Yeah. Do you think that IG has got trouble with dealing with the pressure? coming out
It looks that way. It's so difficult to say it versus for all of these players, because as much as we have superstars on Evil Geniuses, all of these players on IG are also pretty much the same level. And to see Emo fall to the same trick 3-4 times in that first game with Morphling is not something that I expect from him. Obviously, you're playing versus a team that's strong and they're making you look a little bit foolish.
Yeah.
But that's not it.
No,
How many times can we make these excuses?
Yeah, it feels like these small mistakes are snowballing into bigger ones, and we just haven't seen the dominant IG of, you know, earlier in this tournament, even just past tournaments, show up today here in the grand finals.
Yeah, because of course, I mean, IG is here in the finals. They have earned their spot here at the top 2 in the Singapore Major, but they are not yet making a case for being the top here. And we talked about best players in the game before. I think it is safe to say that of all the 10 players that we see on the board, Abed takes the cake. He is the strongest player, not just in this series, in the tournament you mentioned earlier as well, Gods. Do you have to try and figure out a way to shut his game down? Because then you're not just dealing with Abed, you're also dealing with Crit. And if you're dealing with Crit, it means that you have to try to pressure maybe Ice more, forcing Crit to be on his lane so he can't help Abed.
So far, they've been picking Puck and Storm Spirit for Abed, and that's pretty much where he looked immortal. On those two heroes, he's just dominating the game and just making an unfair playground for the enemy team. Maybe that's a solution. Maybe you need to find a way either to counter one of those two or maybe let the Puck go through. Feels easier to counter it than the Storm Spirit, at least. They didn't manage yet, at least.
Yeah, and I think a big problem with this matchup for IG is just the way you mentioned Crit and what he does for Abed's lane. It's the matchup of the 4 positions, the different play styles. Crit is just that little bit more active. He's going to be securing more runes. He's going to be playing around Abed, whereas it feels like with IG and Kaka, it's more of playing around JT. And I think that in itself gives EG a big matchup advantage, which you can't just adjust your whole team identity in the middle, like going into the grand finals of a tournament. It's incredibly difficult to do, and IG is suffering because of it.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of flexibility in Kaka's heroes pool. He's mostly been Lion and Shadow Shaman in the majority of
some
games.
Some Phoenix here and there as well, right?
Yeah, some Phoenix. He played one Rubik game, and then they played him on Tusk once, and it didn't work out. It was one of their losses against PSG LGD today, but that's the only time that they have tried to give him any kinds of these in-your-face position fours that we know Crit shines on.
Yeah. In the past, he was like amazing on these heroes too. You go back to the days when he was playing on Newbie. He was one of the best Earth Spirits.
He was the Naga as well.
Naga, Earth Spirit, like he played those 4 positions that kind of get in your face and make plays. So he can do that, at least if you go way back. But right now, it's just not as comfortable.
In the regional leagues as well, it was the same situation just a month ago when you look at what IG was playing. These are his heroes. You have these ranged controllers, the Shadow Shamans, the Lions, and that's maybe the regional bias that they had. These heroes were extremely popular. Other regions didn't play them as much.
And those heroes feed against Puck Storm. Like, yeah, they have the disables to lock down Puck Storm, but Storm gets BKB, you're dead. Puck jumps on you, silences you, just has all the tools to destroy you.
It depends how the lane is going on the mid lane. I think that's also something that we have to mention. If the lane is kind of even, I feel like as a Shadow Shaman, as long as you have a normal game, you perhaps find the Aether Lance and the Lion the same way, you have a decent time versus these Pucks and Storms. However, if the enemy midder is winning, that means he gets all his item timing sooner, and then you're pressured. You're always one step behind. We could see it in the first game because Disruptor was level 5, meanwhile Abed was already dominating the map.
Yep.
He couldn't use that Static Storm to kill him.
I think that's... I agree, but not like fully, because I think we've seen Abed. He's never like top 2, top 3 net worth. He sacrifices his farm to be active and start roaming around the map. Like, he uses his level advantage to go hunting. I feel like he just plays the Storm and Puck better than what other play. Like, he's not getting caught the same way I think we saw other Storms and Pucks getting caught against those Hex heroes.
So far, then again, so far they've been dominating all their games. So he's ahead. And I'm saying it's much easier to play when you have the vision, when you know everything, and when you don't have to be resorting to these split pushes in which that's where actually Lion and Shadow Shaman come to, you know, like they hiding in the trees, catching you when you try to split the map open.
You can't hide when you're playing against Beastmaster. This hero always has Hulk on you, Necrobooks, Boars. They're just scouting everything, and I think the Beastmaster is like one of those key heroes for EG that allowed Abed to have a free game, not just the crit 4 position roaming around.
Well, IG fully agrees with you because that is their first ban. They are, of course, this time on the first pick side, and that means that they have the luxury of actually banning out actual heroes other than the IO and the Puck.
Yeah, they switch things out a little bit. The Earth Spirit might be the next one. We'll see. Maybe Tusk, maybe Earth Spirit, Tusk. Okay.
I think if you're IG, your Emo plays a great Storm. If they're maybe discussing, you know, if EG banned the Puck again, do we take the Storm with our second pick, for example? Like, I don't know if it's the first overall pick, but it may be something where they just want to make sure Abed is not in his comfort zone.
I wouldn't mind seeing that whatsoever, because Emo, like you mentioned, on that Storm Spirit feels much like Abed. Maybe you just snatch it straight
First
up.
pick over.
You first pick it. It's so contested in the series.
Well,
do you really want to lose to a Storm Spirit 3 games of the Grand Finals?
If you think you can get it second pick, maybe EG's going to be thinking that. So maybe EG are going to first pick it. It feels like a key hero. Maybe EG is going to value it less, though. A big part of the success we mentioned was the Beastmaster. So maybe without Beastmaster, EG could head a totally different direction.
But they can still go for both Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit, and that's also a proven recipe for success. IG will take up the Phoenix. Little word there. They opened with that the first game of this best of 5 series, and this was the combination of the Phoenix Mars that they opened with. They did it in the same sense, where they were the ones with first pick, and they prioritized the Phoenix.
And JT's heroes right now are still all in the pool. If you think about it, the Timbersaw, the Mars, all left remaining, so they might get drawn into that idea of getting this good combination with the Phoenix first, something that clearly didn't work out for them so far in the series. Evil Geniuses now, do they pick the... I already like the Storm versus the Phoenix. That's already a nice target that you can jump on easily, eliminate before that egg.
We saw Crit go for the...
Yeah, there it is. Pick Storm Spirit.
I mean, it's kind of the same situation as last game. EG picked it second, but IG only had one hero to respond to it. So it's kind of you're picking it in a very similar spot, and IG adjust their picks. They go for a Nyx Assassin, and we kind of called for this. We want something a bit more active, a bit more playmaking for Kaka, and he gets it here.
And this is premeditated because they insta-picked it. This is something they knew. Okay, Storm's coming, Earth Spirit's coming, Nyx Assassin is the one we want.
Also very flexible, can be a 5, can be a 4. You can put Kaka as well on that Phoenix that he loves to play so much. And Evil Geniuses, meanwhile, they're not flexing things up whatsoever. It's Crit Third Spirit, it's Abed Storm. You know this, you've seen this before. It works, why change it? And I actually don't mind it at all. I think Nyx Assassin, after suffering that break nerf, he no longer has break on his ultimate vendetta hit. He's fallen off in my top tier heroes, even versus a Storm Spirit.
A lot of, I feel like the talk I've heard from analysts around Nyx is just like, yeah, this Heroes of 4 is like B or C tier even. Like, it just feels weak compared to the Earth Spirits, the Tusks.
Yeah,
but we like that they're changing it up, right? It might not be the best hero of the tournament. Has not had a lot of light of day here in Singapore.
Yeah, the other things did not work out for them. My worry for Invictus Gaming is that they might be identifying the wrong problem in their draft, because if I was to change something from the last one, it would probably be Faceless Void, not my position 4. And in the first draft, it would probably be the greed that they had between the Naga and the Morphling on the mid lane, not the position 4 again. However, okay, Lion, we won't see you again. We're going with the Nyx Assassin.
But I think a big problem of like how I'm sure there was something maybe better than the Void is how they got there. They got to that last pick and there was no good hero left for them. So I think they're just changing up the order they pick their heroes, not overly prioritizing getting JT his hero in the first phase. And then leaving this core pool very wide open for both teams, really.
Yeah. Troll banned out by Evil Geniuses, meanwhile Invictus Gaming with the Jug. And the Timbersaw, again, protecting that egg a little bit. Jug even versus Nyx Assassin is in the lane. If he lanes against him, is pretty solid. You can always spin through the carapace, follow him around.
And EG, banning out the preferred IG carries. Troll, Monkey. And we're going to again see maybe some of these slightly less mainstream carries just because there are going to be so many bans onto the popular ones. I wouldn't be surprised if EG banned something like the PL perhaps.
Yeah.
And are we thinking about the Alchemist on Evil Geniuses? It's still in the pool.
Yeah.
A little bit greedier, I should say, with a Storm Spirit, but still a possibility.
And you see Nyx Phoenix. These are not the strongest heroes in the laning stage, so it does feel like Alchemist is not going to get pressured. They like to pick fly these strong laning heroes like the Enchantress, for example. They could very easily just pick a carry Alchemist that has no obvious counters.
Let's see. With the ban, they can pretty much ban whatever from the cores. I wouldn't mind, if they are picking the Alchemist, I wouldn't mind a Morphling ban too, as that's something that Emo and Fly really love to play. We've seen it fail in the first game, but IG has played it so many times very well.
Yeah.
They could also aim on the offlaner, right?
Yeah, I think the tricky thing with the Alch is that EG are the ones picking first here, so they're going to have to pick it, and IG have plenty of time to respond to it. And then if they don't pick it in this phase, it's probably getting banned.
Maybe Mars ban, right? It's still in the pool, if I'm correct.
Oh,
yeah,
for here,
still,
yeah.
Yeah, you ban it versus IG. No, PL instead.
They're just targeting Fly. They've just basically saying, these are the heroes you're most comfortable on. We're in the grand finals. You're down 2-0. They forced him to pick a Faceless Void last night. At this point, they're basically like, let's not give him a hero he's winning games on.
When you think about what else they played, I believe there was a Spectre game, there was a Weaver game. Not sure about Spectre if it was them or PSG LGD, but they definitely did play some Weavers. Bloodseeker as well, an option, and put Emo on that win condition. The same thing that EG is doing. I actually think that these teams are very similar in the playstyle. It's just that EG has been constantly outdrafting and outplaying them.
One of the heroes still in the pool that, you know, Ice obviously also having a little bit of a struggle in terms of heroes because he shares a lot of the pool with JT, whose heroes are also banned. But we still have Pango, and we still have Viper that he played as well. But Pango specifically, we saw that be very successful earlier on in this major. Haven't seen it yet this grand finals though.
I think it might have fallen off a little bit because of the rise of Bloodseeker. If you know that someone is picking a Bloodseeker anyway, do you really want to put yourself in a position that you're a Pango on offlane? It's difficult, but Crit did play it on 4, right? And Ice on offlane.
Yeah, both of it, yeah. They're taking their time again here.
Probably just a Fly here would be my guess. I think you reveal the least by picking Fly's hero. You see what supports you're up against, and yeah, they go for CM.
Good call. Just a good laner overall, helps out with every single lane with the mana region and instantly into the Lycan.
Ooh!
That was... we didn't even have a full second to see the Void Spirit.
No.
Void Spirit hadn't even appeared from the Void before the Lycan came out.
Taking the spotlight in the game and in the draft as well. Okay, Void Spirit, it's something that we've seen. This could be an Alchemist again for Invictus Gaming. Very dangerous versus the Storm and the Lycan, who are very aggressive early on. Win rate on Radiant, 0%.
Well, I think EG is looking to try and up that a little bit.
It's just the teams who are picking it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, exactly.
It's probably some EU teams picking it or something.
One hero that's still in the pool that can be played in a lot of positions, Death Prophet. Seeing that kind of little bit of a shift in popularity. We did see it on the banning side this series in both of the games, but always in the later stages of the draft.
I think it's a bit hard to fit in here, though. Like for IG, they need an offlaner if they want to do
It's good
an
versus
offlane.
Lycan in the lane if they put it on 3. But instead, this is even better, perhaps, right? Not only because you're strong versus Lycan, you also have the root mechanics versus both of the spirits, which can come in handy. Defends your towers a little bit from this early onslaught, but Lycan can be shifted. It can be an offlane.
Well, I think it was always going to be an offlane for EG. And I think EG is going to be looking for that carry that they can later on build an Accept on Lycan and buy it. Ice is like a Lycan specialist, so I would imagine we're going to see it there. For IG, it's a good underlord pick because I think they can protect it with these bans. Monkey's already banned, and probably see that Ursa banned out as well.
Ursa banned for sure, yeah. Jug was banned way earlier too. Maybe not terribly, not too great versus the heroes that Invictus Gaming have got already, but something that EG definitely have played. They ban out the Bloodseeker.
Oh yeah.
How does that work? You bite the Bloodseeker, he already has movement speed, and then he's a wolf as well. Does he fly through the map?
What are the odds on a Terrorblade still coming out?
I'm not quite sure. Underlord, Phoenix, Void Spirit, all of these heroes can mess him up quite a bit, so it can be a difficult game for him. The Ursa ban, I think, is very probable, right? Do you agree?
Yeah, even though it was an RTZ hero during more of the DPC leagues, and I don't think we've seen it here yet on the main stage, and well, the major for EG, just from other teams.
Correct.
But it's just so good for this game, it feels like. hero that can kill the Supernova, has some built-in status resist against a lot of this disables. The roots can be a little annoying, but it just feels like a perfect hero for EG to round out their draft with.
So just waiting for that RTZ ban.
Yeah, I mean the carry pull itself is really strong.
This is interesting.
They've seen this EG look where they just don't pick these carries when they have the Storm.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just thinking they're going to be going for that tempo hero. We've seen Leshrac, we've seen Bloodseeker, Razor still in the pool. That's another hero we could see again from EG.
Maybe even the Lycan safe lane. It's maybe not probable, but the way that they're playing recently, would you say that they would be the team that picks Bloodseeker the most few days ago? You wouldn't, right?
True. And when they have Lycan Storm, do you even if they are looking for a safe lane, do you really want another hero that's going to be greedy like an Ursa who's building Battle Fury or whatnot? It feels like they may be better off going back for that Razor they picked earlier on.
I like the Razor call, actually. It's pretty solid. They already have some ways of dealing with Yag. Lycan can run in, you would have your safe lane carry as well. To do that, maybe even eliminate him before that tag is on. And they ban out the TB themselves.
So let's see, what is Fly going to play? We want to see Fly on something that he can take control over the game with.
Not a Faceless Void.
Not a Faceless Void, ideally.
Yeah.
He has played Ursa, he has played Weaver. He's played everything under the sun. The question is what they prefer most in this draft and what can keep up the tempo with from EG, because it looks like they're going to set a high pace.
Oh, and one hero we haven't mentioned is Alchemist is still in the pool as well. That's another carry.
That's actually very true.
Weaver, Alk, Ursa, and Razor seem to be like the main carries I see left that have at least been getting played and picked here.
Well, they have only 5 seconds left. They won't need it. They'll go for this.
Totally different.
I actually have seen this, and I've been talking about how they're always off meta when they find a hero to play against different carries. This is literally what they did. Same thing in the regionals, in which Lycan was picked against them. Not sure if it was carry on off or offlane, but they picked Sven into it. And then Lycan just doesn't have a game. It's very easy for you to clean up all of his minions.
If I'm correct, this is going to be the third Sven of the tournament. We've only seen Liquid win once and lose once with it.
They definitely like to pick these carries that everyone has left in the trash can like a few months ago.
So true. But like you say, this Lycan doesn't want to lane against Sven or Underlord, really. Like, there's no great lane
and
for
Razor. Yeah.
But there is a great lane for Razor. No matter where Razor goes, whether it's playing into the Sven, into the Underlord, this Razor pick looked, pretty easy to read in some ways, but also just like perfect to round out the EG draft.
Yeah, the teamfight composition from IG's draft is pretty solid. They have the Phoenix, the Underlord, you have ways of protecting the egg, a stun, AoE stun that's coming from your safe lane carry, and this safe lane carry later on in the game does feel like the strongest hero on the map, even versus the Razor. The only question is, do they get to that late game in which Sven just goes out of control before he's just, well, leashed by Razor and everyone else?
Well, and also before I think Abed takes over. His Storm in the mid game, we've seen what it can do. It feels like a game where Abed's going to try to come online and then win the game for EG, and IG's going to be sitting back like, all right, Sven, are you ready yet? Because if this does go late, the Sven, he's a beast. Even against the static link, I think Sven can carry this game if they don't get overrun by Abed's Storm.
Well, I am not going to go against Abed's Storm. I have learned from that already, so my prediction goes for the wave EG, although I would be happy to be proven wrong, because going to a fourth game would be great.
I also do really want to see the fourth game. Because of that, I'm going with IG. I also think that they have what it takes actually to win this one. They still have to prove that they're able to take EG though.
I overall like IG's draft better, so I'm going to have to go with IG. I think EG is showing they're the better team, they're playing better Dota, but draft-wise, this Sven pick it ticks the right boxes for me, so.
All right, well, I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of people at home are also very happy to hear that we're going to have a little bit more of a competitive game on our hands compared to what we saw previously. Isn't that right, Lacoste and OD Pixel?
You're just putting the words in our mouths, like, isn't that right and everything? I would say that IG, looks like they have the best draft so far in game number 3, but EG is also setting up Razor for a really, really good game. I'm leaning towards EG still. I think Razor should have a really good time. It's also a possibility. I think most likely they're going to run an aggressive tri-lane, leave Ice alone, and that's what has been working for them so well so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've got to kind of disagree. I think it is just another outdraft by EG. I don't know how IG is going to be able to lane against this Razor. You know, both side laners, the Underlord or the Sven, whatever the matchup's going to be, they're going to have a bad time. I think they overlooked the potential of the Razor coming in as the last 5th pick, and I just feel it's another draft where EG just looks to be coming out ahead.
Well, will we have a 4th game of this best of 5 grand finals, or will this finally be the time for NA, the time for EG, the time for Arteezy and Abed to win a major? We're going to find out. OD Pixel on Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, this 3rd game now. 2-0 EG up at the moment against IG. Without a doubt, though, Lacoste, this is, I mean, as you said, you actually prefer IGs, but in comparison to last game, it's a million times better from IG.
Oh, for sure. You know, they don't have the Faceless Void. We've seen Liquid had some success with Sven. I think it's a good hero here, you know, having that extra armor, extra, you know, something against Lycan, which should be good, you know, extra movement speed so you can run away from the static link. Also doesn't sound too bad. He's going to be the primary target, you know, for that link. Razor's like, yeah, you know, I'm just gonna link you. This is my job throughout the most of the game, to just be able to link him. Fly does not have a sentry ward. This is the 2nd time when IG's playing Dire that they've set up observer ward behind the tower. Might get de-warded.
And Abed, yet again, on his Storm Spirit. We've seen it, you know, in the series sort of get pushed further and further up in the draft order. This game picked first. Do you think IG have reacted to Abed's Storm enough with their picks, or do you see this as another game where the Storm can have a pretty free time?
They're playing into root mechanic coming out from the Underlord, into Nyx Assassin. I think Kaka, you know, he wanted to be the one that has the mana burn, has that stun, easy setup with the Carapace on the Stone Remnant, and yeah, they have much more than what they did before. Also, like Remnant coming out from the Void Spirit also could be a potential setup with the Yule Scepter. So in this particular matchup, you know, Storm Spirit against the Void Spirit, you know what your item build is going to be on Emo.
Arteezy going in onto JT.
One more hit.
One more hit. Is he going to be able to find it?
No, he can't get it anymore. Like the Tango plus the armor coming up from the tier 2 tower and some extra regeneration will keep him alive.
Yeah, instant aggressive move there from EG as soon as they hit the level 2s. Try and get in with the dive. Quite successful with it. Arteezy. He's going to be chased down here by the 2 of them. The Firestorm, is it enough to bring him down? It isn't. He'll get a Tango going. Kaka still continue to chase down. We'll have stun again in a second. If Kaka lands the stun, Arteezy's looking pretty dead, and he'll be able to do so. Kaka getting first blood for IG.
Good start. You know, they decided to go in, try to get that kill. All they needed was like 1 extra hit. Did not manage to do it. Kaka comes back with the first blood, lands another stun, boots of speed, and now this sets up Underlord for a bit of a better, you know, start, because Razor, he will always want to link you in the lane. One of the reasons why they picked him. The slow Crystal Maiden needs 1 mana for a bite.
I'll be able to get it, and this time Arteezy will manage to finish off the kill. Kaka, not quite enough mana for a stun, so couldn't hold back Arteezy from chasing JT down. It's mid lane. Matchup so far, Abed versus Emo. The ledge for Emo at the moment. Very, very close. Top lane. Do see Ice struggling to be able to step up and get the CSs. It's almost certainly is just going to be a lane where Fly, he's going to have a good time. We're going to get a pretty free farming Sven up here with the backup of Volley.
Yeah, you don't really threaten a kill with Lycan and the Earth Spirit unless you make like a really, really big mistake. You go for some kind of a dive. He should have a really decent time. Earth Spirit trying to make a move on a mid lane, something we've seen before.
Every single time at this moment, Crit, they'll look for the opening, see if they can grab Emo. Ahmed steps forward with the Vortex back into the Remnant. Is it enough? The Pulse is out, and that will be enough to save him. Emo keeping himself alive against that patented move that Crit always makes around this time.
And he will have a healing cell, which will bring him to pretty much the full HP. And this is what they want to have, you know, Lycan on the top lane, getting some extra XP, because Crit, they can't kill the top lane. So leaving Lycan alone, Sven with 2 points in cleave will push out the lane always. He wants also to be able to farm the side camp potentially, or the small camp, and then like your Lycan will also farm.
See Kaka heading over to join Emo and Ollie in the mid lane. They're bringing the 3 of them in. Abed very low on mana, and health at the moment. Crit checking for the rune. Will manage to refill the bottle here for Abed. As IG will show all three of them now in the mid lane, so the safety is going to be there for EG on the side lanes. As they know that the supports are all centered around the just backing up Emo.
And if we look at the bottom lane, Razor with the Quelling Blade, it's no shame. If you need some kind of help, like even if Arteezy's buying it, for all the new players out there, just buy a Quelling Blade. It will help you out, even if you're a range hero.
The mid lane, Abed. Kaka was able to close in on him. Not quite enough burst though between him and Emo. It's Abed bringing plenty of regen out. Salves, Clarity's Mango's good to go as he'll be able to keep himself in the lane. 5-minute bounty runes are coming up. Still just, Fly having a much better time compared to what he was able to find in the lane last game. The setup has been so much better. This time, actually able to hit some creeps here on the Sven.
Oh yeah. They are not making any stacks so far, and that I've seen Ancients not stack, nothing in the jungle stack. Sven would love to have. So maybe Phoenix eventually, if Sven goes to the jungle a bit earlier, then Phoenix takes over the lane, Sven can just farm. But Sven right now does not need help, especially once he hits that level 6. There's also some kill potential, possibly on Lycan, because he's only level 5.
See mid. Gonna try and punish Emo before he's hit the 6. Another move for Crit, kicks him back into the reach of Abed. See if he's coming in. Again, just not quite enough to kill off Emo. It's both mids soon to hit the 6. Abed will do so a little sooner than Emo. See if they're able to maintain control of the runes. Also having the attention of Kaka coming over towards the mid as well. And still Crit, he's going to be the one to grab it. Takes it away. Kaka won't be able to make the move in on this. Of course, with these sort of moments with Kaka coming over towards the mid, it is giving more and more space for Arteezy down bottom to continue to get ahead in this matchup. 30 for 8 against the 15 for 3 of JT. As JT having slightly tougher time than that of Ice on the other half of the map.
Storm Spirit, he got level 6. He's going back to base. Let's see if he decides to make an aggressive move on the bottom lane. Lane is in a good state, he has, but he's moving top. Lycan just hit level 6. Does not ideally we would want to have a Necro Book as well, so you can make a move. Crit is already there, level 3, still saving a point. Puts another point in Boulder Smash.
Off the mark with initiation and multiple TPs coming in from IG. So they bring him over both Emo and Kaka. Fly. Still seeing if he can start something. He's actually able to find the stun onto Abed. Abed out with the zip just in time. Pretty close there. Emo nearly finding the Remnant follow-up.
They kind of split the stack 50-50. This time around, Arteezy going for a Falcon Blade. Last time he played the Razor safe lane, he was set up for such a good game. Went straight into Boots of Travel, but this hero needs some kind of mana, even though you have Crystal Maiden in your team. Maiden usually does not put more than 1 point in aura anyway, especially early on. You just want to max that Frostbite, especially against Void Spirit. The root mechanic is super good. So I can understand why he's, getting that a bit of damage, a bit of a tankiness, and some extra mana regen.
I really want to try and catch Abed out around the mid again. Kaka just sitting on the sidelines, just in case the aggression's there from EG onto Emo. 8-minute runes, he's flying Abed. They're ready to try and hold for the top one. Remnant's down. Well, she ends up spawning bottom anyway. So again, IG maintaining control of the power runes. Crit. He's going to be able to get himself in. 4 solid to take it, so it won't be saved for Emo.
What a move from Crit. He uses a TP just to secure that the enemy mid laner does not get a refill on the bottle, that he does not get any power rune. Underlord playing very aggressive here.
Already starting to rift out though. Ward up on the cliff around the mid. They know that the movement was being made towards him. JT not hanging around any longer than he needs to. Fly. We'll see what sort of build-up he goes for on this Sven. It's going to be the Mask of Madness. See if it variates from what we did see from Mickey when he was bringing out his Sven performances here at the Major.
Yeah, a bit more status resistance with S and Y. He also went for a blink that game, upgraded it to Swift Blink, I believe, later on. He didn't go for Aghanim Scepter at all.
He didn't. Abed not having any opportunities to get in and help. Emo and Kaka looking pretty strong here in the mid lane. Top tower starting to get pressured a bit by Ice with the Necro books. It's going to be all the way back here, creating quite the nuisance here for the Phoenix. Trying to do his best with the body blocks to get some more damage in. It's a lot of space given for Ice to continue farming right up by the tower. So having Arbed and Crit in the neighborhood if any TPs come in from IG to try and hold off this push.
Right now, Sven is just jungling. Having that Mask of Madness, clearing the stacks. They're also going to stack Ancient Creep Camp one more time. While meanwhile in the top lane, Ice, high level. Ollie's a bit underleveled. Like, he's level 3 on Phoenix. He needs the tome.
He's in the mid, Emo. Been a couple of times now where he's been able to pick up these supports with the moves. We'll see big zip from Arbed, comes across with the
He's out of mana.
He turns with the stun, fly,
but a nice dodge.
Arbed's able to dodge it there with the illusion rune still low on the mana though, and the whole of IG chasing him down. The route there from JT as they bring down the storm. Now they'll turn over towards RTZ, fly. Get the control on this. The setups there from Kaka. RTZ looking to be in a whole world of trouble as the stuns are out. IG bring the fight around the mid lane as they take down the two cores.
Very aggressive move there from IG. Also Storm Spirit zipping in. And then like nice dodge with the illusion rune, but does not pop a mango. He had one mango to work with, I believe, and also a bottle charge. Maybe he could have gotten out of the trouble, but decided to focus on the voice line.
There's always that temptation. Space being brought for Ice though with all the action going on mid. Starts to get the levels on the Necro book. Overall 2k lead here for IG, and Fly continues to be in a perfect spot as the Sven. And that dream scenario of getting involved in early action, cleaning up the ancient stacks. This Sven is going to get pretty
be big. Yeah, this time around, Fly, much better game, especially compared to Faceless Void in game number 2. Phoenix still struggling a bit with the levels, you know, trying to take some XP from those stacks. And the one who's also having a really good time is Underlord. Like, he's going for Road of Atos against the Storm Spirit, so Abed, he needs a BKB. Like, after he finishes that Orchid, BKB is pretty much a must-have.
See top. They're going to look to see if they can burst out Ice. Caught in the route, they can. Archie even looking to reset and get out of there at the same time. Mid Abed goes in with the dive. Him and Crit able to collapse onto Ollie. Something in return, but again, these trades each and every time favoring that of IG, as IG keeping the stronger hold on this early game.
They're moving together as a unit, Sven being, you know, very active. He doesn't necessarily need to be involved in the kills, but he shows up. They're like, yeah, we can't really fight Sven right now. He feels super strong, has Yasha, Bracer, Mask of Madness, going into that Sanj, you know, the extra movement speed to break the link from the Razor is going to be really good.
They're going to try and catch them with the smoke, EG. As they've got to be careful, as Fly has got strength ready to pop. He can turn if they don't quite get the quick kill that they're looking for. Mid lane as well, also a hard place to fight into. JT's around. One pit laid out could set up for Arbed to get collapsed on completely by the following stuns.
And now it's Road of Atos done on Underlord. So he can keep them inside 3 points in Pit of Malice. It's just going to be so hard for EG to push the towers. Like this pit, as you mentioned, pretty much covers the whole area of the mid lane. Abed this time around not having as good game as we've seen in the other ones. Struggling a bit. They have the counters playing into Nyx Assassin. He's about to be level 8 compared to Emo, who's like level 10. I talked about the items but didn't finish my sentence where like whenever you play against the Storm Spirit as a Void Spirit, most of the time it's just going to be Yule Scepter to be able to dispel that flag. Getting caught.
He's going to go down. We'll see if Ice Crit can get anything in return. They can. Crit rolls in, gets the connection onto Ollie. JT turns, holds back Crit. As IG will back off with their Phoenix gone. See around the mid, Kaka on the hunt. Arbed does have full HP and full mana though, so Kaka alone won't be able to do much. Maybe if Emo's able to close in on this, the two of them together can take him. As Arbed stepping up. Won't quite be able to get in. Kaka didn't quite get in range there with the Carapace whilst the Remnant exploded. So Arbed will manage to live another day.
Oh, Haste Rune just spawned top.
See Crit starting some action down bottom. Arbit's going to be in with the follow-up. They've got the control. Fly will turn with the stun, but they have the damage.
EG, they see, you know, they saw 3 heroes on a mid lane. They're like, we caught a glimpse of Sven. Let's just go and try to take him down. Because they know there's not going to be any follow-up. He's not going to get any help. Nyx Assassin shown mid with Vendetta. Like, very nice move from EG there.
Now, the pick-off potential still incredibly strong from this Storm Earth Spirit duo that we've seen EG run so many times with great success. Bottom lane, Fly. Trying to soak up some XP behind the tower. IG, they won't let that pass as they dive in, take him out, and will manage to claim this tier 1 for themselves. Teams get the objectives and still getting as much as they can done, even with Fly off the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
JT will be able to secure the bottom tower. Like, this Underlord is in the middle of the pack, but feels very unkillable unless they bring the numbers.
No. Going in here for Ice. Crit can't do anything to save him. Ice goes down. Did have the summons out, but Fly is going to be able to head over and start dealing with the Necro books. They'll be able to control, take down both of them. 9-4, 3K lead. IG holding onto this advantage. And no signs at the moment of EG being able to really close the gap on Fly's farm. This Sven is going to be able to stay nearly sort of an item ahead at this pace if EG can't find enough action going in their favor.
Necro 3 is done on Lycan, so they should be, you know, ready to fight, especially once Abed finishes the Orchid. There it is. They can't stop him. But the Pit of Malice, like, this is your biggest problem in this game, you know, besides Sven, because Underlord with a good Pit of Malice into another Road of Atos, it's just too good. Like, he's also completely nullifying the damage that comes from Lycan these fights, especially in these smaller areas where, like, you can't just pass. Arcane Rune top.
Nemo is going to commit aggressively here with the 2 steps to try and close it and set him onto Crit. Put themselves on top of the Earth Spirit, but now Arteezy's ready to counterplay. Carter's going to go down. They're trying to take him out. The Rift, they're falling low. He's going to be able to take them out.
They'll get him.
He's gone. Emo's dead as well. EG had just enough damage to bring them down before the escape was in play. Now they're chasing for more. Over to the egg. EG take out the Supernova. Triple kill for Arteezy. The grab there with the Vortex, and they drag back Fly. Take him down as well. A team wipe out of nowhere there for EG.
This was a fight, you know. Void Spirit, he goes in, he uses a Yule Scepter on himself, and yeah, just a perfect setup for Earth Spirit to use his abilities. Abed, meanwhile, picks up that Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit. Kind of a bad egg there to try to make stuff happen, but they already lost multiple heroes. Man, I mean, EG, like, we're going to see that one again.
As you said it, you know, such an aggressive move from Emo, using pretty much all his mobility and escape to fully initiate. JT tries to bail them out. It must have been so close to completing the Rift, but the damage just very well prioritized there by EG as they bring down JT's Underlord. And from that point onwards, IG, they didn't have a backup plan.
They did not. You know, they get the good jump, they get the good initiation, and as you mentioned, like Emo using all of his abilities pretty much to close the gap, then aggressive Yule Scepter, he has nothing to protect himself with anymore.
9-10, that lead that IG had closed completely there off the back of that team fight. As you can see there, all that progress that IG were building up off the back of a solid start with the lanes and with Fly's farm, it's just gone in an instant.
I want to see what Arteezy's next item is going to be. Last time when he was playing Razor, he got so much value from a Blink Dagger pickup. I believe it was against Ami's Monkey King, where he just wanted to get on top of him. And then this might be also the item build here, you know, against the Sven. Now that you have a BKB, you don't care about any of the abilities pretty much that they can throw at you. So it could be a really nice pickup.
EG, they're now in a position to go for Roche. It has been scanned out immediately by IG, and IG have the ults ready to go. They've got Supernova at the ready for this fight. Emo's trying to head in with the Invis. Sentry's down. They've seen him. The silence for Quint. The pullback with the Vortex. Emo's in trouble. He'll buy some time with the heals, but he's straight back down into the stun as Crit catches him perfectly. JT, he's bailing them out. They'll try and bring down Ice. Will fall to the Firestorm. The rest of IG taken out of there. But again, IG losing the team fights. And once again, Emo, he's on the front. He's just not prepared for EG to react as quickly as they do. He feels that he's so strong with the invis. Sentry's laid down. EG know he's there. And Crit, instant setup there with the silence into the stun. There's no escape for Emo.
Oh, they just have his number this time around because like Emo is playing so aggressive. Like they have Necrobook units, they're trying to go for Roche. You know there's going to be Sentry there like 99% of the time. He still decides to go for that play. And he gets punished.
Definitely starting to hurt IG. After he was having a very solid start, I think pretty much 7-0-2 at the beginning. These 2 kills now back-to-back on Emo, slowing the momentum down. EG over to the side, Crit finds the catch onto Ollie.
Ollie can't catch a break this game. Like, they have so many tools to deal with him. They don't really have that, you know, high attack speed hero, but also he did not really place some good eggs this time around.
Crit
is in again.
He's able to find JT, kicks him back over to the rest of the team. EG move over. JT's gone. Another silence, another roll. Crit's in over towards Emo. The full-on flare with the vortex of Ahmed. As Emo's gone again, the tip's starting to come out. As Crit is just setting up kill after kill after kill. As you said it, they can't catch a break, IG, but they seem to consistently catch a Crit as he's on them every single time.
Crit has just been amazing. A bit of a slower start to his Earth Spirit. Didn't manage to find any openings early on, but his rolls, his silences, like the spell casting, everything was pretty much on point. And this should be the free Roche.
No, I don't think after those last few events, IG's going to risk going over there again. As EG controlling this area perfectly. Not leaving any chance for IG to even begin to think of setting up around Roshan. As Abed, he's going to have the Aegis ready for the next fight.
Arteezy was thinking, do I get a Sanj? Do I get a Blink Dagger? He saw how the last fight went, decided to go for that Blink Dagger, which I really, really like. You know, being able to just jump on the Sven. Like, he's never going to feel that comfortable playing into Razor. And they've shut down Emo. Emo was having such a good time. Now he's nowhere near his second item.
He's 3 back-to-back deaths, just destroying his early game completely. One more move like that, and Emo's impact is going to fall off entirely in this game. It's top lane EG at the tier 2s. See if IG want to do anything about this. You know, obviously, with the way the last few fights have gone, it's very hard for them to make that call, especially into the Aegis. In the mid, Crit, ice, and Abed.
Oh,
they're ready
not
to look
again.
for Emo, he's pushing down the lane. The silence is there from Crit, buying enough time to line up the roll. As another death. Bottom lane, Arteezy's coming in with the BKB and the static link. They're looking to take him out. JT is going to be able to bring Flying Kaka back to safety. Ollie will manage to TP out, but they can't let the Void Spirit die like this. This is
fourth time, exactly. Like Crit, he used the roll a bit prematurely, you know, considering if you use the Stone Remnant. So he didn't even use the Stone Remnant, still connects on the target, and you can feel that JT is afraid. While he's using Dark Rift, he needs to be able to control Void Spirit, otherwise someone might get kicked out of the range, and then you're just going to be left there alone.
It seems very risky here. IG, they've smoked up whilst they don't have Emo, and it's into an Aegis. Maybe, I mean, it's going to be that sort of a surprising move that it will catch EG by
they're not going to catch anything.
But no, Fly's out.
Even if they caught Fly, it's still not worth it. I can understand the aggression that they wanted to do, be a bit more, you know, active, because there's no shapeshift, there was no BKB on Razor. But even, as you said, they still have Aegis on the Storm up and running for 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Arteezy back on with the push, will manage to finish off the tier 2.
Oh, they need to talk about the items, because Lycan and Razor are going for the same item build, so he just like swapped. He bought a casual plate mail, which is also fine. He wanted to get the AC, but realized Lycan is also going for one.
Yeah, looks to pick up the axe instead.
Casual plate mail is also fine. You know,
yeah, against
playing into
Sven,
yeah, feels like a good item.
I mean, as you said, you just need to be able to BKB, get on top of the Sven, get the link going, and just survive through the initial physical burst that Sven will still have at the start of the link with the God Strength. You live through that, Sven's not been able to take you down. As a Razor, you're just going to be able to force the Sven to have to back off each time, and with the control that EG has, it's going to be rather difficult for Fly to do. Does have the BKB now, but those BKB usages have to be flawless from the Sven.
For sure. JP's Road of Atos, like, oh, another jump. It's just going to be on the next Assassin. And next Assassin does not ever feel comfortable playing in any of the Necro 3 heroes like a Beastmaster, Lycan, Atos. Let's see the damage.
I mean, they're trying to start something onto Arteezy. JT, he already feels the way that this fight is going. He's starting to rift them out. Godstrick has been committed though by Fly. A bit of an awkward move there. As you can see very early on that JT had no inclination of sticking around for the fight.
If they get a stun on Razor, I think they commit instead of getting back, because they could potentially just bring down Razor low enough to kill him with Sven's God Strength. Sven, no blink.
And he still wants to go, still wants to make something happen with this God Strength. He's stepping up, but he's been silenced. Armin's getting him with the backline. The BKB comes up, but Arteezy, he's in with the static link. Sven's got to step away. Fly's losing all of his damage. Freezing field for the high ground from Fly. Emo's got to run. JT's going to get chased out by Arteezy. Crits in again with the roll. Closes the gap on JT as JT's gone.
Oh, that was not a good Pit of Malice. If we're going to see that again, Razor, he managed to walk around the Pit of Malice. Like, good moves from Arteezy there. Gets the static link off, and also he did not block that passage. Like, check the Pit of Malice. Like, it was a bit more aggressive, good jump from the Storm Spirit, and the Razor just goes around, manages to get out and follow them.
Yeah, it stays on Fly for more than long enough to force Fly to have to run. No chance of taking the fight anymore when Fly has lost, I think, at least 120 damage there to the link. 4K lead now for EG. Fly's farm still in a good place, but with these last few fights, Arteezy's just caught up completely on his Razor.
He's going into Aghanim Scepter, which is also okay. Was thinking about Sanj, a bit of a status resistance, maybe transition that into Heaven's Halberd against the Sven, which would also be fine, but getting Aghanim Scepter gives them a bit more like push potential, and then you can deal with the 2 targets. I don't know why, like, in the description it says when striking buildings it will only target towers, barracks, and the Ancient. Like, those buildings, they're actually called just buildings inside the base, are not affected. Like, it would be too powerful if you could actually go for that.
You're not wrong. That's, you know, you've got to balance in all things.
I like how that's still called a building. Couldn't think of anything different.
I mean, Dota's a very creative game. You know, there's going to be limits to the creativeness. Building, indeed. Maybe we'll see it get a name change in the new update. So here we have it, bottom lane. Tier 2, getting pressured by Ice, and again, this is just, you can't do anything. You can't do anything here if you're IG. You can't turn up to these pushes from EG right now. You've got to try and look to get the trades going, and they'll take the tier 1 top, IG.
Crit has a BKB. Urn of Shadows, BKB.
It's massive.
Yeah. Lycan units trying to push on the bottom lane. They also have a siege creep. But they know something is up. Like EG, they have a good read. IG smoked on a completely different side of the map.
It's going to take them quite a while to get over it. But they're heading in the right direction. See if they can get a jump. But you say EG's going to feel that something's coming over. EG, they're going to be prepared. They're holding close to one another on the high ground. Do IG really want to try and fight into this?
EG, they have vision on the high ground. They're scouting things out. They're sure that there are no wards from the enemy team with the Necros, and now they're going to start pushing in some damage, forcing a glyph from IG. Next Roche may respawn in 30 seconds.
Around the next objective they'll look for, Arteezy will have the full Aghanims. So as well, they lose a curry in the river, but that pretty much gives up the whole move of IG. As IG will have to get back to showing themselves in the mid lane. Really just prepare for the high ground defense. fighting EG outside of the base has ended terribly the last few times that IG's tried to go for it. It's mid lane. With the opening here onto
That's a good
RTZ.
job.
The chain stone's coming out. Arbedt jumps in the back, but RTZ's going to get blown off. As he's taken down 100-0 now with the God Strike. Firefly turns over towards Crit. Crit's escape is going to be blocked off. IG able to find that opening as RTZ wasn't quite ready for that opening stun.
No, I mean, if he pops a BKB there, not sure if Blink Dagger was ready, but he needs to be careful. They have so many stuns, like stun from Sven, stun from Next Assassin. Let's see the Roche respawn, minute and 5 seconds, so RTZ will be out, but need to be a bit more careful.
Standing in just a little bit too close to the base and not quite prepared. I didn't know that IG was all up there, and the pace had kind of slowed down. Things had started to calm off a little bit, so RTZ is just getting a bit of a rude awakening there from that jump of IG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what IG can do with this. 15 seconds though until RTZ's back up, so not too long whatsoever. And IG will respect that as soon as the respawn comes in. Keep themselves to their half of the map.
Damage coming out from the Sven is still super high. He also finds a really good neutral item, like Spider Legs. That's going to give you move speed, ability to go over the cliffs. So, like, that static link is not going to be that great. He has a lot of movement speed from the Warcry, Mask of Madness, S and Y might be able to just blink and break it.
Arbedt closing in onto Emo. The follow-up silence there for Crit. They grab it back with the Vortex. Emo's gone. And we're seeing it every single game, really, when ISIS he's on these Beastmasters, he's on these Lycans, the Micro, the vision game that
he
is
gets
able to
Phoenix
provide.
as well.
And RTZ, he's dealing with JT. He's on it with the Stallion Link. JT looking to get out here with the Rift, and they got the damage they do. JT's not getting home tonight.
Crit understands, like, we have enough damage to bring him down, rolls onto the Phoenix, almost gets like a solo kill until Sven shows up. Buyback from Next Assassin.
Otherwise they're going to start losing the base. RTZ stepping up to the high ground. And with the push of ISIS's army, the tier 3's gone. IG, what can they do to slow this? ISIS popping the ult, in fact ready to look to maybe even pressure a dive. They'll force out another buyback from IG as Emo.
That's a big one.
Looking for the setup. BKB is available from Arbedt. He's going to pop it immediately. Turn over one Firefly. He's brought in the Sven. Firefly's going to put the BKB and run. The Supernova's out. EG step to the side, keep their distance, wait for the ult to finish.
This is so big from EG. They just forced him to use 2 buybacks. They got the tower, and they also forced the egg plus a BKB from Sven. Roshan is up. They could go in. Like, they have enough damage. Necrobook is available. There's also AC on Lycan right now. So much minus armor coming out. They just have enough. RTZ finishing off the Aghanim Scepter as well. He also found the Spider Legs, so it's going to have a bit easier time chasing Sven with that static link.
This is spotted out. It's Aegis and Cheese. IG, they don't want to let this get away. As they're coming in with the smoke, they have got strength. No Supernova, no Rift either, so JT won't be able to bail them out if the fight goes wrong.
No BKB for 20 as well on Sven. EG, they go back. They're holding the high ground. They know that they are aware of this. Look at Crit positioning.
Crit trying to dispel any sort of smoke movement that IG attempt from the low ground, but IG very hesitant about making moves into this triangle. Ollie. Get the ward down. At the vision advantage, they're going to try and jump Emo. He's going to look to commit straight away onto Arbedt. Crit. He's able to land the 3-man silence, pushes the back. IG, they've got a split. As a jump forward from Arbedt, they're looking at one Firefly trying to TP out the rest of the BKB. Firefly, he'll make it out of there. JT trying to bail the rest of the map, but Emo's dead. Out for 90. Ollie's trying to TP away, but Crit's in with the stun, stops the TP escape. As
Man,
EG, they
Crit,
kill the 2 of them.
what a performance by him. You know, holding there, they've split the Necrobook units if they want to enter from this or the other side, and then he lands a 3-man silence. A good link from RTZ. The reason why he bought a Blink Dagger. Yeah, we're going to see that one again.
I mean, the jump there, but Crit, he keeps his cool. He heads over, boom. Suddenly 3-man silence, they have to split. Kaka and JT can't offer anything at the start of it, as Crit's pressure just splits IG apart and allows EG to clean them up one by one. JT very lucky to get away with his life because Emo and Ollie left behind. EG's got the space to move in. Aegis on RTZ and Cheese on Arbedt, ready for the next fight.
And they swap things around a little bit. They still show that, you know, Razor. I like that because Razor will be the one possibly going in a bit more aggressive, sieging the high ground with the Eye of the Storm, especially with the Aghanim Scepter. So they give him that instead, which I really, really like.
And here comes the push for the Aghanims. RTZ using the lightning to break down the barracks. 20 seconds until Emo's up. As the react's falling incredibly fast as well with the AC help. Coming in, I've got the fortification. Slow him down a little bit. Arteezy is getting back in there now, but he's looking for the jump. Is it straight away on Kaka with the silence? The Lotus Orb will protect Kaka. Arteezy nearly killing himself. The plasma field zip back in. They're on top of Kaka. Kaka's out for 70. No buyback on the Nyx.
They do not want to lose this Aegis yet, because they just picked it up.
Yeah, they're instantly out of there. Side's popping the ult to break away from IG. As IG won't be able to punish EG at all there for that push.
They're still going to have cheese. They're still going to have Aegis for the next fight. Well, maybe they use the cheese. Who's holding the cheese? They don't have the cheese.
They had it on Arbed before.
Okay, he popped it.
Okay. A 24-13, 10k lead. Again, this third game, once more, IG just finding themselves in a position that... I don't know, how do they get themselves out of this?
They're just crumbling. Like, the decision-making after a couple of deaths on Emo, he died for like 4 times in a row. Now trying... Wolves, they're scouting them out.
Here we go, jumping from Arteezy, he's on to Fly, popping the BKB. He's got to run. He's got to get out of it with the static link, stealing that damage over to the side. Chris there with the follow-up, close the gap onto Emo. Emo's gone with no buyback for a minute, and Arteezy's ready to head back up to the high ground and into the base. No creep wave at the moment, though.
This is also the perfect item for Arteezy. You know, you get stuck on a cliff, just use the spider legs, can easily get off of it. And this allows him to just chase the Sven. It also allows him to not have boots of speed in his inventory, just keeping that plate mail. Like, if he gets the first jump on Sven, if they don't stun lock him, Arteezy's good to go. And Fly will need to bail.
Just each and every time having to use those BKBs to survive and run. Making it increasingly harder for IG to just set up a scenario where they can pop BKB God Strength and get the jump themselves, with EG's aggression just beating IG at it every single time. EG playing far too fast for IG to keep up with once again.
Bloodstone, Orchid on Storm Spirit, level 20. He also went for the Electric Vortex duration talent. Like, this Crystal Maiden Aura really helping out how much farm Abed can get. And now going into Aghanim Scepter, which I really like. He also, you know, just prefers to get that item as, like, sometimes third, sometimes fourth, but really works well. Kind of like a budget black hole.
IG just having to sit back and wait now.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to, like, precast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Emo, he's got to be very careful how he jumps out of the base like this. You know that EG, if they feel the time is right, they'll be straight on top of him. See how they can start things. Arteezy, it's another fly, they get the drag back. They do turn with the stun onto the two of them, and they bring down Arbed. Arbed will go down, Arteezy as well, getting tired. Arteezy's gone the once. He's got the Aegis, he's going to be back for a second round, but the Supernova is going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out, but the Supernova goes off. They've all been stunned. IG down to focus down Arteezy. Arteezy getting brought down. Arteezy's dead. IG finding number for the Magnetize. Crit trying to do his best to rectify the fight, keeping the Magnetize going, but the Spike Carapace trips up Crit. IG turn, they take him down as well.
Yeah, this is the fight that IG needed. You know, they go in, Fly gets a good ulti off. Like, if he does not get static linked, or if the static link is like 100 damage, you're still gonna feel those right clicks coming out from Sven, almost 600 damage on him, getting him closer to like level 25, even more damage, and getting him closer to the Swift Blink. Then he's gonna have unlocked movement speed, will be able to bring that, break that link.
Almost just the initiation this time around, just a little too aggressive from EG. They both commit in onto Fly, but JT, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Fly, causing Arbed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Arbed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on Arteezy's revival from the Aegis.
Yeah, that was such a clutch move as well on top of that. And Lotus Orb, like, this is the best item pretty much that they can get against the Sven. Sorry, against the Razor. Also, he decided to get a Lotus Orb for himself on Razor. Interesting. There aren't too many, like, things to dispel. There is a silence from the Void Spirit. Sven does not have, you know, that Aghanim Scepter, so he's not following you, which is a really good item to counter it. I guess he just wants to have something against a bit of Malice to be able to move around freely.
But he's already got the BKB.
Maybe he was thinking, you know, I'm running out of slots. I bought that casual plate mail. What do I turn this into?
Sure, I think that's almost certainly it. And it is something that does mean when he commits onto Flyfly, if he doesn't want to use the BKB straight away, suddenly Flyfly can't hold him back with the stun because it's just only going to cause Flyfly to stun himself. Well, Flyfly does also have a BKB, but we'll see. Definitely didn't do too much for him in that last situation. Minotaur Horn also on Flyfly, as he's getting tankier and tankier, and a big bit of that lead shut down there off the back of that last defense from IG, showing that they've still got a good punch ready to come out with.
They still have to respect the damage coming out from Sven because it's insane, especially if they get a Lotus Orb on him, then you're not going to feel like the static link. Crit still deals a ton of damage in the team fights. They also gave him Spell Prism to lower the cooldown on his abilities. More rolls, more silences, and the lower cooldown on a BKB plus a Spirit Vessel. Next Roche may respawn in a minute and 30. Emo holding a gem. Oli picked that one up.
So if they can get the jump out, it's easy. Just showing at the moment in the mid. Kaka tries to get him with a Spike Carapace setup. Will open up with the stun. IG. Let's see if they can commit onto him. Arteezy's going to be able to easily get the BKB off. IG, they'll start to back off. Ice and Arbed, they won't chase. So IG succeeding in getting the BKB charge down on Arteezy. And now they want to fight. Now that they know the BKB is on cooldown, they could go for a big move. They're going to come in with the Rift over towards the bottom lane. Ice he's heading over to clean it up, but he's going to have a nasty surprise here as IG turn up. Ice has instant reactions though. As soon as he sees the team, BKB and a TP out, Ice is fine.
Sven even popped the ulti. Maybe he thought, you know, with 1 or 2 crits from Daedalus, I will have enough damage to bring him down. But Lycan is super tanky, especially with the AC, and realizes they have nothing that goes through magic immunity, so I'm just going to TP out.
Still about 2k away from the Aghanims on Arbed. It's going to make a big difference in these fights. Trying to play around all the counter plays that IG have going for themselves. See, Flyfly did finish off the Swift Blink, so a big step up to his damage output. If he's able to close the gap, get that initiation with the God Strength, this Sven is going to hit incredibly hard.
Storm, he found Timeless Relic for himself. That's going to be a great item, especially once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter. He's getting very close, double damage in the bottle. Next Roche, minute and 30.
And we see as well with the timing, Flyfly gets himself, gets 2 tomes actually sent out that were available still. So that's pushed him up just half a level away from the level 25 now, Sven.
Stacking the tomes, new strat.
Yeah, hit them with so that surprise XP jump at the end. So in terms of 25s for EG, still a little away from them.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Arteezy, very close to having his next item done. In fact, he's got it here, I believe.
Emo has a 10-second BKB. They need to be careful about this because he did not use it yet. Invis.
Well, the Stormcraft has actually kind of given it away.
Oh yeah, I just forgot about that item. You know, it's one item that has a good dispel mechanic, but doesn't feel like it has a lot of synergy. You know, who's gonna bring that? Do you want to have that on the like a spellcaster? Do you want to have that on someone who deals the damage? Mana Regen is nice though.
And we're holding it like they were just then. I mean, the EG are fully aware of where IG's sneaking around. Stormcraft are procking against the wolves and the creeps. EG, they're going to try and fight this. They're going to lift the jump. Arteezy straight in away, but he's been caught up on the Spike Carapace. Kaka's able to catch him as he jumps in. Supernova's out. BKB will manage to come out from
Kill that egg.
They turn, take down the egg, jump towards the back line. They're on top of Flyfly trying to over the Minotaur Horn. He's going to stand his ground past the God Stroke. He turns, he takes down Arbed. Crit falling low as well. The Remnant won't quite grab him. Crit still alive, kicks back Emo. Emo turns over towards him. Yule set up onto Crit. Crit will go down.
Like, they thought Sven's not going to turn, but he also didn't have 25 there yet, but that you can see the damage. Like, with the Swift Blink, unlocks the max movement speed, just, like, completely turns around with the God Strength, gets 2 hits, and they're all, like, half HP or Wall was gone. Storm Spirit, you know, he does not have a defensive item for himself other than the Black King bar, so that's a bit problematic. They also need to respect still the damage coming out from Sven.
And we see as well, they did force out a couple of buybacks from IG, so IG putting a bit more money into that fight. At the same time, Crit comes out with his as EG. They don't want to let IG get the chance to get into Roche using those buybacks. As we see in the fight again, just good pick off, good way to start things, but Fly just holding his ground, knowing that he would have the damage to turn and take down the two of them.
Roche is alive. Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter.
And who's eyeing up that Ags? I mean, I guess, you know, Abed would love to have to not buy his own, as he's still yet to buy into it.
And they can give it to him. They could also give it to Earth Spirit. I wouldn't mind seeing Earth Spirit with it, if they get it. But on the other side, Emo already has one. I think you just give it to Sven, if they are the ones who can pick it up. Like that transportation, the Superman mode, unlock. Oh, he also he also built the Lincoln Sphere, which I really like. You know, a Lotus Orb and the Lincoln Sphere against the Razor. It's a 9k gold lead for EG, but at the moment, like, you can't really feel that they're missing that amount of gold. It doesn't really matter.
If they can't jump Fly and deal with him at the start of the fight, Fly is just going to cause a whole lot of issues as the fight draws on. If he can get that BKB and God Strength off without the threat of being static linked by Arteezy. Around this area, a lost fight here. I mean, a lost Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanims. Abed actually spending up the money. Will invest in the Aghanims for himself. So we'll have that good to go for the next fight.
They don't have too many abilities that they can, like, pierce this Lincoln Sphere with. They might use a Frostbite. I don't think you want to use the Force Staff from the Crystal Maiden. You want to save that for defensive purposes. They lost a gem. This is also the big part. You know, now IG, they're holding 2 gems. They still have Necro units to devord any possible wards. A big item on Razor, he got that Butterfly. Sven does not have a True Strike.
Well, let's be cautious about Emo. Level 25, Hex stun. That's a lot of lockdown between the Hex and the Dissimilate stun. If EG don't get their BKBs off in time, there will be more than enough chain stun to hold Arteezy in place to allow Fly to get the kill.
And
even
the BKBs are down to 5 seconds. He
jumps in. But instant reaction there with the Hex as they come in. Commits with the BKB, gets the signs down to the 2 of them. The Supernova's out, but Ahmed, he's down. The damage is done by Fly. Over towards Crit they goes. The BKB comes to an end. Spike Cameron for Kaka catches Crit. Crit goes down as well.
That jump, you know, they go in, but they get caught. There's so much control coming up from the Void Spirit. You have the Hex, you have that AoE silence. The Simulate also stuns, level 25 talent. Now they can go inside the pit. Crit already bought back in the previous fight, so he's not going to have it. Storm Spirit invested all of his gold into that new shiny Aghanim Scepter. I don't think they have enough to deal with that super farmed Sven right now, and also Emo. Like, he managed to make a comeback after getting caught multiple times in a row. Like, he's super strong right now.
Yeah, he really did. The impact he can have at this point with that much lockdown around these low duration BKBs is just pretty much unmatched from EG. Anytime IG get the jump and have the better time.
Oh, it's Nyx Assassin who picks up the Ags. So he wants to burrow himself.
Just something else in these team fights that's going to make it pretty much impossible for EG to keep the fight going when the BKBs end. He'll have such an easy time just throwing out his abilities from a distance. So IG ready to push up to the high ground their time, as they're now holding the 5k lead. EG letting that strong mid game that they had really slip away now, as IG, they're back in charge with how large Fly is.
Lycan Wolves and Necro units, like, you need to keep that away from Sven. He pretty much one-shots it. Also, you need to keep it away from Pit of Malice. it will this lineup will start to fall off. You know, you have a Razor, he deals the damage, but they have the tools to deal with him right now. There is a Lincoln Sphere, there is a Lotus Orb.
And Arteezy, what's he doing? He's on the front. Arteezy's dead. He's got no buyback. Arteezy dead for 100, 350 gold short from buyback. And the crit's gone as well. His buyback on cooldown. I mean, they're just sitting on the high ground, having a look out, and suddenly IG, they're on top of him. He's gone. IG's going to have all the space in the world to take so much here from the base of EG.
Yeah, that's a minute and 20 seconds without... Oh my god, they can't pick up any
that
bounty
might be
runes.
It. If IG realizes
They
that there's no
probably
buyback.
think, you know, he has it, but we'll poke. We'll see what happens.
I mean, and they're poking pretty hard here with Fly. They're being cautious, though. They're looking towards the racks instead, already with the jump straight up towards the fountain. Emo's looking to get more kills here. Fly will live. As he gets away, actually, Emo losing his shard there because of that dive. We have Ice trying for the split mid. He does have creeps pushing in with him, Ice. So Ice might just be enough to stop EG from losing anything more than the mid and the top racks.
He's being very cautious about what's happening. He has the Wolves, Necro available, but they might go for the Megas.
Yeah, they're sticking
30
around.
seconds without Arteezy.
They know now that Arteezy has not got the gold to get back in. Still 100 gold short on the Razor. CG, they're trying to start, so they've got to be careful. Kaka with the burrow, he's able to try and get the setup onto Fly forces back to safety. JT actually going to look to take them out here as Arbe comes in. They look for the jump onto JT, but JT gets them all out.
Yeah, that's a level 3 ulti for second teleport delay. Oh, at least they did not get the Mega Creep, so they still have possibly one more fight. Arteezy definitely needs to farm up his buyback. He's going to have it in the 400 gold. Double damage spawned on top. There's still Aegis for almost full 2 minutes. IG, they want to take another fight.
They still know how strong of a position they're in right now off the back of those last few moves. 11k lead, IG just playing this late game perfectly, and EG starting to make some mistakes.
This could be the big one. You know, Storm Spirit hitting level 25. He has that Electric Rave as well on top of the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not sure if anyone bought the Tome, or was it him, but they might need this. Like, it's a ton of damage.
It's so much damage. No, it really is. 2 times overload attack bounce on your whole team. As long as they can live to get their hits off, and the BKBs are down on IG, can't underestimate how much magical burst that will be at this stage of the game. Fly is just ever so tanky. 4.4k gold as he's ready to start building towards his next item. As he's 10k ahead of that of the farm of Arteezy right now.
They still have that Aegis. They have gems, so they can get rid of any kind of vision. They also have cheese on Void Spirit.
See IG, they're looking for the jump. See if they want to make it. They won't go in blind. They do actually get the jump though onto Arbed. Emo's in. They get themselves over on towards the stones, but Arbed's able to get the BKB off, but he can't zip away in time. Arbed down for 90 seconds without the goal for buyback. EG, they're going to try and commit. Arteezy's in with the BKB, forcing them back. JT's ready to rip the team out. Knows the rift. Is he going to take them away? It is, but Emo and Kaka actually left behind. They kind of split up. Ice will live on just a slither of health as he's able to run away. Emo still fighting back against Crit. Kaka remaining burrowed, causing some issues here for EG as they'll slowly but surely bring him down. Emo trying to finish off Crit, but the backup's there. Arteezy jumps across.
Age is gone in a second. They did not time it. Oh, that would be so big.
And as it is, Emo's just going to get a free reset. As time's been pulled for the rest of IG to get back over. And now still 50 seconds without Arbed. IG, they'll still play it careful, not wanting to push him with Kaka dead.
I'm surprised that JT decided to just bail them out completely. I think like they can go for this kind of a play with Sven focusing the barracks and then bailing. They also need to be careful about the Force Staff so that someone does not get caught inside of the base without getting back. Oh, we can see that. Like Razor, he's also level 25, extra attack speed. It's just a lot of damage. You know, a lot of damage. He might not be able to get the static link off the Sven anymore unless they proc his Lincoln Sphere, so might just go for a different target.
See it again here. She said, well, what do you reckon the time it was on that Aegis? Were you keeping track of it?
Yeah, I was keeping track. It was
4 seconds apparently. So close to making such a big play, but They couldn't quite control how quickly they took down Emo, so Emo able to get away with sticking around. And
it was like 3-0-1, you know, but once it needs to kick in, so it was very close.
EG attempting to hit out with a smoke here. As we can see there with the Aghanims, JT's going to have an even easier time of quickly taking his team out if he feels that the fight is going the wrong way.
EG will love to farm up buybacks on especially on the Storm Spirit. Like Lycan doesn't matter that much, especially if he uses the form already. But they need this buyback on the Storm Spirit, and they would also love to get that level 25.
29-24. IG still with the 12k lead as Fly getting close to the money to be able to slot something out and get his Abyssal Blade in. And still have buyback gold available pretty much. It's incredibly rich. Emo going for the refresher, and of course with that shard, that extra reach to simulate that he'll have means that, as you can see, just the area of coverage that he can get in and under you and get that 2.5 second stun off, it makes it so hard to choose the right time to start retreating, as he'll always be able to chase you with that much range.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
Oh, look at the jump on TZ keeping in, but they're in, they've got the Hex, they've got the Dissimulate stun on TZ in trouble, he's getting taken out, gets the PKP off.
Oh,
the face! TZ will be able to keep himself
Spider
alive.
legs!
Ice moves over the back, nice, takes down Ollie, but the rod's there, they control Ice, they bring him down, the Lycan falls. Somehow though, EG able to keep RTZ alive. Nearly ending in another disaster there, as RTZ still does not have the buyback gold. Big zip in from buyback, gets the ball, counter two of them. RTZ moving in, they've got the link down on the fly. Keep themselves alive with the life still, can they take him out in time? They can! The Rift gets fly out of there. It's RTZ, he's low. Emo's back in,
he's gonna drop.
Emo's able to just walk back up to him, and now with the Hex, Emo's able to set him on to crit. The Hex into the stun. A question mark
in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spicing it up a little bit. As, oh my goodness.
That was so close. They managed to get out. Void Spirit still stays in. They get the kill on Abid. Unfortunately for EG, they did not have buybacks on any of the 3 cores.
What a game 3.
Whew.
What a game 3. It ain't over yet. It's not over yet at all. Game 3, IG able to take it. I mean, it gets to the late stages of the game, and IG, they're just able to step up the execution. And EG just sort of caught off guard too many times going into the late game, the cost.
Yeah, they needed to close out this game a bit earlier, because Sven, he scaled. That's a Sven with the new upgrade on the Blink Dagger. He's not really a popular hero, but he could, you could get so many items. Like you can get 12 slotted on Sven pretty much. So it's not an old Sven where he does not scale. And the Emo, with the question mark in the end, like what's going on? Let's go for game number 4.
I mean, he definitely had sort of the redemption game there. He had a tough mid-game. They were able to catch him multiple times, sort of 4 times back-to-back, but then coming in with those plays at the end, to simulate stun the Hex, too much lockdown, and getting the jump with those aggressive steps into the Hex each and every time on the high ground siege. But yeah, with question marks like that, I'm glad this series is still going. We're going to see what happens in game 4, as it really is heating up here in the grand finals, as IG with that 3rd game, they'll bring it to 2-1.
You love to see it. Oh, we're going to a 4th game, and that 3rd game, that's what we came here to see. Not necessarily the result of it, but the play of the game itself here with Gods and Lizard. I could not be more happy to be wrong with my prediction, because more Dota with these 2 squads. If it's going to be like that, I'm all for it, Gods.
It was spectacular. The game, the storyline, Emo finally kind of getting his revenge. You could see, it was so much I think, built-up frustration, because EG had been tipping him game after game. He's the player who's been disappointing this series, playing his worst Dota of the tournament, and EG knew it. That's why they keep tipping this young, inexperienced player, and he finally turned around, got his revenge, and took a game off of EG.
Oh yeah, that question mark, I'm not
question
mad.
It
was personal.
It was, yeah, but he deserved that question mark put down there, because yes, you are absolutely right.
After
EG
all the
definitely
tips.
made him feel Little awkward in this game also at times.
Yeah, after all the tips, you can't really take it, against him. That question mark. He deserves it.
It's when he can't tip all 5 players, so he's like, oh, well, I guess I got to all check because I can't tip 5 people at once.
Yeah.
This game was far from perfect when it comes to IG and how they performed. Still, they had, like some of us predicted, a much more solid of a draft than before, and they had the late game potential that can carry the game. This idea that you can link up a Sven and that he won't be able to deal damage only goes so far into the game, after which it falls off. He just gets plus 500. Yeah, you can link him, but he's going to kill you while you link him in a couple of seconds.
You want to link him and stay as far away as possible
Exactly.
as a Razor. Anytime Sven was on top of an enemy hero, they were getting deleted. And we saw time and time again, Abed Storm had a rough one. He had a great
started
early...
well.
Yeah, started well, but the turnaround came from him just kind of overstepping, being a bit too confident. The first one, the mid lane, where he goes in, Lotus Orb, pulls himself, gets blown up.
That was pretty much what turned the game.
That
it wasn't
turned
only
the game.
it wasn't only him that got caught there. He caught himself and Arteezy too.
Yeah.
The poor Razor was just there.
And that can happen once, and I think EG's okay, but then there was like multiple more fights. You'll see it again here where he goes in with the BKB, but Sven has the Abyssal Blade. He itemized, ready for the Storm Spirit, so it was just really good play coming out from the Sven.
There was a move on the top lane as well where Fly outplayed him a little bit, held that Minotaur Horn for the last second.
Yeah.
Abed jumps on top of him, he pops the Minotaur Horn and turns because he couldn't pull him, he couldn't actually do anything.
This is the one where Sven turns around, gets the bashes or Abyssal.
Is this the 1-star Uber?
No, this is the good Uber.
Ah, this is the good Uber.
This is
Okay.
the 5-star.
This is the 5-star. Yeah,
Saving
there was.
Fly.
Yeah, there was one-star Uber coming from
now
JT's.
I gotta walk back.
Yeah.
You mentioned that it wasn't the cleanest game from IG, but it wasn't the cleanest game from EG either,
Oh,
because they
100%.
did look like they were gonna take this 3-0. And if you were to ask me 20-25 minutes into the game who's gonna win this, I think everybody watching that game would have said EG is taking this. And then they do make those misplays, and IG being on top of things, able to
for sure.
capitalize on that mistake.
For sure, but you also have to keep in mind that they had this early aggressive draft that we've seen in the game 1. It worked there. However, here you can't allow yourself to make too many mistakes. If you do, the enemy team just comes back, especially when they have a Sven. Sven is not a void. This hero does hurt if he gets a couple of items, and they secured his farming patterns well enough. They secured the Ancients and made a couple of mistakes. Emo as well, throughout the mid-game you could see him jump in, catch crit, then Yule himself, and crit for me still was the outstanding player of this game and the series so far. If I was going to give someone an MVP, it would be crit.
But we should try to give an MVP to the winners. IG, they had, Fly on the Sven obviously played really well. I think Emo stepped it up. Yes, he had some misplays as well, and he definitely did struggle a little bit, but he came out on top.
For the question mark.
For the question mark.
He added a lot more spiciness to this series.
Yes.
So yeah, not a perfect game from him, but the kind of game that is going to give you a lot of confidence going in game 4. So I think you've got to really feel like Emo could step it up even more going into the next game, just based on what we saw at the end.
The Emo redemption arc.
Yeah, did they awaken the beast?
They might have. They might have. I like this game. It felt personal. We saw the question mark. Could there be a reverse sweep? Because I feel like this is the sort of game that can put emotion, some momentum on Invictus Gaming, because they look like a different team compared to the first 2 games.
100%. And my question is, how many times can Crit perform on such a high level like he did in the
He'll do a 5
first
games
3
if
games?
needed.
5 games?
I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw a bad game from Crit.
Yeah.
And I think as far as reverse sweep goes, I think we've seen EG lose games. It doesn't throw them off. I don't think EG is going to suddenly be playing bad Dota, but it's more IG is going to have a lot more confidence. They're stepping up. They've made the tweaks needed in the draft. I think banning Beastmaster was absolutely crucial. To me, it should have been maybe done after game 1, but I don't think we're going to see EG get to play Beastmaster again.
Well, there's a very high chance that this time around it will be IG on the side that has to ban IO and Puck, meaning Beastmaster might be in the pool. It's difficult. I mean, do you want to give Abed Puck? Is that a thing? I don't think you do. Like, what would you rather have, Abed Storm or Abed Puck? He's going to go out of control on both, I feel. We're going to have to wait and see what happens in the 4th game of this best-of-5 grand finals because that is right around the corner. Maybe a little bit of a longer break this time around to give players also some time to eat a bite. Sometimes that happens after the 3rd game, so we'll have to wait and see. And while we're waiting, we can get ourselves be comfortable because we have our lovely Secret Lab chair partner getting us comfortable throughout this entire major, getting the players comfortable as well. And if you want to experience some professional grade sitting experience, you can get yourself on secretlab.co. Make sure to check that out in the break. It will give you loads of browsing pleasure and perhaps some sitting pleasure at the end of that as well. We'll see you right after the break for Game 4.
That's RTC, Upper Dandy, Toenail, and Doggo, and Kaya Sen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Okay, all right.
Đôi khi mình chỉ cần một ai đó lắng nghe. Tinder đã giúp mình tìm được những người bạn thú vị để sẻ chia. Giờ đây, ngày mới của mình tràn đầy những trải nghiệm mới mẻ cùng những người bạn đến từ Tinder. Tinder, thêm bạn, thêm trải nghiệm.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
For a 3rd major in a row, Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming meet each other at a crucial point of the tournament. The second to last time was EG knocking out, or IG knocking out EG. Then the major after that, it was EG knocking out IG. This time round, they meet for the first time in the grand finals, and we are going to find out which one of these two teams will take the championship. The first major of the season, so much prestige behind it as well. We're heading to a 4th game. We have Evil Geniuses up by 2 games versus Invictus Gaming, a 1 game just now. So they will have to try and go for the full reverse sweep if they want to take this championship. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and we're preparing for this 4th game. A lot is going to ride on the draft, Gods.
Totally agreed. I think we saw IG finally put themselves in a place where they had an even draft. I wouldn't say they outdrafted EG there. The Sven pick, you know, a little unproven. Definitely a bit out there. Not as bad as a Faceless Void, but a perfect game for it. And they had a win condition this time, which, you know, was not convincing, but they did manage to get the win.
Also, no one thought really that IG is going to fall without a battle, without at least taking one game, without giving their best.
I thought, I mean, the first 2 games did not give me a lot of hope. I think the fact that they were able to bounce back in that 3rd game, it shows so much about this team and their resilience, because that's when all the pressure is on, right? It's so easy to let tilt get to you at that point.
Especially if you get tipped too many times in a game.
Yeah, I want. Hopefully, there's someone out there who can go back through those first 2 games. I want to know how many times Emo was tipped. Those 3 games, I feel like it was at least 10 plus times per game. So that man has been targeted by Crit, by Abed, and you know, for me, going to game 4, all eyes on that mid lane.
Also, we have to again say Emo has been the star performer of IG, and in the first 2 games we have not seen the same Emo. This time around it's looking much better, and what I liked is that they won with a strategy that they've drafted before, with something that fits their style. They let you have your own heroes, and then they pick something completely off meta like Sven, and they make it work, because it was a solid Sven game.
Yeah, a little bit better than the Faceless Void game.
Okay, let's not go that off meta. Let's not choose heroes that can't be played even.
There should be limits to the madness. Absolutely. We're gonna also find out who's gonna get Radiant, who's gonna get Dire, and who's gonna get first pick. I think that's a very important one as well. And again, I kind of feel like there should be one game where IO or Puck is not going to get banned.
Where Puck is not going to get banned, maybe.
IO is going to get banned. Okay.
I think IO just, especially the further you get into the series, I think it's like, if you're going to try a game where you give away IO,
it's in the first
it should
one.
happen in the first game, or maybe EG, they get up 2 and they're like, okay, let's give them IO and see what happens. But
and when we look how hard it is to play versus the Storm Spirit, that's also one of the reasons why we want to ban out the Puck, because the matchup can be a little bit more difficult for him. You're working with the Silence, with the Dream Coil catch. Dream Coil with the Aghanims as well is a problem later on throughout the game. So I still think we won't really see much different first 4 bans, really.
Maybe much different first couple of picks. We saw Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit 2 times, 2 games in a row on the side of EG, and it's just, it feels too good to give away.
You told me about the Crit, playing Earth Spirit 5 games in a row, and if necessary, he's going to play them on the same standard. What do you think about Abed and the Storm Spirit?
He'll play 5 games if needed. I think where EG is going to look at their, I mean, I don't think they necessarily think they're outdrafted. Clearly, the way the game was going, they had a big lead, they were going high ground. They're going to feel like they could have won that game. But I don't think they're going to go for the Lycan again, would be my guess. I think that's the hero that was more like a let's do this one game, but not every game. The Storm, they're going to pick it, 5 games if needed.
Do you feel like IG made the game a little, like we said that EG played very clean Dota, right? Do you think that IG muddied the waters in that game, or was that just the late game potential of their draft coming through? Because I also thought that in the lanes they did do a little bit better. They didn't let EG get ahead as much as they
For sure, overall they did better. Overall their draft was better, but then again, maybe it was, not maybe, EG was a little bit too hungry to end the game. Some of those moves on the high ground and on the top lane, if you don't go too deep, if you're satisfied with, let's say, forcing 1 buyback and getting 1 kill instead of going for that Sven 2-3 times in a row, I think the game would still be in their hands, because Razor wouldn't have died and his item progression would come a little bit faster.
It's kind of like they didn't respect the power on what a Sven can do, as well as even like the supporting cast heroes like Phoenix. It's kind of like they, you know, maybe partly because Sven's not a hero you play against every day, or probably really not at all. Like EG probably can't remember the last time they played against
That's the
hero.
biggest thing, right? That's probably the biggest problem, is you haven't played against this Sven, and because of that you feel like you're still going to end the game the same way you ended it against Naga. You're going to outscale her, never mind, and then you get critted by 1,000 damage to the face.
Exactly.
And
the player you noticed it most with, I think, was Abed. He's just used to this storm timing where he gets BKB and can just zip in and be unkillable, kill all the supports. But this time around, he zipped in, and multiple times Sven just turned, right-clicked him, went for this Abyssal Blade to lock him down, and Abed got bursted.
Yeah,
so
the Lotus Orb for me is a big deal that came on the side of IG. It completely changed the game together with another item, and that's an Atos. Atos plus the Pit of Malice. It's probably something that we'll see in the future again.
We were questioning Kaka's versatility this major in his total. We saw him on the Nyx Assassin in the game just now. What was our thoughts afterwards? Did we like to see that? That was one of the heroes that they prioritized in the first two.
It gave him. I mean, I think there were multiple fights where there was either Artees or Abed somehow got stunned before they even used a BKB because you forget about that carapace sometimes. We saw it with the Storm zipping in. We saw it with the Razor Plasma Field. It was a good pick for them because they saw the Storm, and it's something I would maybe expect them to do again if they give away the Storm.
But it wasn't the greatest game.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit caught him too many times. It's hard to play against Necros as well. Maybe if they ban out the Lycan and then they get it. But they also pick Sven exclusively into the Lycan. I've seen them so far in the regional league as well. It was pretty much against the offlane. I'm not sure if it was Fate Beyond or some other team that played it, but they picked Sven already once. Meanwhile, Nyx Assassin, it's difficult for him to play that game.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's also, it feels weird for me to compare Kaka with Crit because they play such different roles in their teams.
They do, but I think to compare them, Crit's just having way bigger impact on every game.
Yeah,
I think the way Crit plays the 4th position is much more effective. I also think he can play those. We've seen him on the range 4s as well. He plays the Moran if needed. He's played Shadow Shaman if the game calls for it. So he's flexible, but he feels the Earth Spirit, the Tusk. These are the best 4 positions to go with.
And he won't be able to play the Earth Spirit because Invictus Gaming for the first time. Is it the first time they banned out the Tusk?
In this series, yes.
In this series,
yeah. Been, I mean, obviously they had an IO puck
They banned it out both games in the last
Tusk
series.
Tusk has been their preferred 4 to ban out.
I believe in the series that they lost 0-2, they've been banning out the Earth Spirit, if I'm correct, in the first stage. But in this one, they were banning out the Tusk.
And they'll open again with the Phoenix. They really believe in that hero.
Okay, is it
Mirana again? This is
Mirana or
feels
Storm,
like deja vu from game 1. I guess if you pick the Mirana, IG could take the Storm themselves if they want to basically block pick Abed. So.
And it's also not bad to take that Storm versus the Mirana because you're already kind of fine with the position 4 you're playing into.
And I think you're way less worried about them stealing the Mirana away from you. Or Mirana can easily be maybe exchanged into something else. So.
We'll see them Pango.
Okay, we're seeing something different.
Okay.
They do flex this Pango both on Crit and on Ice. But perhaps they still want to pick up the Tusk in the second pick if they get the chance.
For sure, they definitely could. Phoenix already is a nice support to have against Tusk because you're able to get away from him in the early game. But Invictus Gaming, okay, they go with the Lion, and I wouldn't mind the Tusk now if I was Evil Geniuses. I've seen this matchup many times. Most recently it was the Secret game. It didn't work out for them, but their whole draft was a little bit too EU.
Sorry.
We'll see this time around.
Kind of funny.
We got to make the jokes while we can.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I mean, it burns me the most here. So I guess Shiver as well, obviously.
But it's at the same time, it's good for the scene. It's refreshing. I love that our top 8 had all 6 different regions in it.
Yep.
And credit to the Chinese region. They had 3 teams, of course, in there. And I mean, they're the strongest region. And it's just hands down. They have also just have a really good infrastructure to promote the games. And I think
the
that
academy
helps
teams.
a ton. Yeah, academy teams, all the leagues going on. It's impressive.
And great at kind of developing the young players with those academy teams. Like you see IG, it's not just let's pick you play with the same veterans and maybe put a young player in. It's mostly younger, newer roster of players. But
yeah, and then with the veteran coach, for example. In this case, we have lowercase super.
In this case, we have a Storm Spirit once again. They're not straying away from that road.
They'll do 5 games of it. I'm telling you. I mean, you see these supports, and I'm sure I was just like, I'll eat these supports alive. That's what he did in game 1. So
for sure, Lion still. I'm saying that it can be problematic for the Storm Spirit throughout the game. We haven't seen it pan out that way, but I have seen it in general in other in other series in which Lion or Shadow Shaman catch that Storm every time he tries to zip, to creep skip or whatever. Now, what my thoughts are, obviously the Juggernaut versus the Egg. What about Bloodseeker? Will Evil Geniuses let that go through to Fly or not? Because they do have the Pango already, and there is no chance for IG to counter it from a support position like Grimstroke, let's say.
Would you consider Fly someone who would be willing to pull out the Bloodseeker?
Oh, for sure, 100%. He's one of those carry players that can also be put in the side position. Meanwhile, Emo takes over and becomes the true win condition from a Morphling or something similar.
They played Bloodseeker in the series that they played against EG earlier on in the tournament. Actually, that one didn't go the way they wanted it to. But it does prove that they're comfortable with it, for sure.
One Void Spirit banned out by Evil Geniuses, securing, well, not necessarily securing the Storm, just banning out. Maybe the Squab ban is a bigger issue for the Storm Spirit than the Void Spirit.
They ban that every single game. I think they pick Storm.
Yep, and that's every game.
Yeah. So what lanes well against Storm Spirit? If we're going to focus on the Emo versus Abed lane, what do we want to see against that Storm?
I mean, we've seen Death Prophet, I think, being one of the better mids against it, but it doesn't seem like a perhaps Emo hero. It's not as flashy kind of carry the game. But I mean, honestly, I've seen Death Prophets kind of carry the game in their own way. But
for sure, but it's all about moving from one objective to another and playing around your team, not necessarily being the star performer that's able to question mark afterwards after some good plays. Alchemist banned out by Invictus Gaming, and for me, Storm just feels like in a really good place in which you don't have to protect him with way too many bans. I at least haven't seen heroes just dominate that lane too hard.
Especially not with position 4s coming by every time. It feels like normally that period is the first where Storm would struggle. But if your position 4 can help you through it, you're good.
Well, and particularly against these teams who are doing the line shaman supports, they don't rotate mid.
Yeah,
and I think that's where, you know, EG's run through this bracket. The team they played, LGD, IG, the mostly Chinese DPC teams, they do run those ranged 4 positions that they're not the non-roamers. So
they don't
play against a crit who's on Earth Spirit camping mid.
And then they don't give IG the chance to pick up the Death Prophet. They pick DP themselves, but also this DP and Pangolier may still keep you thinking which lane they're going, how are they going to lane. Pango can be 4, Death Prophet can be 3, Death Prophet can be 5.
Yeah, I think they've run it mostly on 5, but I want to say there's been one Ice game maybe on it.
Not in the
not
DPC,
here, okay.
rather not in the major. Yeah.
Yep.
So we're expecting it on Fly.
Yeah, usually that third pick is where they pick Flies here as well, because they feel like, okay, let's just pick out 5, not reveal too much. So perhaps leaving the Pango more flexible. But
yeah, when you think about position 4s that are still able for EG, that task is still in the pool if they wanted to snatch that away.
If
they wanted to pick the Pango off lane.
I like the Mirana a lot too. Like you're playing into the Phoenix, it lanes well with the Pango.
For sure.
A little bit greedier, but it seemed to suit EG going back to that Game 1 draft.
And Invictus Gaming, they've already shown 2 supports, so it's going to be an Ember Spirit.
Okay.
Just a Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Any Spirit against the Storm Spirit will be okay.
Yeah, your lane maybe not going to be the best, but you've got to have a way to not let Abed just have this free reign over team fights because there's no control for him.
I feel like it's a skill-based matchup in which still Storm Spirit is the big brother that takes over eventually. If he goes for aggressive builds, like an Orchid early on, he can still hunt you across the map, and it becomes a little bit harder, but still, it's a it's a spirit on spirit, like Parker said. It's really down to the player.
And I think another good adjustment we're seeing from IG is they're not over-prioritizing picking JT's hero too early. They realize, they're going to get something for JT. He's going to have a game, but you've got to make sure you get those key supports and the heroes for Emo.
Yeah, we still have Mars and Timbersaw in the pool. Could also go the way of EG, by the way. There's still that potential as well.
Because EG hasn't banned any, right? Like they banned what 0 offlane heroes so far?
Yeah, the only one is of course the Beastmaster that IG banned at the start.
If you pick, let's say, a Timbersaw on IG, it's fine, but Death Prophet has a lot of damage against you. If it's a core Storm Spirit as well, is a bit problematic, so might not be the best option, but JT is a phenomenal Timber player, so it could work. The Mars perhaps a better option that you mentioned earlier.
Do you want to see the Underlord from him again? Still in the pool, of course.
I think that's matchup dependent, so maybe depending what EG pick here, if they pick a carry where the Underlord matches up well, or an offlane. I mean, last game against Lycan, like if they pick Lycan again, 100% pick Underlord.
Yeah, they picked it versus the Lycan, but also it did do quite well versus the Spirit, versus Storm in particular. Yeah.
The Atos, the Roots, the Pit of Malice.
Ooh, we talk about this hero a lot,
right.
and we see it banned against EG, but this will be the first time that they actually get to play it.
Yeah, first
this
time.
major.
Yeah, first time on the major that I'm seeing it. So looking forward to watching the position 5 enchanters. This should mean that Prophet is offlane and Pangolier is 4, right? Because I don't think Crit will play that Prophet. I haven't even seen position 4 that Prophet this tournament. So, yeah. What are the positives? You have a very strong lane. You're strong versus the Ember Spirit with the enchant. Besides that, like I don't feel the enchanters in the meta. It's only Secret and EG that are rolling it. Liquid, but yeah.
Ooh, the Troll for the first time, I think, not banned in the second phase, makes it through. And will be on the side of Invictus Gaming. Are we okay with this? I know that there was a little bit of a too greedy draft in the first game of this best of 5, and it's edging that way, depending on their last pick.
From who do you think? From IG?
From IG.
The draft looks very solid.
Yeah.
I think they have what it takes, and they just need a solid offlaner with some stuns that can protect Yeg and bring that teamfight potential. They have Skirmish from the Ember Spirit. Troll is a good carry to rely on. In the current meta, there goes the Mars, so we won't see that. And they banned out the Razor to protect the Troll Warlord as well.
Yeah, I feel like we'll have to see where EG go if they try and go back to that more farming style. I think typically when they pick the Enchantress, it's because they are going for that greedier carry pick. They could try pull out something like the Arteezy Terrorblade.
Oh yeah.
A hero I thought we'd see more of, because there was so much Terrorblade during the group stage and it was doing so well. And like, well, that's signature Arteezy hero, but EG.
We could see it. I don't mind the Ember too much into the Terrorblade. Like you get that.
Yeah.
You can itemize properly against him. It's still decent versus the Troll. Troll used to be pretty good against TB. I think it's a little bit easier to play it this time around, and Monkey King banned out by IG.
Surprise my Monkey.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
like
by the way, this hero
still in the pool.
Usually first pick, first ban in many games.
How do you feel about a Monkey on EG? Is that something Arteezy plays? I haven't seen it too many times.
I think Arteezy plays every character.
I'm sure he can. It's one of those things where I imagine he's played in pubs and stuff, but it's never been a go-to hero of his. Or, usually I think EG in the past have even run at mid, if anything. But
so go-to heroes would be Wraith King, Terrorblade, right? These types.
For Arteezy, yeah. Ursa even.
Please tell me this is not an Alchemist game.
It's banned, unfortunately, for EG. It would have been. They love Enchantress Alchemist.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that for a second.
And the
it might have been a Bloodseeker game for EG, so it gets taken away by IG.
And we talked about the Bloodseeker early on. After the first bans, we talked about the Bloodseeker being a potential ban or a pickup for IG, and they get it. They get it for free, and they get it on JT on offlane. And it's also a hero that loves buying that Atos from the offlane, which can be a little bit problematic for the Storm and Rupture versus the Pango.
A lot of carries you're thinking like, I don't really want to play into Rupture. Like we saw PA, like you can't really blink around, maneuver around fights, because I feel like this would be like often like, Arteezy may just be like, yeah, it's a good PA game, but then this Bloodseeker comes out and you're maybe second guessing that a bit.
Emo Ember Spirit looks pretty damn solid so far in the game. Let's see, Evil Genius.
The PA?
Okay. I'll give it a go. I like this. It is that kind of laning carry.
I've seen this story before. I've seen Bloodseeker into the PA. It didn't work out.
That was
PA.
EG against. Was it against IG maybe, or I think it was against LGD. Ame's PA.
I got some pensive thoughts or faces next to me here.
I don't know. I actually feel like Invictus Gaming is becoming better and better with their drafts. I like what they have shown in the second game. I like this draft too. I feel like EG still is playing a little bit better. Just if they fix their mistakes from the last game, they will take game 4. But
will they?
I'll go with IG. I'll spice things up a little bit. We have our NA bias here. He's gonna go with NA anyway.
Last game I jumped ship.
You're right, actually. Yeah.
I saw the writing on the wall. EG, pulling out one of their famous EG throws, but that just happens once. That happens once. EG no more. I think EG are taking game 4. I like their drafts, the adjustments they made.
What's the website again?
When did EG last throw.com?
Throw last.
Throw last. Yeah.
Will they be able to throw this game? This looks like a little bit more of a game that is, it's less likely for them to make mistakes, or if they do, it's easier for them to recover from mistakes. But don't take my word for it. I'm also curious to hear what Lacoste and ODPixel think about this one.
What do we think?
What do we think?
What do you think? I don't want to put words in your mouth, Lacoste.
All right, not this time.
No.
I'm thinking, you know, Pangolier has a counter. I think EG also spent probably like 20% of their time between the games to think about the draft, 80% of the time how to counter that question mark, because it's a mental warfare out there.
Oh, it really is. I just saw everybody tipping Abed on the side of IG. Sorry, guys, you're missing all of that. Owen, what are your thoughts for this game?
I'm just very excited to see it. I'm very happy that we're getting to see an RTZ PA. I think this is going to be one of those carry heroes that either just is explosive, pops off and carries the whole game on his back, or he's going to look very underwhelming. So a lot of focus on whether RTZ is going to have an amazing game, or if maybe that question mark is going to tilt him off his sort of game.
All right, I can't wait to find out how this one's going to play out. ODPixel and Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting ourselves ready for this fourth game now. 2-1 at the moment. EG still with the advantage here in this best of 5. And Lacoste, now I've got to ask, if you're getting question marked, are you playing better the next game, or does it get to you?
There needs to be some kind of response. You know, you need to have a strat prepared for this, because you cannot let this not be punished. Like, you need to punish the question mark in the old chat. You need to start tipping. Like, if Emo gets killed, I expect all 5 tips, you know, just straight going onto him.
Now, let's see. Let's see what sort of game Emo can have. We saw last time Emo had a really good start, had a tough mid-game where a few over-aggressive moves did hurt him. And then obviously was able to pick it back up in the late game with that level 25 Void Spirit. So eyes on him. And overall, what sort of jumps out to you as being necessarily strong, weak from both these drafts?
IG, they have like a good laning stage. You know, Troll, pretty much he always finds a farm, goes back to jungle, farms that Battle Fury. Emo on Ember Spirit has been really impressive. Like, whenever you have Ember Spirit, you need to have something that deals the tower damage. JT on the bottom lane, on a Bloodseeker. We've seen what Bloodseeker can do, either to position 4 Pangolier or to position 1 Phantom Assassin. Like, it just kind of cripples your TZ played the exact same matchup. I believe it was the first game. And, like, you can't blink. Like, you blink, you take the damage, it's going to be hard. Also, JT should have a relatively good time on the bottom lane. Playing into Phantom Assassin, there isn't just not enough damage to threaten a kill, I would say, on a Bloodseeker. He has 6 armor, starting with the Magic Stick. One thing they need to do is block the big camp. Just Kaka needs to body block the big camp, and so Fly can't get the big creep.
Top lane, Ollie nearly gets taken out there, just has to put the fire. And the salve here is crit. And ISO starts to get aggressive onto him. Spot him, yeah, these blood rights. Fly's got to be careful. Kaka, especially when they hit level 2, they're going to have good setup to hold either Fly or RTZ in the blood right.
Yeah, that's what you want to have. Whenever the Bloodseeker is picked, you want to have some kind of slow, some kind of stun to pair it up with the blood right, keep them inside.
We'll see how things are going in the mid lane. Pretty even so far in the early levels. Now Arbed seems very comfortable now into the Storm with the amount of games that we've seen them go for it in the draft.
He's just heating up. No, these were just practices, and this is the game that matters.
Oh,
Bloodseeker.
He's going to put the stick charges. RTZ turns his attention over towards Kaka. The blood right's down. RTZ's got to back off, but the Hex is going to catch RTZ inside of the blood right. JT and Kaka, they're going to dive to finish off the kill. They'll get it. First blood for IG as they take down RTZ. Stuns back up from Kaka. He'll look to Fly. Nearly getting both of them. There's Fly. Down to the last couple of tangos. Does have a salve coming out. But smart moves there from IG as they bait RTZ in.
Bloodseeker is so tanky, like you could see him holding on to the Fairy Fire, comes back in, Magic Stick, gets some heal from the Thirst. It's a lot of damage, you know, because there was a fight going on, they could not block the camp, so Fly will take over the big creep. Now they need to be careful. Having Hellbear Smasher with that clap, it's a lot of damage. It's a 150 damage.
See mid crit coming in for that extra bit of damage onto Emo. Emo's got the Fairy Fire Arbor. Can he get one more hit in? He can't. Emo's going to be fine. Still has 2 tangos to keep himself in the lane.
Okay, here we come.
What did you learn?
Tips, a bit of a voice lines used. This is a standard crit move from position 4 whenever he has any kind of slow, any kind of stun, he hides and then TPs to the mid lane, leaves some solo XP to Ice Ice Ice.
I mean, yeah, sure, gives her the opportunity for solo XP. Is he actually going to live here, Ice Ice Ice? Not quite. Fly, just enough damage there to take him out.
Yeah, that Orb of Venom actually making a difference, you know, just holding him a bit closer to them so they can deal the damage.
We see him mid. Arbe getting bullied back a little bit, does have a salve. And again, multiple mangoes and clarities coming out to keep him in the lane. That 4-minute power rune is going to be incredibly important here between these two spirits. See what sort of moves are made to secure that for each side's mid. This bottom lane, despite that kill and the pressure being put onto Arteezy, his farm still looking solid. 16-5 against the 13-4 of JT. He's going to look to try and chase down Kaka here.
They're making a move on Lion, already used pretty much everything they had. Blood Right.
He's going to try and turn it, set up for the Blood Right, but he's going to go down. As EG get the kill, JT won't be able to finish off Fly.
This was an easy one. Kaka just kind of handles this kill to them. Runes, Emo bottled a DD. Abed needs to be a bit more careful with that double damage on the Ember Spirit. Like also rotation from Lion could possibly come onto the mid lane.
Prepare for a lesson.
See up top, Ice 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 as he grabs the creep wave, also able to get Fly's courier there as it returns. See Fly try for maybe another move down bottom with the Centaur. Starting to beat down onto JT. JT turning with the Blood Right. Fly will still be caught in it. See if they can continue to commit on to JT.
A lot of flow, 100 move speed.
Good control here with the stun of the Centaur, but the stick charges are up and the TP's coming in as well. Arteezy's got to be careful. Emo making the moves over and he has that DD rune ready to go, holding him in the Blood Right. Arteezy trying to run. Is he going to be able to jump out in time? He is. Over to the safety of Fly.
JT.
IG, they'll continue to run him down. They will manage to take his courier, so that's the one gone for a minute. Emo, is he going to have another catch? He's still closing in on Arteezy, chasing him away from the lane. Arteezy needs help and
He wants to blink out once again. 2 blinks. He lost a lot of CS, but so did JT, but JT realizes, you know, I'm not going to chase. I do not have boots of speed. Instead, I'll come back to the lane and get some extra levels. Also, I want to see another point in a Blood Right. He went for 2 points in Thirst. It got nerfed, you know. This spell was so OP mid lane.
They're going in onto Arbed. CP coming in. Arbed, he may just be able to turn and take down Oli. Pops the Fairy Fire, but Emo's chasing him down, burning him. It's not enough, though, as Arbed will live. And now Emo underneath the tower. Fly's going to be able to turn and pressure Emo. Emo's got the bottle charges, salving up as well.
He's out of mana, does not have enough for a spear. Oh, that was so close. Like, if that connects, he's just straight up dead. The slow from Orb of Venom damage must just be enough. Top rune, haste. Emo, his bottle will get refilled.
I won't be able to grab that haste, though. Zarbed. He's going to have that. Play is definitely possible to me being made. As for now, okay, looks like he's going to use that boosted movement speed to get around some jungle camps. Maybe look to just head back to base, get that reset, and look for some sort of TP gang, because this level 6 has been a hit. Arbed can look to make an impact on the side lanes if he sees an opportunity.
Fly is very low on the top lane, needs 1 CS to be level 6. Let's see where he decides to... Top is being pinged out. Move on a mid. He just uses Remnant, gets back to safety. Arteezy not getting too much out of the bottom lane.
Did not spend quite a bit of time moving away after Emo came in and chased him away from this. So Arteezy having a bit of a slower start because of this pressure from IG, and now IG getting some damage done to the tower. Arteezy still left on his own on this bottom, as we see Fly has to TP over towards the mid, get the bottle refill for Arbed. Top lane Crit continuing to play into the faces of Oli and Fly.
And now they smoke. They need to help Arteezy. Yeah. He's level 5, 7 minutes in, doesn't have too much CS. Like, Dead Prophet has more CS than Arteezy right now, which is kind of worrying, so they need to gank his lane.
Let's see if Arbed can get the jump in. It's Kaka. He's going to start things with the stun onto Arteezy, but IG, they are relatively aware of this. They'll try and lead in, but the Hex and the Blood Right laid down will stop them from being able to close the gap onto JT. In fact, this might stop them from getting Kaka now. Arbed's going to look to dive. He's able to dodge the stun, gets in on top of him. They'll be able to free up the space for Arteezy on this bottom lane a little bit more now.
Even though there was a good Hex into silence, they still get the kill on position 5. They wanted to kill Bloodseeker there because he is, you know, he's more farm than Arteezy at this point. Like, he has 14 denies, 32 CS.
Mid Emo. Going to see the jump from Arbed and Fly. Quick remnant back to the mid, but Crit's around, and he's picked up the Arcane Rune. Emo up to the high ground, and a TP coming in from Kaka to stop EG from diving with the three of them.
Seems like the story of this major for the mid laners is refill the bottle. Like, whoever can die, whoever can go to base, just please refill my bottle so I can keep playing aggressively.
Well, and in Secret's case, it's oops, I shouldn't have picked up that bottle. A lot of bottle shenanigans around the mid lane have occurred this tournament.
Yeah, no one lost their bottle in this game. That's what's important. That Prophet is level 6, so they can start putting some pressure on the top tower, because Troll does not want to be in the lane anymore. No. Someone else needs to be there. I'm not sure if they can defend. Like, one thing they can do is possibly rotate another hero to the bottom and just outnumber them in pressure. And that's exactly what the Fly does. Like, he wants to get a trade from it.
On top lane, space is there for Ice to commit with the Ghost. This tier 1 will be taken down by EG. No defense from IG as they look to just try and find space to get the farm going for Fly.
So it will be a trade. Bottom tower dropping very low. They know no one is there. Defending, JT going for a Road of Atos, which I really like, against the Phantom Assassin, against the Storm Spirit, and of course, good setup for Blood Red.
Getting a little bit baited here as Karka's able to step up and turn things with the Hex and the stun. They lock down Arbed. As Arbed, a very aggressive move there as he starts to punch into Emo, but Emo's got backup.
Emo also needs to be careful about using those tips straight away. You need to save some for the mid and late game.
Yeah, tip management, a very, very important level of resource management in Dota 2. Especially in games like this where quite a bit's on the line, major grand finals. You've got to make sure you're ready to hit your enemy when it hurts.
I'm looking at the chat right now. A lot of question marks. Seems like they're not. Chat does not know what we're talking about. Like, we need to explain things.
It's a very confusing game, Dota 2, so I think it's the natural response from the viewers.
They're like, what is this? What's happening? Like, everything needs to be explained. No one knows anything. 2021, what a year to be in.
It's big crit. He's going to roll. He's going to TP, but the blood, ooh, he has to stop it. He has to stop it to stop the bleeding.
You just die. Like, if you try to TP out at these early levels when you're not tanky enough, you just straight up die.
Zima making some good space to push in on the mid here with JT. Going for that Rod of Atos first. Ollie, level 5. I want to try and find this Phoenix 6 as soon as they can. Bottom Fly getting some good space. He's got the Ring of Health coming out. Some Perseverance done. On the way to the Battle Fury and still sitting at that top spot on the net worth. Arteezy also making steps towards his. Picked up the Broadsword.
Yeah, you want to get, as a Phantom Assassin, if you did not pick up Ring of Health in the laning stage, you really don't need it for the jungle pretty much. Especially if you find something like a Royal Jelly, then you have enough regeneration. So just get more damage, you're going to get more farm because of the damage. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you can see here, you know, Emo does not want to use his tip there, so Kaka steps in like a real bro.
Yeah. Got to keep their tips spread nice and evenly. And there's no telling how long this game could go. With both teams having a Battle Fury carry, this could step up to be one of the longer ones. Emo coming in very aggressively here. Arbed's going to be able to set things up. The silence from Ice not quite there in time, as Emo's able to just escape.
If they connect with that silence, roll, and another roll bounce, I think they have enough damage to bring him down. They also have Enchant, so they can dispel his Flame Guard, which is a pretty big deal.
It's Kaka and JT. They're out on the hunt with this smoke, seeing if they can maybe find Arteezy. Crit again, just trying to get in position to put a stop to these sort of moves, but it's a good long wraparound from IG.
And look what Kaka is doing. He's saving the Tome, just does not want to use it to show on the board. You know, maybe they use the Tome. He's still level 5, so he does not want to show that he can, you know, have that finger in a team fight.
Mid lane, they're going to be able to get the setup on a Fly, caught in the Blood Bright Fly. He's healing up. And IG, they'll chase him down and take out the Enchantress, and with that, they'll have the space to push down this tier.
And now, because he got that XP, Kaka hands over book to Phoenix, who kind of needs a bit more XP. They're stacking the books. This is what I've noticed throughout this series. Like, Phoenix will not use this book. He'll try to get level 6 and give it to someone else if it's needed.
Yeah, it's sort of just being used as,
Yeah,
an emergency book.
Yeah, exactly. IG's library, pretty much. But you need to return the book. Otherwise, the police gonna get you.
Yeah, the fine's gonna be heavy. There's Battle Fury progress, Fly, a sword away. Over to Arteezy. He's got enough to pick up his Claymore. So very close still between the two of them. A little bit of a lead for Fly. Smoke up from EG. I want to get aggressive with the Rolling Thunder and the lead in from Abed. They've got good ways to start the fights. JT is pushing out on this bottom lane alone. See if they can punish this as JT. And stuck around a little too long as here we have it. The lead in from Abed sets up a crit to perfectly get the Rolling Thunder. And there'll be no chance for a turnaround from JT as the smoke pays off.
They're going to delay that Rod of Atos, which is going to be a pretty big deal. Great setup for the Blood Rite once again. Ice. A bit of a more like team fight oriented build. These are like 2 points in silence, 2 points in Cribs form. But he's still keeping at the top 3 networks, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, this extended silence is going to be ever so more effective against Emo as well. When you see the Javelin, you know that if he's not going to have a straight up Yule's Rush. You're going to have that extra window where there won't be any counterplay to the silence. Yeah. Down bottom, Fly. He's going to find an Arbed that's got no mana. As Arbed, with no chance of an escape, Fly's just able to pop the ult and take him down.
No tips whatsoever, so they're just keeping it. You know, they feel maybe Abed's gonna die multiple times, and this is gonna get the Troll Warlord to his Battle Fury. A bit of a delayed Battle Fury, but you know, it's an Orb of Venom, Magic Wand, Phase Boots Battle Fury 15 minutes in. It's still fine. Phantom Assassin just needs another 800 gold to finish off hers.
And we're gonna see no messing around from Emo in his build. After the Maelstrom, going straight into the BKB. Making sure that he won't have to deal with the threat of the Orchid of Arbed, the silence of Ice.
Yeah, BKB is just a much safer choice, where like you don't care about pretty much any of the abilities other than the Exorcism.
Meanwhile, Arbed, he's got to be careful, because with the Rod of Atos done on JT, IG have some pretty phenomenal setup.
Yeah, and once you get a BKB on Ember Spirit, your Flame Guard cannot be purged off by Enchantress. Smoke from IG.
It's been scanned out though. EG, no little moves being made upon them. Got to be careful how they stand around this position with no tier 1 tower backing them up. As Ice still stepping over into this. They're going to be able to find the setup. Fingers getting dropped down into the Blood Rite. They're looking to burst through him. He's pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to withstand the damage from all these ornaments. Crit being ruptured, also has no escape. As IG, despite the fact that EG scan it out, they knew something was coming, they weren't able to react or get away in time as they still lose 2.
Like, they tried to pull themselves a bit more towards the north. They thought that Prophet can potentially, you know, tank all that damage. She's super tanky. Like, look at all these small items on Ice. Power Treads and Strength, Wand, Casual Urn, Casual Medallion. Like, he does not have enough items for everything. Like, just wants to use the Raindrop, put the Cloak in, going in for a BKB.
Emo, what is damage here? Arbed, he's got to run. He's going to chase him with a Remnant, see if Emo's got enough mana. He hasn't got another Remnant to play with, so Arbed will manage to get out, but a lot of damage being done there. I think Emo pretty much got 2 back-to-back Maelstrom procs off on him.
A bit of a different game for Abed. Like, they managed to shut him down in Game 3. Also in Game 4, he's not having that good of a time. It's gonna be like 17, 18-minute Orchid.
It definitely seems as the games go on in this series, with the amount of times they've had to play against Arbed Storm, each and every time IG getting a little better at dealing with it.
And it's a huge difference when you're carry, who's like, when you compare 2 Battle Fury carries, like ones get Battle Fury, let's say 2 minutes before, like his items just skyrocket.
Yeah, Fly, 1.5k ahead of Arteezy right now. And arguably it's a little easier for Fly to fight as this time as a troll compared to what Arteezy's going to need on the PA before he can really turn up and be confident that IG aren't going to just handle him completely.
Another smoke from IG, no scan this time around for EG. Orchid is done. Dire, now they connect with the scan.
Ice has got to be careful here.
So EG should know something is up. You see this kind of a scan, no one showing on the lane, you pretty much know they're smoked.
IG, they could look to Roche with Troll. Especially if they catch a kill off. This is Kaka. He's got the opening onto Arteezy. Arteezy needs help, and he needs it now. They're going to have the magical damage holding him in the blood right. Arbet zips over from the side. Arteezy getting low. He's backing away. Arteezy will remain alive for now, but over to the side. Fly flies on top of Ice. With the supernova going off, Ice will fall.
Ice giving away his life for Arteezy. Uses a nice silence. Silences the Bloodseeker, so he can't use Rupture on him. And as you said, like, they're going inside a bit. They have enough damage coming up from the Troll, but they need to be a bit more careful. Dead Prophet will be out, no Exorcism whatsoever. Let's see if Abed Storm wants to jump in. Silence online, but Gilric has a blink.
Abed, he's coming very close. They're going to turn. They've got the chains. The Root setting up onto Abed. Abed hexed up. The finger comes out. Abed's gone. The dagger from Arteezy will bring down Kaka. So it's a 1-for-1. But IG still with the strength to push back EG away from the pit.
Rolling Thunder is available.
Can they go for any sort of steal? Crit is going to try and start something off.
This is a good Rolling Thunder.
He's going to get a perfect angle here onto the three of them. Arteezy's jumping in as well. They'll bring the Troll down low. They'll take down Fly for the Rolling Thunder. Bounces over to Emo. Emo pops the side. Fish jumps out. But
Arteezy gets it.
Arteezy's able to pick up the Aegis. JT's got to run, but he can't. As Fly will take him down. EG with a perfect fight around the pit as Crit gets the exact time to jump.
Man, he just got that Rolling Thunder off cooldown, goes in, like, it does not get better than this. He goes in, gets the multiple, bounces off the walls, Arteezy goes in, gets the last hit. Who got the Roche kill?
It was EG as well.
Yeah, it was EG.
EG got it all. They get the kill, they get the Aegis, and the timing there from Crit couldn't be more perfect as IG were trying to finish it off, trying to commit, but the Rolling Thunder just creating a huge problem for them in this area as they have nothing item-wise to deal with that. They have
there are no BKBs yet, so I believe Bloodseeker needs to use that Rupture on him in the team fights. We've seen what he can do. Enchantress getting caught should be an easy one.
Actually having to use Rupture to guarantee it there. As now with the Aegis on Arteezy, he's going to be at the point where 500 gold, Desolator's going to be done on top of the Battle Fury, and usually in this sort of a game with that amount of disable, you're probably going to look to try and farm out the BKB, but now because he's got the Aegis, EG could look to get aggressive already with just the Deso and the Battle Fury.
Yeah, you can skip. You can afford to skip the BKB here. If he does not have Aegis bottom lane, Storm just going to zip out. JT not fast enough to use the Road of Atos.
Next fight could be very scary for IG. Aegis Deso coming out on Arteezy. Regeneration Rune actually will already be popped. We won't see that being saved for the fight. May have just been timing out. Anyway, the EG, they're looking to go. They're smoking up, they're heading over. As the outpost, of course, still in their control, so Arteezy can TP over to get involved if he's needed. And he might not be, as they'll get a very quick and easy kill onto Ollie. Over into the trees, they're looking for JT, they've found him. As Arbed enough mana to close the gap, crits in with a follow-up. EG, they'll catch and kill the two of them.
Now they're going to give this kill to Storm Spirit. Rupture used. Once he respawns, he will have another Rupture. So it's all good. Just tries to make something happen. Gives them a charge on a magic wand. That's the bad side of it. So Deso done on Phantom Assassin. And now they can start playing aggressively. They still have 2.5 minutes on that Aegis. Phantom Assassin just, and the double damage, because why not?
Oh boy.
Level 15 on top of that as well, so Blink, cast range, Phantom Strike.
Here come the crits. They better, you gotta watch out. A stray dagger here from Arteezy could just take your head off. IG better hype, but IG's coming up. Fly and Emo stepping forward. Arteezy remaining hidden in the shadows. We're having a TP over towards the mid lane. JT.
He's spoken. Like, if he gets the crit, he's probably going to try to jump, fly, gets the last hit on the tower. Just too much damage coming out from Arteezy. Definitely did not expect that.
And with that play around the pit, Arteezy very much closing the gap between himself and Fly's Troll.
scan. They know where EG is. EG likes to hold the high ground, especially when they have another hero that can like control the vision, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster. Arteezy still trying to see what he can do with the dagger. You know, check how much damage when he uses a crit. Emo a bit too tanky to just get bursted down immediately, but the supports are very vulnerable.
He's still hunting for a target. Fly underneath the ward top. They know that the rest of IG did start to back off towards the base, so these two, separate from the rest of the team.
Good reaction time from Kaka. Jumps away from a Blink Dagger, from a, Dagger from Phantom Assassin. Oh, look at the armor on Bloodseeker. He has 34 armor when he's sitting next to tier 2 tower, has a Dragon Scale, has armor talent, phase boots, and this hero just has a lot of starting armor to work with. They're waiting for 2 BKBs. One on Emo, which is done. One on Troll, which will be done in the next 30 seconds. Aegis will run out in 20.
Crit. He's going to look to roll in there, but get the jump straight around to the Phoenix to make sure there's no supernova. Ollie goes down. Crit over towards the Bloodseeker. Arteezy closing the gap. They're trying to get the Bloodseeker out of this as Emo commits with the BKB, but the crit's coming out from Arteezy. Emo's got to be careful.
Crit's
He's
still
trying to beat
alive.
that Crit, but Crit's going to live. A big zip from Arben comes flying across the map over towards JT. He's going to look towards Emo's while the BKB wears off. He managed to jump back.
Finger.
Start the finger. They burst down Arben. Arben to fall. The chains controlling Arteezy. Kaka jumping in as well. The ghost round from Ice.
Aegis is gone.
Trapping him underneath the tower. Ice trying to keep himself alive with the Cyphers, but the damage is too much as Ice will fall. Flies out with the TP. Crit and Arteezy, they'll also be able to get away. As IG, they do buy back their JT. Buying back to get back in the fight will allow them to push back the rest of EG.
Fly, keeping Crit alive with the Glimmer Cape and the 4 points in Nature's Attendance. They don't get the kill. He stops the Rolling Thunder immediately. They also needed to use the buyback there on the Bloodseeker. Abed needs to be a bit more careful, you know, how he's zipping in, controlling his mana, because the rest of the team was just not there. They were focusing the other stuff. So Arteezy, he was thinking about, you know, maybe I can get away with a Basher. BKB is a much safer choice. You know, BKB is a BKB.
He's got to build defensive. Ice, he's already managed to do so. BKB is going to be done on Ice for the next fight. This will help him a whole lot to what has been some pretty nice turnarounds from Kaka. We're seeing these stuns and hexes causing massive problems for EG's cores when they look to try and chase on for target after target. It's bottom lane IG onto the tier 2 tower as EG themselves not interested in turning up for this fight.
They can take the outpost right now after taking a tower, Troll. Getting SNY, just needs to finish it off. Some status resistance is going to be great against those silences, against Bangalre's Rolling Thunder. I love the way IG's itemizing. Like, even Bloodseeker is going for that BKB. Still far away from it, but the 2 cores got it.
Smoke up from IG. It's going to be a good time to jump. Now, Arteezy's just still 100 gold away from the BKB. Finding the PA now would be pretty huge for them as a lineup. As IG sweeping back through their jungle. Fly's already got his hands on Fly. It's just Fly going down. EG will be happy with the Enchantress tanking that movement.
Emo's pretty big this game. Like, he's staying 3k gold ahead of the Storm Spirit. BKB done. DD in a bottle. Like, they want to take this kill. Also has a Grow Bow, so that's going to reduce their magic resistance with the Sleight of Fist.
See Ice there immediately spooked. As soon as the Atos connects, he BKBs, gets out of there. So I mean, IG has the space to keep pushing on. Another tier 2 tower being taken away from EG. EG not feeling confident enough to try and charge headfirst into a fight quite yet.
A Storm Spirit without a BKB does not feel comfortable jumping the Lion. Lion has a way of protecting himself with the Ghost Scepter. A lot of pings on the mid lane.
I can't stop this. Tower's gone. EG not able to make a jump. Still very scared of IG's cores. Fly. A good level advantage and just a bit too tanky really for Arteezy to commit on.
This is a big power spike for Phantom Assassin. Hitting that level 18, the crit is 450, so that's quite a lot of damage. Has a 10-second BKB.
Crit. He's going to get in there. Over towards the river, trying to set things up onto JT.
Roll
he
up.
has been ruptured, and he is continuing to bleed out. Will get the disarm off onto Fly, but crit's down. Double damage on Emo as well as IG. They're ready to try and chase for more. Ice did pop the ghost. Ice, he's trying to get back in there. BKB up, Fly, trying to stay on target, but they're able to climb out over the side. They find the headshot to Arteezy. They've locked him down. They've managed to get the jump. Arteezy's able to put the BKB off, but the Supernova's going to be successful. Arteezy's got to run. He can't get out of range in time. It's the Supernova from Ollie catches them all.
JT at GG in the old chat. Like, without Pangolier, they do not have enough team fight. They cannot match the Supernova, which is level 2. That double damage on Ember Spirit, dealing ton of damage. And now Fly, he feels very comfortable going for the high ground.
And they're at least going to get this middle set of racks. With no Ice, no Arteezy. They cannot defend here down the middle lane. Top lane will be very safe still with tier 1s and tier 2s still up. IG able to take the big objective and get out without EG being able to punish them at all.
It's very hard for Pangolier to play into Bloodseeker. Like, just Bloodseeker, Beastmaster, Grimstroke, these are hard counters, especially Bloodseeker. Like, you can try to buy some time. He uses a roll-up. Also, you need to have a Yule Scepter to have that 2.5 extra seconds to try to buy some time, extra duration. Other than that, like, you as a position 4 can't really, you know, itemize. You don't get that much farm to buy a Lotus Orb or the Lincoln Sphere. And I do not see anyone trying to go for the Lotus, that Prophet, trying to tank up a bit. Going for the Solar Crest. They need this Storm BKB. They need him to be able to jump the Lion, possibly follow up with the Pangolier Rolling Thunder and just delete it before he can get any spells off.
IG. Yeah, no chance of going for these bounty runes here, EG. It's an arcane rune in the river. Not really one that... Okay, Arbet's going to be able to come and grab this before they make the move over IG. So I'm picking for Arteezy. He's going to have the Paladins. Good bit of life steal. Keep them sustained if he can land the crits in the next fight.
Yeah, this item is just so good. You have damage, you have the lifesteal, exactly what Phantom Assassin needs. Fly on the other side, he's found Elven Tunic, more attack speed, evasion, move speed. Like, Phantom Assassin can't deal with the Troll right now, especially because he has like a Basher, so Storm also needs to be very careful. Eventually, Troll will need to buy MKB because you're playing into Phantom Assassin. It's just something that you do not like want to buy straight away, but playing into that high evasion is kind of a must-have to go for it. He's still thinking, you know, he's changing his mind. Do I need to get the Abyssal Blade? I lock down the Storm Spirit. I can lock down Pango or a Dead Prophet, or do I need to deal with the Phantom Assassin?
Kaka is going to start things straight away with a jump onto Ice. They've got the follow-up. Crit's going to come up with the counterplay. Rolling Thunder over the side.
Can't get the BKB off.
They'll bring down the line, but they can't kill the Supernova. They've got to run. Arteezy, he's trying to turn, but the Supernova's going to go up, hold him in position. Arteezy can't fight this as he'll fall. 3 dead on EG. Over towards the side, they'll look to chase down Arbet, but he's got enough mana to get all the way back to the high ground. Arbet will live. But another fight where Ollie's just able to get these Supernovas off, and EG, they can't deal with them. They don't have anybody to get on top and take the egg down. No,
they don't have that hero that just goes on and kills the egg. They do not have enough attack speed. IG, they go inside the pit. They feel very confident in this game right now. Because they have the counters. They have the counters for Pangolier. They have the counters for the Phantom Assassin. The way they itemize, you have a Troll with the Skull Basher against the Storm Spirit going into Abyssal Blade. He just needs to get the recipe. This should be 2 towers. EG does not defend this.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's get to that point where it's going to be up to EG's high ground defense. Arbet still scrambling for that BKB. But he's had so much trouble just finishing off before each and every fight that EG have ended up in against IG.
This is a huge lead. Even though it says 9, 10, it feels like a lot more considering the situation they're in right now. And I love this. I've seen this in the Chinese DPC Season 1. Ember Spirits going for the Refresher Orb, refreshing their Fire Remnants, refreshing the BKB. They also bought a gem. Oli, he loves to buy an earlier gem. Like, they want to get rid of the vision, choke them, just reduce the amount of farm that EG can get.
And it's absolutely one of those games. Arteezy, next item, it's got to be the Rapier. Nothing else will cut it at this point. He has to dream big. But will he get the time to get it? Almost feels like they have to at least trade evenly with IG in one more team fight, because one more lost fight could lead to IG being able to close this game up.
Arteezy knows what's up. Like, the way we come back into this game, if I land some big crits, Q's up, Divine Rapier, they need a good fight. Like, they still have more than 3 minutes left on that Aegis. Full Abyssal Blade done. Fly can't get a really good jump.
Fly getting held in the Blood Riot hit. It's been glimmered. IG Emo still trying to find the catch on him, Abed. Zipping in. Nothing more than the illusion, which Fly will be able to take over. And IG will back off for now.
It's always tricky to play into Lion. Like, they're not going to feel comfortable. We've seen what Shamans position 4 Lions can do. You try to go for a split push. They still have a tier 1 tower on the bottom, so they can easily connect. Someone goes for that one extra wave, you will get punished.
And it really does feel, once that BKB is done for Abed, which it is now, in these fights, he has to get this Phoenix right. Every single time we're seeing EG trying to fight back and pop BKBs, a Supernova just puts a stop to the attempt completely. Someone's got to stop Oli.
They just don't have that hero. Like, Phantom Assassin is not going to go and try to kill the egg. Like, she needs to deal with other heroes. And I love this. JT straight into Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Black King bar. Wants to have 1 charge for Pangolier, 1 charge for Phantom Assassin. Arteezy getting closer to that Divine Rapier. Needs around 4,000 gold to finish it off.
How many waves is that, would you say?
How many waves? Well, why are you putting me in this spot, though? When, like, I need to do some, like, real math. The other day I'm watching Titanic, and I was like, man, what was the name of that ship in Titanic?
That's a good question. Top lane. Push starting to come in from IG. Emo's got a DD rune, at least the remainder of it to keep pushing on with, and Fly still with the Aegis. Fly getting low, but he won't mind if he loses that first life. Still being very cautious about it. Over halfway to the Rapier. I mean, that really is all eyes at the moment on this Divine Rapier progression from Arteezy. Is he going to be able to get it before IG come in looking for the finishing blow?
Yeah, we're getting closer. Like, what they need to do is survive for another 50 seconds. Yeah. This is the window of opportunity for the IG to go in, use that Aegis.
Fly getting a jump on Emo. He's going to commit the BKB for this one. As Fly is heated up thanks to Nature's Attendance, and in fact, that's a BKB committed for nothing. As Emo won't get the kill. Rax falling low though, and Fly is going to be able to get back in and get the job done. It's another set of melee Rax is taken away from EG.
Like, Troll is just massive right now. He's completely bonkers. After he gets that MKB, like Phantom Assassin, if he sees Divine Rapier on Phantom Assassin, like, he just goes on her, no doubt about it. You know, we're still in the game.
He's getting close, and even when that Rapier's done, he's started to see the items for IG's squishier heroes come out. Eon Disc, Wakaka, so no longer a target that Arteezy will be able to BKB and commit on. IG, they just call to sort of sit back and chill. Probably just wait for the MKB on the Troll, the next chance at a Roshan.
Like, they're not in a rush, no. But, you know, playing against the Phantom Assassin is always a bit tricky. That Divine Rapier, you have a True Strike against the Whirling Axis. Yeah. Like, you need to be careful. I see Abed queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, still far away from it, but, like, one good jump, one crit could make a difference.
Talking about crit, he's showing. It comes out again. Okay, it won't with Fly appearing on the lane. Crit's going to instantly TP back to base. messing around down here. Refresher orb done on Emo. I mean, he's going to get the Rapier, Lacoste. He's going to get it. He's pretty much got it done. Another wave, a sold item. Rapier is going to be in the game. Is it going to be enough, though? Of course, by no means does this suddenly turn the game completely on its head.
Yeah, so did we answer your question? How many waves was that? Did you count?
Were you counting?
Yeah, I was not counting. But it took him like 4 or 5 minutes to get it. Chat knew. Chat probably knew.
Yeah. There's 3 types of people in this world, Lacoste. Those who can count and those that can't.
I thought of something else, can't say it, but yeah. Let's.
We'll save that for the after hours.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
Yeah, but all about the timing right now. All about which remind me, Lacoste, you know I used to work in a clock factory building clocks.
You did?
Yeah, I got fired though.
Why so?
Didn't put enough hours in. Didn't get much better either when I moved over to the calendar factory.
Oh, you have to stop.
I got fired again, Lacoste. You know why?
I know.
I took a day off. Right, here we go. Jump from IG straight away down towards the bottom. They're in onto Ice. Got the BKB ready, but the finger comes out. Ice is into the trees, but Emo's on top of him. Ice has gone crit. Jump up to the high ground with the swashbuckle, but the rupture down. Crit will fall. They've both got buybacks available. They may need to use them as IG's diving in. RTZ. He's getting focused, he's out with the blur. Will manage to get back, and now with the zip into Arbed. But Arbed's been back! The fly Abyssal coming in onto Arbed's head, has to use the rest of his mana to get out. Kaka jumping in, another bash! Arbed's gone! No buyback available on Arbed.
He needs 200 gold. ISSI bought back as well, so did Crit. Like IG, they could try to reset. They don't need to go for it. Roche may respawn if it's a fast respawn timer. The problem is, EG, they do not have any vision whatsoever on the map. This earlier gem picked up by Oli. He gave it to Ember Spirit, who was pretty much controlling everything. Spell Prism done on him. Like, Ember Spirit is just out of control.
Yes, I mean, when you play like this, you kind of get away with dropping the question marks in the previous game. 4-0-11, and now outside of the base, they've called Crit. Emo and Kaka make their jump, and that's a dieback from Crit. And they're already moving over RTZ. He needs help, and he needs it now. He's hiding in the trees. He's going for the TP out. They've got the change. They're going to be able to put a stop to this game. BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. RTZ is gone. GG is called as IG will take game 4. Lacoste, we're going to a game 5.
That's what everyone wants to see. Whenever there's a grand final, there's also high chances of getting that game 5, and it's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, what a series we've had so far. 2 dominating games from EG to start it off. Game 3, a fantastic turnaround as EG struggle. IG hit them where it hurts. They drop question marks, and IG, they come in game 4 and continue to back up their ability to drop the old chat as they get another victory here.
Yeah, this one was very one-sided. You know, the IG, they were just out of control. He got that bit earlier timing on the battlefield. He continued to farm up, even with the Divine Rapier. They were like so tanky, playing into a couple of counters. Like this Bloodseeker pick was really, really amazing.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times now when these early Pangos come out.
Yeah.
If the teams are able to grab their hands on something like the Bloodseeker, it becomes so hard. And Crit, we saw, still able to make some great plays that move around the Roshan pitch huge and giving EG a chance in this match. But at the end of the day, it's just too much to deal with.
Yeah, it was just a bit too much playing into Bloodseeker, Phantom Assassin. Also struggled a bit in the lane, and Emo, like he redeemed himself. He had a really good performance.
Didn't die at the end of that one, Emo, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you said, we're getting what I think a lot of us hope for, a deciding game. 2-2 at the moment between EG and IG, as game 5 will decide it all here.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They might have just woken the dragon, and Emo there. No deaths on his Ember Spirit. He crushed it. Loads of tips on Abed and EG. They are looking at a potential reverse sweep. We're going to be at match point. It's 2-2. I'm here with Gods and Lizard.
Is this the curse? Is this the curse? The famous, fabled one, Parker? Is it happening?
The EG curse. Is it happening? I mean, okay, let's break that game down. You know, we're chill. We're just watching get him done.
Wow.
All right, where do you want to begin? Because it started very even, actually. It looked pretty okay from both sides.
Yep. It did. I don't think either team had to dominate the lane stage. I think you could see EG, from me, in the lanes over-prioritize trying to tilt Emo a bit. Crit TP'd mid very early, trying to surprise him with a swashbuckle kill. Missed it. Immediately gets tipped, of course. And then he came again. They kept trying to kill Emo. It felt like they over-focused on that mid lane. Particularly the TP, like when he TP'd, it was like 2 or 3 minutes in the game. I was just like, whoa, that's like out of nowhere.
Oh, and this dive, he goes too far. He goes too deep, and he pays for it with his life because this whole team is like. The whole team of IG is backing him up.
I heard someone in the green room saying, why are they throwing this? Why are they going too deep? And the replay that was before this one, the highlight is pretty much where they still had the game in control when
they stole the
Arteezy
Roche,
takes Roche, it takes Aegis, exactly. But afterwards, it felt like it's one throw after another, one bad fight after another. They couldn't deal with the egg. They couldn't deal with the rupture. Pango crit. He gets ruptured. He still tries to make stuff happen in that fight, but you can't. You're just
I think it's a little I think that was an overextension, but I think all the other fights, like I don't think EG were throwing. I think IG just had a far like superior team fight, superior hero counters. Like the Bloodseeker ruined Crit's game, and if anything, I would say IG kind of messed up going for that Roche against Pango, whose Rolling Thunder came up at the perfect time to steal Roche, secure an Aegis. It gave EG basically had momentum for all of like 2 minutes. The rest of the game, IG to me were in control.
Yep. The itemization from every and each one of them on the side of IG was really good. Emo as well going for that early Aghanims to be able to just dive even harder. You could see a couple of those dives weren't perfect. Diving Fly, trying to kill off the Enchantress, even popping a BKB there, but doesn't work. However, he does secure Troll every single fight. Eggs from this Phoenix were always on point.
I feel like we don't really... I mean, with this meta, we don't really get to talk too much about the position 5s because the 4s and the mids are so flashy, but definitely Ollie on his Phoenix. We have to talk about that because we see that Phoenix picked up first in a lot of the games for IG, and sometimes, you know, doesn't really work out for Invictus Gaming, but we now see why they pick it up first, why they're prioritizing it. Ollie with his positioning on point. That entire game.
Usually there's a hero that teams pick up against that Phoenix. That's why we see it fail multiple times. You go with the Mirana, you go with the Jug, you go with anything that can break it at every point in the game. However, this time around, they just didn't have that recipe for success, really.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't draft against the Phoenix. Not that you have to like maybe overcommit to that. They also let through a Bloodseeker for that final
and the Troll.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, and the Troll. I feel like they gave IG just a bit too much, and like it wasn't like they were getting something amazing in exchange. They got a last pick PA, which I was like, okay, PA against the Troll seems okay, but PA into the Bloodseeker, not great. So it wasn't like a dream last pick by any means.
No.
And they gave IG tons of comfort picks, and IG played it perfectly.
But the drafts were fairly even. I feel like there was definitely a mental game in this.
It's
in this
100%. You don't dive that much. You can even see IG. They're way more disciplined in this game. They're not making the same silly mistakes that they were making in that first one.
That question mark and the tipping, it's fueling them.
The man who is not being disciplined right now is Abed. He's the one I feel like more than anyone in EG is getting a little bit, you know, shaky on the main stage. They were up 2-0. They kind of turned around the game 3, which wasn't all on him, but that game 4, he made some pretty bad plays, basically.
You know, I asked you about, is he able to play the same hero 5 times in a row? Not because I'm doubting that he can play the same hero 5 times in a row without being too tired. It's about when you have such good performances in the first couple of games. I've seen this pattern so many times in different players. You tend to fall off afterwards. You become a little bit too sloppy. You're not tired. You're just used to be dominating. So you become a little bit less precise in your movements, a little bit too free, and a little bit too divey. Let's talk about the tier 2s on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think we've seen reverse sweeps before in Dota 2. Not even that long ago. A lot of people will remember a best of 5 between Team Nigma and Team Secret at the Mad Moon event, where Team Nigma ended up winning the whole thing, reverse sweeping Team Secret. Before that already there was Alliance versus Demon Slayers, I want to say, at a DreamHack
Rotterdam. Yeah, I remember.
Another reverse. So we have seen quite a few, but I feel like every time it is not the play that is the deciding factor, it is the mental fortitude. And I am worried for EG. They have been in this position last year around at the Leipzig Major. It was not a reverse sweep scenario, but it was a scenario where they were in that match point and they couldn't close it out. Also want to point out, IG this will be their 8th game in a row.
Yeah,
they played a best of 3 earlier today.
They played a ton of Dota, but you know what? Teams from the group stage and the wildcards are like, okay, you now taste this.
Yeah.
Hey,
they've been practicing for this. The group stage was the true boot camp. Oh, we're going to go to a 5th game of the series. Now that the players will get a little bit of a longer break before this last game to actually this time get some proper food in them. So keep that in mind while getting your own snacks ready. And I also want to point out that we're able to be here and do this because of our wonderful sponsors. And one of them is DBS. And with the Live Fresh card from DBS, you can get 5% cash back. Keep that in mind when you're gaming and you're spending all that money online and all your cosmetics and stuff. Could be getting some of that money back. We'll be right back. We'll have a break and then it is grand final deciding game 5 time. We'll see you soon.
Right now I'm going to ask you 5 questions, and if you can get my 5 questions correct, I will gift you a one esports Dota 2 goodie bag. Got Meepo t-shirt.
Meepo? I like Meepo ta.
Out of all these names, who do you think is the real in-game name of a Dota 2 player? A. Chicken Wing. B. Tuna Melt. And C. Ice, ice, ice.
I think it's the second one.
Tuna Melt.
Tuna Melt.
Ice, ice, ice. Because ice, 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 Singapore represent.
Ice, ice, ice. That's like hands down. Oh, ice, ice, ice.
Even if you don't play Dota, people will have heard of the name Ice, Ice, Ice.
C. Ice, ice, ice.
Oh, you heard about Ice, ice, ice?
Yeah, Singaporean. It's like the 90s, the ice, ice, baby. Ding, 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 ding.
So what is the first ever competitive version of Dota 2 called? A. Dota 5.76, B. Dota 5.82, or C. Dota 5.84?
Don't think I was old enough to have started playing the first.
Okay.
Dude, was I even born yet? I don't even know. 5.84.
Hey, how do you know?
It just sounds familiar. 5.76.
Wrong.
B lah.
5.84C.
How you know?
Because that's the All-Stars one after he went for competition.
So next, okay, I'm going to show you some images of Dota heroes. I want you to tell me who are these heroes. First one.
Prophet.
What prophet?
Tree prophet.
NP, Nature's Prophet.
Nature's prophet.
Oh, this guy is disgusting. Nature's prophet.
Yeah, Nature's prophet. Nature prophet.
Correct. Okay, second one.
I know I used to call him Chainsaw.
Timbersaw?
Timbersaw?
Timbersaw.
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 The next one.
Meepo. Not Meepo, Meepo. Meepo.
Meepo.
Meepo.
Meepo ta. Meepo. Meepo.
Number 4.
This is Tinker.
Tinker. Tinker.
Tinker.
A lot of army on the crystal can come out on the Tinker.
Correct. Wow, you actually know, huh?
Yeah, hero name only.
Okay, this is the last one.
Yeah, Shadow.
Hey, I thought hero name only, come on.
Hey, this one I know, but the name something I forget.
Hero name only.
Shadow something one.
I know this one, but I don't know the name.
Dazzle.
This guy is called Dazzle.
Dazzle.
2, 1. Shadow Priest. The next question, actually this is not a question. We would like you to give your best impression of a Dota hero.
Oh, shaky. Oh, fresh meat. Meepo then.
Ice is nice. Queen of Pain.
What's that?
My first meeting.
The same qualities it takes to be a world champion is the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come from. One Esports is part of the One family, and we got our start in martial arts, and so we think having the teams go after a belt and raising that belt when they win, we think is massively appropriate.
When I start designing this belt, I start to think about what it represents, possibility that it provides to experience something out of this world.
这种感觉就是特别的另类，好吧？做出来那种非常令人眼前一亮，感觉就像那种搏击比赛那种冠军腰带，非常的鼓舞人心吧。那种拿着冠军后。
When champions lifted the belt that I designed, I always feel that I'm part of the celebration and in some degree part of their success.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee.
Come on, let's play. Ain't nothing gonna hold us down. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town. Come on, let's play.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed.
I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star available. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
Pressure, frothing on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
The deciding Game 5 of this grand finals here for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major is so close to happening. We have Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming both at 2 points, 1 game away from the championship, and there is so much on the line for this one. Points, money aside, I want to talk about what this means for these teams if they can take this game home. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and Gods, this I want you to make the case for North America, for EG to take this home.
For Evil Geniuses for North America, it's about proving to their fans, and I think more than anyone themselves, they can win a championship. For EG, it's been so long. The last tournaments they've won were kind of small minor tournaments. They won an actual DPC, well, Valve minor.
Yeah.
They won a Dota Summit, but they haven't won a tournament that's meant as much as a major since really TI, it feels like.
Absolutely. And on the other side, a team that with this roster was doing so well last year, Lizard, coming very high, only barely missed TI9 because of the qualifiers there. This major here, they have said they want to take it home for the region.
Definitely. Finished first in the regional league, came here in the group stage, same like, not in the group stage, in the upper bracket, same like EG. Got a little bit punished there, 2-0 by EG, and then got tipped a lot. And you know what? After those tips, it became exactly. No more region, no more NA, CN, whatever. Emo, I think he's taking things into his own hands, and he's proving a point. That question mark, that's pure rage right there.
I love it, because last year when we were talking about IG, and we talked a lot about IG because they were doing really well. They were doing really well in both of the majors they played in. But last year we would talk about Emo all the time because he was the star player, on fire every single time. This major, that part of IG has been a little lacking until that third game, gods. I don't know what changed. There was a switch.
There was just a complete switch in momentum for the entire series. It felt like, EG was just going to steamroll over, give us an unfortunately one-sided 3-0 finals. But yeah, it was just one overextension. The Storm Spirit game in Game 3, where Abed goes in, pulls himself on a Lotus Orb, and suddenly IG's like, oh, we're still in this game. We're going to hold on. Yeah. We're going to turn it around. And Emo just started playing better. IG as a team started playing better and showing tons of signs of life.
And as far as the Dota development goes, do you feel we've seen a little bit of the, normally when two teams face each other, you get like the meta between the teams, especially in a best-of-5, Lizard.
Yeah, 100%. In this game, you can see that the third and the fourth game had a little bit of a different bands, a little bit of a different pick. It went so far that in the fourth game, Troll went through, it instantly got picked up. Pangolier was picked up by EG, but without Bloodseeker being banned. Yeah. I really think that IG right now, maybe not right now, but in the previous two games was 100% in their heads.
And I think importantly from EG, we've seen almost stubbornness in Game 3 and Game 4, because as far as the meta development, I don't think EG's changed anything from game to game. Yeah, they're picking some different things, maybe slight tweaks, but realistically, I think Game 3, their takeaway was like, oh, we were ahead, we should have won that game. Let's just keep picking kind of the same way. IG, we've seen massive growth, massive adaptation throughout this best-of-5, and now going to Game 5, EG, they have to adapt. They have to do something different. They can't just keep doing trying to shovel the same thing in front of IG and expecting it to work.
And when IG was forced to adapt, they still had some wiggle room to play with. They could still lose a game or two, and they did as well. Now that that EG needs to adapt,
they can't.
They have no room for mistakes. We've seen Abed Storm 4 games in a row, and I love Abed Storm, don't get me wrong. But maybe IG has figured it out, his play style, how to bait him out, how to work around it. Maybe it's time for something different. And we have seen Abed play different things, but do we really think he's going to get his hands on the puck? We see IO puck banned by the team that is not first pick every single game so far.
I believe we shall see the same situation once again. I think that Storm Spirit usually is picked up by Evil Geniuses also because you aren't giving it away to IG. Puck needs to be banned. If it's banned, you take the Storm. If you do not, the other team will. That Prophet obviously not nearly as highly rated as we've seen her in the last series here. It's one pick. Besides that, not even touched, not banned.
Yeah, it was banned at least in one of the early games.
It
felt like an afterthought. Yeah, it's like, okay, Abed, what hero do you not want to play against me? And he's like, ban a Death Prophet. It didn't seem like it was like a last ban, if anything. So, very curious to see what comes out in this final game. As far as will we see another Abed Storm, or do EG feel like they need to head a different direction? And I imagine IG, it feels like they found a formula that works a lot better against EG with their bans, especially.
Absolutely. We have in the drafter seats, we have Bulba versus Super, of course, with this matchup as well. And I hope that both of the guys had some great pep talks during the break, because the mental battle is, other than the drafting battle, I mean, that's just... It's so important.
I feel like in this Game 5, the draft is obviously super important, but it's a mental warfare. It's which one of these players breaks first. Emo, he was already broken. He came into the series seemingly broken, and I think that he has found himself. He has collected the pieces and made himself into a new mid laner with Yember and with the Void Spirit, with the question mark. He glued himself back up. Can Evil Geniuses, after falling now 0-2, can they do the same thing?
He has ruined Twitch chat for the rest of the series forever. Every time a mid dies, it will be question marks regardless who it is.
And we see very similar bans. Beastmaster on IG, Earth Spirit as well, we could have called it. Meanwhile, IO and what else from EG? Will it be the puck?
To be puck. That being said, maybe that would be a little bit of cockiness, because yes, Emo's puck is very good, but is it as good as Abed puck?
Yeah. They still drafted it before. They also have the first pick, if I'm correct. And because of that, I think you're banning it, because if you give away the puck, Storm becomes a little bit harder to draft into your lineup.
But they would be able
There you
to.
go.
Nah, they still.
It looks like they were literally just waiting for it to hit 0. I think they're just trying to
max their time.
Yeah,
So-
maximize their break between games so they can have, obviously there's a time limit, so they're going to use their draft now to have a bit more time to compose
And
themselves.
is this the Phoenix now once again from IG? That's the question.
It is.
It is.
Ollie, we gave him MVP in that previous game for his performance,
Yeah.
and rightfully so. His positioning was on point. But we also talked about how EG, previous game, did not have a direct answer. When they played Phoenix in the first game of the series, EG answered instantly by
With the
picking a
Mirana.
Mirana.
Yeah. We'll see if they go back to that strategy or if they pick something different once again. Because they picked Pango in the first phase of the last game. It's a great pick, but you need an answer to the Phoenix. This isn't it. This isn't the answer to the Phoenix, but it's giving crit a different hero that can't nearly be countered as much as Pango.
And it's very much the lightning stage heroes. Often EG have picked this and then gone and saying really greedy. We've seen a few of their games, Tusk Alchemist as an own predator. That could be what they're setting up for. When you pick a hero like Tusk, EG like to have that greedy carry.
But that was the game that they lost.
It was, but it's very much their comfort zone in many ways, I feel like. But not sure if they want to do it here. I feel like if they want the Alchemist, it's probably going to get banned next phase. We've seen so many bans onto the carry role specifically. Every single game, it feels like, the two carries, Arteezy has to go for some very bizarre off-meta pick. We've seen it as well for IG.
Yeah, not as bizarre as Void.
Void Sven.
Faceless Void, by the way, guys, not Void
Faceless
Spirit.
Void, not Void Spirit. Ooh, Ice is getting in the zone here.
I mean, Fly playing Void, Sven, PA coming out for Arteezy. It's been very much an off-meta series for the carry players.
Definitely, because they pick the carries a little bit later. Will they pick Storm again? EG. Will Abed play 5 games of Storm Spirit in the grand finals of Singapore 1 Major?
And if they wouldn't go for Storm, and that's what they're thinking about right now, which hero would they pick up? Would they go for an Abed hero still? We've seen him play a lot of Void Spirit as well, and he is not really deviated from those heroes. He's played Storm, Void Spirit, Puck.
Yeah,
period. That's it. We've not seen him on anything else. We know he can play other heroes, though.
We have kind of an answer. It's not going to be Storm Spirit, it will be the Death Prophet. But what lane, what position, we do not know.
Yeah. If the Storm is still in the pool later on and it's looking like a good Storm game, it's open for Abed. But if they decide they just need to run the Death Prophet meta hero who does not have bad matchups in the mid lane, they sure can.
And you talked about Arteezy, how he's always targeted. This time around, they need to target perhaps Abed as well, because his hero is left in the second stage. Have to think about that. Meanwhile, nothing new here in the ban. Juggernaut again versus the Phoenix. This is pretty much every single time they pick Phoenix, they ban out the Jug instantly after.
Yeah, this time EG will not make the mistake of leaving that troll in the pool. That was definitely the comfort zone of IG, also of course showing up in the previous game.
The Troll, the Monkey King, these kind of heroes that we have seen banned out in every series, Terrorblade as well.
And for IG, you mentioned now they have to consider both, Abed and Arteezy. Do they want to ban the Alchemist, the Storm? Maybe there's a few more heroes they have to consider when it comes to these bans.
Yeah, some decent control for Invictus Gaming would be coming from that offlane, and most likely is what they're going to go for on JT, right? Like your Mars is still in the pool, perhaps something that EG will look forward to banning. But all these tanky heroes on the offlane fall under tag team. Tusk is a specialist at eliminating them.
The other scary thing I always feel like with EG and this Tusk is they're always happy to run tri-lane. They've done these aggressive tri-lanes. If they find themselves with a good 1v1 matchup, particularly for Ice, they'll play aggressive, use that tag team in a tri-lane, secure Arteezy's farm, and put pressure on IG's carry.
Talking about Ice, together, talking about JT, both of these guys, they love their Timbersaw, and it's still in the pool. I think it might be a little bit better pick for EG right now. I don't like it that much versus that Prophet, but Invictus Gaming have been the ones that have drafted it more often. They really like it. It doesn't bring a lot of control for the Phoenix, but it does bring chaos to the fights. And the Phantom Lancer, right, this is, we've seen the PL band, I believe, in the first game of the series too.
Yeah, one of the games for sure. And our carry pool is getting a little smaller every time. It's going to be very curious to see what Fly and Arteezy are playing. It looks like Invictus Gaming is keeping their bans the same. They banned the exact 3 heroes in the previous game.
With the Tidehunter ban, Lycan is a possibility for either one of these two teams. Evil Geniuses could draft some crazy SEA-esque style of Lycan Death Prophet +1 hero that just goes ham all in very early aggression.
End the game by 20 minutes.
They could try. They did manage 2 times now. Once it didn't really work out.
EG definitely using quite a bit of their bonus times on these bans.
Yep.
Previously, it was very easy for them to think about what they were going to ban because they always just tried to secure Abed a good lane by banning out a lot of the Storm counters. This time around, they have other things to have to think
Storm
about.
is still in the pool, Void Spirit as well. Mars, however, they won against, but do you think they'll let it go through?
I think they're okay playing against it. I feel like playing against Mars Phoenix, it just seems like EG's bread and butter. They've done it multiple times and not too worried about it. They don't have the Beastmaster, but I could see it going either way.
They ban out the monkey.
Just carries all day long getting banned out. And we talk about Abed Storm, but Emo also plays a very good Storm. I think that's something we could also see in his hands, but just because of how high impact the hero can be.
However, it can be picked right here, right now. EG could show their hand a little bit more by picking the Storm, and they will 5 games in a row.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, Storm isn't the worst hero to play 5 games in a row.
No.
And was it the hero that lost the previous 2 games?
Game 3, definitely not. Game 4, I mean, it wasn't the hero, but Game 4 was not like a... Abed was struggling a bit that game. He was like 5th or 6th on net worth, trying to rotate around the map, make plays.
Yeah, so it wasn't a hero. You know, you can always improve on the play.
Yep.
The Void Spirit counter, we've seen that, of course.
We see the same
in the
pretty
hands
much.
of Emo as well, already twice this series.
The same matchup, right? Storm Spirit versus Void Spirit. We saw it go Storm Spirit's way. Same goes for the Void Spirit. So many times throughout this tournament. Gives you that backline catch from IG, and just overall one of the best heroes when it comes to Emo's hero pool.
I think it's important to note, though, that when this matchup worked out very well for EG, it was because of the rotations of Grit. So we have to keep our eyes on when that rotation from the Tusk will happen.
Yeah, it's mostly because of his hero pool. We talked about this as well, right, Parker? On one side you have Lion, on the other side you have these heroes that like to go in, and we have a new hero.
Ooh. This is a Grand Finals hero as well, if I've ever seen one. Game 5 decider, Enigma comes out. Could be Fly as a 5 position, but it could also be Ice in the off lane.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's anything from the offlane that breaks through BKB, that cancels Black Hole.
Most of the ones you think of usually come from the support position.
Yeah, from Fives. The Silencer, the Vibrant that we've seen on Fly as well.
This is also, of course, a Necro-Unomicon builder, which is very important.
For EG, they just love Necro 3 heroes that can just deward the entire map. They're playing on the Radiant side. That's the side where they're going to have much better Roche control. That's something they play really well around. So, I think that's a good point. I think they're going to lean towards running it as an offlaner.
Yeah, and that would mean that Fly is playing the Death Prophet. I'm not opposed to that at all. Either way, we are looking for an Arteezy hero for our final pick for Evil Geniuses. And on the side of IG, let's see, they'll secure themselves still the Mars for JT.
Okay, I was thinking in a different direction. I thought, obviously we mentioned Mars earlier because of the Phoenix combinations and whatnot. It's definitely great. I thought they might go with Pango, that's not banned out, because then you have that Basher versus Enigma Black Hole throughout every... later on in the game you can always cancel it, you can go for an Abyssal too. All things considered, there are always ways of breaking that black hole now. It's not like in the old days when if you don't have a hero that does it with a spell, you can't do it. You can itemize against it.
And we're going to see 4 more carries banned, so it's going to be very interesting again to see which carries are even left in the pool.
With the Alchemist out, Wraith King becomes good option as well. We've seen no Wraith King in this series so far, I believe. So
would be great for IG, actually.
Yeah, still in there. Terrorblade still in there.
Yep.
Lifestealer still in there. Ursa's still in there.
Weaver's still in there as well. I wouldn't mind that.
And Bloodseeker.
Yep.
We saw Arteezy going for Razor as well. So a lot of cores still left. More than 4 at least. So we'll be fine.
There, Bloodseeker is out.
Okay,
you can cross him away. I like Wraith King, and usually Death Prophet is sort of a counter, but you aren't playing versus a core Death Prophet, most likely. And because of that, I think that Wraith King could be solid. EG could still flex it, put Enigma 5, Death Prophet offlane with Tide 4. Gyro is something that we didn't even mention or talk about.
Yeah, because Gyro carry has not been doing too hot this tournament.
Only Neon, I believe, have done well with Gyro without a Wisp, and Gyro with the Wisp as well didn't do well. Okay, Bloodseeker, Terrorblade most likely now. You don't want to... you do have heroes against him. Lion, Phoenix, Mars is also pretty good against most of these range cores.
Yep.
Let's see what they opt to go for. Banning out RTZ right here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, surely you're banning out the Terrorblade. One of the two is going to ban out the Terrorblade.
Or unless they're more afraid of maybe like the Arteezy Razor, just because you know Game 5 decider is often where you see teams going for those comfort picks. Here's your one with
option.
Yeah. Well, I guess they lost the one game with.
Yeah,
with
they
Razor,
lost the one game with Razor. It was a safe pick, but they didn't really play it safely. Oh, okay.
They ban out the Naga. Well, that's another comfort hero for TZ, so removing that. And Invictus Gaming has first pick after this ban phase, so they get first choice on their carry.
And the Wraith King. I really think this Wraith King would have been phenomenal pick for IG and a really, really good ban from EG. Because your big ulti is your big black hole. He doesn't care. He just respawns and the team fight from around him would be great. Is there anything similar though? Just don't pick Faceless Void. That's all I'm asking for.
Please, no Faceless Void.
Actually,
they have more follow-up this time.
Yeah, and it is a black hole breaking carry. However,
I think they're more likely to go for like a PA looks okay for me for the lane. If you're playing against the Enigma denying, you can kill the idle ones pretty easily with the dagger. But
maybe they'll go for the TP.
Weaver maybe as well. An option.
Spectre.
Oh.
Okay, this is the IG flip. This is a hero they like and they're comfortable on.
Okay, we have seen Spectre a couple of times.
We did.
Yeah, and it did work. If I'm
3 times
if I'm correct,
it has been picked so far.
It has been picked in very peculiar matchups, like versus a PA and whatnot. It's not the most popular carry, but every carry has been banned out.
Isn't the PA okay versus Spectre because you get the break?
With the Fan of Knives later on?
Shard, yeah.
No, it's
I
good,
don't know.
That's
good
very
work.
later on. Is that not too slow? They go for the life stealing.
Okay, the good old school Storm Spirit lifesteal.
There are some people that are going to have flashbacks of cliffs with this hero as well. Okay, game 5, deciding game. Spectre versus a lifestealer. We went a little bit back in time. I think a lot of people are going to be very happy to see Ice on that Enigma. That's gonna create some great moments in the game for sure. On the other side, though, Invictus Gaming have a draft that they are very, very comfortable with. We got a mid matchup of the Storm Void Spirit. It's Christmas coming early, or late.
I feel like this Spectre is a good answer to the Enigma as well. If you guys forgot how the hero was played, you pop that ulti, you reveal everyone, you cancel all those blinks, then you go in. Their team fight seems superior too versus the Black Hole. I love having Phoenix versus the Enigma too. Lifestealer is good versus the Egg, but damn it. Can you go first?
You go first, please.
Yeah.
I love that we get such a what feels like an interesting new draft, an even draft. I have to go with EG, you know. Coming over from NA, I've just seen EG just destroy the NA DPC League and do so well here. Even though momentum is not favoring them right now, I think EG will clutch it.
I have to keep the salt levels a little bit lower in the chat. I'll go with the region that I have casted and covered. I'll go with IG.
I have to believe that this major is EG's major. This is their 4th series that they're playing. They've had the best road here to the grand finals, and it is time. I think it's time for them to finally take one home. We're going to have to see it played out, though. Lacoste, OD Pixel, what are your thoughts on the draft in front of you?
It's Ice Enigma. You know, I did not see it in quite some time, but they don't have any BKB piercing abilities, so there's always going to be threat of that. You need to be able to like get the Basher / Abyssal Blade. A lot of team fight. They brought out the Spectre. I don't know. Owen, Spectre, similar to Faceless Void or not?
Well, I certainly didn't expect it. So we haven't seen it too much this tournament. I'm excited to see it, but I do like the approach from EG in return. I think the Lifestealer, if they can hit some fast timings, make some moves with Arbed, getting his game back on the Storm, as he did have a tough one last time, they could run over IG fast enough for the Spectre to be a non-problem.
Okay, well, I'm very excited for this 5th game, and I'm sure you are as well, so I'm going to leave you both to it. Game 5 of the grand finals here of the Singapore Major. Enjoy.
Oh, we certainly will. Certainly many things to get excited about in this deciding game 5. I mean, Lacoste, you said it, one of them for sure, the Ice Enigma coming in. What else are you looking forward to seeing here in this deciding Game 5 of the Major.
IG, they're not overcomplicating things. They're going with the heroes that they've been playing throughout the league. You have this Lion, Kaka, you have Oli on the Phoenix, you have Emo once again on the Void Spirit. Like they're like JT Mars, they're just playing their comfort heroes in Game 5 in the deciding game.
Yeah.
I just want to see how this goes. Once again, they plant a deep observer ward behind Tier 1 tower on the bottom. Like EG, they don't have enough time probably to watch the replays, but this should be figured out. You know, this should get rewarded.
Yeah, I think we've seen EG sort of deal with that sort of ward before pretty early. So we'll see if they're keeping their cool and able to check it out here in this all-important game. We'll see what setups we do get. Looks like we're going to start things off with Ice sticking to the top. Look at this build. Do you like this as well? The triple Sages mask.
He would go for 4th if he had enough money, for sure.
Of course,
I don't mind that.
If you're going to build it into useful stuff, right?
Yeah, you're probably going to get the Necrobook 1, maybe get an extra Bastion on top of that, just like not get the clarities. Crit already starting to put some pressure on Ollie. They gave him Tusk. This is his probably best hero after Earth Spirit. He's just been amazing on it throughout this whole major.
Yeah, and in terms of the save potential this game, it's pretty good, right? There's not going to be too much that will stop Crit from getting in and getting those snowball saves off this game.
They have control, you know. They don't have any root mechanics, so he will be able to get the snowballs off. But against the Lion, the burst damage, you might not potentially be able to get there. He always pretty much goes for the same item build. It's always drums into Blink Dagger. I really like that. He thinks a bit differently. I've seen a lot of Falcon Blades. I've seen a lot of Orb of Corrosions on the Tusk where you pretty much one-shot the supports, but drums is also good. 8 charges, keeps popping it in every single fight. Give them that extra attack speed, extra movement speed. Spectre does not like to play into Enigma. Like, denying any kind of CS from Spectre, it just feels bad.
And talking about our carries and builds, what do you expect we're going to see being gone for here by Fly on the Spectre and RTZ on the Lifestealer? What kind of builds do you feel will fit this game the best?
Probably just going to be a Manta style to be able to get rid of those silences, get rid of the Malefice. It's just a farming item for Spectre. She's not going to get as much as she usually can because, again, playing into Enigma, she's never going to financially recover from this.
Definitely going to be a lot of money taken away from Fly. There'll be a few of those coming out from his wallet after the denies that Ice is going to be able to execute against him. Looking at down at the bottom lane, RTZ 9 for 3. It's the 9 for 1 trading farm pretty evenly. Kaka getting rather low. This Fly sort of baits him in for an extra little bit of a trade. Mid lane, we are starting to see a good lead here for Abed on the first few waves. 16 for 5 against the 11 and 1. Abed coming out on top of the first few minutes of laning here.
Yeah, doing good, extremely good. Abed's like, you know, this is what third, fourth game that
he's
playing.
It, you know, this
Storm Spirit, I practiced quite a lot. Let's see if we're going to see any rotations possibly on the side lanes. This has been the story of this major again. Like, people just playing really aggressively on the side lanes, dying, refilling the bottle for their mid laners. Kaka, he's out of region, just had his healing salve handed by the courier.
Top lane, just continuing to be a very tough lane for Fly. And the last time we saw him have this sort of rough start was on his Faceless Void game. You know, where again he was about 3 minutes in 7 CS.
What Faceless Void game? Oh, you
forgot about that one.
I forgot about that one. I was like, I need to get this out of my mind. Lifestealer with the 1-1-1 build, you know, has like a Lifestealer is just a hero right now that you, especially if you don't get like Armlet, you can play him with the mouse only.
Mouse only. RTZ's bringing out the gamepad for this one. That's how confident he feels. Mid lane. Abed is going to look for that setup again this time, and Crit's ready for the rotation mid as he comes in onto Emo. Emo with no mana to move out. There's no chance for it to assimilate. As again, it seems like you've got to expect this if you play against EG.
This is it, and Emo tips back Abed straight away. Man, Emo, after using that question mark in the old chat, kind of becoming a Memo.
Memo. He certainly is. He's getting into it. I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see the emotional players here when everything's on the line.
Bottom lane, Arteezy doing well, going into phase boots. Yeah, like you just want to get that extra movement speed, and you're gonna trade well. I don't think he should be worried in this matchup. Fly doing a very good job just zoning him out.
I mean, how do they fix this top lane, IG? Like, it really is that rough of a start here for Fly. 21 denies against him in the lane by Ice. Bottom lane, JT, I'll get the setup on a Fly, but Fly's got some siphons, and with the very fire, it's enough to keep Fly alive. As EG are able to turn, take him down. See the chase onto Kaka. Kaka able to turn with the stun, denying the bounty rune.
He just needs one hit. If he gets the one hit off with the slow, he also put another point in Ghoul Frenzy plus Orb of Venom. That's just a ton of slow that he does not have anything against. There's a boost of speed right now on the Lifestealer, so they need to be very careful. Mars, like I'm surprised he did not see more of a Lifestealer. I think that's kind of a forgotten hero, but hero that also can be super strong. Like, he's not strong with one item, but once you get like 3 items, and it's a good matchup for him. There's carry-to-carry matchup against the Spectre. Lifestealer is going to feel great playing into it.
And sort of just over the ages, over the years, it's just a well-fitted hero for Arteezy, right? The Arteezy Lifestealer, we've seen it from many different patches, many different builds and ways that you've had to play the hero. It's just one of the classics from Artor.
Yeah, definitely. This is a big problem. Like, Spectre, 17 CS, Ice, triple Sage Mask, going into Necrobook, just denying so many creeps.
We'll see here, down in the river. They have the turnaround jump with the 2 steps over towards Abed. They've got the burst. Emo and Kaka are able to take him down as Abed tries to fight for the rune.
Emo gets the last hit. That's what matters. Need a bit of a boost in confidence after not that hot of a start for him. So Spectre right now, Fly just trying to get something out of this. He's level 4.5, 6 minutes in, while Enigma is having the time of his life. He has 31 CS, 29 denies. Necrobook done, 6 minutes in.
I mean, it's insane. Ice is... I don't think he's pretty much missed any deny that he's gone for.
Oh, he's more focused on the denies.
Like, just completely crushing this top lane. Leaving no chance for Fly to farm. As it's going to be a slow start in the Spectre, and just a hero that's not too easy to sort of play a recovery type of game on, especially if the opponents begin to make fast coordinated moves and just don't give you time to catch back up.
Oh, they're just putting so much pressure. You can see Crit already behind enemy lines, has one observer ward to work with. They even bring that profit here. Silence.
And they got the shards. Crit leads in. Snowball ready to come in before there's any chance for a dive. Perfect lockdown from EG.
Crit in this major has been on point, especially when he's playing the Earth Spirit, when he's playing the Tusk, like his rotations, his snowball, not just the saves, but the timings when he's using it. Storm Spirit playing aggressive on Emo. There's the Lion on mid.
Here. Abed was not prepared for extra backup to be up on the high ground as he walks in range of an easy setup from Kaka.
And we're going to see Phoenix, after dying, once again, refilling the bottle on the mid lane for Emo. Rune is spawning in 15 seconds. Like, they need to play around Emo. Like, this is what they need to do. They need to cripple Abed, Storm Spirit, and they also need to find some kind of way for Spectre to come back into the game. I don't see any stacks besides 2 of those, which Phoenix is making right now. Still gonna take a lot of time for, like, Spectre to farm it. She does not have tools to do it, so it's a possibility that Enigma plus Storm Spirit invade the enemy jungle. There's always gonna be this threat of the black hole.
Down bottom. Zipping onto JT. JT will be able to hold back Abed momentarily with the spear, but Abed's still got plenty of mana to play with. Arteezy's granted the kill. Top lane IG making the rotation. Crit's going to be the target. As long as Ice gets out, though, they'll be happy. Maybe Crit gets out as well. IG not able to catch him. They're trying to go for Ice. Ice being surrounded by Fly and Kaka. Mass TP's coming in from EG. They jump over the Astral Step. Remnant to pull him back, but Crit, he's in with the snowball save. Ice is going to be able to live a little longer as Ice is on the retreat. Emo will still be able to finish him off, but they've lost Kaka, and now Fly, he's out of mana. He's trying to run. Eidolon still up as Ice can continue to fight from the dead, but with Emo and Dolly by their side, EG won't be able to dive any further for Fly. Fly will live. They even bring the Mars up here as well.
Just get everyone top. Like, you can see the way they're playing the game. Like, it's a bit different because it's so much at stake. Arena, good snowball save.
He's going to be able to buy himself some time. There's still 4 heroes here of IG. Crit looking pretty dead here, as the 4 of them will manage to take him down. Of course, whilst all this focus is up here, I see towards the mid, Fly starting to pick up some levels. Same thing for Kaka as both supports work towards their 6. As down bottom as well, Abed just continuing to farm. Fly also looking to find some peace and quiet to get some early farming.
They need to make them busy while Spectre's farming. Like right now, look at the CS. 31 on Spectre, 64 on Storm. You have 53 on Enigma. Ice is just, you know, having too good of a time. And I like this time around that he's going for the Necro 3, because they want to get Necro 3 on the offlaner, always going to feel good. If it's a Beastmaster, if it's Lycan, you want to get rid of those Observer Boards, get rid of those sentries, which means that your support, your position 5 most of the time, can get a bit more farm. You know, he can get the items instead of investing in sentries.
Emo going to be off the mark there with the Remnant. So Fly able to step back. Can't quite close the gap for Kaka. Abed also finding himself the power in. With them showing mid, Ice is going to feel more confident to finish off the tier 1 top, and with the push of the Eidolons, they'll get it. Crit, even trying to start something onto JT. The Spear holds back Crit. Arteezy also turning up to get involved, not quite having the armlet done, but very close to.
Well, Tusk is allergic to creeps in this game. He has 0 CS. He actually is 0-0.
He's not looking too bad for either. 2-1-1, despite a single creep being hit. We're going to have the Ghost come out. Arena's dropped. They're going to look to turn Emo. Jumping in the midst of it all. The finger comes out as well on the fly. They're on the burst through Fly. The Hex out onto Arteezy as EG. They choose to take a rough fight here as IG turn. Take down the two of them.
They
Super
even popped the
Ice is coming across. Holding back Fly with the Malefice. But Arteezy, he's still being chased. The Spear from JT catches him. As a very, very awkward position for EG to try and make a move in with just the 3 of them, and it gets punished hard.
A bit too aggressive. They need Enigma. EG, they need Enigma for the damage coming up from the level 4 demonic conversion. They need the book, and there's always going to be this threat of the black hole. But playing into Phoenix, you know, like if you see possibility that Enigmas use a black hole, you can always like precast the Supernova, which like Oli did. And a bit surprised that EG decided to take that fight. Like, Lifestealer does not have Armlet ready yet. Like, with the Armlet, it's a big boost of the damage for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, we see it again here. This decision to fight very much coming off the back, as you would imagine, of Fly making the call as he charges in with the Exorcism. And IG very easily able to turn. They have the ults ready, the Arena, the Finger. And IG, I think they're almost surprised, really, that EG did decide to attack them like that, as they were more than ready to turn things by their tier 2.
Smoke from IG.
Abed's low on mana. Emo, he's in with the jump. Abed's not going to have enough to get anywhere safe, as they'll get the catch on it. Ice coming in. Nothing he can do now with Abed gone.
There was some kind of a bug with the Lion's Tranquil Boots. It was not working. He tried to drop it 2 times, like the green color was a bit dark greenish. They did not purchase the DLC for $9.99. Like he was like, what the hell is going on? No one hit me. I'm not getting any regen.
He's got them working now, at least. Otherwise, he would be rather disappointed. Now we're seeing on the item pickups, JT, 1,200, 1,100 towards the Blink. Arteezy's progress. Armlet, 350 gold away. Fly will be going for the Blade Mail build-up. Of course, the itemization when we did used to see Spectre sort of be in favor. Obviously, after that Blade Mail got nerfed, it did sort of fall out of popularity. Still very much going to...
Yeah, there's still, you know, a lot of...
Mid to get Arteezy involved. Abed sets up with Arteezy inside him.
I think Blade Mail is a correct choice. Playing into this uncontrollable damage, Midnight Pulse, if you're inside of that, also against the Exorcism, gonna be good. Carry is dealing right-click damage pretty much, so you need some extra armor. Extra 4 armor coming up from the Blade Mail is gonna feel good, but still, he needs to recover a bit more.
That goes out from Fly as EG. They want this tier 1. IG looking for the trade down bottom. Zolly and Emo push on. EG, they'll get this. Decent timing on the mid tower. And trying to take over this jungle. Trying to shut down the areas that Fly feels safe to farm.
We still have not seen the black hole. Abed has enough money in 1 CS to finish off his Orchid. Level 10. But Emo's massive. He has a Yule Scepter, great setup, and he also, like, whenever he plays against the Storm Spirit, he gets the Yule Scepter pretty much as a first item. You can dispel the silence, you can set things up with the Remnant. Remnant is maxed out against Storm, which I really like. JT going into the Blink Dagger, needs 900 gold to finish it off. I've seen different builds from position 5 Dead Prophets, where like you put more points in Spirit Siphon, but you also want to put extra points in the Silence. Like I think the Silence is such a strong spell. Jump.
There we go straight away. In onto Fly. Crit's going to head over. Can he do anything to save Fly? He can't. Over to the side. Ice. He's going to drop the Black Hole, but the Supernova's already out. At the Supernova, it's going to pop. Fly's going to be able to turn over towards Ice. Arena's down, trapping the three of them. Ice getting burned down by the Sunray Kaka with the 2-man and into the finger on Arbed. As IG, they'll take down 4.
Like, even if that Black Hole connects, I still feel IG wins that fight, but it was a good reaction time from Ollie, pops that Supernova, something that ICE will always be afraid of. Once again, they get a finger kill, fingered that stack. Good thing is they managed to kill the Void Spirit, just slow him down a bit.
And we'll see that again. It's a quick dive onto Fly, and EG desperately trying to take the fight around their own tier 1. And Ice not able to get the catch that he hoped for. And with the Supernova going off, as we saw early in the series, Ollie's Phoenix just causing so many issues for EG when they don't have a lineup that can deal with it straight away.
Abed is going to struggle. Until he gets a BKB, playing into Lion is always going to be tricky, but he finds him. He sees him, he goes for a solo kill. If he's isolated with the Orchid, like, that's going to be his target. He needs to take out the Lion.
EG wants to hit back. They might have a Black Hole, but they're going to try and strike with the smoke. JT's prepared though, already backing right off. It's up to Arbed to get the initiation. JT showing they know that he's over the trees. So's Emo. And with the blink, JT can be quick to dodge.
Even though Fly did not have the greatest laning stage, he managed to recover now with the Blade Mail, has Blades of Alacrity, level 11.
Got Emo, time for Ice it. We'll have Arbed jumping in with the counterplay, goes over towards Mars, comes into the side, the forcing to be able to bring down JT. Over towards Emo they turn, the Malefice holding him inside of the Midnight Pulse. Emo trying to jump in to finish up the kill. On to Ice burns down to Wally. As Emo's on the retreat, Arteezy chasing down with the Rage. Arbed closes the gap and they've got enough control.
He's trying to buy time to simulate.
But he can't get it off. Arbed in with the silence as EG take 3.
Once again, they kill Void Spirit. They're just slowing him down. Phoenix not able to use the ulti. They need to rely on that BKB. Once they get the BKB on Enigma, which ICE swapping things around. I talked about the Necro 3. He decides to go to get the BKB. They have no abilities other than like Supernova, if that's precast. But yeah, I like BKB a lot more, actually.
That's going to need a bit of time. Fly. Going for the Mantra course after the Blade Mail. EG, Arbed, BKB after the Orchid, as we've seen be pretty much essential in each of the games that he's played the Storm today. Arteezy, it's got his Sange done after the Armlet. So of course, that's classic carry build-up that we're seeing in this meta, that the Sange being a vital part of most heroes' build. And with the Armlet and the Sange, Arteezy will be very tanky at this point of the game.
He is. Like, they need so many things to burst him down. They need probably a Finger and Arena. Kaka has a Blank Dagger. Kaka is relatively farmed as a position 4, 2 points in Hex, 4 points in Spike. They have enough control. But that Sange, that's just too good of an item. We see a casual Sange multiple times. Strength, status resistance, HP reach, just a super good item on the Lifestealer.
In these moments as well, you can see IG, they have Fly at the top of the farm. Keep the game passive. Fly is going to enjoy that superior scaling. As the smoke comes out, will get dispelled. Immediately, IG starting to reset. Fly dropping the silence in the trees, just in case IG were looking to jump. Coming out with the horns here, looking to scout things out. Kaka can't quite close the gap onto Arteezy as he immediately backs off with the Rage. Jump forward with JT though. The Rage has come to an end. Arbed's in with the silence to stop the spear combo. Fly trying to keep himself alive with the Spirit Siphon. Ice watching from the side, does have Black Hole available if he's able to get in. Emo jumps in onto Fly with the Astral Step. Brandon brings back Arbed's finger as well, but Arbed will live. Shards, block off Emo. Crit looking to reinitiate straight back in onto the Void Spirit. Arbed jumps in as well. They've got the grab in the Vortex. Emo getting low. Can he jump out? Remnants away. He's trying to escape, but Crit brings him down. And now over to the river, Ollie. He's got to get out of here. Arteezy, Fly, and Crit on the chase.
That's a long duration silence. He's out of dive. Arteezy should be able to clean him up. 1 kill. 1 kill extra, actually. Man, Emo, he can't catch a break. He's going in. He has 4 deaths to his name.
And hang on, JT is trying to stick around for a very greedy bit of fun, but they've got Vision out over here. So Arbed straight back in and picks up another.
That was just a freebie for Arbed. They're going inside the pit. Eidolons, level 1 Necro. Lifestealer with Armlet, they have enough damage. They would pop the Exorcism. Such a crucial silence coming out from Fly. That's why I said I want this to be maxed out. It's a 6-second duration silence that pretty much covers the whole screen. He landed it on 3 people. Let's see if Kaka
gonna go for it.
Yeah, let's see.
Is he gonna go for it? Kaka.
A bit
No,
late.
it's already gone. It's already gone. Gets a nice 3-man stun, but he's out of there. Wasn't able to quite get the timing as EG get Roshan and the Aegis on Abed.
That's so big. Like having Aegis on the Storm Spirit, which allows him to farm up BKB. He can play a bit more aggressive as well. Lion needs to be careful. He gets jumped, he's just straight up dead. They tried to initiate with Spectre Haunt, you know, providing the vision so Lion can get a good jump. The Hex, but Abed, he pops the Invis, which he had in the bottle. Spectre now at top of net worth. Just needs another 500 gold for Manta style. He's super tanky.
This is still definitely going to be a hero that EG will struggle to get on and kill. Especially sort of throughout the duration of Arteezy's rage. Spot him. Emo, a big zip coming in from Abed. He's on the hunt. He's found Emo. Emo off to the side. Can Abed catch him again? Remnant holds back Abed. Emo. He's got no TP for 5 seconds. It's still on cooldown, so EG, they'll close the gap. They'll bring him down. Emo caught again.
No tips this time. Like, EG is just all focused on the gameplay. They're not allowed to all chat. BKB done on Enigma. They still have that black hole. Exorcism will be up in 40. You would want to have that Exorcism be level 2. Ghosts go from 8 to 16. And I like this itemization for Fly. Like, he's getting a fluffy hat. He's getting some good gold from those assists, going straight into BKB. Like, he understands they have nothing against BKBs. Why not just get it?
Still not ready to turn up for these outer tower defenses, IG. Is focused on using these moments where they know where EG is. Keep Fly safe. And as you said, with the Manta done, Fly can look to get more involved with the Haunts, and they're going to try and enable that. As IG smoke up with the 4 of them, and they'll look to try and get some action going. Was spotted out by EG, though, so they'll be prepared for this.
EG will respect it. They will go back. They're like, maybe we need a bit more damage. Lifestealer getting very close to his Desolator. That's going to be a big power spike for Lifestealer. Essence Ring dropped. Fly found one. That's a big item for the Storm Spirit. What's he holding right now? Fairy's Trinket. We still have not seen the combo. Lifestealer plus the Storm Spirit jumping in, just deleting one hero. Ollie trying to find something, a defensive duel.
He's going to be able to get the jump straight away onto Ollie. Taking out the Phoenix, a big part of the team fight gone. They'll turn over, fly the river, they get it, but Abed's in. Gets the drag back on towards the Mars. Can they burst down JT? Malefic's control is there. Arteezy moves in. They're going to have the right click to bring JT down as the arena's out. Arteezy doesn't care. Pops the rage, gets out of it. Abed still with mana to play with as he zips in. He gets on top of Kaka. Kaka will be able to turn with the 2-man stun, but he's so low. Is he going to be able to pick out in time? He is. Over towards the neutral camp. Is he away?
They have vision.
Kaka will live.
He does not have enough range. Storm Spirit, 480 attack range. If that was 600, I think he gets him there. But this constant threat of a black hole, like they're not committing. They can't, like they burst that Prophet, which is a lot of damage in the team fight. They're afraid of that silence. Still, rest of the team can easily clean them up. Crit gets a good, nice jump. He jumps in first, deletes Phoenix straight away. I talked about how he needs something. He needs a defensive tool. He needs that Eul Scepter to remove the silence. Just buy some more time when they get the first jump.
More towers to be taken. Arteezy now with the Deso. Offering up a lot for the Siege, going straight for the AC afterwards.
EG would gladly like to take one extra fight while they have Aegis on the Storm Spirit. It's going to be gone in 40 seconds. They have enough tower damage. Could potentially collapse on the mid lane with Exorcism, with the Deso.
EG still holding on to the lead here. 4K ahead. DD Rune, is Abed going to go for this? Kaka, he's prepared, but so is Abed. Abed tries to get with the silence, but Kaka's quicker with the Hex. They get the Hex, the follow-up stun, DD's popped by Emo, but they don't want to fully commit onto Abed, plus he still has the Aegis for 20 seconds. They'll back away. The rest of EG starting to sweep over. Crit with Arteezy set up inside him. Crit's going to look for the blink.
Silence online, gets out.
Fly.
I like the way EG's itemizing. They're just going for the BKBs. Like, they're gonna have 4 BKBs. They don't care about Mars Arena. They do not care about Lion. They will be always able to like pop those BKBs, potentially focus the Supernova. Supernova is only level 1. It's a huge difference between level 1 and level 2.
Yeah, we've seen sort of in the last few fights, EG have been able to take down Ollie so he doesn't get any of the XP from the trade kills that IG gets. He's in. He gets the jump straight away on JT. JT's out of the fight. There's no Mars, and Arbed's already hunting for more. See if he can get a catch onto Kaka. As Kaka, he'll see him, but Kaka's able to get the turn with the Hex. Turning around with the stun on the finger. They're going to look to try and burst through Arbed.
Remnant gets him.
As the backup wasn't quite able to be there in time for the rest of EG. IG getting a good trade after losing their Mars. As Arbed just goes a little too far forward on his own, and now Fly might pay the price as well. Kaka comes back in with the setup into the Remnant. IG, they'll get a couple of them as Fly's beginning to get fed these kills.
Fly still did not die a single time this game. Level 18. Haunt is 140 seconds cooldown. Going into Basher to be able to just initiate, possibly get the jump on Enigma, have a bit more extra lockdown for the Storm Spirit. Just a natural progression of the items on Fly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are...
And now with as strong as Fly is, they're ready to start going for objectives with him at the front, knowing that if there is a jump to be made from EG, they'll always have the chance to get in and turn things around before EG can bring him down 100-0.
We've
Very
seen
strong.
one black hole, right, so far?
Yeah, just the one on the Supernova. They're ready to try and get another one out. Blink
Not
BKB.
on the Supernova.
Yes, that would be the plan.
Radiant are scanning.
They caught a glimpse of Kaka.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
IG prepared for this though. Right behind their tier 2. They know that EG's on the hunt.
Oh, look at the positioning from IG. They're all hiding. They're all inside the top trees. They don't have any like anti-tinker wards. Could potentially like place one just to see. Oh, he's underneath the ward.
It's right by the ward. They've got clear vision to move in onto Kaka.
Rest of the team is in the trees. Kaka, like he should be the one as a Lion, you know, just try to stay hidden. BKB almost done on Fly. BKB almost done on Abed. Tusk just needs 5 more minutes to finish his.
That's mid. Emo and JT looking towards Arteezy, but he's such a hard jump to go on.
And also, once you get those BKBs up, you don't care about the AoE silences coming out from the Void Spirit.
And chances are you will have heroes in position to target the Supernova during the BKB and take it down without the threat of your attack speed being lowered by the Fire Spirits. So make it a little harder for Ollie to have the same impact that he was able to do so in that last game. Smoke up from IG. As Arteezy is going to get jumped on it. Kaka straight in with the X. Ice comes in with the counterplay. Doesn't matter though. It's from the side. JT with the spear. As again, it's another black hole that doesn't do much at all.
It's a second black hole on the egg. Like they need to, like Ollie's so fast on those reactions. Like he understands what Enigma wants to do. He wants to be caught inside of black hole. Just pops it straight away like premature. Supernovas against Enigma. Kaka got another jump.
He's able to close in. There's the follow-up. JT's in as well. As he's up to the high ground.
Apparently that's not a cliff.
I think it just gets the angle to slide him right up to the base. As Fly avoiding what would have been certain death there.
This could have been a question mark in the old chat.
But it's just both times we're seeing, you know, IG's positioning, making it very hard for Ice to be able to find a good black hole opportunity. 2 times now where he's trying to get Ollie, trying to stop that ult, but the Supernova, it's always out before him.
So quick on these reactions. Now Mars has a BKB, but we've seen that EG, they want to take out Mars if they can as soon as possible. They have BKB piercing abilities, like you have Enigma's Black Hole, you have this Walrus Punch, which will probably be used at him. DD for Void Spirit, getting closer to that level 20 talent.
RG, they'll be ready to go again here. As EG are trying to push up into them. RTZ heading up to the high ground, will get the rage off in time, turns towards Emo, but Emo's out with the astral step. Arbe continuing to try and commit onto Kaka, gets him with the vortex, strikes by Kaka, Kaka's got. The rage now comes to an end though for RTZ, the arena's out. Spear will push over towards the side, Crit, but RTZ's fallen. The bash out onto Arbed, Arbed's going to get out with the remainder of his BKB as Crit tries to buy himself some time with the snowball. Fly's moved over towards Flyers, Fly and JT chase him down, finish him off with the God's Rebuke. As EG, they're
and he
falling
finds
apart.
a region rune. He just finds a perfect region rune after that. Roshan respawn. They see it with the courier.
They're going to keep chasing Ice.
Basher is available. Manta style can dodge that. He needs Blink ready again. Yeah. A bit of a time wasted there. They still have 30-second window until Arteezy and Crit are up. Let's see if they decide to go inside the pit. You can see Fly not caring too much about the dead prophet, instantly goes on her. That's just like so much damage mitigated.
I mean, this was again such an aggressive move from EG. I mean, they obviously feel that they do need to pressure against this Spectre lineup, but having to commit so much onto Kaka, pretty much the full duration of the BKB from Arbed and the rage from Arteezy. And as soon as that rage comes to an end on Arteezy, with the arena down, there's no escape for him.
This is a free Roche, like it's not getting contested. Not getting contested at all. So that's second Roche, Cheese and Aegis. Void Spirit will pick up the Cheese. Fly with the Aegis has a long lane to work with on the bottom. Gonna get them closer to Abyssal Blade. Then they're gonna have ability to cancel the BKB Black Hole with. Enigma already preparing for that. He's trying to get the Lincoln Sphere up.
Still ever so close in the numbers, but when it's this close and there's a Spectre on one side, you've definitely got to fear it, especially when it's still a Spectre that is yet to die. Fly having the perfect game on a hero which, you know, was far away from one of the most popular carries that we've seen here at the tournament. Only a few games have we seen it shown. And here so far in the 5th game of the Grand Finals, Fly pretty much bringing out the best performance of it out of all.
Yeah, and remember, he was playing against Enigma. Enigma had 30 denies in the laning stage while he was sitting at like 14 CS. Level 20, extra HP. They just can't focus the Spectre. They just can't. They need to deal with the rest. Phoenix Egg, they also need a Black Hole. They need a Black Hole this time around to actually connect.
Yeah, Ice has got to land it. They can't win these fights without that sort of impact required from their offlaner. As otherwise, the turnaround's just going to be too easy for Fly, especially, as you said, with that Abyssal. And life has just become so much harder for the cause of EG. Arteezy really struggling to just get that AC done. Make sure that he has that finish for the next fight.
Void Spirit also going for more of a right-click oriented build. He wants to be able to scale, just finish the Deso, has the Aghanim Scepter. He's extremely far on Void Spirit. Also, I would not mind seeing another Abyssal Blade, especially if Enigma manages to get a Lincoln Sphere, just to have an extra tool to deal with that BKB Black Hole. Ollie once again buying a gem. He just loves an early gem, you know. He gets the gold back by killing the Observer Wards. And he sends it back. Like, he checks things out, and there's a courier flying back to base. Like, he does not want to lose the gem.
IG, they're going to start pushing at the high ground here for sure. With the Aegis still up for 2.5 minutes. Cheese as well. They know how hard it's going to be for EG to try and put a stop to this siege. IG poking back, just trying to get the reaction to come out from EG. IG decide to play it safe. Get the ward down on the high ground and look to move over to the other lane. Still 2 more tier 2s to take away, so the easy objectives looking to be the more appealing here for IG right now.
The thing that people forget, because you don't see too much of a Spectre, is that she can be on the other side of the map and still join a team fight. Like, cancel those Blink Daggers. They have 2 Blink Daggers. Cancel one on Enigma. Probably get a jump on her, like cancel the Blink Dagger on the Tusk so he can get himself in a position to save people with the Snowball. Abed, he's going again. for that Aghanim Scepter. He loves to get it as a 3rd/4th item. So he can go in, set things up, use this kind of a budget black hole to set things up for a big black hole.
EG still waiting for that time to jump. We're keeping track of the edges. Time Kaka is actually into the base. He jumps in straight away by INVICTUS in with the counter play. Turns to the black hole, is able to commit onto Kaka as Kaka will get completely collapsed on there by EG. JT's now in with the arena. He's got the two of them.
They called Arteezy.
Arteezy's gone. INVICTUS dead as well. This is the triple kill for Fly. As Kaka just starts off the aggression, throwing himself into the base. They commit the black hole onto Kaka, but
they
that's
were
also
so afraid of this Lion. While the rest of the team connects, 40 seconds left on that Aegis with the Deso. They have enough. The Void Spirit, he also has Orb of Destruction, so that's a lot of minus armor on those buildings. There's still 2 tier 1 tower, tier 2 towers standing, so they can't go in and get more out of this. But they should be very happy how this fight went for them.
Yeah, huge win there for them in the top lane. A full set of racks taken away from EG.
They set up the vision in the base. That's going to get devoured instantly. Arteezy, he invested all of his gold. Like, he put all the money that he had into this AC.
We'll see it again here, that bait from Kaka. Just starts things off just at the same time that they were about to deward that vision. And Kaka immediately makes the most of that move. And again, INVICTUS just struggling to find a chance to really use the black hole for his best ability there. Feels the pressure to go in onto Kaka to stop any follow-up. But as it is, IG waited out perfectly and they get in after it comes to an end and clean up more.
Without a black hole, they just don't have enough damage. Like, EG will have to forfeit this tower. They can't really defend it. There's still Cheese, which Void was carrying. Now he gave it to Spectre. He has enough money to actually buy a full Scotty.
Yeah, I mean, he's massive Fly. Just continuing this insane performance this game.
Abed has Aghanim Scepter, so next time they group up, like, he can go in, set things up for a really good black hole. Still yet to see. But like, EG, they need black hole. They need multiple man black hole to win it.
Yeah, they need some sort of crazy high ground defense. So with every passing moment just slipping further behind, EG's ready to jump out and look to make a move. 25 seconds until black hole. Grit. Can he start something? He's going to get the jump in onto JT. JT's going to get committed on the Supernovas out. They get the Vortex pulling over the two of them. They take down JT. And they look towards Kaka, but Kaka's able to keep himself alive for the Essence 3. They turn towards the egg, but they can't make it down in time. The Supernova pops. The bashes around. Fly gets on top of Arteezy. Arteezy to fall. As EG, they've got to get out of it. Arbed, he's still got a bit of mana to play with, but he's used up into the Remnant.
Into silence.
On top of him. Fly goes down. Fly tries to run with the remainder of this BKB, but IG are chasing them back to the base. As Fly is going to commit up to the high ground, continuing to move on to Fly. Ice, holding him back with the Malefice.
Oh, he was so ready. Like, JT, he was ready with that bait. He's like, I don't care if I die. We're controlling the outpost. They go on me. They use everything. Once again, Oli with a good setup, a good egg, kind of a zoning egg. They try to kill it. Spectre Horn comes in, Abyssal Blade on the Lifestealer to lock him down. IG, they're very close to doing it.
Oh, they really are. A second set of racks without any chance of EG being able to push them back with 3 dead. Still a tier 2 up in the bottom lane. So IG will have to back off. When EG do have the full lineup up, they will have the black hole, but they really can't afford one more mess up.
I've seen JT trying to get something for him that's going to allow him to get his spells off, because he just used the buyback, was thinking about getting a Hex. I like that. This is the item, like, usually you don't see it on a Mars, but because of the situation he's in right now, get that Eon Disc. They don't have any way of dispelling it. Like, he's going to get his spells off in a team fight, and that's what matters.
EG running out of options here in this game. It's every single move so far that they've tried to make to rectify the rough mid-game has only pushed them further behind. As you can see on the net worth, to start things off, EG did have a good hold coming out of the lane stage.
They did a very good lead.
These team fights and counter plays from IG have just stopped EG in their tracks every single time.
EG also does not have vision. This gem really paying off. Another Eon disc picked up by Lion.
And Fly, and he just feels unkillable, especially with the illusion escape as well. Fly's going to step up, but do they really want to go on him? Well, they don't. Crit continue to hide in the trees.
Of course.
He's going to try and get over towards the backlines. He has to jump over towards Oli. Can he take him down? He can. Oli taken down 100-0, but buyback immediately from the Phoenix is Arteezy. He's trying to run, but Fly turns in the best. He's going to be able to drop the black hole onto the Spectre, but then
Spectre's not dying.
JT's able to get the spear onto Arteezy, pinning him over to the arena as Arteezy goes down. Fly moves over to Ice, over to Fly. 3 dead on EG. Crit snowballing down to the low ground, but Fly is still good to go as IG. They'll take them all down. A team wipe.
They will run down mid. Like, that was not even close to killing Spectre. She still had cheese, and she just hit level 25. 5% extra dispersion. This is it. They're going to go in and try to end the game.
They're going to look to close it. They're going to look to grab that title here as EG. They've got 3 buybacks, but both Farbet and Arteezy no way to return to the action.
Look for the chat. I want to see what they're doing.
As the fortification buys them a little bit of time. But as it comes to an end, IG continue to push on. As the buyback comes out from Crit, buyback comes out from Ice. IG actually going to give it some respect here. They're not going to try and force the closure of this game whilst Arbet and Arteezy are still down. They'll let this one continue for a little longer.
Spectre hands over the cheese to Mars. Like, he just wants to have another way of getting his spells off. Eon Disc is on cooldown. This is third Roche. This is Refresher, Cheese, and Aegis. Spectre's gonna get that Aegis. They can't contest this without a black hole. They just don't have enough. Smart move from IG. You know, they went in, forced 2 buybacks. They're like, we have enough damage. There's not gonna be Storm Spirit. He can't steal our Cheese nor Aegis. And now, Void Spirit, yeah, this is what I talked about. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. Have another way of locking down that Enigma, BKB Black Hole, and locking down the Life Stealer.
Just each and every time we saw in that last fight, Ice, he was able to catch the Spectre in the Black Hole, but with the way that IG's been just perfectly split, he can never really have the chance of getting more than one hero, and at this stage, locking down Fly in the Black Hole is just not nearly enough.
And it's a
time
lot
to
of
kill
confusion, you know, Spectre going in with the Haunt Illusions, with the Manta style, like, you need to be careful about the bash,
so
Illusion
hard.
Escape as well on Spectre. Like, he just can't farm. Ice cannot farm. He does not have enough gold to buy Abyssal Blade. Sorry, not Abyssal Blade, but the Linkage that can potentially counter an Abyssal Blade.
As IG take the final tier 2. This last set of racks sitting between them and getting the Megas up against EG here in Game 5. We've got it 10 seconds till Black Hole.
Emo, Refresher Shard, so double Abyssal Blade, like Resonant Pulses, 4 Astral Chat charges.
He's in straight away with the fingers immediately bursting down. Arteezy's going to get taken down. Jump over with the Abyssal Blade over towards Ice, and Arteezy, they're out of the game. IG, they'll turn towards more. GG is called as IG are your champions of the Singapore Major. As they come in and they achieve the reverse sweep against EG in the best of 5.
I can't believe they've actually done it. They've done it. They went 2-0 in the best of 5 and managed to make a comeback. Here comes the hug.
I mean, it was just brilliant stuff. After 2 incredibly tough games against EG to open the series, they bring it back, the swing round in Game 3 and then Game 4 and then into this Game 5 where it felt like they had complete control of EG right up until the end.
Yeah, first 2 games, they were like, we don't have the answer. Then another 2 games, 3 games, we're going to let the Storm Spirit go through, and they had the answer. Like, I like how they kept their composure. They were ready for this.
And here we have it as they take to the stage. Well deserved, they make the lower bracket run. Ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Gaming are your One Esports Singapore Major Champions!